Chapter 155 Now, to London. 2. Chapter 155 Now, to London. 2. It was even more complicated than Hagen had thought. What happened? And what was the painting? Hagen asked. Albert explained, it was Rubens. It was so similar to Warrior with 2 pages, in the Metropolitan, that I thought it was fake. You must know that for Rubens, that painting was an exception. Peter Paul Rubens was one of the 2 masters of the Baroque art with Rembrandt van Rijn. He was born in Flanders. He drew various paintings including landscape paintings, portraits, and paintings based on myth and history. Additionally, there was one painting that was not from his style, Warrior with 2 pages. By the critics, his paintings were considered intense and in contrast to the reserved and calm classical tradition. However, the painting of the Warrior was calm and determined. Because of that, not many believed it was Rubens until 1947. Before that, it was thought to be a painting of someone who admired Rubens or Franz Pourbus. It is unlike Rubens, Hagen said. He didn't mean to say that it was too crude to be Rubens, but it was a slightly different painting from his usual unique mood. Yes. That's why I made that mistake. However, they must have known that I would make a mistake. It was a trap. If Albert was right and the mafia had lured him into a trap, they were cunning. Few appraisers would think Rubens would draw that kind of painting, especially that of a scene he had drawn before, so being fooled by it was a very unlucky event. Why do you think it was a trap? Hagen asked. You really don't know? Albert asked back in shock. What? Is the answer too obvious? Of course. Hey, do I have to explain how much my words are important to all auctions in Europe, including Sotheby's and Christie's? I don't want to brag, but I have a huge influence on them. Albert replied while opening his arms in pride. Rachel, however, shook her head to see that, but she also nodded. He is not wrong. He is the most influential appraiser in Europe. If people were to find out that he has made such a huge mistake, it would be a huge problem? Hagen guessed. More than that. People will not believe in Albert anymore, and the appraisers that have ties to the mafia will get to control the market, Rachel continued. It sounded serious. It was not just about Albert getting humiliated. Hagen then asked in doubt, Wait. But isn't this already over? You said you appraised the real painting is fake and there is a lawsuit going on. No matter how serious it was, he could do nothing if the lawsuit was already proceeding. Albert then explained, if that is the end, I would have no reason to take you to London. Of course, from the outside, it looks like it is over, but there is one thing that keeps troubling me. I still cannot believe it really is Rubens. Do you know what I am saying, Dot? Hagen realized what Albert wanted from him. He asked, So, you want me to tell you why it is fake? Yes. I couldn't find any evidence myself. There has to be a flaw, but I cannot find it. Then, what is the lawsuit about exactly? Hagen asked. Albert took a sip of wine and started to explain. About a month ago, an art dealer in London showed up with Rubens' painting. He was so sure that I had to examine it again and again, although I couldn't believe it was real. I usually don't drag others into that kind of matter, but my child's birthday party was going on. A huge crowd was there, and a friend who has a yacht company offered to buy it. That idiot, I told him it was fake so many times. Albert was about to raise his voice, but Rachel calmed him down and took it from there. I will tell you the rest of it. I was there, too. That friend of Mr. Harrington is Mr. Levi MacDonald. He is usually called Leviticus. Most aristocrats think of him as a good friend or a decent partner. Good friend? Good partner? Hagen asked back. Rachel frowned as she explained, yachts aren't the only thing he sells. He is a broker who provides both yachts and women. There are people who don't like that, but most are fond of him. Anyway, it is in his nature to get or achieve anything he wants. So, he said he really liked that painting and he had to buy it, but Mr. Harrington tried to stop him, saying it was fake. And Rachel continued, after hours of persuasion by Mr. Harrington, Lev finally believed him and gave up on the painting. However, the lawyer of that art dealer sued Mr. Harrington for saying that a real painting was fake. If that had been everything, he would have been able to take care of it, but then, a man from Germany sued that art dealer again for fraud. "Ha, it's giving me a headache," Hagen complained. So, they are about to fight at court. If you fail to find any evidence of it being fake, Mr. Harrington won't be able to handle the consequences. Is there any way to stop that German man from suing? Rachel sighed and shook her head. That's not easy. He has lost a huge sum of money because of the painting he bought from that art dealer before. It is about his honor as a nobleman, so we cannot solve this matter with just a few words. Now, either Mr. Harrington or that art dealer will get huge damage. Albert gulped down his wine and angrily said, "I will lose a lot, but what can that merchant lose? He can just change the name of his shop and let someone else face his customers, and he would be able to get back on business as if nothing happened. There are more than a few art dealers in Europe. I get visited by them multiple times every day." Rachel didn't say anything to that. She kept looking at Hagen and said, "Actually, before you helped me and my brother at the mansion, I wasn't thinking to help Mr. Harrington with this matter. However, you helped me, and Mr. Medici also asked me to personally help. Actually, considering all the humiliation he made us suffer through, I wouldn't help him even if it was for Mr. Medici, but you are a different story. I was paid to appraise for you, so you don't have to feel indebted to me," Hagen said. "But who would have appraised for free? Money isn't a big problem for us. It is always about honor and reputation." I get it. Then what should I do? Albert explained this time. "My plan was to take you to my home. I was going to make that art dealer bring the painting. However, I don't think he will just come. So, I asked Ms. Butler here to set a meeting with him." "Oh, then. This plane is going to the Butler Mansion in Liverpool." After the plane arrived at Liverpool John Lennon Airport, they got on 2 limousines and went to the Butler's mansion. Hagen and Yunhee enjoyed the luxurious limousine. Before they knew it, time flew, and they were at the destination. "Please unpack and rest. The art dealer will come in the evening." "Where is Edmund?" Hagen asked as he thought Edmund would be there, but he was nowhere to be seen. Rachel smiled. "He is going to stay there for a month." "Oh, is it okay to let him stay alone?" "Alone? He is not alone. Bodyguards, friends, he must be having fun by now, making money fly." Hagen was shocked to hear a kid was spending money like that, but that was who they were. After he unpacked, he fell on his bed. He was way too tired. However, for some reason, Rachel didn't give them 2 rooms. They were given 1 room with 2 single beds, but neither Yunhee nor Hagen protested. A few hours later, Hagen was awakened by someone knocking on the door. It was a maid. "Ms. Butler wants to meet you." "Oh, okay." The moment he closed the door and turned, his eyes met Yunhee's as she was also waking up. It was so awkward that he didn't know what to say, but she casually asked, "She wants us to go down?" "Ha? Oh, yes." Yunhee stretched herself and got down from her bed and said, "Hua! I slept so well. This bed is really comfortable. Is it from Italy? Or Belgium? I will take a shower first." "Ha? Okay, you do that." "I was going to let you do that, anyway," Hagen babbled. Yunhee then went to the bathroom. Hagen was embarrassed for getting nervous like that, but the maid knocked on the door again. "I am sorry. Ms. Butler wants you to follow me instead of going down to the ground floor. I will wait here, so please come out when you are ready." "Okay." Heijin didn't know what that was about, but there had to be a reason. About half an hour had passed when he took a shower and was ready to go. It must have been hard for the maid to wait for so long, but she politely bowed to Heijin and Yunhee, then started to walk in front of them. She led them to a small door at the end of the corridor instead of the main stairs from where they had come up. Then, she kept going round and round until she opened a small door for them. Ha! Yunhee was surprised. She didn't go in and hesitated, as there was nothing in the room but a huge mirror and 2 chairs. What is? You can look through the mirror. Ms. Butler wants you to observe and find a way to solve the matter, the maid explained. So that huge mirror was one-way glass. However, why did the Butlers have such a thing in their home? Okay. Yunhee didn't like it, but they still went in. They could clearly see what was happening on the other side. Rachel was sitting on a luxurious chair with her arms and legs crossed, while Albert was glaring at a man who was standing in front of the troublesome painting. He was the only one who seemed to be in a good mood. You are a very busy man, Mr. Harrington. I didn't expect to meet you here. The art dealer had black hair, but he was good-looking like the handsome Italian men. His mustache made him look even more appealing. He looked really good in his gray suit. The man then put a hand in his pocket and continued, Ms. Butler, you may not know it yet, but this is a great opportunity for you. I don't think you would make a foolish choice. As Heijin listened to him, he carefully examined his painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Now, to London. 3. Chapter 156, Now, to London. 3. Rachel pretended to watch the painting to give Heijin time to examine it. Actually, to appraise it with the maximum accuracy, he had to get close to it and use magic. However, as he was far from it, he had to appraise it only with his usual skills. It wasn't easy. It is really similar. As Albert had said, the painting was almost exactly the same as Rubens' Warrior with 2 pages. The only difference was that the warrior wasn't getting the help of his attendants to put on his armor. In this painting, he was looking ahead in his armor. Same face, same armor, and the same posture of the body in a diagonal direction with the face looking forward. It was rational to think that it was from Rubens. However, that was why Heijin was doubting it as a fake even more. Are you still thinking? The art dealer pushed, but Rachel smiled while saying, You are too impatient. Is that how you have sold paintings? Or do you think what you are trying to sell is a cheap accessory from the market? She was charismatic, and Heijin had never seen her like that. She had been an innocent girl when she was being humiliated by Albert, but now, she was acting properly like an English aristocrat. The handsome art dealer took a step back at hearing this and said, I am sorry. I said that because people usually decide faster after seeing the painting. I didn't mean to disturb you. Then wait in silence. If your legs are sore, sit down, Rachel replied. Thankfully, I have very strong legs. Please take your time to examine the painting and ask me if you have any questions. He then went behind the painting and shut his mouth. Rachel's frown faded. She started to look at the painting when her phone, suddenly, buzzed. Ask him where he got that painting, in details. It was a text from Heijin. Rachel then put her phone down and asked, What was your name again? I am Alexander Young. You can call me Alex. Okay, Alex, how did you get this painting? Alex stroked down his smooth beard and said, It used to be in a very old mansion in Russia. I bought it from the owner of the mansion myself. You wouldn't know him. I wouldn't know? Or you don't want to tell me who he is? Rachel asked. Alex looked slightly offended for the first time and said, Of course not, but it is a slightly sensitive matter. Questioning my credibility is something I find hard to accept. However, Rachel didn't accept the answer. She snorted and pressed him even harder. That's funny. Aren't you admitting that there might be trouble with this painting if you can't tell me from whom you got it? Or are you trying to sell me a stolen painting? That is a heavy accusation, the man replied. Rachel then said, if that is not what you are doing, you don't have to react like that. You are supposed to explain everything I want to know, and that kind of attitude is what diminishes your credibility. I find that attitude very unpleasant. Alex apologized only then. I am sorry. I am sensitive about this matter as I heard negative things about the authenticity of this painting just a while ago. I also think that my attitude on answering your questions was wrong. I apologize. Rachel's expression returned to normal at this. I accept your apology. Now, let's go back. I want additional explanations so that I will believe this was used in an old mansion in Russia. Alex hesitated, but then he started talking. This painting used to belong to the Ivanov family of St. Petersburg. Would it be enough to let you know that its source is clear? Rachel nodded and said, the Ivanov family, although it has collapsed now, it had great power and wealth until World War I, so they could have had this painting. And I would be able to check if they really sold this painting if I call them. Alex looked confused while saying, of course. You are right. He was puzzled because everyone in the room knew that piece of information, so Rachel had no reason to explain that. However, Rachel had mentioned that for Hagen. Although Rachel accepted the reason given by Alex, Hagen didn't. Hagen didn't know what kind of scheme they were playing, but the only thing he could learn from them mentioning the Ivanov family was that the painting wasn't in any record. He sent another text. Ask for the reason why he is sure that it is real. Rachel saw it and said, I've heard from Mr. Albert that this might be fake. So, I must ask you something, no matter how sensitive the matter is to you. And? Tell me why you think this is Rubens' painting. Alex stroked his beard and went closer to the painting. He looked at it for some time and then started to explain. I must start by talking about the structure. As you can see in Rubens' painting of the warrior with 2 pages, the posture of him getting the help of his attendants is exactly the same with this one. Good. Anything else? Alex continued, the coloring. To depict the gleaming armor, the artist painted the reflection of the light on it with silver white. That is exactly the same as the technique you can see in the other painting. That's also good. Is there more? Finding the reason why a painting was fake is easy, but proving that it is real was not easy. So, asking for more explanation was funny on its own, but Alex thought about it and continued. When I bought this painting, the head of the Ivanov family said its panel had been changed. The wood was rotting, so he changed it. That piece of rotten wood had Rubens' signature. Thankfully, that panel with his signature has been well kept by the family. That is very good. I hope you bought the panel, too, of course? Rachel asked. Alex answered, I did. I have kept it in a separate place. Good. Even Rachel was a little confused at Alex's flawless answer. She even looked at her phone, hoping for some guidance. So, Hagen raised his phone to send another text, but then, he put it down again. He thought they had already gotten all the information they could get using words. Hagen sent a text to Rachel to tell her that he was going in himself. Then, he spoke to the maid who had taken him to the secret room and told her to bring him to the opposite room. She hesitated, but soon she nodded and started to walk. She probably thought Hagen had gotten Rachel's permission, as he was so confident. Miss, you are too. They turned around the mansion. By the time Hagen went into the room, Alex was giving his final speech to make Rachel buy his painting. I am sorry for being late, Hagen said while bowing, but Alex looked puzzled. Then, Rachel introduced Hagen. It's okay. I haven't made my decision yet. This is Mr. Park, my personal appraiser. Although he is an Asian, he is a great appraiser, so he helps me a lot. However, Rachel was also surprised to see him show up, so Hagen thought that maybe it was a mistake, but there was no going back now. Alex wasn't very happy to see him as he had come to ruin his business at the final moment. "Nice to meet you, but I've never heard of your name." "Well, I've never heard of any Asian appraisers before." "I see you have quite an unusual friend, Ms. Butler." That was clearly rude, but fighting with words didn't matter now. So, Rachel casually replied, "He might be unusual, but he is good. What do you think about this painting? Could you take a look at it?" "Shall I?" Hagen tried to approach the painting, but Alex stood in his way. Then Alex protested to Rachel, "You should have told me in advance that an Asian appraiser I'd never heard of before will examine the painting. Honestly, this is a little confusing. I can't understand." "Why are you confused? Isn't it right for me to have an appraiser examine a painting I am about to buy?" Rachel asked. "I hope you do know this won't be good for you and Mr. Harrington, right?" Alex asked. Hagen only then realized why Rachel had had him appraise in that secret room. Calling another appraiser itself would diminish Albert's honor. Additionally, British society was still a class society. Hiring an Asian, who practically belonged to the working class, wasn't that good for the Butler family. However, Rachel calmly replied, "I don't think about other things in front of works of art. Skills matter more than anything." She was clearly pushing back as she couldn't ask Hagen to leave now. Okay. Alex stepped aside, and Hagen went to the painting while asking, "May I look at the painting?" "Yes. Although it won't make any difference." Actually, Hagen had left the secret chamber because of the last thing Alex had mentioned. If it hadn't been for that, Hagen would have waited for them to finish and told Rachel he had to check again, but that last thing made Hagen come out. "Wasn't there any signature from Rubens?" Alex flinched and then said, "It was at the back of the frame. Then it started to rot, and the owner had the panel replaced. I have that panel, so I will show it to you later. But it is funny, I mentioned this just a few minutes before you came in." "Oh, really? That's a funny coincidence. The frame had been replaced because it started to rot, but Hagen found that strange. Artists would put their signature in the painting or outside the painting. So, signing the frame wasn't that weird. However, Hagen had never heard of Rubens signing at the back of the frame. He also sensed something when Alex talked about it. It was like when he saw a perfect forgery, when he couldn't see what was wrong with it but could feel it wasn't right. Lies. Hagen wasn't sure. Was Alex lying, or he was telling the truth but believed that the whole story about that signature was a lie? Either way, Hagen had to find out the truth. So, he looked into the past with his magic. Then, this is a little weird, Hagen commented. Weird. Hagen pointed at the yellow torchlight right next to the warrior in the armor. The paint is wrong. It is using permanent yellow, not chrome yellow, Hagen explained. Albert immediately jumped to his feet and said, "Permanent yellow?" "Yes, it is certainly permanent yellow." At this, Albert glared at Alex as if saying, "It was time for you to pay." However, Hagen didn't exclaim in surprise because the forger had used permanent yellow. It was because he knew the man who was with the forger while he made the painting. A middle-aged man with a fat belly. It was Giorgio Sayer of the Italian Cultural Administration Bureau. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Now, to London. 4. Chapter 157, Now, to London. 4. What was wrong with this country? Even the man who pretended to be the only one with some conscience was corrupted. Hagen was so shocked that he couldn't even say anything. However, apart from his surprise, there was also Alex, the art dealer, who couldn't accept what he said about the painting. That is ridiculous. Are you saying you can discern permanent yellow from chrome yellow with your bare eyes? Do you think I am a fool? Miss, you can't be believing him, right? Alex's face was red as he argued. As Albert and Rachel couldn't totally believe what Hagen had said, they were glancing at him with doubt. Albert's eyes were shaking between the painting and Hagen's eyes. However, he got the confidence from Hagen, who remained calm. He then pressed Alex, "What if this is permanent yellow? You must know there is a lawsuit going on about this painting, right? You won't be able to get away with this. I am going to use everything I have to regain my honor." That makes no sense. Do you really think human eyes can tell permanent yellow from chrome yellow? Then, Rachel interrupted him. Mr. Park once sensed a slight difference in the varnish content in the paint with his eyes. I had my reasons to hire him. I trust his eyes more than a microscope. His eyes have never been wrong, whether you can accept it or not. But, Mr. Park, what is the difference between permanent yellow and chrome yellow? Hagen explained, chrome yellow was used by artists a long time ago, but it was very bad for the body. Then synthetic paint, that wasn't toxic, was invented. That is permanent yellow. In short, permanent yellow didn't exist in Rubens' time. So, this painting is fake. Although Hagen had proved it as fake, he was admiring the forger's skills. He was a genius as great as Tom Keating and Eric Hepburn. He especially understood Rubens' unique philosophy and coloring. Hagen had to acknowledge that. He sensed the difference of varnish content with his eyes? You really believe that? Ha ha ha. This would be quite the news. You can't be believing him, right? Alex scolded, but Rachel didn't even raise her eyebrows. She then said, "Is it funny to you? Well, it's not like you can cry. I can see your concerns, but I asked the British Appraisal Committee to analyze that painting with scientific methods, and the results came out 2 days ago. The varnish content was really different." This time, Alex couldn't laugh, he just looked at Hagen with shock. Hagen looked back at him and coldly said, "You didn't know that, right? Well, it is not your fault. The forger got full of himself after so many successes. Of course, ultimately, it is the fault of your organization. They couldn't get him chrome yellow." What are you talking about? Organization? Alex asked. Stop pretending, you said you bought this from the Ivanov family? And with the signature? Have your workers take a photo of it and show it to me now? Let me see if it is really Rubens. Alex couldn't say anything. He must have been confident when he told that lie for the first time. He thought the forger could put in Rubens' signature in an old frame with just some time. However, a strange appraiser, who could sense the components of paints with his bare eyes, was demanding photos. So, how could he provide them? Appraisers often appraise with high-definition photos. Even if it is less accurate, an appraiser like Hagen could easily prove a hastily forged signature as a fake. You can't, right? It is in my storage, so no one can take its photo except for me. Who can I trust with such a valuable object? I have to take care of everything myself. It was too late. Making that kind of excuse now made him look even more suspicious. Albert was getting gladder and gladder. It showed how much things were getting bad for Alex. Ha! That is nonsense. You sell such expensive artifacts but take care of everything on your own? Do you appraise on your own? What about the money? You buy and sell all those paintings? Without any investors? Albert asked. I use appraisal agencies, and I sometimes get the help of investors. Rubbish! Do you think you are the first art dealer I've ever met? Well, listen. This lawsuit will proceed. I swear upon my honor, I will put you behind bars. Albert was yelling now. Alex staggered and then left in a hurry with his painting. The way he packed his painting also showed that he was a fraud. He thought his scheme had been revealed, so he didn't hesitate to touch and move the painting with his bare hands. Alex would have never done that if it had been real. In the end, he himself showed that everything he said was a lie. After he fled, Albert breathed heavily and smiled in joy while saying, "Thank you so much. It was so shocking when I was the one being accused, but it felt so good to see him go through that." "But how did you know? You really realized it was permanent yellow just by looking at it with your bare eyes?" "Of course not," Hagen explained. "Actually, I didn't. However, I thought something was wrong when I heard him say the signature was at the back of the wooden panel. Rubens had never left his signature at the back of the frame. So, I thought he would come back later with even more preparations if I let him go today." "You thought he would bring the fake signature?" "Yes. Then it would get even more complicated, so I came here." "I know you didn't want that, but I had no choice," Hagen said. However, Rachel shook her hands at this. "It's okay. You came to do your job, and it was selfish of me to make you a praise behind the mirror because I feared what others would say about it. I am ashamed of it. You helped me and Edmund, and I am sorry." "If you are sorry, pay me well," Hagen replied. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. You just helped us greatly by revealing that man's scheme. Honestly, I was tempted, even if I didn't call him to buy that painting. If you hadn't come in, I would have argued with him for some time to lower the price," Rachel then said. "He is a great talker. Most people would believe him. Actually, the forger was even more dangerous than Alex's talking." "So, you just said that as a bait? Then, it might not be permanent yellow." "I did say that as a bait, but the paint is probably permanent yellow." That made no sense. So, Albert ruffled his hair and asked, "Oh, what, now? What do you mean?" "As I just said, seeing with my bare eyes wasn't enough to be sure of it. However, the craquelure was too messy to be chrome yellow. That paint tends to crack neatly in two directions." "Huh, you even saw that?" Albert sank to his chair in shock. If Hagen had found that out with his incredible eyesight, he would have thought Hagen was a different species, but he could have seen that craquelure. He wouldn't have missed it if he had been just a little more careful and a little calmer. That thought made his despair. I don't think that Alex fully believed in the forger, although he didn't imagine that the painting had a flaw. However, as I asked in detail and accused him, he got suspicious as well. Then, he lost his calm and revealed himself, Hagen explained. Albert's hair was in a mess now. He stroked it and blamed himself. "Who? I see. If I had examined it well in the first place, it wouldn't have gotten this far. Shit. I just got lucky." If he hadn't had magic, Hagen would never have been able to figure that out so quickly. Even though he knew how the craquelure of chrome yellow would look like, sensing that small difference at first glance is almost impossible. He could say that only because he had known it was permanent yellow. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have been explaining in such comfort. Rachel stood up and said, "Thank you. Mr. Harrington will pay your fee, but I want to give you a gift myself." "A gift? But my fee would be enough." "No, I have made a mistake, and I want to befriend you. Consider it as my apology. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to look at you. You will accept it, right?" She was smiling so Hagen couldn't say no. "Well, if you insist, . Then, Yunhee opened the door and came in while saying, "That was brilliant. You are amazing." She gave the thumbs up and smiled brightly. It made Hagen relax while he also smiled. "You saw it?" "Of course. Mentioning permanent yellow was so brilliant." "Ms. Butler is giving me a present," Hagen then mentioned. "Wow, really?" "Yes. Let's go get it." Rachel smiled and went out. The rest followed her. Albert was still wobbling a little, but at least he looked relieved now. Here, Rachel took them to a small room on the second floor where paintings filled all four walls. Each of them was magnificent, and Hagen gulped hard. Rachel stopped in front of them and smiled at Hagen while saying, "The elders of my family has collected each of them. They are all precious to me, but I was taught that I can never maintain this family if I hesitate to invest in people." Your elders are cool. Hagen wasn't just saying that to get a better painting. Really? Ha ha. Really? Rachel took off a painting and gave it to Hagen. My grandfather cherished this painting. He liked Shakespeare's Hamlet, and used to stare at Ophelia from time to time. Ophelia. The gift was even greater than Hagen had imagined. Sir John Everett Millais Ophelia. My grandfather used to say my grandmother and the Ophelia in this painting were much alike. Shouldn't you keep this then? No. I've seen my grandmother's photo of her younger days. They were completely different. He was talking about the woman he was having an affair with. Anyway, will you take it? Of course. I would do anything to get this painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Seeing the Light Again, 1. Chapter 158, Seeing the Light Again, 1. Sir John Everett Millais was an influential artist in England. Queen Victoria made him a baronet in 1885, and he was elected as the president of the Royal Academy in 1896. So, him getting inspired by a work of Shakespeare, the great writer and pride of England, is not that strange. However, even though his Ophelia is about a story that everybody knows, it still gives a mysterious and enchanting feeling. When you look at it, you get to focus on the surroundings rather than Ophelia herself. The flowing water, the flowers, and the plants are all so realistic. Do you like Shakespeare? Rachel asked after she gave Hagen the painting. Actually, he didn't, but he couldn't tell a British that he found Shakespeare boring. Of course, I really like Hamlet. However, the truth was that he had read Hamlet only because of the painting Ophelia, not because he liked to read. To him, Hamlet wasn't that impressive, but he knew that John Everett Millais was inspired by it. The beauty of Ophelia's tragic life must have been enough to rouse his artistic soul. I enjoyed it, too. I used to imagine how Ophelia would look, and this painting shows the exact woman I used to picture, Yunhee said as she was very glad. She was about to be absorbed into the painting. You like it even more than me, Hagen commented. She smiled cutely while saying, I used to dream of the tragic love like Ophelia's when I was a child. This is how the story of Hamlet goes. Hamlet, who is consumed by vengeance for his uncle who murdered his father, treats his lover, Ophelia, coldly and then killed her father. Ophelia is driven insane by the series of tragic events. She mutters to herself and wanders around the castle with flowers in her arms. She finally meets a tragic death after falling into a river. This painting was about her sad end. Really? Why? Hagen asked. I just did. What? That's. Then, Rachel chimed in with a laugh, my grandmother did, too. But it's funny. If you admire tragic love, that is what you really get. She was never loved by her husband. Oh, is that why? Is that why I hate this painting? Well, I cannot say no. I was really upset when my grandfather kept staring at this painting in this room. So, I blame him when I see this. However, I don't want to do that anymore. Half of the reason why I'm giving this to you is that I don't want to hate him anymore, Rachel explained. That's a very deep story. I don't think I can take it, Hagen replied. Rachel, however, insisted, Hannah. Please don't think so. There isn't such thing as a painting without a story. When you appraised Jan van Eyck's painting as real a while ago, it also had another story. I and my brother will be reminded of you every time we see it, and when it is time for it to be sold, its value would be even higher. So, you are going to sell it? Heijin asked. Rachel explained, we don't keep paintings forever. Paintings are just decorations. It is boring to have a painting for centuries, no matter how good it is. Then, we sell it and buy a new one. Did you think we are some kind of huge black hole that sucks in antiques? Honestly, I did, Heijin sheepishly replied. Rachel smiled and said, you are honest. Actually, I cannot say that it is not true because of some families, but at least my family isn't like that. Albert, who had been just standing there, added, neither is my family. We sell at least 2 or 3 paintings every day. And we donate most of the money we get from it. Rachel looked sharply at him, you only do that because of the taxes. But donation is always good anyway, Albert replied. The conversation was getting useless, and Heijin thought it was time for him to leave. Thank you for the painting. It will be well kept and exhibited in my museum. As a treasure from England will be in Korea, Koreans will be fonder toward this country. Heijin was only saying that to flatter her. Rachel knew it, so she smiled and said, okay. Come visit us again sometime. No, we might go to Korea before that. We've never been there, actually. I will prepare a list of the best restaurants if you come. You will just have to prepare the money. Rachel then said, I'll look forward to it. We will take care of the customs matters for this painting. A man from Butler Cook Airlines will be waiting for you at the airport. He will take care of everything for you, from tickets to your luggage. And you know that Butler Cook Airlines will always provide you with first-class tickets, right? I'm not sure I can accept this much. It's fine. We were about to get bullied in the aristocrat society because of a certain man, but you rescued us. We even got a decent company after all that, so this painting and first-class tickets are nothing, Rachel replied. Albert was embarrassed and looked away while clearing his throat. Heijin then asked, okay. Oh, and, will you get involved in the Medici's matter in the future? It is inevitable unless we quit enjoying art. But why do you ask? Albert asked. Then do you know Giorgio Sayer of the Cultural Administration Bureau? Albert then answered, I do, he is one of the few government officials Mr. Medici trusts. Why? He cannot be trusted. What? That's all I can tell you. The rest is up to him. I should go now, Heijin said. Well, that worries me. The way to the airport was in great comfort. The Butler family lent them a huge limousine with a chauffeur so they could move without lifting a finger, even though they had a lot of luggage. It was the same when they arrived at the airport. By the time they finished their last meal in England, everything had been taken care of. They looked around the duty-free shops and then waited for the plane. Yunhee then said, somewhat worried, it is good that we got that painting for free, but I have a bad feeling about it. Heijin then asked, why? You think you might end up like Ophelia because you used to dream of a tragic love? That's what happened to Ms. Butler's grandmother. Yes, and the model in the painting of Ophelia, Elizabeth Siddall, also had a bad end, Heijin said. Elizabeth Siddall? That's a funny name. Yes, right? Anyway, she often worked as a model of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. She later married Rossetti but had a hard time because Rossetti kept cheating on her. Then, she had a stillbirth. Eventually, she killed herself at the age of 32, Heijin explained. Oh, her life is so similar to Ophelia's. You might think that way, but you said you just dreamt of a tragic love. It's not like you are the model of this painting. Yunhee crossed her arms and seriously said, I shouldn't get close to that painting. Do you talk to paintings when you get close to them? Heijin asked. Of course. I talk to them and confess my worries to them. I see you don't know anything about this. She looked away, but then she suddenly looked back at Heijin. What? Yunhee then asked, when are you going to hold my hand? His heart dropped. What was he supposed to say? Can't you hold my hand? Heijin asked back. Yunhee immediately grabbed his hand at this. Her hand was slightly cold but so soft. He couldn't help smiling. After they arrived in Seoul, Heijin spent the night at home and then, in the morning, he went to his museum. You look so good. Have you had a great time? I was laboring so hard in the meantime. Byung-guk, now a senior researcher of the museum, greeted him with a smile. Heijin then said, laboring? I gave you your favorite work. I guess you found something as you are back here. Come in first. Get ready to be shocked. Byung-guk was more than confident. He even looked determined, so Heijin got excited and asked, what is it? Heijin started to follow him, but then he saw Yunhee running out of her office. She looked so good in her black dress. She came and said hello to Byung-guk first, good morning, Oh, Director Lim, you will fall if you run like that. It's fine. You just arrived? Yunhee then asked to Heijin. Yeah. Why? Is there something wrong? Yunhee looked alarmed. No, it's fine. You are going to hear Mr. Choi's report, right? Let's go together. I only read about it. Okay. Heijin wanted to ask what that was about, but it could wait. Byung-guk took them to the second basement floor where the excavation researchers had gathered. Have you been here before? Of course. I made this museum, Heijin replied. Byung-guk then said, I asked around, and they told me that they can't see you even once a month. Really? Yes. One of them has seen you only once from afar. Okay. Now you are speaking for them as a senior researcher? Heijin asked. So, do well, Byung-guk encouraged him. I always do well. They actually miss Yunhee more than me. They went in, and all the researchers stood up at seeing them. Heijin greeted each one of them and went into the conference room where he saw a bracelet on the table. He took a closer look. It had a sawtooth-shaped decoration, and all pollutants had been removed. This is a golden bracelet. Where did you find it? Did you excavate it? How did you find only this? It's in excellent condition. Heijin exclaimed. Byung-guk raised his hand and replied, slow down, let me ask you everything. As you can see, I didn't excavate this. Then? Let me ask you something before that. Did you really find out about this grave at Ogura Taeknusk's tomb? Yes, Ogura himself left a record about it, Heijin replied. Maybe he was supposed to feel bad for lying about a dead man, but he didn't feel bad at all as it was Ogura. Really? I found it 2 days after I called you and made the researchers join me. However, someone had blocked the entrance with a huge rock where I thought the right spot was situated, Byung-guk said. And? It took 3 days to remove that rock with trucks and bulldozers. I didn't know bulldozer drivers in this country were so good. Skip to the point. So? Heijin impatiently asked. So, we removed the rock after 3 days and tried to go in, but those bastards had done more than just blocking the entrance. They had filled the entire tomb with pebbles and rocks. What the, Byung-guk continued, and then I found this at the entrance. We can't take care of this on our own from now. We need more heavy equipment, and we must report to the government. Do you realize what this bracelet is? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Seeing the Light Again, 2. Chapter 159, Seeing the Light Again, 2. Anyone could inform the government anytime, but the local excavation agencies would not let Heijin and his people excavate in its area. Local researchers would also want to excavate, of course, so if a museum in Seoul were said to excavate out of nowhere, they would protest. Because of this, to claim the exclusive rights, Heijin had to know what the bracelet was first. Of course, the more important an artifact was, the more likely Heijin's museum would get to excavate that tomb. "Let me take a look first," Heijin said. The golden bracelet seemed extraordinary, even to the ignorant eyes. Unlike other golden bracelets, it was as thick as a watch strap. It also had various jewels that made it appear even more luxurious. Heijin could see why Byonguk had been so confident. "It used to belong to a royal of Shinra, right?" "I don't know much about history, but I said Eureka when I found it." "There's no way this is the only bracelet in that tomb," Byonguk said. "You are right. This must have belonged to a high aristocrat or member of the Shinra royal family." "Really?" Joy appeared in Byonguk's eyes. He had found a great historical site that could be on school books in the future, as soon as he became a senior researcher, so it was a huge honor for him. Heijin explained, "Yes. Members of the Shinra ruling class are found with gold and silver bracelets. However, for this being to be found at the entrance of the tomb is a little unexpected. The Japanese must have made a mistake while they tried to retrieve it in a hurry, or something else must have happened. This shouldn't be lying at the entrance." "Royal? Then this is really important," Byonguk said. If the tomb belonged to a king of Shinra, instead of an ordinary aristocrat, it had incredible historical value. Byonguk and Yunhee both came closer in surprise. Heijin then said, "To whom exactly it used to belong to, we will have to excavate the tomb to find out, but what is certain is that the tomb belongs to a high aristocrat, at least Jingle. That is probably why Agruataknusk wanted to rob the tomb so much." "You have found a great treasure, uncle." Shinra society had 8 classes. The top 2 consisted of royals. The highest was Seongdal, Holy Bone, and the second highest was Jingle, Real Bone. Then Yunhee pointed at the bracelet and asked, "Why do you think this was from the royals or high aristocrats?" Heijin explained, "Look closer. This bracelet was made with 2 gold plates. Can you see?" "Oh, yes. I can." Heijin continued, "The craftsman attached decorations of various shapes with gold threads, gold beads and jewels, then bent the gold plates. It is too luxurious for ordinary aristocrats. Only the royals and the highest aristocrats can do this kind of accessory. And as bracelets were important in funeral rituals of the ruling class along with earrings and belts, it was made with even greater care." "Oh, so, if someone who isn't a high aristocrat wears such a bracelet, he or she can get into trouble?" "Yes. Anyway, uncle, you've done so well." Byonguk shrugged his shoulders and put on his unique "I am so proud of myself" expression. It used to appear on his face when he came out of a grave with Heijin's father with artifacts. Byonguk then said, "Shush, no one else would have been able to find it. It was in such a tricky place. There were so many rocks around it, and it was on a steep slope. No one would have thought there was a tomb there." Heijin replied, "Of course, that is why I let you handle it. If it had been someone else, I wouldn't have hired him as the researcher of this museum." "Yeah, right. Then what are you going to do now? Shouldn't you tell the government?" Byonguk asked. Hearing this, Heijin turned to Yunhee and asked, "Are you going to tell the provincial government of Gyeongsangnam-do?" Yunhee shook her head, "It might be bad for us if we tell just them. I am going to also report it to the City Hall of Seoul and get the permission to excavate from it. However, the provincial government won't like it." Yunhee continued, "For now, we should let the officials fight among themselves. Excavation institutions close with Gyeongsangnam-do's provincial government will try to take it. We must make it clear that we are involved in this first." "Okay then. We know a lot about the tomb and already found a treasure, so even if things go wrong and we have to work together with a few other institutions, we would be able to lead, Yunhee explained. We should. Who was going to excavate? That didn't really matter. What mattered was to restore the tomb and the artifacts damaged by the Japanese. Heijin just wanted to get a chance to exhibit the artifacts in his museum. That was his small wish. On the other hand, the director of the museum, Yunhee, thought they had to lead the excavation as they had started and found a meaningful artifact. Heijin could understand that. Then, we should restore it more perfectly and ask for permission to excavate as fast as possible. Okay. I will let the restoration team take this now. And, we need to talk, Yunhee said to Heijin. He then replied, huh? Okay. Uncle, let's go have a drink later. They hadn't met for some time, so they had to have makgeolli together, or Byonguk would feel bad. I've been working so hard that just makgeolli won't be enough. I heard you came back with lots of money. Buy me some meat, Byonguk requested. How did you know that? Okay, I will buy good beef, so wait. Oh, and call Sejong, too. Byonguk replied, there's no need for that. She's going on a date with her boyfriend after work. Sejong must have been neglecting Byonguk after she started to date her boyfriend. Why are you pouting because of it? It's only natural. Anyway, see you later. Okay. Heijin then followed Yunhee to her office. The moment she went in, she picked up a file on her desk and gave it to Heijin. Heijin asked, why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? Yunhee frowned, no, it's not that urgent, but I cannot take care of it on my own. What do you mean? See for yourself. Yunhee then pointed at the file. Heijin sat down on the soft sofa of the office and opened the file. SH Global? Pyramid marketing fraud? Heijin asked. The document was about the fraud of a pyramid marketing company that invested in Chinese antiques. This is what had happened. They promoted and lured people in by saying they could earn a huge sum of money by investing in stocks related to Chinese antiques. However, they took 15 billion won and ran away. They even invited the investors to China and showed them the Chinese antiques they had bought. Yunhee explained, yes. They made people invest about 3.9 million won each, telling them they would give back 14.7 million in 5 months. Ha, this is ridiculous. Antique is not something a company can sell at a high price after making a group purchase, Heijin said. Yunhee continued, however, people don't know much. Although the actual price of antiques is rising in China, only a few know how much the price has soared and how many fakes are in the market. Anyway, why are you showing me this? You can't be asking me to look into this fraud. Has someone asked for my help? Heijin asked. Yunhee brought a business card from her desk and gave it to Heijin. It belonged to Prosecutor Ha Yanjin of Seoul's East Prosecutor's Office. Prosecutor Ha Yanjin? Do you know her? Yunhee replied, she came here when we were in Europe. She left the file and her business card as she didn't know when we would come back. So, she wants me to help with the investigation? But isn't this too much? She can't be asking me to go to China and find out about the antiques those people have invested in, right? Yunhee just shrugged her shoulders and said, I don't know, either. All we have is that file she left. Should I call her and ask? No. I will call her and ask. Yunhee then asked, but what if you end up being forced to help? It's not like it will get us money. I am worried about that, too, but you said those people lost 15 billion won. Think about how they must be feeling. If I can help them with little effort, I should, Heijin replied. Yunhee's eyes widened as if she hadn't seen this coming while saying, oh. I didn't know you were so kind-hearted. I'm not saying I will just help them out of pity. I'm no volunteer. However, I can help a little with the knowledge I have. Let's call her first. We don't know what she has to say. Heijin called the number in the business card, and a female voice was soon heard. Yes, this is Ha Yanjin. Hello, I am Park Heijin. I heard you came to my museum a while ago? Oh, I've been waiting for your call, Mr. Park. Yanjin's voice immediately brightened at hearing Heijin's name. Yes. I just read the file you left. May I ask why you gave this to me? Actually, I need your help, the woman replied. But I don't have much time. It doesn't require much time and effort. I cannot tell you about it on the phone. Can we meet and talk? I promise you, it won't take long. It's something you can do very easily. Well, okay then, Heijin accepted. My office is close to your museum, so I will get there before lunchtime. Why don't we have lunch together and talk? Okay, that would be good, Heijin replied. Then I will meet you soon. Judging only from her voice, she appeared to be nice. Maybe because she didn't have that unique attitude of prosecutors looking down on people. Yanjin arrived exactly 10 minutes before lunchtime. She was armed with a black two-piece suit and loafers. Heijin could see that she was determined to solve this matter. After a short greeting, they went to a samgyetang restaurant in front of the museum. Yanjin didn't waste time and took out the documents from her bag. The file I left at your museum is just a simple outline of the case. This is what we actually want your help with. Heijin took a look at it, and it was about porcelain. What is this? Is this the porcelain that the fraud company bought? Heijin asked. Yes. But what about it? Yanjin explained, the company bought fake porcelain in China and showed it to investors to make them invest. Those investors thought things were going well after seeing them and worked hard to recruit more people in Korea. Okay. Yanjin continued, we have arrested most of the people from SH Global, including the CEO. The lawsuit is about to start. They have hidden most of the money they got, but we are looking for it now. Then isn't it almost over? Heijin asked. Catching the people is almost over. Why would I come to you because of such a matter? Yanjin asked. Then? Heijin thought it was getting too boring, but then Yanjin said something unexpected. SH Global bought fake antique in China, showed it to Korean investors, got their money, and fled. We thought that was all. What? Yanjin stroked her hair in agitation, then said, we thought all the porcelains SH Global bought were fake, but we were wrong. What is ridiculous is that even those frauds think the porcelain they bought is fake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Seeing the Light Again, 3. Chapter 160, Seeing the Light Again, 3. What? What are you talking about? Heijin asked. It often happens that you end up buying fake porcelain while thinking that it is a genuine artifact. However, buying real porcelain while thinking that it is fake never happens. It doesn't happen since why would the seller sell a real artifact for the price of a fake artifact? Plus, appraising a real artifact as a fake is a mistake that rarely happens. There was no way this kind of mistake could have occurred when there was a deal that involved such a huge sum of money. SH Global bought more than 100 antiques. But only one of them is problematic, right? This one. Yanjin leafed through the file and stopped at a certain page. It's a pillow? Heijin asked. It was a white porcelain pillow with strange animals carved on the lower part, but the photo had been taken from the distance so Heijin couldn't be sure. Yes. One of the investors took this photo, so it's a little blurry. Can you appraise this? The woman asked. It was more than just a little blurry. Heijin couldn't give them a confident answer even with the photo taken right in front of the artifact, but asking him to appraise with that photo was just too much. Heijin then asked, you want me to appraise with just this? It's not like I'm a mutant. Wait, but why do you even want to have it appraised? You said it was real. Yanjin gulped down some cold water, clearly agitated. Ha, you see, we were told it was real, but we are not sure yet, she replied. Heijin was now getting angry and raised his voice. Oh, my, are you going to keep avoiding the point? Stop toying with me. Yanjin answered, I am sorry. We didn't expect such a situation, and there are many matters involved in this case. Tell me everything if you want my help and stop asking me for such a dumb favor. No one can appraise with this photo. But then, the food came out and the conversation stopped there. They finished eating and then went to nearby cafe. Yanjin started speaking again only after getting some cold air from the air conditioner. This fraud case was about to be finished. We had all the evidence to prove them guilty and all that was left was to find the money. Of course, that is very hard, but sending them to prison isn't. However, China then asked for our help. That's where it started. The Chinese told you that one of the porcelains SH Global bought was real? Heijin asked. Yes. They searched SH Global's Chinese office and the homes of its employees, but they couldn't find the pillow. Then, they asked for our help, Yanjin explained. Then why should I help them? At first, Heijin had decided to help, even if he wasn't interested, since there were people who had lost such a huge sum of money. So, there was no reason to put time and effort into finding someone's artifact. China promised you a huge reward, Yanjin then said. It seemed that there was a good reason. Heijin then replied, well then. I should do it. So? Please, keep talking. Yanjin was relieved to hear Heijin was going to help because of the reward. She slightly smiled and resumed talking. This is what they told me, although most of the porcelains SH Global bought are fake, one of them is real, and we have found out it had been sent to Korea, so help us retrieve it. What did they say about a real artifact being treated as a fake? Heijin asked. The merchant who sold it didn't know much about antiques. He was just briefly taking care of the shop for a relative when he sold it. That relative later found out about it and reported it to the police. But by the time that happened, the porcelain was already in Korea. Does that make any sense? Heijin asked. Even though that man had been a relative, antiques don't have price tags like manufactured goods. How could he just sell it without the permission of the shop owner? Yanjin answered, it was one of the few real objects the shop had. I don't know much about it, but I heard that there are so many fakes in China that even shop owners sometimes get confused. Is that not true? It wasn't. At least, merchants who traded antiques cherished real antiques as much as their lives, so they didn't make mistakes easily. Although they were saying it had been a mistake, there had to be an untold story about it. Okay. Anyway, you said it was in Korea. Do you know where exactly it is? Yanjin replied, we were told that a white porcelain pillow showed up in Insadong. But as you can see from this photo, that is the only information we have. So, we're not even sure if that is the right artifact. If we go after it and it turns out to be a different pillow, the owner of the pillow we want will probably hide his artifact. It's a tricky situation. So, you are saying that we must send that pillow back to China, but you don't even know if the pillow, in Insadong, is the right pillow. You also don't know if it is real as they say. Am I getting it right? Heijin asked. Yanjin sighed and nodded, yes, that is what's going on now. Heijin then asked, but what if it's fake? Yanjin's eyes sparkled, then we must find out why. Why they told us such a lie, and the reason they want that pillow back so much for them to be willing to lie about it, but I wonder that, too. If it's fake, Heijin hadn't seen the pillow yet, so he couldn't be sure of anything. However, things were getting interesting. China also offered 1,000,000 yuan as the reward for retrieving that artifact, Yanjin said. 1,000,000 yuan. The reward could be for either the real or the fake artifact. Plus, it was the lowest amount of money they could pay to Heijin. In fact, if it had been smaller than that, Heijin would have refused to work for them. 1,000,000 yuan. Why? Is it too small? Yanjin asked. It isn't much for such a job. Well, I cannot say it is small, either. This is so confusing. Heijin used to earn less than 100,000 won as a construction worker, so he was getting greedy. However, he couldn't help complaining as his employer was now a country, not an individual. We are going to try our best to find it. But you must know a lot more about Incidon, so if that pillow shows up, could you go and check? Yanjin felt bad for asking such a favor, so she smiled awkwardly. Okay, but why did you pick me? Heijin asked. Yanjin then explained, actually, the Chinese did. I never cared about art until I got this case, so I didn't know anything about good appraisers. Therefore, it was all the better for me when they picked you. They then told me to go to Mr. Park Heijin, who had a museum in Bukshan. Heijin could now see the Chinese person behind that. Wang Mingwan, Heijin said to himself. What? Who? Nothing. Yanjin bitterly smiled and stood up. Then please, do your best. You don't have to worry, but I think my superiors are getting afraid. Although I don't know who they are afraid of, anyway, let's get a drink if this ends well. Okay, let's do that. After they parted ways, Yunhee poked him from the side while saying, Wang Mingwan, isn't that the rich Chinese lady you helped before? Yes. If they specifically asked for me, she must be involved in this. That's why I'm even more curious. What is going on? Heijin replied. I will check what kind of rumor is going around in Incidon. If Chinese porcelain came to Korea, it must have come through the customs of Incheon, so I will check there as well, Yunhee said. You think they bribed the customs? If they did, they must have paid a lot. Yunhee bit her lips and said, if the customs really have accepted dirty money, there must be more than 1 or 2 artifacts that came in. And it is probably. Heijin could think of only one organization that had the power and wealth to regularly bring in Chinese artifacts. Huajin? Heijin then made a guess. Although we know nothing now, I have a bad feeling. As you said, selling a real antique while thinking it is fake is way too ridiculous. Anyway, I will ask my friend in Seian Gallery, too. They might be involved in this as well. Okay. There's more to this than meets the eye, so don't rush. Let us focus on excavating the tomb in Gimhe. Don't focus on this, Heijin replied. Okay. Although this case came with a huge reward, what mattered to Heijin was excavating the tomb. He had no reason to be so enthusiastic about matters related to the Chinese. A week passed. Although rumors about that porcelain pillow in Incidon were heard from time to time, the object itself didn't show up. Yanjin also didn't press Heijin to hurry. There was a piece of good news in the meantime. Heijin's museum got the permission to excavate the tomb. To his surprise, the provincial government of Gyeongsang-namdo granted the museum's request to excavate right away. It was because one of its high officials knew Yunhee. So now, Heijin was at the site with Byonguk. Although the excavation had started 2 days ago, researchers including Heijin couldn't do a thing. Only the bulldozer drivers were working hard. However, this was going to be the last day of using heavy equipment. Starting from tomorrow, the researchers were supposed to work hard. Can we really do this? I am so worried, Byonguk muttered as he looked at the hydraulic shovel slowly approach the entrance of the tomb. As it was the last day of removing huge rocks and soil with the heavy equipment, one small mistake could damage the tomb or the artifacts in it. It's okay. You can trust them. You have never experienced this kind of excavation, but in this country, hydraulic shovel drivers are always the first to start excavating, Heijin replied. Byonguk had been excavating as a grave robber his whole life, so he knew nothing about proper excavation. Heijin knew this since he had worked as a part-time worker at excavation sites while he was attending university, but the man who was controlling the hydraulic shovel knew the most about what he was doing. Are you sure? He might harm the artifacts. Heijin then explained, I used to be worried like you, but those drivers are good. They can dig with an accuracy right down to the centimeters with that huge machine. Foreigner researchers are shocked to see us excavating with such machinery, and they are shocked once more to see it digging even better than human hands. That's, wow. Heijin watched with Byonguk like that. When the sky was about to turn red, the machine finally stopped. Ha! Hey! There is something. The driver came out and waved his hands at Heijin. What? What is it? I don't know, but I don't think I can touch it. Go and take a look. Heijin went there, and his researchers all followed him. Okay, be careful. Hey, watch your steps. Heijin took each step carefully and arrived at the spot. He knelt down and saw something blue. Ha! Isn't that glass? The driver, who was now here as well, asked. Glass. Thrill appeared in all of the researchers' eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Seeing the Light Again, 4. Chapter 161, Seeing the Light Again, 4. Glass? Is it really glass? It was the excited voice of an old man. Heijin then looked toward the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be Professor Jong Chianman, from Korea University's Archaeology Department, who was taking part in this excavation. When the Cultural Heritage Administration saw the gold bracelet Byonguk had found, it excited the professors and researchers of the best university in Korea as it could be the tomb of a king. Of course, the help of young university students was also needed to excavate such a tomb. As the leader of the excavation, Heijin needed more people, and the students were going to learn a lot by participating in such a project. I think it is glass, Heijin replied as he carefully removed the dirt with a brush. Although it was dim after being buried for so long, the transparent jade color object was clearly a water vase made of glass. Oh, Chianman's voice was shaking with thrill. Glass? Why is everybody so excited about glass? Byonguk asked about what was going on. Although he had lived as a grave robber his entire life, he only knew how to steal. Appreciating the true value of artifacts was something he couldn't do. That was why he used to ask Heijin or his father to appraise for him. Glass was very rare during the Three Kingdoms period. Glass vase is mostly found in the tombs of kings, Heijin explained. What? Then? Yes. If this is here, this tomb probably belongs to a king. Shinra glass objects were normally found in huge tombs belonging to a king. It was something that only particular people could own, like a golden belt and a golden crown. It means the political and social status of the dead was very high. Wow, first the gold bracelet, and now this glass bottle. We might be able to excavate a huge tomb that will be recorded in history books. Probably, as Heijin replied while digging with a small shovel, someone came next to him and helped. It was Chianman. He had been at the back a minute ago, but now he was right next to Heijin. Your pants will get dirty. Why don't you wait there? Heijin said. However, Chianman didn't mind getting dirty. He leaned down and started to dig after saying, I can't stay still. I am too excited, haha. He looked even more excited than his students. Anyway, after an hour of digging, they were able to lift the bottle from the ground. Oh, it is remarkable, Chianman exclaimed. The bottle in Heijin's hands was still in perfect shape. It had a mysterious hue that absorbed the light around it. This is similar to a Greek oinakoi. Oinakoi was a type of jug that was made in Greece. Basically, it is a kettle for the wine. Its body is usually in a spherical or cylindrical shape, and it has one curved handle. Its body would sometimes look like the human body. It was usually used to pour the wine. There were also various types of them. Some had red figures, black figures, and geographical patterns until the end of Greek pottery. In the later days, its shape and decoration had even more variety. For example, its body shapes became extremely long. Ancient Greek vases were called differently according to the shape, like oinakoi, crater, amphora, and hydria. Chianman, surprised, said, "Oh, you know that? I heard you are the director of an art museum, but you seem to know a lot." It looked like Chianman hadn't heard about Heijin yet. "I am not the director of Park Heijin Art Museum. I work as a restorer," Heijin replied. "Ha, you let a businessman manage your museum and you do the restoring? That is very unusual. Anyway, nice to meet you. Now that I think about it, I haven't introduced myself. I am Jong Chianman of Korea University's Archaeology Department. I am Park Heijin. I work as an appraiser and restorer. And this is senior researcher Choi Byung-guk of my museum. He is the one who found this tomb. I am Choi Byung-guk." Byung-guk enjoyed being introduced with that title. He then put a serious expression on his face, which Heijin had never seen before, and offered to shake Chianman's hand. "Nice to meet you. Did you find this tomb?" "You have done something extremely meaningful," Chianman complimented Byung-guk. "Well, it was nothing." While the two talked among themselves, Heijin examined the vase in his hands. Seeing that, Chianman asked, "What do you think?" Heijin answered, "At the time, glass was made mostly in the east of the Mediterranean like Syria, so it must have come to Shinra through the Silk Road or by sea. And it has a trumpet-shaped mouth. When that style was introduced to China, the Chinese called it the head of Fenghuang bottle as the shape resembled the head of Fenghuang." "You do both appraising and restoring? That is really unusual. Fenghuang is a mythical bird of Eastern Asia that is somewhat like a phoenix." Chianman studied Heijin's face and asked another question. "How long have you been working as an appraiser?" "About 2 years. It hadn't been a year since Heijin started working as an appraiser, but it looked too short, so he just said 2 years instead. However, it was also way too short. 2 years? Well, are you in your 30s now?" "No, I am 28, Heijin replied. Chianman then commented, 28, then 2 years of career is not that short. You are at an age to learn, but you already own a museum. Are your parents rich?" Usually, people didn't ask that kind of question so directly as it could sound rude, but this professor was very straightforward. "No, I just got lucky," Heijin answered. "Is luck enough to explain how you got to own a museum?" "Well, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But I'm just a little curious." His curiosity was understandable. Getting rich so fast, the way Heijin had done, was normally impossible. "I guess incomprehensible things do happen sometimes," Heijin replied with a vague answer. If they had been alone, Heijin could have told him everything that had happened, but as there were many people around them, he didn't bother to explain. You are right. I just hope you were born with a silver spoon." "It would be a little disappointing if you were not," Chianman nodded, but judging from his expression, he was still doubtful. He said he hoped Heijin was born with a silver spoon. He was probably thinking that Heijin had done something bad to establish his museum. Heijin didn't care about what he thought. He just wanted to drop the matter with a smile, but Byung-guk didn't like it. "You may not know it well, but he is the best appraiser in this country. People of the world all beg for his help. Americans, Europeans, and even the royals of Arabia," Byung-guk defended Heijin. "What? Oh, really?" Chianman couldn't fully believe him. Actually, what Byung-guk said did sound a bit like nonsense. The royals of Arabia begging for help, how could that be real? Only those who had watched everything would believe it, but as Chianman had never seen Heijin before, he was probably thinking, where did these frauds come from? "That's enough, uncle. I will send this to the restorations team. so please take photos and clear the site. Uncle, please check the inside. They had only taken a few steps into the entrance. As the Japanese had practically destroyed the tomb, from now on, no one could guess which object would show up and where. Additionally, as the structure of the tomb itself had probably been shaken, an expert had to handle it. Byanguk was also the best expert they had, so he said, "Let me handle this. You should go and restore that vase." As it was in perfect condition, all that had to be done was to remove the dirt on the inside. The restoration wasn't going to take more than a week. But then, Xianmen hurried to follow him and yelled, "Wait! Why are you taking it? Why am I taking it? My institution is leading this excavation, so I should take this and restore it," Heijin replied. "This is an artifact with extremely important historical value. It is the treasure of this country." Xianmen yelled again. Heijin had endured it until now as Xianmen's questions had some sense in them, but now, he started to get irritated and replied, "Who doesn't know that? Do you think I am on my way to sell this?" Xianmen threw a bomb solemnly by saying, "Who knows?" Now, Heijin couldn't just let it go as Xianmen was clearly not going to back off easily. Even though the government had given Heijin permission to excavate, convincing him with words was not going to work. "You just crossed the line. Do you think you can handle the consequences of what you just said?" Heijin asked. "I am just having a reasonable doubt. Few know better than me how many corrupted archaeologists there are," Xianmen replied. As archaeology in Korea practically had a history of theft and grave robbers, Heijin didn't think Xianmen was completely mad. Seiun Gallery had siphoned a considerable number of Korean artifacts, and there were more galleries and museums like that. Additionally, as Heijin had appeared so suddenly like a comet that fell from the sky, he admitted that he could be doubted. Nevertheless, Xianmen couldn't accuse him like that in front of so many people, unless he had good evidence. If he had asked Heijin to let a few of his students help with the restoration of the vase, Heijin wouldn't have said no, but Xianmen overreacted when seeing a treasure walk away in front of him. "You are making it hard for us to work together. I will officially ask the government to exclude Korea University from this excavation." Xianmen yelled in shock, "Ridiculous. You think the Cultural Heritage Administration would grant that request? Do you think everyone here is a fool?" Heijin replied, "I don't, but I don't think they will refuse my request." "Well, I guess you are thinking it will never happen as you know every official from the Cultural Heritage Administration, but I bet they will give me what I want. Sojong, go back to Seoul with this. I will come to the museum straight away. Make sure to exclude the students from Korea University from the excavation, okay?" Heijin handed the vase to Sojong, who had come with him. She started to load it carefully with her fellow researchers. Xianmen made a fuss to stop it, but the guards of the museum stopped him. Byanguk looked bitter. He waved his hand at Heijin, put on his gears, and walked into the tomb. Heijin went to his car after checking Byanguk enter the tomb, but Xianmen struggled with the guards and eventually came to him. "I will tell the minister and reporters about all this. Every Korean will find out how you stole the treasure of the country." Xianmen yelled. Heijin wanted to say, "Be my guest," but he knew he would pay a lot if he let him do whatever he wanted. Plus, public opinion is tricky. He could become the traitor of the nation in a second. Heijin then went to Xianmen and said, "I don't understand. Why are you doing this? The Cultural Heritage Administration gave us the official permission to excavate here. Where is that delusion of yours about me stealing the artifacts excavated coming from?" That's. Heijin couldn't understand at all. Xianmen had his reason to have doubts, but this was too much. This was too weird. Eventually, he snatched Xianmen's glasses. What are you doing?" Instead of answering that question, Heijin used magic to look into the past. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162 Uninvited Guest 1. Chapter 162 Uninvited Guest 1. Xianmen's office at Korea University. In there, Xianmen was having a serious conversation with someone. The man sitting opposite to him was in his 50s and, judging from how they talked, he appeared to be Xianmen's superior. I must go to that site in Gimhe? Xianmen asked. The man then said, as you must know, things are going bad in Japan. Political issues keep happening, and then a grave was robbed. Do you know that? A grave was robbed? The man then explained, My, you really know nothing. Ogura Takenos's tomb has been robbed. The archaeologists and historians in Japan were all shocked. And as you know, history is linked to a nation's soul. The man tapped his head with his finger while Xianmen bowed after saying, Of course. You are right, Senator Gang. That tomb belongs to none other than Ogura, and it was robbed. This is a serious problem. There are rumors going around in Japan saying that the thief is Park Haejin, the owner of the museum that is leading the excavation tomb in Gimhe, Senator Gang replied. Xianmen then said, Park Haejin. I think I've heard of him. Oh. His museum got Picasso's painting some time ago. Ah, you are too slow. Yes, that museum. But why would he go all the way to Japan to rob a grave? Bringing in Japanese artifacts would be suspicious, Xianmen asked. Senator Gang drank some cold water in front of him and gravely said, The double dragon sword. Shocked, Xianmen asked, What? Do you mean the double dragon sword which Park Haejin Art Museum just showed to the public? Yes, that sword was in Ogura's tomb, Senator Gang explained. Oh, my, Xianmen buries his head in his hands. However, Senator Gang didn't like this and openly expressed his anger. He dared to steal General Lee Sunsen's sword which was sleeping in Ogura's tomb. How could he do that? You know what kind of man Ogura Takenos was. He spent his entire wealth protecting Korean artifacts from being sent abroad. And he dug his grave and stole General Lee Sunsen's sword. That is insane, isn't it? Yes, but... What but? Ha? Senator Gang glared at Xianmen who dropped his head. No, he insulted a great man. Yes, Xianmen then replied. Hey, Professor Joan, listen up. You do know that 80% of the research funds you get every year come from us, right? Of course. I'm well aware of it. Wouldn't I be shocked if you change your mind after getting our money for so long? And then there's money we gave to your son and daughter so that they could study abroad, then you should do the right thing. Don't you think so? Xianmen bowed once again and said, I am sorry, I made a mistake. That man must be punished for digging Ogura's tomb. Senator Gang smiled only then. Next, he spoke in a soothing voice as if he was someone else now. You know I like you a lot, right? Let's not do this. I don't like arguing, either. We have drunk and had fun with girls so many times. Don't we know each other so well? Of course, Xianmen smiled awkwardly. Senator Gang then took his hand and asked, Your son is coming back soon, right? Did he get a job? As you know, getting a job is hard these days. Yes. He majored in business administration, right? Xianmen suddenly brightened up at this, yes. He studied business administration at Goguryeo University. His grades are good, and now he speaks fluent Japanese, but... Although Xianmen's son had graduated from a decent university, it wasn't good enough to get a job during the economic depression. It must have been why his father had sent him to Japan to study more. You should. Where was it? Korea Asset Management Corporation. Try applying there, Senator Gang said. Korea Asset Management Corporation? That's where the best elites go. Korea Asset Management Corporation was famous for being good even among public enterprises. If his son could get a job there, his life would be easy from there. Don't be so modest, you're the smartest person I've ever met. As the old saying goes, a tiger father will not beget a dog son. He is your son, so he must also be smart. I will tell them in advance, so make him apply there. But Xianmen stood up and bowed deeply again and again. Oh, thank you so much. I will never forget this. Please, there's no need for that between us. Sit. Senator Gang made Xianmen sit again and continued, anyway, to talk about what we were discussing again, you should go to Gimhe. Xianmen, who had looked troubled, now asked back with enthusiasm, what should I do there? Senator Gang laughed and patted his shoulder, huh? This is the Professor John I know. It isn't that difficult. Just break the project. Break the project? Senator Gang then explained, you see, that Park Haejin guy has many friends. People that are fond of him are everywhere, including at the Cultural Heritage Administration, so we couldn't stop them from getting permission to excavate. If we use force to get what we want, we won't be able to get away with this, but Japan made it clear what we must do with this excavation. Do you mean? Yes, the excavation team funded by us must lead this excavation, and without any help from the other teams. Now, your team is the only team that can take part in it without people getting suspicious. Go and break the project. Then we will be able to start the new project, Xianmen commented. Senator Gang smiled with satisfaction. Yes, we are planning to make a new team enter the tomb. And after that? Senator Gang snapped Xianmen's curiosity, you don't need to know more. Then, which will be in the new excavation team? Xianmen asked. You don't have to know that, either. You only have to do your part well. Understood? Xianmen looked a little disappointed, but he soon smiled and bowed, yes. Senator Gang grabbed his knees and slowly stood up. Oh, you must work out as well. I am younger than you, but my body is already getting heavy. You should take care of your body, Xianmen said. Yes. Let us get a drink later. That girl you liked, who is she? Yaram, right? Her name is pretty, too. Right? Senator Gang then asked. Ha. Xianmen smiled, embarrassed. Senator Gang patted his shoulder and then turned around, let's drink with her. Then goodbye. Thank you for everything, Senator. When Xianmen straightened his back again, the senator had already left. Xianmen plopped down on his chair while letting out a sigh. He then thought about something for some time and picked up his phone. Hey, Zhongtae, it looks like we will have to excavate in Gimhe. Pick about 5 students to work. How long? Not that long. No, this excavation will end very soon. Don't ask more. Haejin stared at the old professor's face. The professor was enraged as Haejin had taken his glasses, and he was being restrained by the guards. Haejin did think that there was a chance of something being wrong. In fact, Xianmen was insisting too much on nonsense that Haejin thought there must be something behind it, and there really was a dirty deal behind all that. What was he supposed to do? If he just ignored him and went back, that old professor, who was willing to sacrifice the artifacts for his son's future, would get what he wanted. However, arguing there wasn't going to help, either, especially as Xianmen's assistant was recording everything with his camera from afar. Acting without care could cost the government's permission to excavate. Actually, Haejin didn't really have to excavate. He had come all this way because he wanted to exhibit the artifacts from the tomb at his museum, but he thought if that didn't happen, he wouldn't care much. However, letting the artifacts fall into their hands was a different matter. They valued their well-being and wealth more than the nation's legacy. Okay, you can have it. Haejin stopped the guards and gave the vase to Xianmen. You should have given it to me sooner. However, my researchers will lead the restoration process. Is that fine? Haejin asked. Xianmen then replied, this is an important legacy of this country. Anyone who isn't good enough cannot lay a hand on it. Yes, of course. The best expert will lead the process. Haejin was thinking of hiring the best restorer in Korea if needed. If you say so, Cheonman nodded and was about to back off. He was probably thinking what had happened was enough to win the public. With Senator Gang's power, making a few reporters write about it wouldn't be hard. Haejin then said, "But can I ask you something instead?" "Ask me what, Dot?" "Who was it? Who gave you orders to disturb this project?" What the? Senator Gang Young-jin. In the next second, Cheonman covered his mouth quickly. However, he had already confessed. Haejin nodded and went away from him. As he had used the magic to make people confess the truth, he could have made Cheonman confess everything if he wanted, but he thought it would not be good. Strange things occurring to so many people would drag too much attention, and it was not good. That was enough. Now, it looked like Cheonman had made a mistake, and everyone makes mistakes. Now, people were going to think that the old professor said something he shouldn't have as he was getting older and less sharp. Oh. I see. Senator Gang Young-jin, okay. Wait. Cheonman called him, but Haejin ignored that and got on his car. As the restoration researchers, including Soo-jong, were watching, the artifacts that had been hidden in the dark for a long time were about to see the light again. Additionally, that video Cheonman's assistant had filmed was never going to be shown. What the professor had said was already leaving the site with shock. Senator Gang Young-jin. A senator who takes Japan's money and steals the artifacts from their own country for Japan could exist. However, it wasn't like Haejin was a hero. He didn't want to bother going to him and bring about social justice. Even with his magic, he wasn't invincible. Additionally, he could be tracked by that secret organization that was after vestigiums. Nevertheless, he had to know who he was. Since he was openly standing in his way, one day, they were going to meet, although he didn't know when. Buzz. When Haejin was on the highway, his phone buzzed. It was Yoonhee. When he took the call, he could sense that she sounded a little tense. "It's me." "Yes, I know." "What is it?" Haejin asked. Yoonhee then explained, "Prosecutor Hyeonjin called in the morning. The white porcelain pillow from China showed up in Insadong. So, I looked into it, and a friend of mine told me that she just got an invitation. 8 p.m. today, Beach Hotel." Haejin could see how it was going on. But, those criminals were so bold. Then, I guess I will get to see some wealthy people at the hotel. It's been a while since I did that at Ot. Yoonhee then let out a heavy sigh. Okay. I'll find you a way to get in, although we have no invitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Uninvited Guest, 2. Chapter 163, Uninvited Guest, 2. This was why having friends was important. Yoonhee could find a way to participate in that strange meeting without even having an invitation. Haejin arrived at his museum after 3 hours of driving. However, there was someone unexpected waiting for him there. "It's been a while." "Yes. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Haejin asked. "It takes a few hours of flight to get here from China." "Why would I bother to do that?" The woman who was waiting in front of Yoonhee's office was Director Wang Mingwon of China Guangmian Electricity Industry. She was sitting on a small chair with only one attendant. Unlike before, she was wearing something modest, so no one would think she was a trillionaire. "Anyway, we cannot talk here. Would you like a cup of coffee?" "You're right, this isn't the right place to talk. Why don't we go to the hotel I'm staying at?" "We cannot be seen." Haejin was a bit puzzled by this, but Wang Mingwon looked serious. "Therefore," he nodded, "you could have called me then." "But I wanted to come here. I was curious about your museum. Now that my curiosity has been satisfied, I should leave." Okay, I will take my car, but come to Beach Hotel and call me. She then left with her attendant. Next, Yunhee came to Haejin and said, she has been waiting for some time. You should have called me. Yunhee then explained, I heard about it only a minute ago. So, I came out, but she was already talking with you. I guess our staff didn't think she was so important. They found out only when her attendant spoke. Of course, they still don't know who Wang Mingwan is. She told me to go to Beach Hotel. There is something going on in that hotel. Have you asked that friend of yours about what is about to happen there? Haejin asked. Yunhee crossed her arms and gravely shook her head. I don't know the details. It is a private auction, but its host is Hyoyeon. Ha, your crazy cousin? Yunhee confirmed, yes. She has enough power to drag people in with just invitations and hints. Well, all the chaebols in this country will be there. They wouldn't miss the chance to inherit the biggest corporation group in Korea. The chance to inherit Wajin? Hyoyeon is her father's only child. Even though she has dated many men until now, she is just over 20, so most of them were just some light flirting. This is a great opportunity to win her over, Yunhee explained. Oh. I see. Then all the chaebols will be determined to get her, Haejin commented. I will use that and find us a way to get in that meeting. Okay. When Haejin arrived at Beach Hotel, Wang Mingwan called him to the second most expensive room. Yunhee had told him that it cost 7 million won per night. Haejin did wonder how that expensive room would look like. However, when he went in, he couldn't focus on the room itself. There were about half a dozen people going around in a hurry. Welcome. Only Wang Mingwan and a man were sitting on the sofa. They greeted Haejin calmly. What is going on? Haejin asked. It's a little bustling, right? But why didn't you call me? I thought you would, as I didn't send you the rest of your fee. It's not like you will not pay me. I just thought I would get it eventually, Haejin replied. Actually, Haejin didn't know about that. However, even if he had known that, he wouldn't have called Wang Mingwan and demanded to be paid. She was Wang Huayang's cousin, after all. For the relationship between the two countries, Haejin couldn't protest to her because of a payment. Most of all, it wasn't like his museum was in need of money. Really? Thank you, then. I'm not making excuses, but as we are returning the thing to where it should be, we couldn't just give you the money right away. It had to be washed first. You will get the rest of your fee in 3 days, Wang Mingwan said. Thank you. And this is Liang Tian. He works for my cousin Wang Huiyang. The man was very thin. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to finally meet you. Thank you. But what is this about? Haejin asked. Wang Mingwan had her attendant bring Haejin a cup of tea, then said, You already know why I am here. Yes, it's because of the white porcelain pillow, but I didn't think it was important enough for you to come here yourself, Haejin commented. Wang Mingwan put a cigarette in her mouth, lit it with a fashionable gesture, and started to explain. You are the only Korean who knows what I am going to tell, you know. You heard that Korea's SH Global bought fake antiques from China and tricked people with illegal multi-level marketing, right? Why? Is that not the truth? Haejin asked. We thought it was until recently. That's what the Korean prosecutors think, too. That is why we didn't care about it much. You should explain from now. Wang Mingwan then nodded to Lian Tian. He took it from there. A while ago, when the real terracotta soldier came back to China through Chengdu port, we accused the officials who handled the management of the artifacts. It wasn't like someone tipped us off about them, but we thought such a huge artifact like the terracotta soldier couldn't have been sent abroad without the help of the customs workers. And Lian Tian then continued, we thought we would find a few more things, of course. We didn't want to find out everything, either. Customs workers couldn't have done that on their own. Their superiors must have turned a blind eye on them, and my boss is a member of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. He couldn't accuse them so openly. I see. So, they were about to let them go, but then we found out that more than 100 fake antiques had been smuggled out. They were antiques bought by SH Global, but it was so unusual as they were all fake. Usually, fakes in such a large number are not smuggled out. They are sent in the open instead. The customs don't stop it as they know they are fakes. So, we thought something was wrong. We asked the appraisers of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and foreign appraisers. It turned out that most of those artifacts were real, Lian Tian said. How is that even possible? We were also shocked. We examined every one of them, and there were more than a dozen artifacts worth more than 10 million yuan. A few of them are worth more than 100 million yuan, So, SH Global had bought multiple artifacts worth a lot of money, but if the merchants had sold them as fakes, they must have lost huge sums of money. That is so strange. How could the sellers do such thing, unless they were mad? Heijin asked. We don't know what to think of it, either. Anyway, the antique market in China was shocked, and everyone in the Cultural Bureau's artifact management team was put into this. After a week, we reached a conclusion. Lian Tian took a sip of the tea and then continued, the innocent investors in Korea were not the only ones fooled by SH Global. They also recruited other investors in Korea and tricked them, and in China, they lured in antique merchants from Beijing and Xi'an by openly saying they wanted to buy fakes. Then, they made them sell real artifacts, although we don't know how. Maybe, Heijin thought of a possibility. If someone had used magic, like he had, to enchant those antique merchants. What? Do you know anything about it? Liang Tian asked. Heijin, however, quickly shook his head. No, it's nothing. Then the pillow can't be the only reason why you are here, as you brought so many. The people were still going around in the room and working on something. They appeared to be policemen sent to retrieve those lost artifacts. Yes, Liang Tian nodded gravely. Wang Mingwan then added, no Korean knows how serious this matter is yet, except for you, we cannot trust anyone. That is why we didn't tell the Korean government everything. They must have found out that it is serious by now, but they don't know everything. We need your help. Why do you trust me when you can't trust the Korean investigative authority? Heijin asked. Wang Mingwan smiled, we have worked together before, and you don't have much connection with Korean chaebols. Your director was kicked out of Huajin, and more than that, we cannot find an expert better than you, so we should trust you. What other choice do we have? Okay then, let's say we find those artifacts. How are you going to get them back? Wang Mingwan shrugged her shoulders, we should buy them. What? Buy them? Heijin was shocked. However, she had just said there was more than one artifact worth 100 million yuan. Yes, they must have done all that to sell them. We cannot get them back through the legal process. It is too risky. The Communist Party might look incompetent. Yes, it will cost us some money, but we have to buy them. What matters is whether we get a chance to buy them, Wang Mingwan explained. But you don't really need me then, Heijin commented. No, we do. We need you more than anyone. Who else can buy them while being sure they are real? Money doesn't matter. What matters is whether the artifacts, which will cross the ocean with us, are real or not. Wang Mingwan hit the marble table with her fist. She was really determined. Heijin then asked, have you heard that the pillow will show up here tomorrow? Yes. That is why I'm staying here, she had her way of getting information fast. Then you will participate in the meeting tomorrow. However, she shook her head, no, I can't because I'm a Chinese. You should. We were going to find you a way, But it looks like your girlfriend already has found one. Haha, okay. Wang Mingwan gave Heijin a pair of glasses while saying, "This has a small camera. I don't have to explain what it is for, right? Then please, do well tomorrow. Oh, and if you help us to buy them without any problem, we will pay you 5% of the total purchase amount as your fee." How is that? Chinese didn't hesitate to spend money. The fee alone could be worth tens of billions of won. Heijin was satisfied and said, "Good. Where is the contract? Bring us the contract." The contract had already been waiting for them. It was then brought immediately when Wang Mingwan snapped her finger. Heijin excitedly signed it, but then Wang Mingwan asked, "But is the director really your girlfriend? Are you going to marry her? If not, KHMM. Okay, you have a temper, right? The president's suite room, the most expensive room of Beach Hotel. Its price was 9 million per night. Presidents and sports stars had stayed there. Now, there were about 24 people with champagne glasses in their hands in the room. They were talking among themselves. The mood was like that of a party, so Heijin was confused. Is this normal? This is how they buy antiques? He whispered to Yunhee, who was wearing a white dress. I've never experienced anything like this. Oh, it is too cramped. She could have selected a larger space if she was going to invite so many people, Yunhee complained as she had to pay attention to the end of her dress lest it might get stepped on. Then she continued, I told you all the men from chaebol families were going to be here. See, every one of the families with a bachelor man younger than 40 is here. Yes, I can see that, Heijin agreed and was about to look around, but then the bedroom door opened and Hyoyeon walked out, smiling brightly. She was wearing a red dress that resembled a rose. Heijin didn't care about how she looked. He just looked at the porcelain her attendant was carrying. He wasn't the only one who couldn't take his eyes off it. He could hear Wang Mingwan's nervous voice from the earbud in his ear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164 Uninvited Guest, 3. Chapter 164 Uninvited Guest, 3. We think that porcelain was used in the palace in the days of Yongle, Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Please check. As soon as Wang Mingwan finished talking, Hyoyeon put on her unique arrogant smile. Then, she put on a hand on the splendid piano that was in the middle of the room while saying, So many of you are here. I am very glad to see you all. I was so worried that many of you might not come. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It wasn't that funny, but everyone in the room burst into laughter. It was so weird. It was as if everyone was forcing themselves to laugh. As you all know, I just inherited a gallery. So, I have lots of thoughts on how to change it. As she said that, she looked at Yunhee and Heijin. She was surprised to see that they had actually shown up. Heijin then asked quietly to Yunhee, How did you get the invitation? I didn't do anything special. I know her, so. I just asked for it, Yunhee replied. And she gave it to you? Yunhee pouted, clearly angry. She acted like a real princess. I promised we will buy a lot, and she gave it only then as if she was bestowing us with huge honor. However, you know that this isn't just a simple private auction, right? Regardless of the actual value of the artifacts, people around us will spend a huge sum of money just to impress Hyoyeon. Don't even think about buying at a low price. Heijin had explained how things were going to Yunhee, and even Wang Mingwan understood that. I don't know, even if these people are all children of chaebol families, can they bet tens and hundreds of billions? It's not like they can get receipts, Heijin commented. Getting the receipt meant the difference between using their own money and the money of their companies. If they could bet using someone else's money, betting tens of billions wasn't impossible. No, they can get receipts. Each chaebol family here owns a museum or a gallery, Yunhee said. All of them? Oh, you are underestimating chaebols. Why would they build and manage galleries? Just to fund art and culture? Or to entertain chaebols and their wives as they might get bored of staying at home? So, it's all about taxes? Hae-jin guessed. Yoon-hee explained, more accurately, it is to make a legal secret fund. It a trick that can be plainly seen. It isn't much different from the reason why all chaebol corporations have their own construction companies. Oh. She continued, today, each of them will bet using the funds of their gallery. Of course, that money is all from the corporation. It wouldn't be a problem as it would look like the corporation is funding art for the public. They must be thinking it is all the better as they have more money than they can spend. Well, we don't have any choice. It's not like I will be spending my own money. Wang Mingwan didn't say anything even though she was hearing everything through the small microphone on Hae-jin's type-in. While they talked like this, Hyoin kept giving that useless speech. However, it was about to end now. Is China. You know that, right? That is why I have worked so hard for this event. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I am about to start a small auction only for you, so please, bid with enthusiasm. Let's start now. Hyoin stepped back, and a woman in a neat black suit took her place. She looked familiar. Hae-jin looked at her for some time and realized that she was the auctioneer of Korea Auction. She pointed at the dish and started to explain, this dish was used by Yongle Emperor of Ming, China. It was for washing brushes, and the dragon in the middle is clear and lively. Its 5 toes mean that it was used by the emperor himself. The dish was in the shape of a flower with petals. The shape was in harmony with the dragon pattern in the middle. Dragon patterns sometimes appear on blue flower white porcelains, and the number of its toes indicates who its owner was. According to the records, in the Han Dynasty, only the emperor, the first and the second prince could use dragons with 5 toes. The third and fourth prince could only use dragons with 4 toes. But in later times, only the emperor of China could use dragons with 5 toes. The king of Korea could use dragons with 4 toes, and the king of Japan was only allowed 3 toes. Dragons with 5 toes rarely appear in the later Joseon period. The dragon of Gyeongbokgung Palace's Junjeongjin Hall, instead, has 7 toes. It is because Hungseon Daewongun, father of the Emperor Gojong, wanted to strengthen his son's power and make him equal to the Qing emperor. Anyway, as Hae-jin listened to the auctioneer, he got behind the dish and saw the other side. He didn't even have to use magic. It was clearly real. The price starts at 500 million, and there is no limit to the price. The auction starts now. As it was a private auction and only a few were there, the rules were simple. However, the tension was the same as those huge auctions. 1 billion, a man, in his early 30s, said while raising his hand instead of a paddle and winking at Hyoin. Hae-jin was dumbfounded at this. Really, a wink at $1 billion? It's not like it's your money, Hae-jin muttered, then he yelled while raising his hand, 2 billion. This time, Hyoin looked at him in surprise and started moving towards Hae-jin. Why is she coming? Yoon-hee didn't like it, but it wasn't like she could stop her cousin. So, she just watched. What, you are really going to buy? While Hyoin asked, the buttery man called 2.5 billion. He glared at Hae-jin with jealousy as if saying, I won't let you take her from me. Hae-jin didn't like that look, but he was there only to retrieve all the real artifacts. He couldn't say, you can have it all. It was a shame. 3 billion. Wow, you really have money? Hae-jin didn't open his mouth because he didn't want to talk to Hyoin, but Yoon-hee spoke instead. I told you, we got some extra funds recently. We are planning to purchase if there are good objects. Wow, you are really good at your job. Or is this Appa good as his job? Hyoin asked. He isn't your Appa. Yoon-hee said. However, Hyoin smiled and stroked down Hae-jin's arm. That gesture had a meaning behind. It was a silent sign that made the other men march to the front in jealousy. The buttery man then yelled 4 billion. Every man who is rich and spends a lot is my appa. Unfortunately, I've met only a few of such men, Hyoyen then said. Well, there weren't many men who could spend even more than her. 5 billion. Heijin calmly called the price, and the people around him started to look at him with awe and doubt. On the other hand, Heijin remained calm. He had no reason to get excited or worried as the money he was betting wasn't his. 6 billion. 7 billion. Wow. I wonder how high it will go. Hyoyen spoke that out loud to hype the mood. 8 billion. The buttery man's voice started to shake. 8 billion was too huge to be spent so easily, even though it belonged to the company. Additionally, the man next to him, who appeared to be his personal appraiser, was explaining something urgently. He was probably saying his employer shouldn't bid again. Heijin pretended to think and got away from Hyoyen. He looked down and asked, objectively, the right price is about 8 billion. Should I bid again? Even though he had been told to buy every real artifact, he wanted to be sure again. He was asking if they could spend so much on the first artifact, but retrieve all of them. That is our plan. Wang Mingwan sounded determined. Heijin didn't have to ask again. He slightly nodded, raised his hand, and yelled, 9 billion. Oh. Who on earth is he? Does anyone know him? People started to talk among themselves. Although Hyoyen was surprised, she touched Heijin's chest and smiled. Wow, Appa, what happened? You were not capable of this only a while ago. Have you won a superb all in America? Can you remove this hand and talk? You would be losing if I get nervous and fail to raise my hand again. Heijin was showing that he didn't like it with a joke. However, Hyoyen's reply was different from what he expected. It wouldn't be too bad. You know I am younger and prettier than Yunhee. You might be a good match for me, Appa. You are changing the topic too fast. I just bought a 9 billion dish for washing brushes, Heijin said. In the meantime, the buttery man finally gave up. Heijin could feel he was looking at him with anger, but he couldn't meet his eyes. The man wanted to take Wajin, and Heijin respected his dream. However, he had to stand in his way. It was his job, and he felt sorry for him. The gentleman in the gray suit bought this dish at 9 billion. Congratulations! Clap clap. As the people applauded, their eyes had pure surprise and admiration. But Appa, you have the money, right? I am a little worried. It will be sent to your account immediately, Heijin replied. Hyoyen liked that answer. She poked Heijin's chest with her finger. Then, she turned back and went into the bedroom again. Wow, that sly fox, oh, how much I hate her. Yunhee couldn't let herself ruin everything, so she just watched, but she didn't like it. She stumped on the carpet with the pointy heel of her shoes. Just ignore it. I hate her as well. You know that, right? Ha, but you didn't look like that, Yunhee commented. No, I could barely handle it. If so, you should have become an actor instead of an appraiser. What you just did was enough to win an Oscar. Anyway, you did well. And now, Heijin stopped when he saw the bedroom door open and Hyoyen walk out. More accurately, it was because of a man in his 20s who followed her from behind. He had thick eyebrows and was short. He had piercings on both ears and had a long tattoo that started behind his ears and ran down his neck. He seemed to belong to a club or bar. However, he had a white porcelain pillow as big as a child's head in his hands. He looked around and smiled. He resembled a predator looking at prey with joy. He then carefully put down the pillow on the table and looked around again. Next, his lips curled up while taking a step back. It meant he was going to watch how things would go, but Hyoyen didn't scold him. She started to brag about herself again. I found this when I was in Xi'an a while ago, and I was so surprised. How could they make a porcelain pillow? Isn't it hilarious? Anyone's head would be flat after sleeping with it. Ha ha ha. But I put my head on it, and it was strangely comfortable. I couldn't touch it again because I didn't want to break it, but it is so strange. Isn't it a great technique? I don't know who will get to buy this, but I hope the winner will use this and tell me how it feels. After the long gibberish, the auctioneer began to talk again, but then Heijin felt that weird feeling again. It was as if his body was floating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165 Uninvited Guest, 4. Chapter 165 Uninvited Guest, 4. It was magic. The man was using magic on everyone in the room. Wow, Yunhee's eyes widened and exclaimed as if she was seeing something extraordinary. However, Heijin could clearly see that the white porcelain pillow was fake. Additionally, it wasn't even made with great craftsmanship. It wasn't crude, but it wasn't that good. Compared to the dish that belonged to the Yunla Emperor, it had no value at all. Was he the only one who had the skills to recognize that? No. Each chaebol in the room was with his or her personal appraiser, but they were just admiring the pillow like Yunhee. Heijin was feeling as if he was floating because of the mana that was filling the room. He had never seen someone else use magic before, and he had never been the target of magic. However, why was he not enchanted? He also didn't know of any magic that had such an effect on so many people. Heijin was also not sure why the young man's magic didn't work on him. That was good, but how was he supposed to take care of it? Then, he heard Wang Mingwan's voice through his earbud. That's what we have verified is fake. Heijin looked down and whispered so that people around him wouldn't be able to listen. Do you think it is fake? Isn't it? Do you think it is real? Then bid. I trust your eyes. No, I think it is fake, too. Then I will not bid on this, Heijin replied. After hearing Wang Mingwan, Heijin knew more. The magic only worked on the people who were there. The auction starts now. The starting price is 500 million, and there is no limit to the price. Please bid freely. 1 billion. The buttery man, who had failed to buy Yangla Emperor's dish, ventured again. He glared at Heijin, showing he was determined to win this time. Why are you not bidding? Yunhee grabbed Heijin's arm and asked. It was probably because of the magic, but Heijin could see the greed in her eyes. The magic did more than just make people believe in the castor, it also filled their heart with greed. Not this time. That is fake. The moment Heijin whispered to her ear, her eyes shook, and she stumbled back. Heijin quickly got hold of her and turned around so that the castor wouldn't be able to see them. Yunhee's legs were weak. She leaned on Heijin and asked, What happened? My body. I can't move. She was clearly confused. It's okay. You've been working hard these days. You were just tired. Heijin had spoken with mana to break the spell, but he didn't know that she would get so shocked. He stroked down her back, putting some mana into her body. Next, her breath returned to steady. I'm fine now. But why? It's okay. Just stay still. Heijin held her hand just in case. Then, he turned back again and looked toward the front. In the meantime, the price had gone over 5 billion, and Haiyan was watching this with joy from behind. Did she know about the castor's power? Or was she one of his victims? Heijin had so many questions. What he wanted to know the most was whether the castor knew who he was. Their eyes hadn't met yet, but Heijin couldn't be sure. He could be avoiding meeting Heijin's gaze to make him lower his guard. Heijin still didn't know why he wasn't affected by his magic. However, he recalled what Princess Hasena had told him. She had said he was the chosen one. Was it because of that? 9 billion. Is there more? If there isn't, the auction ends here. This time, a handsome man, who was standing close to Hyoyen, won the pillow. He was extremely good-looking. He was tall and athletic, so he looked like he had just jumped out of a fashion magazine. He smiled victoriously to the buttery man who had lost to Heijin. Then, he lightly touched Hyoyen's shoulder and kept talking to her. It was as if he was announcing that he was the winner of the evening. Idiot, Heijin couldn't help saying that as the man was rejoicing for buying a fake porcelain at 9 billion. Yunhee then asked, "Who is the idiot?" "Oh, it's nothing. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, thank you." Her face turned red as she looked down. Heijin wondered why she was suddenly so shy, but then, he realized that he was still holding her hand. Heijin had taken her hand because he was worried about her, but now, he didn't want to let her soft hand go. Yunhee couldn't look up at him, but she didn't pull out her hand. Then, she asked in a small voice, "Oh, but then, these people do not know that it is fake?" "It looks like that," Heijin replied. "Shouldn't you tell them? That man just spent 9 billion on it. Why should I? Hyoyen will be responsible if things go wrong. There's no reason for me to help her." "Yes, but..." Heijin continued, "If I do tell them, they won't thank me, and it would be better for them to buy it while thinking it is real. If they were ordinary people, I would think I should save them, but why should I help chaebol?" "I guess you are right. Even if we tell them, they won't dare to accuse Hyoyen," Yunhee commented. Actually, right now, nothing could convince them. To make them change their mind, Heijin had to spend mana to break the spell as he had done on Yunhee. However, he would have to spend so much mana that he couldn't afford to do it now. After the man received his congratulations, Hyoyen and the man with magic went into the bedroom again. However, this time only Hyoyen came out while carrying a celadon dish. "What about that one?" Yunhee asked. "I don't know. I need to take a close look." Heijin went forward with Yunhee, but Hyoyen started to explain with a champagne glass in one hand. "Do you know that there was a kiln that operated for only 20 years in the Song period? I was so surprised to learn about it. Although it operated for only 20 years because of the war, it is one of the 5 greatest kilns in Chinese history. Additionally, as it was shut down so quickly, very few porcelains from it are now left." As Hyoyen spoke, she looked around. She was asking if anyone knew, and of course, the appraisers knew what she was talking about. One of them raised her hand. "Is it Ruyo?" "Correct answer." Hyoyen pointed at the appraiser and smiled. Heijin really wanted to sigh, but he managed not to. Regardless of how Heijin was feeling, Hyoyen carried on with excitement. "This dish was made in that Ruyo. Dishes of Ruyo are great. One of them was sold at over 40 billion won at Sotheby's of Hong Kong. Getting this was so hard. You do know that this will get me at least 30 billion if I let Korea Auction handle this? I really want to keep this to myself, but this is the first event I'm hosting after I got my gallery, so I made up my mind to be generous. So, you should spend some money on this one, okay?" She winked and stepped back. "Oh, do you think that makes you look pretty?" Yunhee criticized her and asked then, "Heijin, is that real?" Probably not. It couldn't be from Ruyo. Its glaze was uneven, and the cracks of the glaze weren't evenly spread. It wasn't an artifact hard to appraise, just like the previous object. Any appraiser who knew about porcelains would have doubted that. However, the spell hadn't worn off yet. People's eyes were still full of greed. Heijin grabbed Yunhee's wrist and stepped back. He was showing he wasn't going to bid. Yunhee whispered, very much confused, "Although Hyoyen is stupid, she isn't 100% idiot. She isn't foolish enough to fraud these people so openly, even if she has a superior position than them. And look at her expression, she really believes it is real. She can't put on such an act, she is too stupid to do that." Heijin agreed on that. Hyoyen really looked triumphant, like she was really selling a good piece of porcelain. Then, Wang Mingwan said, "That dish, we think it is from the Qing period, not Song. Although it isn't worth that much, it is not fake." Heijin had assumed that. In short, although that dish was centuries old, it wasn't made by a good craftsman. "I won't be able to buy it even if I bid." "You are not planning to spend tens of billions on it, are you?" "No." Okay. "We will give up on it." "You made the right decision," Heijin commented. But in fact, Wang Mingwan and her matters weren't important to Heijin anymore. All he had to do about it was to raise his hand to bid. The problem was that he hadn't made up his mind on what to do with that caster. Princess Hasena, the only person he could share his secret with, was now gone. Was he supposed to talk to him? Or was he supposed to punish him? It was a hard decision to make. The young man showed up only when the spell was about to wear off. Then, he cast the spell again and went in. By the time he did that for the second time, he looked pale as if he was about to die and his legs were wobbling. Heijin could see that the man's mana was smaller compared to his own. Heijin couldn't decide what to do. He just picked and bought all the real artifacts until the auction ended. It cost more than 40 billion. Heijin had spent less than he had expected as he had to give up the less valuable real artifacts. Wang Mingwan understood that was the only way. But, it is so strange. Are all Korean appraisers that stupid? Why were they so eager to get what our appraisers and you thought to be fakes or less valuable? Is there something we don't know? Wang Mingwan asked. Well, we cannot find out why they did that, Heijin said. We didn't make any mistake, right? Yes, we didn't make any mistake. We just missed a few of the less valuable ones because they were so crazy about it. Okay, you've done well. Let's have a meal together when this is all over. Wang Mingwan didn't say more. Heijin took Yunhi's hand and was about to leave, however, Hyoyan suddenly showed up from somewhere. Where on earth did you get that money? I knew you had some good skills, but how could you spend more than 40 billion? Who is your sponsor? Let me ask you a question before I answer yours. How did you get those things? Heijin asked. What are you talking about? I brought them from China. Heijin went closer and whispered to her ear, Stop lying, be honest. Did that man with the piercings approach you? You know he is working with SH Global, right? Hyoyan's eyes shook slightly, and Heijin didn't miss that. It was him, Heijin said. No. I brought them myself, and I don't know anything about any SH Global. Enough. I told you everything you need to know. And as for who was behind me, you will get to find out in time. As he was leaving with Yunhi, she asked, Did Hyoyan know? That she has been fooled by SH Global? No, she had no idea, Heijin replied. Oh, she is about to go through a hard time, handling the consequences. Is it all over now? Well. Then, Heijin's phone buzzed. It was Matt Velen. The moment he took the call, he heard Velen's voice. The princess has sent you a message. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Dark Shadow, 1. Chapter 166, Dark Shadow, 1. Heijin quickly removed the earbud and the microphone. He couldn't let Wang Mingwan hear the conversation. What? What do you mean? Heijin asked in a shaky voice. He couldn't help it. What? Who is it? Yunhi was surprised to see Heijin's tone change like that. She looked at him worriedly. She said they will soon show themselves. If you reveal yourself, you should be careful. Cover your tracks. Kill them or erase their memories, Matt replied. Anyway, what is going on? I don't understand how you could deliver her message. Heijin doubted him. She couldn't believe anyone. Of course, she believed her own people including Celia, but it was a mistake. And she trusted you? Why? Heijin asked. Because I taught her. I taught her everything. About the organization and about vestigiums. And you couldn't stop her death? Matt was speechless. Hey! You cannot die. Remember her words. And, she said she will come to you at the right time, Matt said. Heijin's heart sank. She was alive? He wanted to ask if she was alive, but Matt hung up. Heijin called back, but the number Matt had called with was dead. What was that about? And who is she? Yoonhee asked. Oh, what was he supposed to say? That she was a princess from the Middle East? What? Would Yoonhee think if he said Hasena wanted to marry him? Heijin had thought Hasena was dead, but if she was alive, it would be too confusing. Appa! Yoonhee grabbed Heijin's sleeve and shouted. Heijin came back to himself, then grabbed her wrist and started to walk fast. Let's get out of here first. I'll explain everything. Although you may not believe it, Heijin thought he had to get out of there first. He couldn't encounter the other man with magic as he himself didn't know what to do with the young man. Even if Hasena was alive, she must have come close to death because of the organization. If the sorcerer was one of them, Heijin couldn't let him go. However, he wasn't ready for it yet. Right now, he just wanted to leave. Heijin quickly went to the lobby with Yoonhee. He didn't wait for the valet. He went straight to the parking lot and got his car. But then, he received another call. Buzz. It was from Wang Mingwan. Shouldn't you take that? Heijin just stared at the buzzing phone dazed. Then, he finally woke up when he heard Yoonhee's question. Yes, I should. Heijin took the call and switched it to the speaker. Hello, What happened? Why did you remove your earbud and microphone? Wang Mingwan asked. I thought today's job was finished, Heijin replied. Wang Mingwan then said, yes, but they might get suspicious because you left in a hurry. Yoonhee explained instead, by now, Hyeon would be busy scheduling date appointments. No one cares about us. And her employees must not know that we left. They are busy taking care of the money. Okay. Well, we got all the porcelains. It couldn't have gone wrong as Heijin had sent the money and passed the porcelains to Wang Mingwan, who was waiting downstairs, as quickly as he could. Wang Mingwan had just called because she was surprised to see Heijin run away like that without saying goodbye. That's good. But what are you going to do the artifacts we couldn't retrieve? Heijin asked. There's no way to get them back. Buying with money is the cleanest and easiest way, but as we couldn't buy them, there's nothing we can do. I was going to have dinner with you, but why did you leave in such a hurry? Is your home on fire? Do you need my help? Do you need money? I can loan you a few billion won, as it is none other than you. Heijin was glad to hear that, but right now, he didn't need money at all. Thank you, but it isn't about money. I am content with the fee I will get, as it is big enough, Heijin replied. Okay. Actually, our experts were confused because of those artifacts mixed within reals and fakes. If you hadn't helped us, it wouldn't have been easy. Anyway, thank you for today, and make sometime after we send the porcelains back to China. But wasn't it all over now? Oh, We never got to have that dinner, Heijin guessed. Wang Mingwan then explained, yes, and this isn't over yet. We have retrieved the porcelains, but there's still that matter about SH Global. Really? I thought you let Korean prosecutors handle it. She then continued, we cannot interfere in the investigation, but I have some doubts. I have to find out how they made those merchants sell real artifacts while making them believe that they were fakes. If we don't know that, we will be fooled by the same trick again. We have lost huge money, but they can take tens and hundreds of times that money at any time. I must know how. Heijin couldn't tell her that there had been a sorcerer who enchanted people, but he wished he could. Therefore, he said, yes, you are right. You must know more about them to be on guard. Then meet me the day after tomorrow. Let's have dinner together. Okay, I will see you then. Actually, Heijin didn't know what would happen from now on, but he couldn't carry on the conversation that couldn't end with a conclusion on the phone, so he just said yes and hung up. Yunhee was still worried. She looked at Heijin and asked, can't you tell me now? We're in a car. Now. No one can hear us. Not yet, let's get in first. Heijin still didn't know how he should explain. He drove while thinking, then he recalled the riverside of the Hangang River. He decided to change his destination. My dress isn't for a park. Oh, right. Heijin went to the riverside, but Yunhee was still wearing her party dress. So, he decided to talk in the car and started to explain. Actually, when I was in America. It took some time to tell her everything. Yunhee was so shocked to hear that the princess was alive. She couldn't believe it. She looked into Heijin's eyes and asked, what is that organization? And why? Are you the chosen one? Is it some kind of strange religion? It's not a religion. It's magic. Magic, ha! Yunhee's expression showed how shocked she was. I know it's hard to believe, but of course, it's hard to believe. Unless you can show, Yunhee couldn't finish the sentence. There was a small orb of light floating above Heijin's hand. Heijin dismissed it quickly. It was one of the spells he had learned from the Vestigium brooch, and he didn't want someone to see the light through the car's window. I know me using magic is enough to surprise you, but right now it doesn't matter. Do you remember the man with the ear piercing? He was with Hyoyen at the auction. What? Who? It was still hard for her to accept all of that. The young man with the ear piercing and the tattoo on his neck. He was carrying one of the porcelains. Don't you remember? Oh, yes, I do. Heijin then explained, he was using magic. He made everyone believe fake artifacts as real. That is why all the other appraisers were fooled. But you were okay because I broke the spell on you. Oh, then is that why I suddenly felt so dizzy? Yes, I forcefully broke the spell. Can you understand why those appraisers couldn't discern fakes from reals? Oh. I thought it was strange, but can you do that, too? I don't know that specific spell, but I have other spells. Anyway, what matters is that they can come to Korea to find me. And that princess is still alive? Yunhee asked. I don't know for sure yet. Is she going to come to me in person, or did she leave more messages for me? Although Heijin said that he knew the former guess was probably right. He just couldn't believe that Hasena was alive. Who, then I should hire bodyguards for you? No, it will be worse. It might draw more attention, and I won't be able to move around freely or use magic. We should, instead, get you more bodyguards. They might go after you if they think getting Me is not easy, Heijin replied. Well, you are right. Okay. Heijin had thought she might insist that she didn't need any bodyguards, but thankfully, she agreed. Tomorrow, you go back to work as if nothing happened. Okay? Like nothing happened. Ha! I don't know if I will be able to do that, but I'll try. Is there anything I can do to help? I can't just sit by, Yunhee then said. Oh, find out more about that sorcerer in secret. No one can know that you are looking into him, you know what I mean, right? Okay. I will hire someone who will hire someone else to look into him. Even I won't be able to know who is looking into him, and that person will not know whom he is ultimately working for. Ha, this is what my uncle's closest employees do. I never thought I will get to do this. From whom you learn it from, it doesn't matter as you can use it for good. But you can't hire someone who has ties with Wajin. Don't worry, I know. Yunhee was smart, she was going to take care of it well. Okay, I trust you. But why is she insisting on marrying you? Can't she help without getting married? Ha! Oh, it's KHMM, let's go now. When Heijin went to his museum the next day, he heard a piece of good news before going down to the restoration room. Governor Howard Jones of New York had already convinced some people. In addition, it had already been decided that a few of the Korean artifacts in Harvard's Henderson collection would be returned. An official of the Cultural Heritage Administration personally came to thank Heijin, and the Prime Minister was going to invite Heijin soon. As Henderson collection consisted of artifacts which the original owners had willingly given to Henderson, the artifacts were supposed to be sent to the National Museum. However, all this happened only thanks to Heijin. Therefore, the Prime Minister was going to let his museum exhibit them. Heijin's museum had already been exhibiting porcelains from the West Sea and other artifacts, which he had brought from abroad, in special exhibitions with an interval of 2 weeks, so its reputation kept soaring with time. Additionally, after Heijin retrieved and revealed the double dragon sword, the museum had been picked as one of the museums you had to visit when you were in Seoul. After getting the artifacts from the Henderson collection, it would become a first-rank museum. 9:50, before the museum's opening time, someone ran in and interrupted the celebration. Park Heijin. Where are you? Heijin wondered who that lunatic was, and it turned out to be Hyeon. Her face was pale, and she was shaking terribly with some paper in her hands. What is wrong? Yunhee came to her in surprise but was ignored. Hyeon went to Heijin, grasped his sleeve, and shakily asked, Were there fakes among the things I sold yesterday? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Dark Shadow, 2. Chapter 167, Dark Shadow, 2. Although yesterday everything had gone smoothly because of the spell, Heijin was expecting it to soon become a problem. This was about tens of billions of money. If the artifacts turned out to be fake, those who had bought them had to deal with the consequences. However, Heijin was a little surprised to see Hyeon so soon. The sons and grandsons, who had participated in yesterday's auction, had to be asleep now, and Hyeon was not even wearing her makeup. It showed that she had come as soon as she woke up. Additionally, she couldn't have found that out on her own without any help. Someone must have woken her up and told her what she had done last night. But who was it? I don't know what you are talking about. Are you saying you sold fakes yesterday? Heijin thought Hyeon would, of course, deny it. I don't know. I never thought they were fake. Park Heijin, you must know? Did I sell fakes or real? You must know. Hyoyen replied. Let's go in. We shouldn't talk about it in here. Yes, let's go up. Let's go up and talk. Hyoyen was still too shocked. So, Junhee took her arm and led her to her office. She put Hyoyen on the sofa and brought her some cold water. Hyoyen gulped the water down and turned to Haejin. I think I am feeling better now. So, tell me. The porcelains I sold yesterday, what were they? Let me ask you something first. What did you hear that you ran here so early in the morning? Did the people from Wajin tell you? Haejin asked. How could those idiots know anything about it? Hyoyen replied. Then how did you learn about this? Hyoyen gave him some paper that was now crumpled. Her hands were still shaking while saying, This was sent to my secretary. Haejin looked at it. Surprisingly, it was the appraisal opinion on the porcelains Hyoyen had sold. Haejin immediately realized who had sent it. It was from Wang Mingwan. Although she had no choice but to let Hyoyen go, she was angry and had to do something. It wasn't even that hard to recognize, as most of the sentences in the document had come out of his very own mouth. Although he wasn't that close to Hyoyen, she had come here for help. He couldn't just make her leave. Being the enemy of the most powerful chaebol in the country couldn't be good, after all. What do you think? Is it all true? It isn't, right? Hyoyen asked. Haejin then said, part of it, no, most of it is right, I think. Hyoyen covered her face with her hands trembling. She had suddenly turned into someone who pulled off a fraud involving tens of billions of won on chaebols and their children. She couldn't remain sane. And you didn't know? Hyoyen asked. Honestly, I wasn't sure. How could I discern the fake artifact from the genuine ones right in that room? Well, Haejin was actually able to do that. Additionally, if it wasn't for that spell, most of the appraisers who were present would have realized that the porcelains were not of high quality. However, even though they were not good enough to fool appraisers, they were enough to fool ordinary people. Really? But what should I do now? Just give back the money you got by selling those fakes. It wouldn't be a problem then. You probably didn't already spend that money. Hyoyen then clenched her fists while raising her voice, but this is about my reputation. It was the first event I hosted as the director of Seian Gallery. If I admit that I sold fakes, I will become a laughingstock. You, however, cannot turn fakes into real artifacts, Haejin commented. Yes, but, Hyoyen burst into tears. She looked so pitiful that Junhee, who normally hated her, hugged her and comforted her. After 5 minutes, she calmed down a little bit. Haejin put down the document and asked, how is this linked to SH Global? You mentioned that company yesterday. You can't be thinking that I tricked people with that multi-level marketing company, Hyoyen replied. Haejin then explained, I know you have no reason to do that, but unfortunately, the porcelains you sold yesterday were what SH Global had bought in China a while ago. Not one or two of them, but all of them. Do you know what I mean? If this goes wrong, it won't end with just you getting humiliated, Are you saying Wajin will be associated with a pyramid marketing company? Hyoyen asked. Yes. Hyoyen's hands shook, and she started to bite her fingernail. Although she was Wajin's only daughter, she was just 20 years old. Her arrogant attitude vanished in front of such a catastrophe. Then what should I do? No, I should call Wajin's lawyers. I must have them protect me. Well, you can do that, Haejin said. Are you going to pretend like it's none of your business? You were there, too. Hyoyen was now acting as if they were friends that had to share their issues. Haejin then asked, so, what do you want? I need your help. Why do you think I came here? I didn't even know that I had bought porcelains from SH Global, Hyoyen replied. That is why I asked how you got to know them. Did you contact them first? Hyoyan answered, actually. I was trying to get some Chinese porcelains, and I was told some people had smuggled in quite a number of them through Incheon port. She could get information even faster than the NIS. And you are the only one who knows about it? A few of the secretaries in Huajin know. Hyoyan gave a simple answer, but it meant Huajin had personnel working in the antique smuggling trade. So, they found out about it for you and contacted them? Heijin made a guess. No, I contacted them on my own. However, they were not part of an organization. They were just some individuals. Individuals? Heijin asked. Hyoyan then replied, yes, one of them must have been older than 40, and the other was. The young man with piercing on his ears? Yes. How do you know that? Oh, right. You must have seen him yesterday. He said his name was Kim Young-jun. Where is he? He is the one who sold you fakes. Hyoyan shook her head while saying, I don't know. I kept calling him after I got that document, but he didn't answer. If he really is a fraud, I am in big trouble. I gave him 10 billion won after the auction yesterday. And it isn't a Korean bank account, so freezing it will take some time, and he will take the money before we do that. If they were using a foreign bank account, they wanted more than just getting some money with magic. Do you have any porcelain left? You couldn't have sold all of them. I sold all of them. Why would I have kept them? Hyoyan spoke as if Heijin was asking an obvious question. Heijin started thinking, but then Hyoyan snapped her finger and said, oh. I still have the one that was gifted to me. It looks like a rice bowl, and he said it was quite good. I was going to put it on auction, but then, I didn't because selling what I got as a gift wouldn't look good. But why do you want that? Heijin had no other reason, he just needed to find out everything about this fraud. Now that he thought about it, Heijin had been stupid. If he had used magic to look into the past after he bought the real porcelains yesterday, by now, he would have known how they came to Korea and approached Huajin. However, he panicked and just wanted to get out of there. Good. Bring it here. As soon as possible, Heijin wasn't interested in helping Hyoyan, but he had to find out who the criminals were. Is it necessary? Hyoyan asked with doubt. Heijin then replied with some irritation, you think I'm trying to keep it? Okay. I was just asking. Hyoyan then called her secretary and told her to bring the porcelain to Park Heijin Art Museum. First, call the people who bought fakes yesterday and tell them you will give back their money. It will be harder to take care of it if they get to find out about this later. You know that, right? Heijin said. Who? I'll talk to the lawyers about it, Hyoyan replied. Okay then. Now, go back and get some rest. Heijin didn't think the lawyers could give her another way. However, it would be easier to solve the matter if Huajin stepped in, so he thought it was all the better. Hyoyan then asked, you don't need me here? I cannot investigate this case for you. That's the job of the police and the prosecutors. What I can do is to look at the porcelain and find out where is it from and how they made fakes look as reals. As for the rest of it, go and ask for the help of any prosecutor you know, Heijin replied. The lawyers must be so busy by now because of the secret fund and the independent counsel, Hyoyan complained, but it looked like Heijin couldn't help her more. So, she left. After that, Yoonhee worriedly asked, what are you going to do now? Are you going to find them with your ESP? What are you going to do with them? I need to think first. Finding out how they came to Korea and whom they are working with is better than not knowing anything. It would help me. Don't just think that everything is going in the wrong direction. Still, I'm worried, and I will handle Hyoyan from now on. You are too busy and have too many things to take care of, Yoonhee said. Okay. Hyoyan looks like someone who is going to ask me some crazy favors once she thinks we are a little closer, Heijin commented. As she just said, Wajin is in a crisis because of the secret fund paintings, so if people get to find out about this, the funds of the corporation won't be enough. She will even have to spend her own money. No, we don't need to care about all that. Just have Hyoyen's porcelain sent to the restorations room and make your bodyguards start working from today. Okay, don't worry about it. You know I get scared so easily. I have a meeting with a bodyguard agency at lunchtime, Yoonhee replied. Good. Haejin then stood up and went down to the restoration room. He started pacing around the room. He had to take care of those pro-Japanese people who were trying to sabotage his excavation project, and now he had to face the mysterious criminals as well. His head was about to explode. Hyoyen's porcelain arrived after an hour. It was a blue flower white porcelain. Unlike Josian's porcelains, it was very fancy. He focused and used magic. But then, hup. Oh. He suddenly felt a severe headache as if someone hit his head from behind. He was about to vomit. Haejin ran to the restroom, grabbed the toilet, and threw up. Pant. He managed to stand up and finally looked into the mirror. His face was pale. That bastard. The young man who had been present at Hyoyen's auction was a member of SH Global. After he joined SH Global, he became a board member with his great appraisal and communicational skills, and he had been the one who led the fraud on the Chinese merchants. After that, when the company fell, he brought the real artifacts to Korea, fooled Hyoyen, and got a huge sum of money. One good thing was that he wasn't interested in finding Haejin. He just wanted money. However, the problem was that he had put a listening spell on the porcelain to make even more money using Hyoyen, and Haejin had just broken that spell without meaning to. The man must have had been even more shocked than Haejin when the spell was broken. Haejin had to find him when he was still in a daze. Haejin ran out and started his car. He knew where the man was, so there was no reason to hesitate. V-Room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Dark Shadow, 3. Chapter 168, Dark Shadow, 3. Fortunately, Haejin didn't have to go far. The man was staying at the Presidential Hotel in front of the City Hall, and if Haejin was lucky, he was probably still going to be there. Haejin parked near the hotel, bought a hat from a street vendor, put it on, and went into the hotel. As he was wearing jeans and a jacket, the hat looked like an odd addition to his look, but at least he wasn't wearing a suit. When he got close to room 1001, where the man was staying at, he saw a woman cleaning the floor. He wondered what he should do, but then he decided to go straight. Excuse me? Yes? Can I help? But then, her eyes turned dull. Could you go to room 1001 and say that you've left the cleaning equipment inside? Haejin asked. Okay. Possessed by magic, she went to room 1001 and pressed the bell. Who is it? Haejin couldn't help smiling at hearing the voice. He had thought the man would have actually already left, and Haejin was going to follow his tracks. Was he thinking that his fraud hadn't been revealed yet? Or was he thinking that he could get away with it even if someone came after him as he had magic? I left some cleaning equipment inside. May I come in? If the man had been just a little calmer and sensitive, he would have thought that the cleaning woman's voice was too stiff to be normal, but thankfully, he wasn't that thorough. Oh, how bothering. When the door was opening, Haejin kicked the door himself. He had already used the strength-enhancing magic on himself. Bam! The cleaning lady immediately fainted and collapsed. Haejin then saw the man rolling on the floor. He closed the door and went to him. What the man's naked body could be seen beneath his hotel gown. Oh, my eyes, and what, now? The man wasn't alone. There were two women covering their bodies with the blanket on the bed. They were also shocked and didn't know what to do. Heijin immediately made them sleep and turned to the man, "Hey." The young man waved his hand, and the small lamp next to the bed flew to Heijin. However, Heijin didn't panic, maybe because he had already fought with the man with the long hair before. He grabbed the lamp and smashed the man's head with it. Aok. Unlike before, he seemed ill. His face was pale, and his legs were shaking. He must have received a great shock when Heijin broke his spell. "I am not going to ask you twice." "Actually, I don't have to ask, but I'm just checking, so be honest. How did you get magic?" Heijin asked. Fuck you." It didn't seem like he was going to confess. So, Heijin punched his face with his enchanted fist. His cheekbone was broken with that one blow, and he passed out. Heijin put his hand on the man's earring and used magic to look into the past. Thankfully, the earring had no magic. If it actually had magic, the man would have died because of the mana explosion. Heijin then ripped off his necklace. The necklace, it had a huge jade embedded on it. It was the item that had enabled him to use magic. Heijin could feel a great amount of mana as soon as he grabbed it. The man hadn't been able to use even half of its power. It was good. Heijin put his hand on the man's chest and injected some mana. Cock. His chest went up as if he was being electrocuted, but then he fainted again. The man was never going to be able to use magic again. Heijin had destroyed the mana in his heart, so he would probably have to spend a few years in a wheelchair. Heijin stood up, but then the world spun. Even though his mana had increased, he had used too much magic in such a short time. He was momentarily feeling dizzy. As soon as he recovered, he called someone. "Ha? What is it? Why did you call me?" It was Hyoyan. "I have great news for you. Send your people to room 1001 of the Presidential Hotel. I have the man you are looking for." "What? Really? And the money? What did he do with the money? You should ask him that yourself." "Don't ask me," Heijin replied. "But how did you know he was there?" Hyoyan then asked. "Don't ask, you'd better send your people quickly. I'm about to leave, and I beat him up. Take care of it." Hyoyan said, "Wow, you are tough. Anyway, okay. I will send people immediately. Can't you stay there until they get there?" "No." "How can I trust you?" Heijin asked. "What, you think I will stab you from behind?" "Who knows? Anyway, I'm leaving." "Oh, and there are 2 sleeping ladies here, so find a way to use them." "They will still be sleeping if your people arrive in 10 minutes, Heijin replied and hung up. He then immediately left the hotel. He got in his car and took out the necklace to take a look. Its splendid glow was beautiful. "You haven't lost your light," Heijin commented. Hasena had told him to only get artifacts that hadn't been corrupted, but the mana he felt with his hand didn't feel wrong at all. The necklace would have been corrupted if he had been just a little late. Its stupid previous owner had left all kinds of traces ever since he got it, and the organization after the Vestigiums had almost taken it. Someone had helped SH Global smuggle in artifacts. The bank account where Hyoyan had sent the money to also belonged to them. The man was young, and if it hadn't been for Heijin, he would have been in trouble. No, it wasn't over yet. The other members of SH Global would be here once they found out that one of them had been injured. Heijin went home and then took out the necklace. It was really beautiful. He caught his breath for some time and then put some mana into it, just like he had done before. Then, he fell down as if he were dead. "Oh, he isn't answering. I will make him pay for this." Dongchun hung up and went into the hotel, sweeping up the few strands of hair he was left with. He must have had a wild party with some girls, so Dongchun was worried about how to convince him to leave. He wanted to beat him up, but the young man was the chosen one. He would kill Dongchun before his superiors could even punish him for that. Idiot, you don't know whom you have messed up with. He had tricked the only daughter of the most powerful person in Korea, and now, he was playing with some girls in a hotel. He was supposed to leave the country immediately, but he trusted his magic too much. Dongchun got off on the 10th floor. But then, he realized something was not right. He stopped, took a deep breath, and looked into the hallway. The door of room 1001 was open, and a buffy man in a suit was standing guard in front of it. Dongchun took out a long stick and put on some earphones. Then, he carefully put down the stick on the floor, with its end pointing at the room. He then heard the conversation that was happening. You cleaned it all? Yes. And the ambulance? It will be here in a minute. He isn't dead, right? Yes. He has lost some blood, but not at all enough to die. But, he isn't opening his eyes. He should have woken up by now. Is he really okay? It doesn't matter if he is dead, but we should call another team then. Tell me. He isn't dead. After hearing the conversation, Dongchun retrieved the stick and left the hotel through the emergency stairs. Who, that idiot? I knew this would happen. Dongchun kept cursing and then called someone. The VIP is down. Dongchun had spoken Korean using the Chinese's unique accent, but now he was speaking English with a British accent. No, the target was bad. He tricked the most powerful chaebol in Korea. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. He isn't dead yet. Although we will have to go to the hospital to know the details, he is certainly not dead. Yes. Then I will see you then. Dongchun hung up. He didn't know what to do for some time, but then he yelled, "Aw!" People looked at him, wondering if he was mad, but he didn't care. That bastard. You should have died alone if you had a death wish. Why are you dragging me, too? Oh, if you die, I will really kill you. He steamed, but then he saw the ambulance arrive at the hotel. He got a cab and waited. When the ambulance left, he made the driver follow it. When Haejin woke up, he caught his breath and checked his condition. After he absorbed the power of the necklace, he could feel a lot more mana swirling in his body. He felt thrilled because of it. However, there was something else that surprised him even more. The necklace had more than just mana and new magic. It also had information about the forgotten continent, too. Antarctica. To his surprise, the land where the ancient race used to live was Antarctica, the frozen land where no one could live now. Actually, Haejin didn't care about finding traces of the old mankind and getting their power. His dream was to live a long and happy life and retrieve the Korean artifacts that were abroad whenever he could afford to, so having more power was of no use to him. However, there was one thing that bothered him. One of the legacies the ancient race had left behind was about the awesome power of finding all the treasures in the world. Haejin could understand why that organization was trying so hard to find the legacy of the ancient race. If they could find it, it would be as if they found a gold mine with an unlimited supply of gold. He wondered whether he was supposed to go to Antarctica to find it first or just live his life in peace, but then someone knocked on the door. He stood up to open it, but then he realized that he was not expecting anyone. The staff in his museum in Yunhee would never come without calling him first, even if they knew where he lived. Byung-guk would have called if it was him, and Soo-jong had a boyfriend now. She couldn't come in the middle of the night like that. There was no parcel he was waiting for, and the caretaker of the building had never come up like that. He carefully checked who it was with the interphone, but then he almost fainted in shock. Princess Hasena was standing there with a veil on her head. No way. Even though her hair was covered, those blue eyes were clearly Hasena's. Haejin quickly opened the door. Hasena was there with her eyes were full of tears. She looked at Haejin and then ran into his arms. What happened? Instead of answering, she buried her face in his shoulder. I missed you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169 Change in Progress 1. Chapter 169 Change in Progress 1. Heijin had dated girls before, so it wasn't his first time hugging a girl. Still, his heart was beating fast, maybe because he was shocked to see her alive. However, Heijin then came to his senses. He checked the hallway and dragged the princess inside. What happened? I was surprised to hear that you were dead. I did what I could to find out more about it, but I couldn't figure out much. Hasena nodded and smiled comfortably. Then, she took off her veil while saying, of course. Because of the strict Islamic rules, checking the dead body and conducting an autopsy is not easy. It couldn't have been easy to find out about my death, especially as you were a foreigner. First, the Salih. Why did she try to kill you? Heijin then asked. Hasena looked down. Salih had been working for the organization. I don't know if it was because of magic or money, maybe they threatened her. Anyway, she thought it was a good chance to kill me as I left my father's palace. So, she poisoned the juice I drink every morning. Then how did you avoid it? Hasena shook her head. She then started to explain, but she still seemed to be afraid as if she was going through it all over again. I couldn't avoid the danger. I drank that juice. I asked her why, struggling in pain, but she didn't say anything. I have never seen her look at me so coldly. She looked at me as if I was her greatest enemy. Heijin was enraged while thinking about the pain she had suffered. Your father will punish her. Hasena replied, yes, she will have to live in pain until the day she is dead. She will be tortured every day. My father is not weak. And he had to watch his daughter die in front of him. Heijin thought her explanation was quite strange. Are you saying your father saw your death with his eyes? I know it's hard to believe. No, you should be able to believe me. You are the only one who can perform real miracles. I died, but I also didn't die. Was this the resurrection which religions talked about? What do you mean? Heijin then asked. I was lucky. The poison started affecting me just when Velen arrived there. He realized I only looked dead, and this necklace was protecting me, she said while showing the necklace with the red ruby that hung around her neck. Heijin could feel that radiant gem had magic in it. He then commented, that isn't an ordinary necklace. Yes. When I got this, I thought it could one day save my life, and I was right. The necklace stopped the poison from spreading to my heart and brain. Instead, it was detoxifying it. However, from the outside, my body had a dark shade and looked dead. How strange. Hasena continued, Velen knew I was poisoned, but as he was the only one who knew about the necklace, he was sure I wasn't dead. However, he thought I would still be in danger if he announced that I was alive, so he didn't tell anyone. He quickly got a coffin and hid me inside. Then, no one checked your condition? Heijin asked. Only few can touch my body. As my body had a dark shade, and I wasn't breathing, everyone thought I was dead. After Velen then put me in that coffin, no doctor in America could examine me and announce my death, Hasena replied. He has done a great job. However, that couldn't have been enough to fool your father, Heijin commented. Hasena replied, no. When I arrived in Abu Dhabi, I had already recovered a lot and could even talk to him. But you just said he watched you die. Drops of tears started running down her cheeks. Hasena then explained, I told him I couldn't live as the daughter of the Abu Dhabi family anymore. He didn't want to accept it, but I said I wanted to live my own life. It wasn't because I couldn't stop my death. With his authority, I could have lived safely in his palace, but I wouldn't have been able to lead a proper life. I rather thought I had found a way to get away from the rules. Although he didn't want this. I was then officially proclaimed as dead. Heijin could now see why she was crying. She wouldn't be able to go home or meet her family again. He comforted her for some time and then made her a cup of warm tea. She sipped it and smiled brightly as usual again. Once she was feeling better, Heijin asked, "Then how did you get here? You probably needed a passport and visa." Next, she took out her passport from her handbag while saying, "Here, my father gave me a new ID as the last gift." Funnily enough, the handbag looked luxurious. She must have taken anything she could grab under the circumstances, but still, she had an expensive bag. "Let me see," Heijin then looked at the passport. It belonged to an American named Aaron Sylvia. America? How did you get an American passport? Heijin asked. Hasena explained, "My father asked this to the American office of the Director of National Intelligence for it. They don't know who is using it. Although they made the ID, this passport was made in Abu Dhabi. Anyway, I am an American businesswoman who now owns a small bank." Wow, your father really cares about you. He even got you a bank, even if it's small. No, I took care of it. In secret, I prepared things like this. It was the fund that I could use in case I were to live as a runaway, Hasena replied. That's good. Should I call you Aaron Sylvia now? Heijin asked. She then smiled. The Islamic laws said that a woman cannot show her face to a man except for her husband, and Heijin knew the reason now. Her smile was so beautiful. Yes. I am Sylvia now, she confirmed. Then why did you wear your veil? Out of habit, and because I was worried that people would recognize me. The organization must know my face very well. Heijin then asked, "You're now staying at a hotel?" No, I came here straight from Incheon Airport. It wasn't hard as Velen had given me your address. I just gave it to the taxi driver, and he brought me here. As Heijin had signed a lease contract with Louvre Abu Dhabi, finding out his address could not have been difficult. Then what are you going to do now? At hearing the question, Hasena straightened her back and met Heijin's gaze. Then, she smiled and asked, "Which part of my face do you think I should change to become prettier?" What, now? What? Change what? You're already beautiful enough, Heijin answered. She, however, shook her head. Cosmetic surgery is necessary. You know it. Changing my ID is not enough. So, tell me. What should I change? She was right, but Heijin didn't like the idea of someone modifying that pretty face. But you are pretty enough now, what if the surgery gets rid of your beauty? Hasena then replied, I have no choice. So please tell me, what should I fix? Heijin then started speaking, if you really have to. Yes? Hasena's face was beautiful, but if Heijin had to find a flaw, then her chin was slightly big. Heijin finished, it would be better if your chin was a little smaller. She nodded and agreed, yes. My chin is a little big compared to Asian women. Changing the shape of my face would make the biggest difference. I thought so, too. I should leave for now. We don't have much time. She was right, there wasn't much time. The members of the organization were about to come from all over the world. Heijin then said, I will take you to Gangnam. No, I can take the taxi. I will stay at a hotel until I recover from the surgery. And she took Heijin's phone, typed her phone number, and pressed the call button. Then, she showed her ringing phone. Save the number under Sylvia, Hasena said. After that, she left for Gangnam. Hasena had said that she had to go through that surgery to be safe, but was it Heijin's imagination, or did she really look excited about it? Heijin packed his things and put his home on sale. From now on, staying in one place was very dangerous. He had to move from place to place every day. Next, he heard from Hyoyen that she had found that young man and given him to the police, Although she was in trouble because she didn't get her money back, thankfully, the Chables who had bought the fakes said that they could wait. Even if she said she was going to retrieve the money as fast as possible, it was not going to be easy since the bank account belonged to the organization. On the other hand, even though SH Global had gained 10 billion won, they probably were not feeling that happy. After all, Haejin ruined the young man's magic ability. In the meantime, Yoonhee got herself more bodyguards and had frequent meetings with the merchants of Insadong. Information was both money and life. Haejin had also cast a listening spell on a flower vase and put it in the man's hospital room without showing himself. As now he could hear everything that happened in that room, he could find out instantly if anyone went there. Even though no one had gotten close to him until now, someone was going to come to him eventually. Haejin had changed his face with an illusion spell when he attacked him, and they were going to come for revenge, so he thought he could get hold of them first. Hiding wasn't going to protect him forever. He decided that if he had to go through with it, he would get them first. The young man woke up 4 days after he fainted. Additionally, because of the cops around him, he couldn't move easily. And then, someone came to Haejin's museum looking for him. "I must meet Mr. Park Haejin," the woman, who seemed to be over 50 years old, said to a member of the staff with a warm tone. The staff then asked, "May I ask who and from where you are?" Normally, she would tell visitors that meeting Haejin wasn't easy, but the woman's charisma told her she wasn't just an ordinary person. "I am an Haewon from Bundang." "Please, I must meet him," the woman in her 50s replied. "Could you wait for a minute?" The member of the staff then went to Yoonhee and told her about the woman, and she realized the visitor was an important person. The name of the Prime Minister's wife was in Haewon, and they lived in Bundang. She immediately went down, talked to Haewon, and used her phone to call Haejin. "Where are you?" Yoonhee asked. "Me? I'm just walking around." Yoonhee knew it meant he was looking for them and replied, "There's a visitor looking for you." "Me? Is it a VIP?" Haejin knew that Yoonhee wouldn't have called if it hadn't been for a VIP. "Yes. She is the Prime Minister's wife." "Ha, a politician again?" Haejin asked. "Actually, I would have politely refused if it had been just a politician asking a favor, but it's a little weird." "Weird how?" "It was the same method." I then immediately recalled SH Global. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170 Change and Progress 2. Chapter 170 Change and Progress 2. Haejin returned to the museum. Instead of going to his new appraising room, he went to Yoonhee's office first. "She is waiting at the appraising room," Yoonhee then explained. Haejin asked, "And she is Prime Minister's wife?" "Yes." "Please explain. Why is she here?" Haejin wanted to hear Yoonhee's explanation first because they couldn't exchange opinions in front of an Haewon, and he needed to decide whether or not to appraise for her. Yoonhee sat down, took a sip of her tea, and started to talk. "Impressively, she is very much interested in art." "Why is that impressive?" "Because I've never seen her before," Yoonhee replied. Oh. Yoonhee knew many politicians and businessmen. If someone she hadn't met before was interested in art, it was surprising. I asked for the reason, and it turned out that she hasn't been able to buy even a cheap painting from the gallery because she couldn't have her husband accused of corruption. She just goes to museums and galleries from time to time to look at paintings, Yoonhee explained. Although she said cheap painting, she didn't mean paintings worth a few 10,000 won. She was talking about paintings that were relatively cheaper than paintings in other galleries. And. Yoonhee then continued, and a painting that even she couldn't refuse came to her. Before Haejin heard the story, he thought that appraising for her was a bit bothersome, but now he was interested. A masterpiece showed up in front of someone who couldn't even buy cheap paintings? Haejin asked to be sure. Yes. How? No, through what route? Yunhee then said, it's funny. She went to the alumni meeting that her friend suggested. In there was a very realistic fake that she should take a look. If it had been real, she would have never bought it. Otherwise, her husband would be accused. I see. That is why she hasn't bought even a cheap painting. But what is that painting she bought? Haejin asked. Yunhee exhaled and said, Renoir. Haejin doubted his ears. Renoir? Pierre Auguste Renoir? Yes, him. Haejin's jaw dropped. There had been a reason why Yunhee called him even if the situation was urgent. So, one of Renoir's painting might be in this building? Haejin asked. Yes. She came because she thinks it might be real, Yunhee replied. And she wants it to be a fake? Yes. She had no choice but to hope for the painting to be fake. That was ironic. Anyway, Haejin wanted to meet that painting first. Okay. Let's take a look at it and then decide. Haejin stood up while Yunhee followed him. The new appraisal room had scientific equipment needed for appraising. Anyone would be impressed and comment, wow, this place truly is perfect for appraising. Of course, they were not cutting-edge equipment. As Haejin almost never needed them, they were there just to be shown to the clients. In that perspective, they had a great effect. And Haewon, in fact, was feeling calm as she sat alone in the room, unlike when she had been wandering around in Insadong's alleys. Clean white interior, sample dishes on the side, X-ray equipment and infrared light devices made her not regret coming here. When Haejin went in and saw that her eyes were full of trust, he knew she was ready to accept anything he said. Nice to meet you, I am Park Haejin. I've heard so much about you. I am an Haewon. Honestly, I've met a few appraisers to have this painting appraised, but they all had slightly different opinions. So, I couldn't trust them, but then I heard you were the best appraiser in this country. Is that right? Haejin calmly nodded, yes. He didn't want to bother by being humble. His fee was the most expensive in the world, after all. Haewon smiled softly, then please, take a look. Her painting was already on the table, so Haejin went closer to examine it. It turned out to be the painting of a ballerina. You bought it while thinking it was fake? Haejin asked as he looked at the painting. Haewon then answered with a shaky voice, yes. I was told it was fake and I didn't pay much for it. But then? Haewon continued, a few days ago, a friend came to my home. She knows a lot about art, and she said it was extraordinary. It had a deep vibe. It couldn't be fake. I thought so, too. I had never felt such liveliness from a forgery. So, I went to appraisal agencies in Insadong. How many agencies did you visit? Haejin asked. 3. But they all told me different things, so I didn't know which opinion to trust. Then my close friend told me about you, that you were the best. I see. It can't be really Renoir's, can it? Haewon asked in a worried tone. I must examine it first. Actually, Haejin had a strong feeling that said the painting was real. The ballerina with the bright maroon hair and snow-white ballet dress was doing a turn. Unlike Degas paintings that had a dramatic beauty and strong image, this painting was just bright and warm. The transparent laces of the ballet dress had Renoir's unique coloring technique. It was like Renoir himself was saying it was his. You know it is an unusual painting for Renoir, right? Haewon carefully replied, I like most of the Impressionists, but I like Renoir the most. I know which of his painting is at which gallery. Of course, I know that this painting is very rare. When it comes to ballerina's painting, most people think of Degas, not Renoir. He scarcely depicted ballerinas. So, this Renoir's painting of a ballerina was very rare. Making a forgery of such a painting was quite dangerous for a forger. What happens if this is real? Heijin asked. What? Then I should return it, of course. I bought this at 800,000 won. She bought this at 800,000 won. Heijin couldn't help smiling. They were truly ingenious. They had sold a real painting as a fake to drag the Prime Minister down. Heijin didn't even have to use magic. This painting was certainly real. However, as there couldn't be many with such gut and skills, he used magic to look into the past, thinking he might see familiar faces. And he was right. Unfortunately, this is Renoir's painting. You will have to give it back, Heijin gave his appraisal. Oh, Haewon couldn't believe it, and she took a step back without realizing it. Heijin then said, and if you are so worried, you'd better report it to the police. That friend of yours can be preparing to use this against you right now. No way, we have been friends for almost 40 years. We didn't see each other for about a decade, but she is so kind and always following the law. She couldn't have tried to do this to me. I can't believe it. She could have known about this, of course, but she might also not have known. What we can be sure of now is that this painting is Renoir's, Heijin replied. In the past, Heijin had seen through magic. Haewon's friend had been fooled and really believed it was real. But shockingly, she hadn't been enchanted like SH Global's investors. She just didn't know much about art. Funnily, they had bought it from Anton Barrett auction in America where Heijin had gone with Yoonhee before. So, they had used that painting to make the Prime Minister suffer, but unfortunately, Heijin hadn't seen anything that let him know the reason behind. Oh, what should I do? Haewon panicked and didn't know what to do, but Heijin and Yoonhee couldn't do anything for her. They just gave her the official document in Heijin's name that proved the painting was real so that she would be able to show it to the police. After she left, Yoonhee asked Heijin, what happened? You can read the memories of the items. Do you know who's behind this? Heijin then explained, as you said, she bought a real painting while thinking it was fake, so I thought it had to be connected to SH Global. But I couldn't see anything related to them. It looks like she just has grudges against the Prime Minister. Then they just wanted to screw him over? Yoonhee asked. Heijin confirmed, yes, but what is she doing right now that she is trying so hard? Anyway, I don't think the organization is behind this. Who? That's good. But how much is that painting worth? They bought it at about 5 billion won. Spending that much money to screw someone over? They must have a huge plan, Heijin commented. 5 million isn't a big price to get rid of the Prime Minister. Okay. Are you going to leave again now? Probably, Heijin replied. But I was going to have dinner with you, Yoonhee complained. Heijin felt somewhat guilty to see her disappointed. However, he then heard the voice of a woman who was probably talking to a doctor in one of Gangnam's cosmetic surgery hospitals. He then realized someone had opened the door and gone into the young man's hospital room. How could the chosen one be ruined like this? It was a blunt British accent. Heijin said goodbye to Yoonhee and quickly left the museum. Completely ruined. You can't use your powers anymore. Who? That was the young man's voice. Tell me. Who did this to you? This time, it was in Korean with an awkward foreign accent. Heijin started his car and stepped on the accelerator. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He was over 30, with a wide forehead and a low nose. Oh. He had a mole on his lip. Who is he? I don't know. Get me out of here first. You're here to help me, right? Then take me out of there. First, explain how he took your power. He. Strangely, the young man calmly explained what had happened. It had to be through either drug or magic. About 5 minutes later, his explanation finished. The mysterious man was done with him now. He ignored the young man's begging and left. Save me. please. Ha? Sir. This patient is acting strange. Hagen could feel him wriggling and screaming, so he stopped listening. Thankfully, the hospital wasn't far from his museum, so when he arrived, only 5 minutes had passed. He must be a foreigner. Hagen didn't think it was too late because he thought he could recognize him. Their unique gloomy aura had to be easy to feel. Hagen went in and walked through the crowd. Then, he saw a priest with a Bible in his hands. The priest was tall and handsome, he could have been a model instead. But now, it didn't matter. Hagen could feel that he was the man who had been with the young man. He walked casually toward his direction. The moment he got close to him, he was surprised to feel an intense heat like that of the desert. Hagen then looked at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171 Change and Progress 3. Chapter 171 Change and Progress 3. Do you know me? The priest asked politely in a crude Korean when Hagen looked at him in surprise. No. I'm sorry. I looked at you because I've never seen a foreigner priest, but you are extremely good-looking. You are the most handsome priest I know. Which cathedral do you work at? I'm a Catholic, too, Hagen replied on purpose. I don't live in Korea. I just came for a visit. Oh, I see. But may I ask your name? Hagen asked again. James Rodler. It's Father James. Okay, Father James. But where are you from? The handsome priest started to get irritated, but he kindly answered, I am from London. Hagen then said, London. I've always wanted to go there. Could you tell me the name of the cathedral you work at? James' face hardened for a second, but then he smiled again. I'm afraid I cannot tell you. I'm sorry. Hagen wanted to dig deeper, but he didn't want James to be suspicious. He decided to stop there after saying, Oh, I was going to visit you in London. Would it be necessary to come to London to see me? The priest asked. But I was going to go to London one day, for sightseeing, Hagen replied. London is a great city. I hope you go there someday. Thank you. Then goodbye. Hagen bowed and casted a hearing magic on the black band around James's waist. Then, Hagen looked into his eyes. He thought James would react if he felt him use magic, but he just smiled, then. Hagen thought about asking for a blessing, but he dismissed the idea as James might feel something if he touched his body. Hagen looked at the priest for some time and walked toward where he had come from when he was gone. The strong smell of blood and intense heat from James made it clear. He was from the organization. One good thing, which Hagen was curious about, was that he hadn't been able to feel the spell Hagen had cast on him. According to the conversation he had had earlier, the priest had realized that the young man had lost his magic, but why he himself couldn't feel anything? Uido, James got on a taxi and yelled. Please follow that car. Hagen also took a taxi and followed him. He then arrived in front of an office in Uido. Previously, the priest was walking with ease, but now, he would always look back. The place had to be important. Hagen was even more curious as he hadn't said anything in the taxi. Thank you. I will get off now. A moment after Father James went into the building, Hagen got off from his taxi and slowly walked to the coffee shop on the ground floor of the building. He didn't even know where James was going yet, so he thought going up after him was a bad idea. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. His hearing spell finally started to tell him something. He is completely ruined. He cannot recover. Oh, then we must lose the chosen one like this. Where is the manager of the East Asia region? Haven't you found him yet? I am sorry. He is still missing. Anyway, he couldn't have ruined his own magic. What about the other one? He left some traces, but it won't be easy. And yet. I don't know if this is connected to the matter, but there is a cub goslin in an art museum of Bukshan, Seoul. Haejin's heart sank. He knew that cub goslin had to be the black cat which had been protecting his museum. Are you saying a cub goslin is not leaving that museum? It's more than that. I watched for some time, and it looked like it was living there. The workers of the museum were feeding it. No way, they never wander around without a master. I think the other chosen one works there. Haejin had changed his looks with illusion magic not to reveal himself, and it was all in vain. Go to that museum immediately and find him. He won't be able to use his powers if you have this. You must capture it. This? It looked like there was some kind of item that could control magic. Haejin would have never found that out if he hadn't casted the hearing magic on James, so he had avoided great danger. Don't worry. I will capture the beast. The conversation ended there. Haejin immediately left the coffee shop, got a taxi, and waited. Father James came out after about 5 minutes. Haejin couldn't see any item, therefore James had to be hiding it under his cloak. He got a taxi and moved. He was heading to Bukshan. The priest soon arrived at Haejin's museum, but he didn't move right away. Instead, he went into the nearby coffee shop and waited. Haejin didn't know why he was waiting like that, but he also waited, watching him from afar. Finally, around 6 p.m. when the sun started to set, James started to move. Snap! Snap! James snapped his fingers on a strange rhythm. It looked strange and cool at the same time. But... snap! Snap, snap! That rhythm disturbed Haejin. It made him feel nauseous. Up! Haejin covered his mouth with his hand and quickly hid. He wanted to throw up. That strange rhythm was changing the flow of his mana. He immediately stopped the hearing magic and calmed himself down. His mana went back to normal after about 5 minutes. He then ran to the museum. He was worried that something might have happened to Yunhee or the others, but something strange was going on at the entrance. The cat was about to attack, with its tail erected high, and the priest in black was glaring at it coldly like a statue. They were staring at each other as if they were looking at their worst enemy. Just as Haejin was about to lunge in, James took out a long silver necklace. Then, he snapped his fingers and swung the necklace with that strange rhythm. Keu! The black cat, which had been so nimble, started moving slowly as if it were about to die. The silver necklace maimed it. The moment it turned red with blood, Haejin's feet struck James's side. Bam! James flew back as if he had been hit by a car. The priest then smashed into an old wall to the point where a crater was formed because of the impact. Before he could gather his senses, Haejin put a hand on his head and recited a spell. James spat blood. He then opened his mouth to say, Gara de Idiahara. It was to thwart Haejin's mental possessing magic, but he had little mana. So, he couldn't stop Haejin. What is your name? Haejin asked. Dear Mystery, the priest replied. Who do you work for? Trinitatis. Trinitatis, it meant Trinity in Latin. Which are the 3 things of the Trinity? Haejin then asked. The priest then said, Great One, Word, and Power. Why are you after me? James wriggled for a moment at this, but then, continued to talk, Chosen One. We need him to find the lost land. And what happens if you find that land? Haejin thought he was going to say the treasure would make them rich, but his answer was way beyond that. The Chosen One's power does not belong only to him. We need that power to rule the world, the priest replied. That line would belong to an anime for children. However, it was frightening because Haejin knew it was not impossible. How many of you are in Korea now? Haejin then asked. 3. And the others' names? Novice Androboyus and High Priest Paolo. Paolo. Lo, Deer was stammering as if he were video being streamed with a bad internet connection. Hey! Dear Mystery! The moment Hagen thought something was wrong, Deer's body started to heat up. Shit. The moment Hagen quickly backed off, a fire appeared on his chest and quickly spread to the entire body. It was a fire that couldn't be put off with water. He was writhing in pain. Hagen quickly looked around. Luckily, he had broken all the CCTVs around the area and had casted an illusion magic at the entrance so that no one could see what was happening there. A few pedestrians just saw the vacant entrance of the museum because of the illusion magic. After 10 minutes of time, which could be both long and short, only gray ash remained where Dear Mystery had been. The fire had been so strong that it didn't leave a single piece of bone. It had to be magic. Hagen wondered how they had casted such magic on him. He dismissed the illusion from the magic and went to the cat. To his surprise, it was still breathing. He quickly picked it up and ran to his car. As there was a huge vet's office nearby, the cat could survive if it was lucky. But just when he was about to drive out of the alley, he saw something shining on the floor. He was about to ignore it, but then he recalled Deer's silver necklace and stopped the car. He ran there, and it really was the necklace. It had flown out of Deer's hand when Hagen's kicked him. It wasn't just necklace, after all. He could feel pressure on his chest when he held it. It was as if someone or something was pressing his body. He couldn't leave it there, so he threw it in his car and drove. He had to save the cat first. What happened? Yunhee asked in surprise at seeing Hagen with the cat in his arms the next day. She was surprised because the cat was literally wrapped in bandages. Some maniac attacked him. Please take care of him. Don't let anyone else do it, Hagen replied. As it was not an ordinary cat, he thought he couldn't leave it at the vet's office. Okay, but are you busy today? Yunhee asked. Why? Is there something coming up? Hagen asked. Actually, yes. Do you remember Mrs. Haewon? Oh, the Prime Minister's wife? Yunhee confirmed, yes. The person who sold that painting to her arrived, saying she can't accept what you said about her. Just send her back. It's too bothersome. Hagen would have faced that woman normally, but now he was too tired. He didn't realize that yesterday as he had been too tense, but after a day, he felt so tired. It's not that easy. She brought the appraisers of the Korea Appraisal Committee with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising 1. Chapter 172 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising 1. Korea Appraisal Committee? Did they issue a certificate? But she didn't say anything about it. Did she talk to you about it when I wasn't around? Hagen asked a series of questions. Yunhee shook her head while also looking surprised. No, I didn't know about it either, of course. I also just called Mrs. Haewon. She said she didn't know, and if she had received a certificate, she would have told us. Hagen stroked his chin. He had to think. Why? It can't be that you made a mistake while appraising, right? Yunhee asked as she found it strange for Hagen to look worried. However, Hagen shook his head. That's not it. I don't know which appraiser is here right now, but most of the appraisers of the committee are highly conservative. Actually, in appraising, the perfect answer often doesn't exist, so they are usually not this passionate when it comes to the authenticity of a painting. Especially when it's not their own business. Well, that is how all the appraisers I've met until now are. Of course, except for you, Yunhee commented. That was probably why Hagen had left an impression on Yunhee when they first met. There were few appraisers who gave absolute answers right on the spot like Hagen. Hagen then said, And this case is even stranger. It's not like this is about a celadon or porcelain. Frankly speaking, Korean appraisers do not know much about Western paintings. They have less experience with them and haven't grown up while enjoying them.
I think you are right, Yunhee replied.
Haejin then continued, yet, they are so eager to prove that a Western painting, a Renoir, is fake? They couldn't have had enough time to do scientific tests. Scientific tests take a lot longer than most people think.
X-ray test and infrared light test are simple, but tests that require samples of the paint might take longer than a year. It had been about 24 hours since Haejin gave Haewon the certificate that said the painting was real, so the time must have been too short for them to get any scientific evidence. They can't be doing this without a plan, but I can't see what they are after.
What are you going to do? Should I tell them they should leave? Yunhee asked. Haejin then replied, it will only make things worse. They have come all the way here, so they won't leave in peace if you tell them to just leave. Where are they? They're at the cafe on the ground floor, Yunhee answered.
Tell them to come to my appraisal room.
I'll be waiting for them.
And Haejin handed the cat to Yunhee while saying, please tell our staff to take care of him for today.
Okay, I will also go home with him from now on.
My cousin has raised a cat for long, so I can get cat food, and everything he needs, Yunhee replied while carefully taking the cat.
Next, the cat looked at Haejin.
If it had been human, Haejin would have asked if it had anything to say, but he couldn't. So, he just smiled and waved his hand at him. He then went to his appraisal room and sat down where soon a group of people came in. They were 4 men and a woman, all over 50.
The woman put her hands on her waist and lifted her chin high after saying, are you Park Haejin or something?
Yes, I am.
The woman didn't let him finish. Just because you learned a few things about appraising, you shouldn't have said that you can take the responsibility for the Prime Minister's wife. What I told her was not something I couldn't take the responsibility for. I have issued a certificate in my name, so if I was wrong, I will have to pay for it according to the laws, Haejin calmly replied without blinking an eye. The woman, instead, thought she was winning and raised her voice even higher. You think that is taking responsibility? You have lied to the Prime Minister's wife and what? Legal responsibility? The Prime Minister is the second on the hierarchy ranking? You know that, right?
He is the second highest man in this country when it comes to authority, but
Haejin then said, the second on the hierarchy ranking is the chairman of the National Assembly. The Prime Minister is the 5th. And, why are you saying that I lied? I just told her what I saw. Tell me honestly, weren't you the one who lied about the painting? What? Never mind. If you are the person who sold the painting, the men behind you must be the appraisers. Haejin then looked behind her. Behind her, the oldest man had a face with numerous wrinkles. His gaze also looked dark, maybe because he was tired. That old man then said, I am Kim Chae-inyu. I am from Hanul Appraisal Agency, which is nearby. You might have heard of it. I am also the chief appraiser of Korea Appraisal Committee. Oh, I think I've passed by your agency a few times. Haejin spoke as if he wasn't impressed at all. Chae-inyu was a little offended and raised his eyebrows. Really? Then it is good. Anyway, I've just heard about what happened. Haejin then replied, you just heard about what happened and came in a group, so sure that I was wrong. Koreans' meddlesomeness is famous worldwide, but I didn't know it was this strong. Next, a man behind Chae-inyu, in a modernized hanbok, spoke in a hoarse voice, hey. I cannot hear this nonsense anymore. This man here has been working as an antique appraiser for 40 years. He started living with antiques before you were even born. How rude. He was even pointing his fingers at Haejin while yelling. However, Haejin just crossed his arms and smiled coldly while saying, so, the longer you appraise antiques, the better you are. I've never heard of that before. You. Then, Yunhee came in. She felt the cold atmosphere in the room and her face hardened in a second. What is going on here? Sir? Where do you think you are to act so rude like that? Yoon-hee scolded. The appraisers who had been accusing Haejin looked toward the voice. Huh? Oh, it's... Yoon-hee had worked as an art director for years now, so it was only natural that they knew each other. Mr. Kim? Don't you know me? I'm Lim Yoon-hee. Are you making a fuss in my museum? Unlike the other appraisers, Chae-in-yu continued to speak boldly. You don't know what this is about. This is serious. This man here has issued the wrong certificate, and it is about to cause a huge problem. What huge problem? How huge is it for you to act like this in my workplace? Yoon-hee must have had some power over Insadon. Even though she had stopped being the director of Wajin Seian Gallery, she used to have great power back then. The man who sold the painting to this lady is from the Japanese consul. Why would he sell a genuine painting while claiming it to be a forgery? Unless he is a fool, can't you see? This is really bad. This might accelerate to the diplomatic problem. Chae-in-yu said. Haejin had seen how the painting had really gone to Haewon by using his magic, so he knew that Chae-in-yu was lying. The person who had given the painting to that woman had been a Korean, not Japanese, and he had bought it from an American before that. And now Chae-in-yu was suddenly talking about the Japanese consul. He was clearly up to something. The Japanese consul gave the painting to her? Okay, let's say that's true, Haejin said. It is the truth. Chae-in-yu replied. Haejin continued, whatever. So, you have proof that says the painting is fake, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing this. That's, Chae-in-yu suddenly started to stammer. That gave Haejin a clue. Although they believed the painting was fake, they were not sure of it. Did they even look at the painting? They might even be accusing Haejin without having looked at the painting. Haejin found it so ridiculous that he smiled. Fine. Well, as you are insisting so hard that I was wrong, I accept that. Should I appraise the painting again, right in front of everyone? Would that be enough? That's good. One of the old appraisers yelled as if he had been waiting for Haejin to say that. Haejin wondered from who and what they had heard for them to be so sure. Then let's have the painting brought here. Yoon-hee, could you call Mrs. In and ask her to send the painting here? Yoon-hee nodded. I will call her right away. Yoon-hee got her phone and left. Then the woman, who had sold the painting to Haewon, yelled from the back, I've already told her. She's coming with it. Next, she turned to Haejin and warned him while shaking her thick cheeks, you're in big trouble now. You should get yourself an expensive lawyer. I am going to sue you and demand compensation. Haejin couldn't see what she could have possibly lost because of him, but after the mention of the Japanese consul, her threat was nothing to him. If someone had spent 5 billion won to bring down the prime minister, it had to be for political purposes, and now a Japanese consul showed up. Haejin then replied, whatever. We must appraise it again to find out which of us is right, so why don't you wait outside? I'm quite busy. Even being in the same room with her was tiring, so Haejin tried to make her leave. Then, Yoon-hee came back. She is on her way. I told you so. This will end soon, the woman was confident. However, Haejin ignored her and talked to Yoon-hee. We have our own lawyer, right? Call him. The woman spoke first before Yoon-hee could say anything. Why? You need a lawyer's help to find a way out of this? No, I am going to make sure that I was and am right about the painting. So, if there's anyone who should brace oneself, it's you. I will sue you for fraud, Haejin replied. Ha! What nonsense! She turned around and left the room while her appraisers followed her one by one. However, the youngest of them lingered behind and said to Yoon-hee, I think it is fake. Are you going to be okay? Yoon-hee shook her hands. Oh, you can't trust me? Appraiser Park Haejin here is the best in this country.
China, America, and even the Medici of Italy have acknowledged his skills.
You don't know who you are accusing, right?
Well, it wasn't like what Hagen had done had been in the newspaper. Only those who knew about it spread the words, so even the people who were working in the same field wouldn't fully know about Hagen's skills. Although the man looked down, he said what he had to say. Of course I know you are smart and wise.
Everyone does, but it is not good this time. It's not good? Yoon-hee asked.
He glanced at the door and spoke carefully. They have planned everything.
Planned everything? Yoon-hee was confused.
I don't know for sure, but it sounded like that. Anyway, we should talk after the painting arrives, the man said before leaving.
Things were going differently than Yoon-hee had expected.
She looked at Hagen, but of course, he didn't have any other way, either.
They have planned everything? But what difference can more planning make? This is about finding out if the painting is real, Hagen replied. Yes, it makes no sense.
Both Yoon-hee and Hagen were curious.
Soon, they got their answer as Haewon showed up with the painting.
I'm sorry, I am slightly late. Haewon then had an employee put the painting on the table.
Ha, this is surprising, Hagen laughed. What? Why? Haewon's eyes shook while asking her questions. Hagen really wanted to ask her something. Did she really think he wouldn't be able to realize that it was a different painting?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 173 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 2. Chapter 173 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 2. Haewon probably didn't mean to do this from the beginning.
If she had planned to do so, Hagen would have already found out what they were up to with magic. However, she came with a different painting, so she must have changed her mind while talking to her friend and her appraisers.
No, it's nothing. Is there any reason why you decided to have this reappraised? Hagen asked.
Haewon was so nervous that she couldn't look at Hagen straight in the eyes. I couldn't be sure about making a decision after only one appraisal.
Hagen then said, Really? But I am going to appraise this loudly, would that be okay? What? Loudly? What do you mean? Haewon asked. Hagen answered, I am going to call a lawyer and a reporter. To promote this museum and myself as this has happened, how is that? Isn't that what you wanted?
Haewon panicked, and so did her greedy friend.
Hey, why are you going to call the reporters? Do you think it is right to promote yourself with someone else's private property?
The woman objected.
However, Hagen replied as if it was nothing, isn't that what you need? This painting must be concluded as fake for Mrs. And, so that her husband wouldn't be accused, isn't that right?
Then Haewon spoke, yes, but I think calling the reporters is too much.
Too much? Then you don't think it is too much to bring a group of appraisers just because you couldn't believe what I told you about the painting? Hagen scolded her.
Haewon, however, raised her voice as well. I am sorry, but isn't raising a reasonable doubt to your appraisal part of a legal procedure? Hagen had asked that because he wanted to find out if Haewon was doing this because she wanted to, or she was just being controlled by others.
However, her attitude made it clear. Hagen had no more reason to be nice to her.
It is legal and just. That is why I am tolerating all this fuss, Hagen replied firmly.
Haewon hesitated and took a step back.
Then, her friend spoke for her, you are so eager to get humiliated.
Fine, call them. You think we will be scared?
Hagen had Yoon-hee called the reporters and the lawyer. Then, he replied, I am not calling them for you to be scared, but I guess you are doing something bad.
Of course not.
The woman replied.
Whatever. They will be here in half an hour. Let's start when they arrive.
Hagen then sat down on a chair with his arms crossed. The others also decided to sit down.
Yoon-hee then came closer and whispered to him, Are you going to be okay? Oh, yes. However, she brought a different painting, Heijin whispered back. What? She switched the painting?
Yunhee's eyes widened in surprise, but as she had her back toward the others, only Heijin could see that.
Yes, I'm shocked as well, but why are they doing this? Can there be any reason for them to do this? I don't understand, Heijin calmly shook his head. Yunhee then quickly asked, that's not what matters now. They have switched the painting. The lawyer and reporters are on their way now. What if that painting is considered fake? Then you will have to take the blame.
Yunhee was getting mad, but she managed to lower her voice so that the others wouldn't be able to listen.
It's fine, I'll take care of it. But more than that, you should go out and try to find out what the Prime Minister is doing for them to be so eager to bring him down, Heijin replied. What? Is that necessary when his wife is so clearly working with them? Yunhee asked.
Heijin then explained, I'm sure she hasn't discussed it with her husband yet. If he had known about this, he would have never allowed her to do this. Anyway, I think she is the only one who doesn't know she is bringing her husband's doom.
They even said a Japanese consul is involved in this.
I think something bad is going on here, like that professor who openly accused me at Gimhe, so please, try to find out more.
Yunhee nodded, although she didn't seem very happy about it. Okay.
I don't like it because I'm not interested in helping her, but I'll try to find out.
It's not about helping her.
I must know what is going on to decide what to do about it, Heijin replied. First, I'll find out what Japan has to do with this, Yunhee said before leaving the room. After that, a strange silence filled the room. The tension was surrounding the painting on the table in the middle, and the appraisers were looking at it, murmuring among themselves. The touch of the brush is too nasty.
It can't be Renoir's. Look here, the transparent dress hasn't been depicted well.
The artist failed to get the right depth of the color.
He couldn't have been a real artist. More than that, the structure isn't right, and the ballerina's expression is too stiff. You are right, it can't be Renoir's.
They all spoke as if they were competing amongst themselves. It looked like they were trying to prove their skills. Therefore, they did their best to find all the flaws. Of course, that only looked ridiculous to Heijin.
What? Nasty touch of the brush? Wrong depth of the color? Strange structure?
Oh, please.
Surprisingly, the fake painting Heijin brought was a forgery of high quality.
It was as good as the forgery he had seen at the Medici's mansion before. He wouldn't have been so sure of it being fake that quickly if he hadn't seen the real painting before.
This fake must have been brought from abroad.
What was strange was that if they had the forger make a fake while looking at the real painting and then brought the two paintings at the same time, it meant that they had been designing a plot to bring down the Prime Minister from the very beginning. Anyway, Heijin was sure that it was fake for only one reason.
Its size.
It was slightly smaller than the real painting he had seen yesterday. He didn't know if it was because the frame had been changed many times or there was another reason, but it was smaller. However, the ballerina in the painting was of the same size, so its edges had been cut. If it had been someone else, he or she wouldn't have been able to notice it. It was only possible because they had targeted Heijin. At last, the appraiser who used to be close with Yunhee just watched the painting from behind. He seemed to know that boasting like the other appraisers would only make him look funny. Anyway, soon Yunhee came in with two men. Heijin had seen the lawyer of the law firm his museum was on a contract with, so he recognized him. The other man, who he had never seen before, had to be the reporter.
You sure this will be okay? Yunhee whispered to Heijin.
Of course, as they are our guests, we should get them something to drink and start, Heijin replied. Okay, I believe in you. Yunhee then had an employee bring juice and stood behind Heijin. Heijin greeted the lawyer and the reporter and started to talk about the matter. First, Mrs. And here has officially raised a doubt about my appraisal.
You think it is fake, right?
Heijin nodded, but she looked nervous. Yes, I do. I bought this knowing that it was fake, and I don't want to be falsely accused because of you. If not being accused was what she really wanted, she should have asked her friend for a refund. Plus, she had bought it as fake, so returning it without getting the money back wouldn't have cost her much, so Heijin couldn't understand why she was taking it this far.
Okay then, I will reappraise it.
Your appraisers should also appraise it with me, Heijin replied.
Well, as we are here to help, we can't just sit by. Kim Chae-inu cleared his throat and came out as if he was reluctant to help.
Thank you, Heijin, however, wasn't grateful at all. He just needed some extras to make Haewon and her friend pay.
Heijin went to the painting and asked Chae-inu, "You said this was fake, right?" Chae-inu nodded confidently as if Heijin was asking something obvious. Of course. Then could you tell me what flaws it has? Heijin made him talk first.
Chae-inu then said what he had discussed with the other appraisers earlier. To start with, the slightly tilted structure isn't right, and so is the balance of the face.
And the background is too dark to be Renoir's. He preferred brilliant colors. Oh, and? Heijin encouraged him.
Chae-inu looked at Heijin, probably wondering if he was mad, and continued, the most important thing is that the depth of the color isn't right. This was made by a crude forger.
Pathetic. He tooted and shook his head.
Wow, that was impressive, Heijin then said.
I have no choice but to doubt your skills. You said this is real. How could you even issue a certificate when you know so little?
It is ridiculous.
Oh, and have you registered to Korea Appraisal Committee? If you want to issue certificates, you should officially register to the committee first.
Of course, it will take some time before we grant that. Only skillful appraisers can become our members. Next, Chae-inu looked at the lawyer and the reporter then said, this lady here has done nothing wrong. It's all on this man who appraised wrongly.
He even concluded the matter. Heijin's lawyer worriedly asked Heijin, are you sure this is the right appraisal of the painting? Heijin smiled and nodded, although the reason is slightly different, this painting is fake. What? Really?
The lawyer was about to ask what he was doing, but Haewon's friend spoke before he could. You pretended to be so innocent when you called the lawyer.
What, you were too scared to lie in front of a lawyer and a reporter? You shouldn't have lied. I will not let you get away with this. However, Haen didn't lose his smile.
Instead, he spoke to Haewon, ma'am, you've made a mistake.
What? I don't understand. Did you really think I would not be able to recognize this as a different painting? Heijin asked. Haewon took a step back. She was shaking. Heijin
pointed at the ceiling above the painting. You see, there's a camera up there.
It has recorded the painting I appraised yesterday. This isn't that painting. The video will prove it.
Haewon, her friend, and Chae-inu all froze.
They couldn't say anything now. Heijin smiled and used magic to see the story behind the fake painting. It was because he wanted to know what Haewon actually thought about the switching of the paintings, but he quickly turned and glared at the appraiser who was standing behind Chae-inu. You were after me, not the Prime Minister?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 174 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 3. Chapter 174 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 3.
The man who was just looking around as if he had no thoughts was actually behind all this. He seemed to be younger than Chae-inu, but in the past Heijin has just seen through magic. He controlled Chae-inu, so he had to have strong connections with the Japanese.
And what do you think? Have you ever seen the real painting? Heijin asked the question to that man. The man was surprised when Heijin pointed at him, so he pointed at himself while saying, Did you just ask me? Heijin confirmed, Yes, you. What is your name? Oh. I'm Du Dae-yoon from Urini Appraisal Agency. I've never heard of another painting. I cannot believe what you just said, Dot.
Of course, Heijin was just waiting for him to say that, then continued, "Why would I tell such a lie that can be revealed so easily?
Please, look here." Heijin turned on the computer that was next to the X-ray device. Then he opened yesterday's file. This is the painting that was recorded by the camera on the ceiling yesterday. You must all know that photos and videos are necessary for every step in the restoration process, right?
I think the same should be applied to appraising.
Taking samples is sometimes required to appraise.
That is why I installed a high-resolution camera on the ceiling.
Heijin could see Dae-yoon and his associates frown.
He smiled on the inside and continued, "Let me tell you why yesterday's painting and today's painting are two different paintings. Actually, as you can see, the colors, the touch of the brush, the structure and the shape were almost entirely similar. You cannot find any difference, even if you compare them side to side." The lawyer and the reporter came closer and checked everything Heijin said.
Chae-in-yu and the other appraisers also came to compare the paintings. Well, aren't they the same? Chae-in-yu, whose face was now red, yelled, "Same painting. So, get rid of that nonsense. Are you playing with us now? What you just said only proves yesterday's painting and today's painting are the same. It is just this one painting." Heijin sneered and pointed at the table. "How pathetic. Where have you discarded the basic of appraising? Look at the table. Do you think it is just an ordinary table? Dot." The appraisers went back to the table. Then, the appraiser who had warned Yoon-hee exclaimed, "Oh! There are tick marks." Heijin then explained, "Yes. They are there to help me know the size of the painting. They are plainly seen from the top, although not so well seen from the side. Anyway, yesterday's painting was 142 centimeters wide and 93 centimeters tall. But how big is this painting?" Yoon-hee went to the table at hearing this. 138 centimeters wide, 87 centimeters tall. The size is different. The person who was satisfied the most at this answer was not Heijin but the lawyer of his museum, who smiled confidently and nodded to show this was a fight they couldn't lose. Heijin met his gaze for a second and smiled again. "Has the painting been cut in a day?" "Of course not. Why would anyone cut this precious painting, unless they are crazy? It was just that this was not the real painting." Heijin stopped there and looked at his opponents whose faces were now all red. Heijin then continued to scold them, "This forgery is of great quality. It might as well be another genuine painting, so finding flaws with the color of the structure is all nonsense. I am getting a headache just by thinking of you continuing to appraise it like that. I am so shocked that I have nothing more to say." Chae-in-yu couldn't bear to be humiliated by a man much younger than himself and yelled again, "You can't say it is not the same painting just because its size is different. The owner could have cut out the edges to fit it in the frame." That made no sense, but sadly, Haewon agreed with him. "Yes, I had its edges cut yesterday because it was bigger than the frame. I didn't hesitate as I thought it was fake." However, her hands were clearly shaking. Heijin then scolded her as much as he wanted. "You came here to have it appraised yesterday morning, and you left with it after I told you it was real. You were told it was real, but then you thought it was fake and had it cut? Ma'am, are you sick or something?" Haewon knew her claim had some logical flaws, but she thought she couldn't stop now. She insisted, "I didn't believe in your appraisal. So, I told my friend here about it and became sure that you had made a mistake. So, I sent it to a frame shop to hang it in my home and just got it from there at it." Now, Heijin's lawyer spoke for him. "Where is that frame shop? You can tell us, right?" Haewon took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, but I must talk to my lawyer first. I will say nothing more." Of course, the reporter got curious about that kind of attitude. "Sorry for interrupting. I am reporter Peek Chung-gi of Daehan newspaper. Nisizan, objectively speaking, things do not look good for you. Refusing to tell us the name of the shop also looks very suspicious. Are you sure you are going to be okay?"
Even Haywin feared reporters. She started stammering while her eyes were shaking. I think it might be bad for my husband. He is a politician, and, anyway, I will only talk through my lawyer. She was thinking it was the best thing she could do, but the reporter was persistent. You just said this might be bad for the Prime Minister, so you are assuming that the painting you bought is really Renoir's, and wouldn't others think he got it as a bribe? What do you think about it? Haywin's face turned white at this. She didn't know what to do. She looked at her friend, pleading for help, but the friend suddenly changed her attitude and said, I told you to be careful about it, right? I think it is fake, but I'm no expert, right? I know nothing about art. I used to ask you about it when we were in high school, but this is fake? How can it be fake? The friend couldn't run away, so she just kept mumbling nonsense. She was even ignoring Haywin's gaze. The lawyer then asked Haywin, "Where did you get this painting? And where is the real painting?" Haywin closed her eyes. Yunhee and Haejin could feel her despair. The people she had trusted, her friend and her appraisers, couldn't even look at her. They were clearly trying to find a way to get out of there. Honestly, Haejin didn't feel sorry for her. She had agreed on making a fool out of Haejin, and she had done the most important part, bringing the fake painting. Haejin would have gotten into trouble if it hadn't been for the camera in the ceiling. Nevertheless, he decided to help her because she wasn't the one who wanted to harm Haejin. It was Dae-yoon. He gave it to you, didn't he? Mr. Do Dae-yoon? Haejin said. Dae-yoon was surprised to see Haejin point at him so suddenly. He blinked his big eyes and took a step back while saying, "Me? No. What are you talking about? It's not like you don't know when I came here." Ha ha. Haejin continued, "However, you didn't give her the painting today. You did it yesterday. Mrs. N, you must be careful. If you make the wrong choice here, your husband will have to suffer more than just stepping down. He might end up in prison. Did that man give you the painting yesterday or not?" Haewon seemed to be surprised at seeing Haejin know everything, but she soon gave up and confessed, I received the fake painting yesterday. I'm sorry." She bowed to Haejin to apologize and looked at Chungi. "Sir, I did all this on my own. My husband knows nothing about this, so please reconsider writing about this. I didn't know anything. Suk-hui made me do it, saying that my husband would get accused and forced to step down." Haewon started to tell the truth. Her friend then yelled and tried to stop her. "What are you talking about? I never said anything like that. Stop it." She jumped up and down in fury, but Haewon didn't even look at her. Haewon, however, kept pleading to Chungi, "Please, I beg you. I knew nothing. She tricked me. She told me nothing would happen to my husband if I switched the paintings." Hey! You, how could you say that, huh? Do you think I will let you keep on lying like that? This is fraud. Suk-hui said. The lawyer stopped Suk-hui and comforted Haewon. He then took her out of the room. After that, Yunhee crossed her arms and coldly said, "That was a very great painting appraisal fraud, and this museum will sue every one of you." Was your name Suk-hui? You said nothing would happen if Mrs. N switched the paintings? She has testified already. And Mr. Do Dae-yoon? We've reported this to the police, so you will be arrested in a few days. Dae-yoon's face turned pale. He looked at Chae-inu and Suk-hui. Why? Why would I get arrested? I know nothing. I didn't give her the painting. He pushed Yunhee and ran out of the room, but the security guards soon stopped him. He couldn't get out of the building. Policemen came in less than 10 minutes. After hearing Chungi's explanation, they took the appraisers and Suk-hui. Yunhee had called the police when she was sure things were going well for her and Haejin. Before they left, a policeman told Haejin he could be called in as a witness, and he replied he would go any time to testify.
However, what bothered him a little was the question Chungi asked right before he left. How did you find out it had been Du Daeyun who gave that fake painting? Heijin had no choice but to smile awkwardly while saying, I will talk about it at the police station later. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, I got huge news thanks to you. Chungi thanked Heijin and left. Now, the only one remaining was the museum's lawyer. He hesitated for a moment and said, that was so impressive. I didn't know the world of artifacts was this exciting. I'm sure we will get to hear the most unexpected story about what they were trying to do with that painting once the investigation starts. Actually, there was a very unexpected story hidden behind all that. Heijin hadn't imagined anyone would spend more than 5 billion won to bring him down. Haven't you been through countless lawsuits? Heijin asked. Yes, but they were all about authenticity issues. I've never seen anything so spectacular like this, the lawyer replied. Oh. The lawyer then asked, in that case, may I also ask for your help? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 4. Chapter 175 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 4. How can I help you? Heijin asked. The lawyer replied, actually, there is this lawsuit our law firm is handling, and we have met some troubles. We have hired the best appraiser in Korea, but he didn't find anything. It now turns out that you are even better than him. I was a fool for not knowing about your skills, and I am your lawyer. Yunhee smiled. However, this museum was established only a few months ago. Plus, we've never had a reason to ask for your help until now. You came here to meet me for the first time, only about a month ago. It is only right that you didn't know much about us, but what is that lawsuit about? The lawyer, Yang Music, smiled bitterly. Then, he sat down and began to explain, it is a little tricky. 3 years ago, a man named Gang Tae-ja came to our law firm. He said he had a small gas station. Then he must have quite a lot of money, Heijin commented. Gas station owners always earned a lot. They were probably earning less than previously, but they still earned more than most people. It turned out that he has 3 gas stations. He is quite famous for being rich in Seokyeon, Cheongnam, Yuzik said. And? Yuzik then continued, and he bought a painting. Oh, I suddenly can't recall the name. It was drawn by Lee Jian. No, was it Lee Jianju? You mean artist Lee Jian? Yuzik's face brightened up. Yes, Lee Jian. Mr. Gang happened to get a chance to buy his painting. Lee Jian was the grandson of the 11th son of King Sanjong. He was neither far nor close to the royal family, so he could neither become a government official nor have influence as a royal. So maybe, it was natural that he turned to art. Happened to? Heijin asked. More than 9 out of 10 cases when it comes to antique purchases that involve happen to would end badly. As there were more fake antiques than genuine antiques, getting something good by mere chance is almost impossible. If someone has something really good, he or she would try to get more money for it or try to sell it to someone who can appreciate its true value. If the buyers don't know much about antiques, the seller must explain and teach them about why it is good. So, it is bothersome compared to selling it to a person who is knowledgeable about antiques, as the seller would get less money. Yes, he got an offer at an expensive imported car club, Yuzik explained. It sounded a little funny. Oh, and? I don't know much about art, and although Lee Jian's paintings are not extremely expensive, they can't be bought at a few million won, right? Yuzik asked. Heijin confirmed, of course. His best paintings are worth more than tens of millions. That is what Mr. Gang Tae-ja thought, too. At the time, he paid 55 million won for the painting and even wrote a contract immediately, Yuzik continued. He was rushing. He should have had it appraised before paying for it, Heijin commented. Yuzik sighed, but
but the painting already had a certificate.
Mr. Gang could buy it only because there was a certificate.
However, that same certificate turned out to be the problem.
Was there something wrong with it? Heijin asked.
Yuzik started to explain from the beginning. Let me go back to the start. After Mr. Gang Taeju bought the painting, he boasted about it for some time. He never bought a painting or porcelain before, so he felt that having the painting truly made him a wealthy man.
Some people do think like that, Heijin admitted.
Yuzik continued, yes, my father-in-law is also a local rich man with a few buildings, but he never learned much, and his children didn't like to study, so he wanted a doctor or a prosecutor as his son-in-law.
Well, he got a lawyer's son-in-law instead. Anyway, Mr. Gang was very content about it, but then he took a photo of that painting and sent it to an appraisal expert in Seoul. Why did he so suddenly have it appraised? Heijin asked.
He wanted to know if he had paid too much or little for it. So, he wanted to find the exact price of the painting. However, when the appraiser saw the painting, he gave up on it, Yuzik answered.
Oh ho, he gave up appraising?
Heijin's curiosity was aroused, and he sat down next to the lawyer.
Yuzik explained, more accurately, when he saw the photo, he said the painting was fake, but when Mr. Gang asked him again, he gave up while saying he couldn't appraise it well with a photo.
He must have been nervous about appraising with only a photo.
I can understand that.
Appraising an artifact only with photos is never easy, Heijin commented.
Yuzik agreed, yes, I learned that only a while ago. Anyway, Mr. Gang was shocked.
The painting for which he paid 55 million won could be fake.
But then, he made a very foolish decision.
He sold it to a foreigner and sent it abroad. He offered Mr. Gang 30 million, so he could at least get that amount of money back. Then, he sued the person who sold him the painting for selling a fake.
Heijin then said, oh, he was a fool.
Yuzik smiled bitterly, yes, he was a fool. He thought he wasn't losing as he had gotten at least 30 million for the painting, and he had the photo as evidence.
However, the lawsuit couldn't go well as the painting itself is abroad, Heijin guessed.
Yuzik confirmed, yes, he had lost the chance to verify its authenticity. Mr. Gang was disappointed, but he was going to just stop there, but he received a blow back. The seller took a photo of the painting's old certificate and sued Mr. Gang for falsely accusing him.
Now, neither of them can back off. That's interesting. So how are things going now? Heijin asked.
Yuzik then answered, unfortunately, Mr. Gang, our client, is about to lose.
The painting is abroad and all we have is a photo.
Additionally, as they have the photo of the certificate, they are using it as evidence.
It is complicated, Heijin commented. Yuzik continued, very complicated.
In fact, the law firm has almost given up on it.
My bosses have made me handle it, but almost no one is helping me.
I was also told to reach an agreement before the final sentence.
However, I just saw you appraise, and you seemed different from the other appraisers, so I thought maybe you could save us.
I see, Heijin stroked his chin, apparently thinking. Yunhee then led Yuzik out of the room. I'm sorry.
Mr. Park is thinking now, so why don't we give him some time? How could any man say no to such a beautiful smile?
Oh, of course. Then I'll wait here, the lawyer replied.
Thank you. I will go in and ask what he will do, Yunhee said before leaving Yuzik outside and going back in.
Heijin then raised his head to look at her. Why did you take him outside?
Just in case.
You might not be able to help him because of other matters, so I was going to make excuses after hearing what you have in mind, Yunhee replied. She was wise as she even thought about things which Heijin didn't think of. Heijin then explained himself, no, I was just wondering how I am supposed to appraise that painting, but there's no way.
I thought so, too.
Even though you have those great abilities, we need objective proof.
I think the only way is to bring that painting back, Yunhee said.
Heijin commented, however, they would have done that if it had been possible. At least, we should ask. Yoonhee then brought Yuzik back again.
Haejin asked, "Do you know where that painting is right now?"
Yuzik, however, grimly shook his head. No, the buyer sold it to someone else.
We don't know where it is now. Then, what about the certificate? Who issued it? Haejin asked again. The Korea Appraisal Committee.
It is practically the most reliable certificate of an artifact in this country, the lawyer answered.
Haejin knew well about the Korea Appraisal Committee and its members, so he was shocked to hear that. However, the court didn't know much about antiques.
They had no choice but to trust the committee's opinion.
Then let's forget about it and let me take a look at that photo. I must see it if we want to know whether I can help you or not.
Yuzik was glad to hear that. He was about to take out his phone, but then he looked at Haejin again. Even though our law firm is on a contract with your museum, I cannot ask you to help for free.
We should write a contract first.
Haejin could have helped for free if it had been ordinary people without much money, but he had no reason to help a law firm without charging money.
Okay, but you should know that it will cost you a lot if I help you.
I'm not bragging about this, but I am the most expensive appraiser in the world.
However, you won't have to pay me as much as this is about a not-so-expensive painting, Haejin replied.
You can charge us a lot. In fact, this lawsuit has been on the news already, so paying you is nothing if we can turn the tide.
We can also make our client pay your fee, anyway.
Please wait for a second.
Yuzik then left the room and called someone. The lawyer came back after about 5 minutes and apologized. I'm sorry. I wanted to bring the photo myself, but it is not possible. Would it be alright if I send you a digital image? It's fine. Since it is a photo anyway, it doesn't matter.
As long as it is in high definition, of course, Haejin replied. Yuzik then confirmed, it is a high definition photo.
Then send it to me through email.
I must examine it closely, so using my phone wouldn't be good, Haejin said before giving Yuzik his business card that had his email address. Next, Yuzik took a photo of it and sent it to someone, and Haejin received an email in less than a minute.
Let me do it. Yoonhee quickly used the projector to show the photo. The painting showed a relaxed landscape of a desolate mountain with 2 cows.
Haejin stared at it for some time and grinned. He then looked at Yuzik while saying, I can see why the appraiser couldn't give you an answer.
What? Really?
Yuzik smiled brightly as if he had met his savior. If you had shown this to another appraiser, he or she would realize that there is something wrong, even though one can't be 100% sure, Haejin said.
Yuzik asked, It is that obvious? But why? Haejin then continued, why no appraiser of the Korea Appraisal Committee helped? Of course, they couldn't help.
Every member of the committee knows each other. They have studied together, so it wouldn't be easy to openly point out a mistake from one of their own.
Sometimes, they don't even realize there's a problem, but they often acquiesce about it.
The lawyer then started saying, and this time,
I can help you. Should I testify in court? Haejin asked. Have you really found objective evidence in this painting?
Yuzik then asked.
Yes.
The person who made this painting was a good artist but didn't know much about the mid-Joseon period scholar nobleman. Of course, it is great news for us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 176 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 5. Chapter 176 Appraiser Talks Through Appraising, 5. A week passed in a flash. Thankfully, after Dear Father James' visit, none of his associates showed up.
Haejin had installed CCTVs around his museum in secret, so no one could spy on him without him knowing. He guessed that the Trinitatis found out about Dear's death and had decided that going after Haejin was too dangerous. In the meantime, Haejin tried to find out more about the Trinitatis and the pro-Japanese people in Korea who had tried to screw him over. He couldn't find out much about the Trinitatis, but those who had tried to fool him with Renoir's painting were already paying for it even without Hagen doing anything. They had picked the wrong target. They tried to drag the Prime Minister's wife into their scheme, so of course, the police and prosecutors did their best to investigate the matter. The criminals couldn't get away with it as there was plenty of evidence that proved they had brought in the two paintings from abroad. Of course, the people who had given orders to them were not investigated, but those pro-Japanese people received their warnings.
You sure you can go like this? Yunhee asked worriedly.
Hagen was about to testify in court as an antique appraisal expert, but he hadn't prepared any document. He was just going to go empty-handed in his suit, so of course, Yunhee was worried.
Everything will be revealed once I'm there.
Mr. Yang Yuzik said he will prepare things to back up my testimony, Hagen then replied.
Okay, just be careful. And you haven't heard about how the excavation in Ginhee is going, right? Yunhee asked.
Oh, yes.
How is it going?
Hagen then recalled the professor who had insisted on restoring the glass vase Hagen found. After that, what he had said had already been forgotten.
Currently, Hagen's museum's excavation research agency was leading the project. Yunhee answered, it is going well.
More than a few artifacts claimed to be valuable enough to become national treasures have been found already, so the Cultural Heritage Administration is keeping an eye on it. We are planning to show the artifacts to the public one by one once the restoration team there finishes restoring them, but you should take a look at them first, right?
That wouldn't be necessary.
They are in good hands already, Hagen replied. Many researchers who had studied Shinra artifacts for decades were included in the project. So, Hagen thought he would be going through unnecessary trouble if he checked the conclusion of such experts. In the end, he had excluded the pro-Japanese scholars from the excavation, so he had already gotten half of the success. Okay, and someone is going to come tomorrow because of the return of the Henderson collection, Yunhee informed him.
From Harvard University? Hagen asked.
Yunhee then answered, yes. I think it is about deciding which artifacts are going to be returned.
Tomorrow when? Hagen wanted to know the time. He will arrive at Incheon Airport at around lunchtime, so how about meeting at 4 p.m.? Yunhee asked.
Okay. We can have dinner together after the meeting, and Uncle Byonguk has played an important role in this excavation, so we should give him a bonus.
Okay, Yunhee replied.
Actually, the less often you go to places like a police station, hospital, and court, the better it is. Because of that, Hagen got slightly nervous, even though he was just going to testify as an expert about a lawsuit that didn't have much to do with him. He arrived at the court and called Yuzik, who came out to meet Hagen.
I'm not late, right? Hagen asked.
Yes.
We still have half an hour.
On their way, Yuzik reminded Hagen of what he had prepared. It was to check if there were any issues, and thankfully, there weren't.
30 minutes passed soon. Anne?
Mr. Park Hagen, please come in,
Okay, Hagen then nervously stepped into the court. The photo of Lee Jaehyun's painting was already on a huge TV screen.
Then, after Hagen swore the witness oath, Yuzik asked him, although the painting is wandering abroad, and this photo is the only evidence, you said you could appraise with it to some extent.
Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, appraisers often appraise with photos.
It is not easy to carry around artifacts to have them appraised as they might be damaged, Hagen replied.
I see. Then let me ask you the most important question first. Do you think it is real? Or do you think it is fake?
Yuzik asked.
Hagen then answered, I can't imagine for this painting to be Lee Jaehyun's, but...
Yuzik readjusted his glasses while his eyes sparkled. Please explain why it isn't Lee Jaehyun's.
Hagen pointed at the screen and started to explain. First of all, Lee Jaehyun was a scholar artist of the mid-Joseon period. It means he inherited the Chinese style of painting. So,
Heijin continued, "It is a shame, but at the time, most paintings were drawn to boast about one's knowledge about Confucianism or to show the noble spirit of scholar officials, except for the paintings of a few masters. So, they were all about old Chinese stories. Because of that, the landscape and animals in the paintings are quite different from the landscape and animals in Korea." Yuzik nodded and encouraged him, "I see. Please, go on. The ox in the painting is a Korean ox. You can still see oxen like those in urban areas. However, Li Jianjian's other paintings show different oxen. His oxen have long horns that are curved to the outside. They are the oxen of southern China," Heijin concluded. "Oh, then this painting cannot be Li Jianjian's, right?" Yuzik asked. Heijin confirmed, "Yes, he never painted such oxen in his other paintings." "Thank you. As evidence, I submit this scrapbook of Li Jianjian's other paintings." Yuzik then backed off while looking confident. The man next to him seemed to be relieved. He had to be Gang Taeju. "Prosecutor, please inquire the witness," the judge said. At hearing this, the prosecutor, who looked very sharp, stood up and looked into Heijin's eyes. Heijin wondered if he wanted a staring match, but soon the man's lips curled up. The prosecutor then asked, "I am Prosecutor Yu Jongmin. Mr. Park, from what I know, you are not registered to the Korea Appraisal Committee. Is that right?" "Yes," Heijin confirmed. First, you said the painting couldn't be Li Jianjian's because the ox is different, but what if that day he just wanted to depict a Korean ox and did so? How can you be so sure?" "It's not like you have watched his entire life," the prosecutor inquired. Heijin then replied, "Artists of Joseon were different from modern artists who just draw whatever they wanted to depict. To them, drawing was a tool for expressing one's philosophy and reflecting on oneself. We can't say he just drew a Korean ox just because he wanted to. Additionally, there's no record of him being such a free man." "It makes sense, but it is all just your presumption without evidence, isn't it?" As the prosecutor said that, he glanced at the judge who showed his agreement by slightly nodding. "It is possible. Although it is unlikely, it is not impossible," Heijin admitted it. The prosecutor's smile got even broader, but Yuzik's face hardened, then he concluded, "I see. That is all." The prosecutor was about to return to his seat, but Heijin wasn't done talking. However, the ox isn't the only evidence in the painting. There was something that Heijin hadn't told Yuzik. As he hasn't been able to trust anyone lately, he thought keeping it to himself wouldn't be a problem when it was time to testify. "What? There is another evidence of it being a fake?" Heijin confirmed, "Yes. Please look at the flowing stream at the bottom of the painting. Can you see the two mandarin fishes in it?" Of course, everyone could see them. The two fishes were as huge as the ox's head, as if the artist had wanted to clearly show their shape. Heijin continued, "Additionally, in Chinese letter, mandarin fish is gull. In Korea and China, different meanings are hidden in Chinese letters, depending on how they are pronounced. So, when there is a mandarin fish in Eastern painting, it means Daegwal, palace. If there was just one mandarin fish, I would say Li Jianjian showed his relaxed life with the strolling ox, and it expressed his desire to become an official with the swimming fish." The prosecutor was thinking, so what? He wasn't even trying to hide it while saying, "I see. But what is wrong with that? Li Jianjian was a member of the royal family, he wasn't close to the king. He had no power and no title. So, this painting just shows his true feelings. It shows Li Jianjian's feelings too well, but unfortunately, the forger knew only half of the meaning," Heijin said. "What?" Heijin explained, "As I just said, I would have interpreted it like that if there had been just one mandarin fish. However, there are two fishes in the painting. Two mandarin fishes mean two gulls. It means rebellion." At that moment, a chill filled the court. At the time, the rebellion was the biggest crime.
The penalty for it was a massacre of 3 families, one's father's family, one's mother's family, and one's wife's family. Everyone in the room was surprised, including the judge. Aren't you exaggerating by saying that 2 fishes mean rebellion? The prosecutor asked. Hagen then continued, you must understand the meaning behind an Eastern painting in order to enjoy it well, not its shape. It is because unlike in the West, scholars made paintings in the East and they enjoyed expressing themselves through paintings. They thought it was vulgar to express or depict directly, so interpreting that meaning now is of course hard for us. Anyway, as you said, Li Jianjian was a member of the royal family, although he was a little far from the king. And such a man showed the desire to revolt in his painting? He couldn't have done that unless he wanted to die. But the prosecutor looked like he wanted to insist the artist had drawn 2 fishes just because he wanted to do so. Hagen, however, smiled and interrupted him, this is not like the breed of the ox. If this court concludes the painting is Li Jianjian's, the descendants of the royal family will immediately sue you. Saying he had the desire to take the throne is dishonoring the dead man. The tide had been turned now. Even though the real painting was gone, Hagen had proved it couldn't be Li Jianjian's only with its content. However, the prosecutor couldn't be defeated like that. He pointed out at Hagen's career, okay, but I do have a question. You haven't finished university and are not even 30 yet. How can your appraisal be trusted? He hasn't even registered to Korea Appraisal Committee. I wonder if he is really well trained to be present in court. He had done some research about Hagen. Hagen then answered, I never registered to the committee because I thought I was a much better appraiser than its members. The prosecutor raised his voice, you are way too confident. I can't help but question what you just said. Really? Then how about this? I've been proven by others, Hagen replied. Proven by whom? The prosecutor asked. Yuzik stood up and came to the front with documents, Mr. Park Hagen is working as the chief appraiser for the Arab Emirates Abu Dhabi royal family, special appraiser of Italy's Medici family, and outer appraisal member of the British Appraisal Committee. These are the certificates sent from them through fax. I submit them as evidence of Mr. Park's appraisal abilities. The prosecutor's face was distorted with anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177 Inheritance Left by the Parents, 1. Chapter 177 Inheritance Left by the Parents, 1. Actually, the royal family from Abu Dhabi had asked Hagen to be their chief appraiser more than once, so getting proof from them wasn't hard at all. Hagen, however, thought that it was not enough, so he also asked the Medici and Albert Harrington of England. They were glad to officially appoint Hagen as their appraiser. They even said that it was wrong for them to ask for his help without giving him such a title. The Medici then officially invited him to Italy. Hagen had to promise to visit as soon as he could because of how eager they were on having him back. The judge read those documents and looked at Hagen, but you are quite young, are these certificates all true? Yes. There is no reason for me to tell lies that can be revealed so easily. And it's not even my trial, I just came here to testify as an expert, Hagen replied. I see, the judge nodded and seemed to accept it. The prosecutor then argued again, however, the documents only prove the witness is well acquainted in Western art. As he said himself, Eastern art and Western art is different, and there is no proof of his abilities about Eastern art. Therefore, he cannot be trusted with this matter. The judge couldn't just ignore that, so he turned back to Hagen, I see that you are a very capable appraiser, but the court must consider objectivity. Has any institution acknowledged your skills about the appraisal of Eastern art? Hagen stiffened his head and replied, not exactly. The prosecutor took his chance, see? He cannot be trusted when it comes to Eastern art. However, the old judge raised his hand to stop him, we will listen to the witness first.
Actually, Haejin wondered if he had to do that much for a trial that didn't concern him, but he had to prove wrong is wrong. Haejin then said, "The police in China has asked me for help a few times."
Of course, it wasn't officially. Aren't you just saying that? There is no record to prove it, the prosecutor replied.
Haejin, however, continued, "Oh, but the prosecutors must have some records."
Where was it? Yes, the prosecutor's office in Eastern Seoul. Prosecutor Ha Yansu has asked for my help. I guess she must have kept some records. The prosecutor was puzzled. He started hesitating, but then, he put his sharp face right in front of Haejin and asked, "Why would the police in China ask for your help when there are so many other appraisers?" I told you. I am the best appraiser in this country, although you are clearly thinking that it's nonsense. If Vice Chairman Lim Sung-jun of Wajin gets an important antique to be appraised, he would call me, not the members of the Korea Appraisal Committee, Haejin replied. At the mention of Lim Sung-jun, the prosecutor couldn't argue anymore and started to hesitate even more. However, he couldn't go back now, he had humiliated himself too much. "Prosecutor, please return to your seat if you have no more question." At the judge's order, he returned to his seat while acting as if he didn't like it. Haejin left the court after he finished testifying. He was on his way back to the museum when Yuzik sent him a text to let him know that he had won the case. Yuzik then said that his client had offered to buy Haejin dinner to thank him, but Haejin refused. He had no time to dine like that. "But you should have had dinner with them," Yoonhee smiled, but she didn't mean that Haejin had to go for the meal. She meant he should go to have a breath of fresh air. "No, it's fine," Haejin replied. Yoonhee then tried to convince him again, "But you keep coming here these days even though there's nothing much to do. There's nothing to restore, and the entire restoration team is at Gimhee. But what if something bad happens when I'm not around?" "Oh, and what about the cat?" Haejin asked. Yoonhee smiled brightly at the mention of the cat. "He is healing very fast. I think we would be able to let him stay here again from tomorrow." "Oh, and I've given him a name. Bambi. How is that name? Isn't it pretty?" "Yes, it's not bad," Haejin answered. Yoonhee commented, "I guess you don't like cats as much." Haejin admitted it, "At least I've grown fond of them lately. I've never been an animal lover. Anyway, I'm glad to hear it's healing fast." If that brave cat with the mysterious power protected the museum, Haejin wouldn't have to go to the museum every day. That same evening, two unexpected news surprised Insadong. First, a few appraisers of the Korea Appraisal Committee had been involved in fraud, and second, an appraiser who wasn't a member of the committee had been acknowledged as the best appraiser in Korea. The news of the lawsuit about Lee Jaeon-jaeyoon's painting even appeared on TV. People were surprised to find out the appraiser who had solved the matter in minutes was in his 20s. Haejin was also surprised to see himself in the 9 p.m. news. Haejin, however, didn't think much of it. But the next day, additional reports about him being the actual owner of the Park Haejin Art Museum, which had in the news lately, came out. Eventually, starting from the day after that, all kinds of people came to Haejin's museum to ask him to appraise their artifacts. Until now, only a few people who heard about him had come, but now, people came from all the regions in Korea. It's not like I can refuse them, but... Haejin was enjoying a coffee break with Yoonhee during lunchtime. After 1 p.m., he had to face dozens of artifacts waiting for him in his appraisal room again. "But I've spent a lot of money on your appraisal room because you wanted it. You should make use of it," Yoonhee encouraged him. "Yes, but there are too many clients," Haejin complained. Yoonhee then said, "It's strange though. Almost all of them accept your fee, even if it is so high." "That's probably because you've already told them about it," Haejin guessed. The appraisal fee was expensive not just because it was 1% of the appraised price, but also because he charged that much considering the real artifact even if it was fake. When people started to come, Yoonhee announced Haejin's fee on the news reports and articles. She also stressed that he was way too expensive compared to the other appraisers.
If she hadn't done that, there would have been a long line of clients in front of the museum.
Has there been any impressive artifact before lunch? Yoon-hee asked. Hae-jin then replied, not really, but what did the men from Harvard say?
Yesterday, Yoon-hee had met the men from Harvard University's museum to discuss the return of the Henderson collection, but Hae-jin hadn't gone there on purpose. He wanted to hear through Yoon-hee what they were planning to give first. Yoon-hee explained, first, they were affirmative about returning the Gaia porcelain and Celadon bottle.
Really? Hae-jin was surprised.
Those two artifacts had a high historical value. Hae-jin had to get them back no matter what, but at the same time, he hadn't thought Harvard would give them up so easily. Additionally, they were offering to give them, so Hae-jin got suspicious.
Yes.
I even asked them for photos just in case, and they really were the artifacts we want, Yoon-hee replied.
But why would they just give them? Hae-jin asked.
Yoon-hee smiled bitterly, of course, they wouldn't, they said they would return the Henderson collection gradually.
Gradually? What, so they will return a few artifacts every time we give them what they want? Is that what they suggested? Hae-jin was confused. Yoon-hee continued, yes.
They first said they wanted to lease the artifacts to our museum. As the Henderson collection has great historical value, they would be losing some important artifacts to show their students, so they want our help with it.
That wasn't a bad condition.
Even though Hae-jin's museum had been established recently, it had hundreds of porcelains recovered from the West Sea. There were also artifacts Hae-jin had brought from abroad, and the museum also had the rights to keep the artifacts from the site at Gimhae which Hae-jin's team was now excavating. There were at least hundreds of artifacts in that tomb, so Hae-jin had been thinking about moving his museum to a bigger building. Plus, the exhibition of the leased artifacts from the Louvre Abu Dhabi was about to start next month, so the museum was getting even more crowded. Therefore, Hae-jin even thanked Harvard for asking to lease the artifacts. That isn't bad. But there's more, right? Hae-jin asked. Yoon-hee confirmed, yes, that is just the first condition.
The second one is tricky.
They want a long-term lease contract instead of just returning the Korean artifacts.
Long-term lease? Hae-jin asked.
Yoon-hee then explained, they said we could agree on a 20-year lease deal and extend the deal again and again.
Absolutely not. That isn't returning. Who knows what would happen in the meantime? They will add all kinds of terms on the contract and try to think of ways to get them back.
That's not possible, Hae-jin replied.
Yoon-hee then continued to explain, that's what I told them.
We argued about that for some time, but when I made it clear we couldn't accept that, they offered different terms.
They want you to find them some artifacts they can be proud of. What is that supposed to mean? Hae-jin asked.
Harvard University's museum has thousands of records and artifacts which value isn't known yet.
However, they are being neglected because they don't have any expert good enough to appraise them all.
They said they would return the Gaia porcelain and the Celadon if you go there and find artifacts as good as those, Yoon-hee replied.
Huh? That must have been what they were after in the first place.
Yoon-hee then commented, I've heard about that before, too, that there were a number of books and artifacts that are not exhibited in the Harvard Museum, but I never imagined they would let you handle it.
What should I do? Hae-jin replied, tell them yes, of course.
I should give money if they ask for it, but now I have a chance to pay them with labor, so I should take it. However, you should negotiate as best as you can, like about how many artifacts I should find and how valuable they must be.
You know what I mean, right? Because of this matter, it was giving Yoon-hee a headache.
Now that it was solved, Yoon-hee could now smile in relief, of course, don't worry about it.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock already. See you later.
The lunchtime was way too short.
Hae-jin wondered if he should extend it to 1:30 tomorrow while he went into his appraisal room. A teenage girl was waiting there. Hello.
I am Park Se-bom, sophomore of Haekwang High School. She had big eyes and her glasses were even bigger. The girl was both calm and polite.
Heijin could see that she had been educated well. "Oh, okay. Do you have something to be appraised?" Heijin asked.
"Yes," Sebam replied.
"Then let's take a look at it first, shall we?"
"Okay, it's here."
Sebam then took out a rolled painting from a long painting container.
Heijin took the painting and carefully unrolled it on the table in the middle. He fixed the upper part while slowly unrolling it, and then fixed the bottom. It was an Eastern painting made with extraordinary skills. It was the painting of a master who had his own style he himself created instead of just following the Chinese style.
"Do you want me to appraise this?"
"Where did you get this?" To Heijin, a high school student was still a child. And as antique deals almost always involved huge money, appraising without verifying the artifact's source could bring troubles that could be hard to handle. So, Heijin usually had any minor clients come with a guardian or parent. "It's a family treasure, it has been in my family for generations," Sebam replied.
"However, why do you want to have a family treasure appraised? Where are your parents?" Heijin asked. Sebam looked down while a tear dropped from her eyes. "They passed away."
"And this is?" Sebam continued, "They left some debt, and the creditors told me they will take 1,000,000 won off the debt for this painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 178, Inheritance Left by the Parents, 2. Chapter 178, Inheritance Left by the Parents, 2. They thought this painting was only worth 1,000,000 won?
It was ridiculous, but actually, they probably didn't know the true value of this painting. It had no writing and no signature. Determining who the artist was only with the painting itself is the hardest type of appraisal, so probably only a few could recognize the painting's true value.
"How big is your debt?" Heijin asked.
"What?"
Sebam looked at Heijin with her wide eyes.
"How big is the debt for them to try to take the family treasure?"
Heijin asked again.
"My uncle told me it was over 1,000,000,000 won," the girl replied.
"Who?" Heijin couldn't help sighing.
Sebam had a huge debt, and her parents, who were supposed to protect her, were gone.
It couldn't have been easy.
At least Heijin had had his father.
Sebam was now an orphan and had a big debt.
She could never get a decent life again. "Please, wait," Heijin then called Yunhee, who was in her office. She was surprised to be called so suddenly. When she came, Heijin explained what Sebam had told him. "Please get her a lawyer first. She has no one to rely on, and it can be really dangerous if bad people approach her," Heijin told her. Of course, Yunhee also felt sorry for Sebam. She took Sebam's hand while saying, "I will introduce you to the lawyer of this museum. He is good at his job, so he will help you to find out if the debt has been calculated properly and exactly how much of it you are supposed to pay." Sebam's eyes filled up with tears at this. Thank you, but..."
Heijin then explained to her about the painting, and as for the painting, it was made by Sim Sejong.
He is one of the famous artists of the Joseon period, but unfortunately, his paintings are not sold at a high price in the Korean art market. There are not that many paintings from the Joseon period that are worth more than 1 billion.
Most people consider the Three Wands and the Three Jays as the greatest artists of the later Joseon period.
The Three Wands are Danwon Kim Hongdu, Hyeowon Shin Yoonbak, and Owenjang Sunjup.
The Three Jays are Jyeonjae Jeonseon, Gwanajae Jo Yeonsik, and Hyunji Sim Sejong.
What comes in front of the artists' names is their art names or ho, which are professional names used by East Asian artists. The main three art styles that were popular in the 18th century are Jinjiang Sansewa, realistic Joseon landscape painting, Punsokwa, genre painting, and Namjianwa, ink and wash paintings with light colors made by wise scholars. It was generally warm and simple but had deep philosophy.
Jeonseon established Jinjiang Sansewa. Punsokwa was made by Jo Yeonsik, and Namjianwa, which used to be the Chinese style of painting, was localized by Sim Sejong.
Now, Kim Hongdu and Shin Yungak are thought to be the best artists of Joseon, but at the time, Sim Sejong was as famed as Jong Seon. Kim Joseon, a scholar of the late Joseon period, even said, Jayamjai, Jong Seon's paintings became even more mysterious in his later years, and his name was equal with that of Hyeonji, Sim Sejong's. Although the world calls them Jayam Hyeon, the two Hyans, his artistry is not as good as Hyeonji's.
But it is worth more than 1,000,000 won, right? Sebam asked.
Haejin replied, of course.
If you want to sell this, there are two ways. You can either put it on auction or sell it to this museum.
Sebam then looked at Yoonhee in surprise. She didn't know if Haejin could make that decision.
He manages the purchase of artifacts, too.
If he says we are buying it, we are, Yoonhee smiled.
Sebam nodded to Haejin, okay, please buy it.
Oh,
but you must hear the rest of it. If you put it on auction, you will be able to get about 500 million won. That's the reasonable price for it, I think.
But instead, you must pay at least 7–10% of the money to the auction agency as a fee, Haejin explained.
Wow, then if I get to sell it at 500 million, I should give at least 35 million won as the fee? Sebam asked.
Haejin confirmed, yes, but if you sell it to us, we will give you 500 million won.
It was the highest reasonable price he could pay for the painting.
Although he pitied Sebam, he thought he couldn't give her more than the value of the painting.
It wasn't like he would buy it with his own money.
He would be spending the museum's fund, so paying more just because Sebam was poor would be neglecting his duties.
However, he wasn't sure about whether any auction agency would be capable of appraising the painting properly if Sebam put it on auction.
Haejin was sure that it was Sim Sejong's, but it had no writing and no signature.
Would auctions agencies like Korea Auction acknowledge it as Sim Sejong's? Haejin didn't know. Wow, really? Sebam asked. Haejin then replied, for now, you should take the painting and think about it. When you decide to sell the painting, bring it back again, okay?
Sebam hesitated, but soon she thanked Haejin, thank you so much. As she went out, her hand was tightly holding the lawyer's business card which Yoonhee had given her.
After she left, Yoonhee looked at Haejin full of questions. She asked, isn't 500 million for that painting too expensive? Haejin then explained, no, that's how much Sim Sejong's paintings are worth now.
Plus, it is slightly different from his other paintings, even though it has no writing and no signature.
That's why I offered a higher price. Okay, I guess you are right. Anyway, I feel so sorry for her. She is still young, she might end up somewhere bad if things go wrong.
She will face even more danger because she is pretty, Yoonhee then said.
Haejin replied, but we've found her a lawyer, so they will take care of it well.
Plus, she said the debt was 1 billion, but that painting alone was worth 500 million.
She must have more of them.
Usually, families that have antiques as their family treasure, they have more than just one. Having an antique family treasure means there was an ancestor who had discerning eyes, and it means in most cases, there are 2 or 3 good artifacts. So, Haejin was sure there were at least a few valuable antiques in Sebam's home, even though they might not be worth as much as the painting.
However, after a few days, he found that things were going in an unexpected direction.
Sebam came again, but she looked worried, and she was with a man in his 30s.
He was wearing a neat suit and seemed smart. He is, Sebam explained, my uncle. He works at Wajin Electronics.
This is Mr. Park Haejin. He appraised our painting.
He was also the employee of a good company. Haejin could see that Sebam relied on him even more because of it. Nice to meet you.
I'm Gang Manseok. He extended his hand but at the same time, he looked somewhat irritated. Haejin shook hands with him and then brought them to seat at the corner of his appraisal room.
Please, sit down. No, it's okay.
I must leave immediately, Manseok replied.
What? Haejin asked. Mansiak then continued, I heard you told my niece to sell the painting? Yes, I did.
Mansiak shrugged as if he didn't like it. I'm sorry, but we will sell it on our own.
It would be better to make people compete through the auction than selling it right away. Oh, really? Okay, then, Heijin replied. However, Mansiak was surprised. He didn't expect for Heijin to give up so easily. Would that be really okay? I was a little worried that you might insist on selling it to you, Mansiak said with his irritation now gone. Heijin explained himself, I would buy it if I can get it at a reasonable price, but it doesn't matter if you don't want to sell it to me. However, you must know how people are these days. There are so many people trying to fool and rip off innocent children, Mansiak replied. It sounded as if he thought Heijin was one of those frauds. Heijin didn't like it, but Sebam poked at her uncle's side. She then apologized to Heijin, and his offended feelings melted right away. You are right, Heijin then agreed with Mansiak. And as for the fee, as you know, Sebam has huge debt, could you be generous and lower the fee just this once? Okay, Heijin didn't like to be asked for a discount of the appraisal fee when he wasn't even selling the painting, but he decided to accept it just for the poor Sebam. Thank you. Heijin then warned him, but you must know that you might get less than the price I offered even if you put it on auction. However, Mansiak didn't take it seriously. Well, I guess so. Additionally, if the auction agency's appraisal is different from mine, I might not be able to buy the painting for the price I offered before, as there can be a legal dispute, Heijin continued to explain. If Korea Auction appraised it as someone else's painting, although Heijin had appraised it as Sim Sejong, its value will still drop greatly. Basically, it is the difference between a painting from Sim Sejong and a painting that is assumed to be Sim Sejong's. If the painting was in the middle of a controversy, Heijin wouldn't have any reason to buy it at 500 million, even if it was Sim Sejong's. It might look cold, as the change was not about the painting but the people's perception about it, but that's how things work with antiques. Buying antiques well is very important, but selling them is just as important. The best way to sell an antique is to sell it to someone who can truly appreciate its true value. On the other hand, putting it on auction is always the second best method. However, Mansiak didn't take it that way. Heijin didn't know if the man just didn't like his advice or just thought he was trying to make him sell the painting, but still, Mansiak frowned while saying, I think you are getting a little childish. What? Childish? Heijin asked. If you keep insisting like that, I have no choice but to doubt your goodwill, Mansiak was now accusing Heijin. Sebam quickly grabbed his sleeve and said, Uncle. Please don't say that. You know nothing. I will take care of it, so be quiet. Mansiak shook off Sebam's arm and raised his voice, I know people like you very well. You try to take more profit than you should with the knowledge others don't have, but you were wrong about me. Sebam might be naive to be tricked by you, but I'm not that. Heijin was shocked, but he still pitied Sebam as she was about to cry now. So, he just laughed while raising his hands to surrender. Oh, okay, fine. Take the painting and sell it at a high price. Mansiak's lips curled up. It was the smile of victory. Sebam kept apologizing instead, but Mansiak dragged her out. Seeing them leave, Yunhee then exploded in anger. I would have made him regret being born if it hadn't been for his nice niece. Who did he think he was talking to? Oh. It's okay, there's no need to be angry, Heijin replied. Yunhee then continued, but don't you feel offended? We wanted to be nice and help them, and all we got in return was accusation. He really should pay for ignoring others' goodwill, but he will, even if you don't make it happen, Heijin calmly spoke. Yunhee brightened up at this, like the warning you gave him? Heijin confirmed, yes. There isn't enough evidence for it to be considered Sim Sejong's painting. I can be sure of it, but would the appraisers in Korea auction be able to appraise it? They will probably say that it is from an unknown artist. I feel good about it, but I also feel sorry for Sebam. Oh,
that idiot.
Yoonhee complained. Haejin agreed, that's how life is. A family is not always helpful. Even though he felt bitter about it, he could do nothing. And a few days later, it turned out that he hadn't been wrong. Appa, that gang Manseok came again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179 Inheritance Left by the Parents, 3. Chapter 179 Inheritance Left by the Parents, 3. Haejin was expecting that Manseok would come back, but he came much sooner than he thought. He came with Sebam? Haejin then asked. Yoonhee replied, yes, poor girl, she has lost weight in just a few days. I feel so sorry for her. Tell them to wait. I must meet the people who came first. Okay. Manseok and Sebam, who arrived in the morning, were finally received by Haejin long after lunchtime. Previously, Manseok seemed confident and looked down on Haejin, but today, he was completely different. Good afternoon, sir. Manseok bowed down deeply as if he was meeting an important client. You came again. Last time, you spoke as if you would never come near here, Haejin said bluntly. Manseok could only smile sheepishly, but I was going to come back soon. How have you been? Well, yes, and how have you been? Haejin turned to Sebam. I've been fine, the teenage girl replied. Yoonhee was right, Sebam had gone through a lot during the last few days. Her cheeks were sunken, and her shoulders were slumped. Haejin found her pitiful and asked, is the lawyer helping you a lot? Yes, he is so nice to me. He has taken care of the debts I don't have to pay. Uncle told me he works at a very expensive law firm. Thank you so much, Sebam replied. You're welcome. Well, which auction agencies have you visited? Haejin then asked. Sebam looked at her uncle, which meant he should answer the question. KHMM, 3 places. Korea Auction, Nara Auction, and Asia Auction. He had visited many agencies in just a few days. As it takes time to appraise an artifact, he must have immediately moved to the next agency as soon as one agency was done with it. Of course, he couldn't have had it analyzed with scientific methods, but there wasn't a single auction agency that would spend so much time and money on appraising a single painting. Those 3 are the biggest auction agencies in this country, so you've been to everywhere you can turn to, Haejin commented. There were a few other private auction houses, but Manseok would lose even more if he went to such places. He was not someone knowledgeable about antiques and auction. In conclusion, the fact that he had come back after going to the 3 auction agencies meant none of them had concluded the painting is Sim Sejong's. We haven't been to Christie's and Sotheby's, so we're thinking about going there, too, Manseok then said. However, that was just nonsense. Really? Then why don't you go to those agencies? Haejin asked. Christie's and Sotheby's have no branches in Korea, so Manseok had to go abroad. However, that would mean breaking the law on the protection of artifacts. He was bluffing in front of a real expert. It was so ridiculous that Haejin couldn't help but laugh. But I thought it would be better to talk to someone we already know. Manseok seemed to realize he had made a mistake and stopped mentioning Sotheby's or Christie's. Okay. Enough with the useless talks. Why have you come? Haejin crossed his arms, showing he was willing to hear him out. Manseok cleared his throat. We are thinking of selling the painting at the price you offered us before. Really? A moment, please, Haejin said before calling a staff member of the museum. Soon, an employee knocked on the door and came in. Then, she asked, you wanted to see me, sir? Yes, please find out how much is the appraised price of this painting. Korea Auction must have records of a recent appraisal. They will tell you if you call and ask, Haejin told her while pointing at the painting on the table. The staff nodded, yes, sir. After she left, Manseok nervously asked, but, what about buying at the price you offered before?
As I told you back then, the price has to be changed when we are buying a painting that has been appraised by another institution based on a completely different appraisal.
I've already warned you about it, Hagen explained.
Mansiak bit his lips and protested, but I don't understand, it is still the same painting even if it gets a little controversial.
Hagen waved his hand while taking a serious stance. That is not what I am talking about. I am not buying it as an individual. This museum is buying it. It will be exhibited here soon if we buy it, and what should we tell people about the artist?
Then Mansiak said, but you said it was Sim Sejong's.
Yes, and we will display it as his painting. However, what would happen then? The other institutions that have appraised this painting would say it isn't Sim Sejong's.
I would then have to go through the legal procedure to prove that it is Sim Sejong's.
How much time, effort, and money would I have to spend on it? Hagen asked. Mansiak couldn't say anything. Hagen then continued, did you think the warning I gave you the other day was just a scheme to buy the painting at a low price?
If it had been what I wanted, I wouldn't have told Sebom that the painting was from Sim Sejong in the first place. I could have just bought it, exhibited it as an unknown artist for a few years, and announced it as Sim Sejong's later, saying I've found evidence.
Am I wrong? Mansiak's face turned red with embarrassment.
Then, the staff came back and reported to Hagen, Korea Auction has appraised it to be worth 4.3 million won, and it is by an unknown artist.
Okay, thank you. After she left again, the mood got even heavier. 500 million and 4.3 million.
The difference was way too big.
If the appraised price is 4.3 million, it won't be sold at over 10 million on auction, even if you get extremely lucky, right? Hagen asked.
Mansiak probably didn't know if that was how auction worked or not.
He worked at an electronics company. He was good at his job, but what could he know about antiques and auctions?
Hagen then said, no one in this country would pay more than 10 million for this painting, so it is hard for us to give you 500 million for it.
You must see it by now, right?
Yes,
Mansiak realized things were not going as he had wanted.
At least he gave up sooner than Hagen had thought.
We will buy it at 300 million. Will you accept the price? Hagen offered 300 million for Sebom.
He thought it would be nice to buy a painting that was worth 500 million at 300 million, considering the expense for a legal dispute. Of course, he could have bought it at an even lower price, but he didn't want to do that for an artifact that belonged to a child who had just lost her parents.
Mansiak turned to Sebom.
He looked ashamed. His foolishness had cost them 200 million won, so of course, he felt sorry to her niece.
It's okay, Sebom smiled, but Hagen pitied her. He wondered if he had to do that and if he really couldn't buy it at 500 million. Mansiak made him want to pay even less, but the poor Sebom had done nothing wrong. Okay then.
And as for the money, I will ask the lawyer if it should be sent to Sebom's account or given to the creditors and do as he says.
Okay, thank you.
Sebom must have been disappointed, but she never showed it, even though her uncle was pouting with anger.
After they left, Hagen had a break.
Then, Yoonhee came in. In her hands were the documents she had received through the fax.
She then said, I just talked to Sebom's lawyer.
It turned out her debt wasn't that big.
Her father used to do business and got an illegal loan. However, as the interest is too big, Sebom will only have to pay the principal. She got lucky.
The creditors were not careful and left a lot of evidence, probably because Sebom was young.
That's good. Then how much does she have to pay back? Hagen curiously asked.
The total amount of debts is about 700 million won, and there are about 30 million won of the illegal loan, Yoonhee replied. Then it wouldn't be a big problem if she takes care of it with the money she will get for the painting, Hagen commented.
Yoonhee then explained, that's not the case.
Her home is the collateral, so it can be put under provisional attachment.
Then she's about to lose her home? Hagen asked. Yes, Yoonhee confirmed. Oh, what should I do? Just buy it at 500 million? Haejin didn't know what to do. Yoonhee replied, but you said you didn't want it. Because it's the museum's fund, Haejin explained. Then let's watch how it goes for now. The lawyer might be able to find out more things. They concluded the matter like that for now. Then, the next client came in. Hello. It's been some time, right? The woman with a warm smile was Executive Director Do Eun-chai of Paulus Hotel. Yes. How have you been? Haejin asked. I'm fine, as always. However, you've become so famous that getting your appraisal is so hard now. Haha, really? What do you want to have appraised today? Haejin asked. I happen to get a painting, and I want to have it appraised properly. Oh, what is this painting? Yoonchi's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the painting on the table. Although it didn't have any writing or signature, it had Sim Sejong's skills. It was enough to catch people's eyes. This one? This is Hyunji Sim Sejong's, Haejin replied. Sim Sejong? Eun-chai slightly tilted her head. It meant she didn't know the name and wanted an explanation. He is one of the greatest artists of Joseon, the 3 Wands and the 3 Js, Haejin explained. Oh. Usually, people would pretend to know something even when they don't because they don't like admitting their own lack of knowledge, but Eun-chai didn't mind it. Haejin liked her for that reason. It would be strange to know everything unless one majored in art history. Anyway, let me take a look at your painting. Haejin then carefully removed the painting on the table and took Yoonchi's painting from her. That I should go for now, Yoonhee, seeing that there was nothing to do for her, smiled and left. Meanwhile, Haejin focused on the painting and after a while said, it's a Yuninua. Of peonies. It was a painting about peonies, and the signature said Sochi Hyo Ryan. Hyo Ryan was master of Yuninua, scholar's painting. Eun-chai must have paid a lot for his painting. Please take a look at it. Now I cannot trust the appraisal from other people. It made Haejin look back on when he had first started working as an appraiser. He felt slightly embarrassed, but also proud of himself. He examined the painting for some time and asked, clearly feeling sorry, how much have you paid for it? Eun-chai felt his tone was grave, and she worriedly asked, why? Is there something wrong with it? It's not Hyo Ryan's, Haejin replied. What? No way. I bought this from Maekdang Yu Hanwal. Haejin thought about that name for some time, then he realized there wasn't such an artist. He then asked, who is he? Maekdang Yu Hanwal, he is very famous for his peonies paintings. I even took his painting lessons briefly. But how can it be fake? It turned out Yu Hanwal wasn't a man from an old period. Instead, he was an artist of the current times. Eun-chai hadn't come to find out if her painting was real. She had come to know how much it was worth. Therefore, she was surprised to hear that it was fake. But at how much have you bought it? Haejin asked again. I paid 70 million won for it. Eun-chai hadn't even imagined that it could be fake, and tears welled up in her eyes. I understand that you are shocked, but I cannot imagine for this to be Hyo Ryan's. Why didn't you ask me before you bought it? Haejin asked. But I cannot consult you every time I buy a painting. What should I do now? Haejin then said, you should get a refund first. Your husband will be mad again if he finds out about this. Ha! But he doesn't know a thing about antiques, anyway, please help me get a refund on this. Give me a certificate that says this is fake, okay? Of course. It wouldn't be a problem. Eun-chai paid the fee, got the certificate, and hurried to leave. Haejin thought she would get that refund without a problem since she held a high social status. But the next day, to his surprise, Sebam and Eun-chai came looking for him together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 180, Inheritance Left by the Parents, 4. Chapter 180, Inheritance Left by the Parents, 4.
When Heijin arrived at his museum, he was very much surprised to see the two clients waiting for him there.
He asked, "Why have you come?"
"It's Saturday. I could have not been here." Sebam looked down and fidgeted with her fingers while saying, "I just thought you might be here."
Heijin then turned to Unchai.
She waved her hand and spoke as if it was nothing. "I was going to call you if you were not here."
"I know your phone number." Heijin recalled giving her his business card. "I see. Please, come in." The museum looked mostly the same as yesterday even if it was Saturday.
It was because Heijin opened it on Saturdays for students, but not all the employees came to work, of course. Everyone enjoyed the weekends except for the researchers and staff members who had to be around. Both Heijin and Yunhee usually didn't work on weekends, but they came today because they were worried about the members of the Trinitatis showing up again.
Heijin went into his appraisal room, thinking Sebam and Unchai would come in one by one.
But to his surprise, they came in together. They must have had a conversation while they waited for Heijin as Yunchi's hand was now on Sebam's shoulder. It looked like Sebam had told Unchai about her misfortunes. However, they had come for completely different reasons.
Sebam took out a painting from the painting container.
This time, her uncle wasn't with her. There had to be a reason for that, but Heijin didn't ask.
He just guessed she must have brought another painting, and he was right. Although the painting's height was short, its width was very long. Sebam couldn't fully unroll it on the table.
She then looked at Heijin, who said, "I'll do it. Just leave it there." Unchai, whose face was turning red by the minute, then started to protest about what happened to her in anger. "Oh, I went to Hanwal and told him about your appraisal. I thought he would say he had made a mistake and give me a refund. But, oh my. I thought he was a good man, but how could he be so shameless? He said he couldn't give me a refund because your appraisal was wrong." She was now fuming. With her usual calmness was gone. And in the end, the reason for all her anger could just refer to her last sentence.
However, Heijin couldn't really understand that Hanwal.
It wasn't like he looked down on housewives, but Unchai wasn't an ordinary housewife. She was the executive director of a 5-star hotel.
Offending such a person couldn't be good. Even supermarkets give a refund when customers insist on it. Heijin hadn't imagined he would refuse to give Yunchi's money back when she even had a certificate. "Let's do it one by one. Who came first?" Heijin asked.
Unchai then lightly pushed Sebam. "Please take a look at her painting first."
"I'm fine."
"No, you should go first."
"You came first,"
the girl, instead, replied.
Heijin could see that the nice battle could take quite some time. So, he gestured to Unchai. "Mrs. Unchai, you came first, so let me take care of your matter first." Then, Yunhee ran into the room while saying, "Appa. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Unchai, I didn't know you were here." Yunhee froze when she suddenly saw that they had clients.
Unchai, however, smiled playfully. "Since when you two became so close?"
"Oh, we speak casually when we're alone," Yunhee stammered with her red face.
"Oh, you're enjoying your youth."
Unchai covered her mouth and laughed.
Then, she turned serious in a flash and explained, "Oh, you see, I went to Maekdang Hanwal with the certificate Mr. Park gave me. But he refused to give a refund.
I got so angry that I came here as soon as I woke up in the morning.
I didn't even make my husband's breakfast. But would that be okay?" Yunhee asked. "He'll eat if he gets hungry."
"I decided to not to be suppressed by him anymore," Unchai replied.
"That's good." Unchai then continued, "You should do that, too. Now that I think about it, I can't even understand why I used to fear him so much. Oh. I'm sorry. I was too talkative, wasn't I? Maybe it was because they hadn't been close before.
Now, after meeting a few times, Chai was openly expressing herself. It was hard to believe that she was the executive director of a luxury hotel.
No, it's okay. But why did he say he couldn't give a refund? Yoon-hee asked. That man insisted this painting was he Orion's. However, I had this feeling the moment you told me that it was a fake painting. I can't be the only one who bought a painting from him, Chai replied. Haejin then said, well, I don't know that Yu Hanwol and how his lessons are, so? Chai explained, the lessons are nothing much. They are about Eastern paintings. Yu Hanwol is famous for his peony paintings, and his lessons are where the rich wives of politicians and businessmen gather. Haejin looked at Yoon-hee at this. He just felt like Yoon-hee would know everything about politicians and businessmen. However, she shrugged and shook her head, I don't know him either. It's not like I attend every social meeting. Besides, Mrs. Chai and I are in different generations. We go to very different gatherings. I see. So, you asked others if they had bought paintings from him? Haejin asked. Chai nodded hard and showed them her phone, which had photos of about a dozen Eastern paintings. These paintings were all sold by Maekdang. All of them? So many? Haejin was shocked. If they were all fake, that Maekdang was very, very bold. Additionally, the forger who had made the paintings was great as well. Haejin couldn't appraise the paintings on a small phone screen, but he could be sure that they hadn't been drawn with a single style. The forger was capable of imitating the style of multiple artists. It meant he or she was a very skillful artist. To compare in Western art, it was like being able to imitate both Rembrandt's and Vermeer's style. That is why Haejin couldn't think for all those paintings to be fake. Yes. I was so surprised to find that out, too, and they all have paid a lot. One of them even paid more than 100 million. So, I asked them to send me photos of their paintings, Chai replied. Wow, the total sum would be quite big, Haejin commented. Chai then said, we've lost almost 700 million in total. Then have you reported it to the police? Haejin asked. Chai hesitated before replying, I thought about it, but it's not that easy. Yu Hanwol has many prosecutors and judge friends. Additionally, his brother is the Supreme Court Justice, and although you have appraised mine as fake, we don't know whether the other paintings are fake, too, so if you could appraise them. Haejin couldn't understand why Yu Hanwol was selling fake paintings when he had a Supreme Court Justice brother. Anyway, he raised his hand to say refuse, no. It's not like the owners of the paintings have asked me to appraise. I cannot appraise unless they officially ask for it. I cannot appraise all the paintings with just photos as well, But I read news articles about how you testified in court. You appraised with only a photo back then, Chai replied. It was only possible because I was lucky. I could appraise the painting only with its content. However, there's no guarantee I can do it with all these paintings. Of course, I can appraise if the owners all come with them, Haejin replied. Chai looked troubled. I've already asked, and most of them were reluctant to accuse Maekdang. They are all either friend with him or have friends who are friends with him. Haejin explained, then there isn't much I can do for you. Even if he is openly trying to commit fraud, it wouldn't be right for me to reveal it. It's not like I'm a prosecutor or bringer of justice. I'm just too angry. I don't mind paying much for good paintings, but this is fraud. I cannot just forget about it and move on, Chai said. Then you should call the police or something, as I can explain why it is fake if anyone asks. I will testify for you in court, Haejin replied. Now, Haejin turned to Sebam, did you come because you have another painting to be appraised? Yes, the girl confirmed. Okay, then let me take a look at it first. Haejin grabbed the sides of the table and pulled, and two boards, each 1 m long, came out. Haejin had ordered that special table as artifacts came in all shapes and sizes. It could be extended to a maximum of 3 m. Wow, Sebam exclaimed in surprise. Heijin smiled. It's cool, isn't it?
He then fixed the top with tweezers and unrolled the painting. It was about 150 centimeters long and about 35 centimeters tall. It was a landscape painting with rocks and erect pine trees. It was quite magnificent.
Did you know about this painting? Heijin asked. Sebam hesitated and then nodded, yes. Then why have you brought it only now? Sebam, however, just fidgeted with her fingers and didn't say anything.
There had to be a story behind it. Then, Yunhee lightly poked at Heijin. Why don't you tell your appraisal first? It looked like she already knew something.
Okay. First, this appears to be Owen Jang Sunjup's painting. This is even more expensive than Sim Sejong's painting, Heijin explained. Really?
Sebam had been tense, but she smiled for the first time at hearing the painting was more expensive than the one she had sold.
Why would I lie? But why did you bring it only now? You could have brought it sooner.
It would have taken care of most of your problems, Heijin asked.
Sebam hesitated again, but she managed to talk. I couldn't let my uncle find out about it. Heijin had a bad feeling about it. Why would you not let your uncle know about it?
Yunhee answered instead of Sebam. The lawyer said there was something strange with her uncle.
The funds Sebam's father loaned illegally had gone into his account, too.
Heijin turned to Sebam, who lightly nodded. I didn't know, but the lawyer told me so. My uncle does not know about this painting, so I brought it in secret.
There was one good news, at least. Okay. I will buy this painting, too.
I really want it as this is one of Jang Sunjup's painting that has never appeared before.
I will buy it at a good price. But then, Unchai chimed in, sorry to interrupt, but why don't you sell it to me? I can pay you well for it, too.
This time, Heijin spoke instead of Sebam. This is expensive.
Unchai then said,
oh, but why are you trying to ruin a deal when the owner is not saying anything?
As the old saying goes, bargaining is always good. Heijin explained, but I am your competitor in that bargaining now.
And at the same time, I'm the expert who just appraised this painting.
So how much do you think it is worth? Unchai asked. About 700 million to 900 million? Heijin gave an estimation of the price.
Sebam was surprised to hear this, but before she could say anything, Unchai raised her finger. Okay, 900 million.
I'll buy it.
Heijin thought about paying more than that to get the painting, but he decided to give up. Compared to himself, who just wanted one more painting to exhibit in his museum, she looked more eager.
Mrs. Unchai, you are richer than I thought, Heijin just commented.
Unchai smiled and put her arm around Sebam's shoulder. I need a good painting to hang at the hotel. Actually, that is why I bought that Heo Ryan's painting, as it is Jang Sunjup's. No one would say I've paid too much for it. After that, she left the room with Sebam.
Yunhee closed the door behind them.
Then, she sighed deeply.
It looks like that uncle is addicted to gambling.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 181, Star Appraiser, 1. Chapter 181, Star Appraiser, 1. Gambling?
But he works at Wajin Electronics.
How can he gamble? Does he even have the time to? Heijin asked. I checked, and he has been fired more than a year ago for going to the casino during work time. He is completely crazy. Yunhee replied. Why on earth did he do that after getting hired by that good company? Heijin was confused.
Yunhee plopped down on the chair, clearly irritated. Oh, it makes me so mad. Mr. Yuzik told me Sebam had gotten 500 million won from her parents' insurance, and it turned out that uncle took all of it,
Heijin commented, wow, he is hopeless. He used it all on gambling?
Yes, Mr. Yuzik is going to take steps to stop him from getting near Sebam, Yunhee replied.
Then she should be fine after selling that painting, right?
Yunhee confirmed, I guess so. Plus, there is some money her parents left that she didn't know about until now.
Although it isn't much.
Haejin pitied Sebam, but he had done all he could to help. Now, he could only hope for her to take care of herself. Then, Yunhee snapped her fingers as if she just recalled something.
Oh, and about the Henderson collection.
Oh, yes.
Now that I think about it, I haven't heard about them coming back. Are those people from Harvard University still in Korea?
Yunhee answered, yes.
It looks like they are visiting every tourist spot in this country.
It's like they came to go sightseeing, not to negotiate. They have visited all the museums, including the National Museum, private museums in Bukchon and Insadong, and even the ones in the far provinces. But they are doing that with their own money, we don't have to pay attention to that.
Yunhee then continued, but they asked me this morning when I thought you would be able to do it. Oh, you mean the promise I gave about going to Harvard University's museums to find the artifacts?
Haejin guessed.
Yes, what else can it be? How are you these days?
Haejin suddenly asked.
What? Have you seen anyone suspicious around here? Or has anyone followed you?
Yunhee smiled and waved her hand.
Haha, no. I've warned our staff more than once. I've been asking them every day, and nothing's wrong.
So, you can go.
Haejin replied, then tell them I will leave next week, about Wednesday?
Okay, I'll tell them so.
What do you want for lunch today?
Yunhee asked. It meant she wanted to have dinner with Haejin as if it was a date, but Haejin scratched his head and looked away.
Sorry. I'm meeting someone.
Yunhee was disappointed and asked, who is that someone?
Actually, Haejin was going to meet Princess Hasena, who had become Aaron Sylvia.
She had been avoiding meeting him as her face was still recovering from the surgery, so if she wanted to meet him, there had to be something going on.
She knows about that organization that's after me, Haejin replied, and although he wasn't lying, he felt like he did.
Oh, okay then.
Haejin worked until lunchtime and then went to Gangnam where Hasena was staying at.
Next, he received a call from an unfamiliar number.
Hello? It's me, Aaron Sylvia. But why is the number different? Have you changed your phone number again?
Haejin asked.
I've got myself a phone that won't be tracked.
Wow, that's remarkable.
Even us locals can't get burner phones in this country even if we want to.
Ha ha. I still have traces of magic on me, although it is nothing compared to yours.
I can do this much, Hasena replied.
Oh, okay.
Where should I go?
Head to Gangnam Station. There's a building with a Burger King place on the ground floor. I'm in the basement floor of the building, at a very small coffee shop. Haejin had to walk for a long time to arrive at a very, very small coffee shop that had only 3 tables. Its cute interior must have been catching women's attention, but the business couldn't be very profitable. Haejin wondered how Hasena had found such a place when he suddenly spotted her. At that moment, he even doubted his eyes.
It can't be.
It is.
It's me, Aaron Sylvia.
Haejin was too shocked and slowly moved until he sat down across her. He could see that her face was still swollen from the surgery, but her face was almost entirely covered except for the eyes with a mask and bandages.
It looked as if she had been beaten up.
Are you okay? Haejin asked.
Of course.
I'm very good. I'm looking forward to my new face very much, so please, don't pity me.
Okay.
What about lunch?
Hasena answered, I can't eat.
If you're hungry, you should eat alone after I leave.
Oh, but I was going to have lunch with you, Aaron.
Please don't call me Aaron.
Just call me Sylvia.
I like it better.
And I'm sorry, but I cannot eat anything right now. Let's eat together after I remove the bandages, Sylvia replied. Well, it looked like she couldn't even eat soup with her swollen face. Then you asked to meet me today because... Sylvia then took out a piece of paper from her bag. When Heijin received it, he saw an address that was somewhere near Seoul. Confused, he started to ask, this place is... That is where the rest of the members of the Trinitatis, you haven't found yet, are hiding, Sylvia replied. But how did you find this out? Heijin curiously asked. To my surprise, there were many experts in finding people in this country. Have you? Did she visit the errand center that provided the people finding service? Sylvia explained, they didn't ask much about me. Also, they were not that hostile when I spoke to them with the Korean which I've been learning. Since when have you been learning Korean? After I found you were the chosen one, she replied. But you never spoke in Korean when you were with me. Sylvia smiled, because it would be embarrassing. I'm not good at it yet. I'll give it a try when I get a little fluent in it. I'm attending classes at the language center. It turns out you are even busier than me. Sylvia continued, anyway, I wasn't exposed, and when I told them their names, nationality, date of the day they came here, and with an appearance of foreigner priests, they said it wouldn't be hard to find them. Then, they gave me that address exactly 3 days later. Are you sure you haven't been exposed? Heijin felt more worried about them finding out that Sylvia was alive rather than excited about knowing their location. Don't worry, I told you. I have some magic, although not as great as yours. I gave them no information about myself, so they can tell it to no one. That's good. Sylvia smiled and stood up while saying, I wish I could talk with you more, but it isn't time yet. So, I must go now. Heijin was sorry to hear that. But you can stay just a little longer. Meeting you in this condition alone required much courage. Goodbye. She lightly stroked down Heijin's hand and left. Heijin felt somewhat sad, but he then got a call from his museum. He had told Yunhee that he had an appointment, so he didn't expect to get a call unless there was something urgent. Hello? Hello, Mr. Park. It's me, Missin. She a member of the staff who handled the administration of the museum. What is it? Heijin asked. I just got a request from ABC. They want to interview you. Me? Why? They are preparing to report about Maekdang Yu Hanwal, so they need your appraisal. Should I set an appointment? What did the director say about it? She said it was up to you. Then I will do it. Moonchai must have thought it would be better to tip off the media before Yu Hanwal could convince the prosecutors. They say they want to visit you today if it's possible. Then tell them to come before dinner time. I'm coming back right now, so I'll be there in less than an hour, Heijin replied. Okay, sir. Heijin looked at the piece of paper in his hand as he stood up. He was planning to go there immediately, but it looked like he would have to go late in the evening. He thought it was all the better as he could be seen by people while confronting them even though he had the illusion spell. Next, he headed back to his museum. When he got there, he took another look at the artifacts that had been entrusted to him for his appraisal. Then, he received the visitors at slightly after 4 p.m. Nice to meet you. I am Jail. I produce ABC's Accuse the Guilty. He seemed to be in his early 40s and very kind. I'm Park Heijin. I was told you wanted to interview me. Is that right? Jail confirmed, yes. You must already know this, but Executive Director Du Eunchai of Palace Hotel has told us about it herself. She also gave us information about the paintings Maekdang has sold so far. She trusts you more than any other appraisers. That is why we came here to interview you. Would it be okay? Yes, appraising is my job, after all,
Hagen answered while looking at the cameras that came after jail. The production crew found Hagen's appraisal room interesting, and they kept filming it. Some of them were even discussing which angle would be the best. My colleagues are amazed, too. We don't get to often film about antique appraisals. Oh, yes. I see. Let's just sit here for the interview. I can use the projector while I appraise so you can film it to make it easier for the viewers to understand, Hagen replied. Okay. Then, a cameraman set a camera and the lights before leaving the room. But what am I supposed to do? Hagen asked. Jail rummaged through a file he brought and showed Hagen a page. It was the photo of a painting, the fake peonies painting of Sochi Hyo Ryan, which Unchai had him appraise. Jail explained, first, this is the certificate Director Du gave us, says, it isn't Hyo Ryan's skilled touch of the brush, and its content is very far from the scholar's painting's philosophy and characteristics of the time. So, it cannot be Hyo Ryan's painting. Is that right? Yes, that is how I appraised, Hagen replied. We don't know much about paintings, so we don't know what you meant by the content far from the characteristics and philosophy of the scholar's paintings. Could you explain? Hagen immediately put on the peonies painting he had appraised before on the projector screen. Can you see the writing here? Hagen was pointing at a line of poetry written on the left side of the painting. Yes, it's Bu, I don't know much about Chinese letters. It's fine. It's Bu Gue Ok Dang. It means I hope wealth and preciousness come to your house. Oh, I see. Hagen continued to explain, Moran, peony, is also called Bugwiwa, the rich and precious flower, as it is the king of flowers. That is why you can write Bu Gue with peonies, but to add Ok Dang to it, you must draw other flowers. Other flowers? Yes, Hedangwa, rugosa rose, and Mokrian, magnolia. As Mokrian is sometimes called Okranoa, it is Ok, and Hedangwa has Dang, so all three flowers together make Bu Gue Ok Dang. However, this painting has only peonies, so the artist didn't understand the saying well. Sochi Hyo Ryan would have never made such a mistake. So, this painting has to be fake. Jail's eyes sparkled, and he started to quickly write down on his notebook. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182 Star Appraiser, 2. Chapter 182 Star Appraiser, 2. After the interview, Hagen had dinner with his museum's employees. Then, he left alone and took a taxi. It was to take care of the remaining members of the Trinitatis, and he hadn't drunk because he had to stay sharp. According to the address Sylvia had given him, they were hiding in a small cathedral in Wagakdong, Gangsigu. Hagen wanted to ask how Sylvia had found them, but he had to think of a way to get them first. He went through the winding and complicated alley of Wagakdong and arrived at the cathedral. The lights were still coming out of the windows. There was a convenience store nearby and many were passing by, but it felt somewhat spooky. Hagen wondered if he should just go in through the main gate or climb over the wall after midnight, but then the gate was opened, and a man came out. He didn't appear to be a foreigner even from distance. The man was wearing a black priest's outfit. He made a call and then went back into the cathedral. Hagen realized that he had come too early in his agitation. Therefore, he bought some food at the convenience store and started eating. After that, he spent some time walking around, then he went back to the cathedral after midnight. It was even spookier now, maybe because it was late. Hagen walked slowly to the back of the cathedral and casted an illusion spell on the area. Knock, knock. He carefully knocked on the back door, but no one answered. He tried to open the door, and to his surprise, it was unlocked. What he saw right after opening the door were 3 adjacent doors. He was puzzled for a moment, wondering what kind of maze it was, but then he realized it was a place for confessions. He passed the confessionals and was about to find them, but then he heard people talking near the altar. It was English with a British accent.
We must go back. Father Deer has been missing for too long.
It means he is already in heaven. You know, without Deer, who has traces of the chosen power, we cannot persuade him.
Hagen carefully stuck his head out and looked.
2 foreigners were talking in front of the altar. One seemed to be at least 50, and the other was young, probably about 20.
No, we cannot go back now.
We have sacrificed too much, and Zeshuan, who used to manage East Asia District, has disappeared.
We've even lost Li Xian and Deer.
If we back off now, Trinitatis will surely fall.
But how can we two alone convince him? If we can't, then we have no choice but to convert him through force. Hagen was so shocked to see them determinedly to take out guns.
He thought they would be with great powers like Deer, but it turned out they were just ordinary people. He let out a sigh of relief and casted a sleeping spell right away.
If we make a mistake, it can.
The young priest immediately fell on the floor, but for some reason, the magic didn't work on the old priest.
Andro! What? Hagen's heart sank. He then ran and punched the man's face.
Off. While he was still in pain, Hagen threw his gun away, pressed him so he wouldn't be able to move, and searched him. He thought something like a bracelet or a necklace had to be blocking his magic, and he was right. He found a brooch that glittered with a mysterious green light. It was full of swirling mana, so it had to have great powers.
Hagen put in his pocket. Then, he used his psychic magic on him and started to ask, "What is your name?"
Paulo Dimitris.
What is your occupation?
High priest.
Why have you come to Korea?
To meet him.
Why are you trying to convince me?
Only the great sacrifice can save the world.
Only the great sacrifice. Paulo suddenly started to tremble. It then reminded Hagen of Deer's death.
Hagen quickly backed off, and Paulo's body immediately caught fire.
Ah! Save me! Please! Deer hadn't suffered that much when he died.
What was good was that the fire didn't burn anything else.
It just incinerated Paulo's body and disappeared. Hagen took the unconscious young priest out of there, wiped his memory, and left him nearby a hospital.
Now, he was going to turn into an idiot who lost his memories, but Hagen had no choice as he couldn't erase only the specific memories about the Trinitatis. He went back home and took out the green brooch.
Its brilliant hue was gone, it was now gray. Hagen had a bad feeling about it, so he didn't take its mana. He just put it on the table and went to sleep.
However, that night, he had a strange dream. White land, so cold that could freeze anything, strong gusts of wind that almost blew him away, and the blue stone that was sleeping way under there. And he was without his powers.
The next day, he went to work as if nothing happened, but Yunhee worriedly asked, "Did something happen to you last night?"
"No, why?"
"Because you look so tired, it's like you haven't slept for days," Yunhee replied. "But I've slept well. I'm fine." Actually, he wasn't fine.
He couldn't be fine because he had this feeling that he had seen his last in that dream.
"Are you sure?" Yunhee asked again. "I'm telling you, I'm fine." Okay then.
However, I think you should postpone that business trip for the Henderson collection for about a week.
A week?
Yes. I thought the interview yesterday was all, but another program has called.
You know, that program about appraising antiques. Oh, you mean Find Treasure, right? Hagen guessed. No, I wouldn't let you be on that kind of program. Only a few people watch it, it's a comedy show.
They are going to go to a celebrity's home, and he has collected a lot of antiques. So, they want you to appraise them, Yunhee explained.
But why should I do that? You can't be pushing me for a performance fee. What is it?
Yunhee continued, even if you are a great appraiser, you have been refusing to register to Korea Appraisal Committee, and it has its downside. It has made you look bad when you testified at court, so reputation is what you need now. This museum has become the most famous museum in Korea, except for the National Museum, so if we get you a little more personal reputation, you wouldn't have such a problem in the future. It made sense, but honestly, Haejin didn't want to do it because of his laziness.
But I've done that interview yesterday. Wouldn't it be enough? Haejin asked. But that program is about current affairs. It's not like you're going to appear on it often. This program is different. It always gets a view rate of over 10% and young people watch it. Just appear on it for a short time, and it will help you a lot. Only a few people will then raise doubt about your appraisal, Yoonhee tried to convince him. Although Haejin had been asked to appraise many times, he had given different appraisals from what other appraisal agencies said, so people were already talking behind his back. Although no one had officially accused him, he thought Yoonhee had the right reasons to suggest him to appear on the program. When should I do it, then? Haejin asked. This Thursday. Then, is there more I should do after that? You just told me to postpone the trip to America for a week.
Yoonhee explained, the police has asked for your help because of Mrs. Haewon's matter.
They said they would come in the weekend as you must be busy on weekdays, so I said okay. The more we take care of such complicated matters, the better, but do you want to do it after the trip? No, it's fine. I just have to tell them my appraisal, right? Yoonhee confirmed, yes. Then you can go to America next week on any day you want. Then I'll just go on Monday. I'll go early and come back early. The sooner I go, the faster the Henderson collection will come.
Oh, and tell the production crew of that comedy show about the Henderson collection.
It would make me look even better. Yoonhee clapped and agreed, oh. Yes, yes. Why I couldn't think of it myself. Okay then, wear something nice that day.
You are as handsome as any star, but your clothes are too old-fashioned in it.
But I think my clothes look just fine. It's not like I can be your stylist, anyway, wear that tailored suit you wore the other day. Yoonhee patted Haejin's shoulder, winked, and went to her office. Comedy show. Haejin got a little nervous about appearing on a comedy show. After a few days, Haejin went to a luxurious apartment in Cheondamdong. The program's writer had told him they were visiting a famous comedian's home, and even they didn't know what kind of antiques he had. They were filming in an underground parking lot in the apartment. When he arrived there, many lights and dozens of staff were surrounding a few people to film them. Hello, I'm Park Haejin. I was told. He grabbed a member of the staff, who recognized Haejin, and started asking for guidance. Oh, hello. They're waiting for you now. This way, please. She took him to producer Go Jin-seok, who was famous even to ordinary people. I've heard so much about you. You are very famous these days, right? I have a friend who works at a different broadcast station, and he told me you were the best. That friend had to be producer Yoo Jae-il. That is how Jin-seok had found out about Haejin even though his interview hadn't been broadcasted yet. I'm not sure whether I am the best. Jin-seok explained, we're filming now, so please wait. We will go up to Mr. Lee Jae-soo's home and talk about his antiques. That is when you appear. For now, please just watch us film. Lee Jae-soo was a very famous comedian. He was old and sometimes said the wrong things, but he was witty and nice to everyone, so the public loved him. Okay. Haejin had thought it would be funny as it was a comedy show, but as he watched while waiting, he realized it was hard. They kept laughing, talking, and going around without a break. It looked very hard. 3 hours had passed after Haejin arrived when they finally started to film the part about antiques. The old comedian bluffed like a proper comedian and bragged about his antiques. My father started collecting them and left them to me. They are all magnificent. First, take a look at this porcelain. Impressive, isn't it? Oh, but it looks like just any Macchiali cup. A young comedian next to him made a joke.
As it was a comedy show, everyone just laughed.
But you don't know a thing about antiques, you idiot! Lee J.C. yelled.
The host of the program calmed him down with a laugh and called Hagen, "Well, that's why we brought the real expert. It's Mr. Park Hagen, the Prince Charming of Insadone." When Hagen went to join them in front of the cameras, they made a fuss while welcoming him.
Then, the young comedian asked, "It's fake, isn't it? Aren't things like this on sale in the markets for 3,001? 3,001? Hey! I've paid 30,001 for it at Dongmyo." Jasu smiled and went along with the joke. However, Hagen was a little shocked because he sounded like he really was not joking. Had he really bought it at Dongmyo for 30,001?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 183, Star Appraiser, 3. Chapter 183, Star Appraiser, 3. The host of the show laughed and stopped them. Then, he dragged Hagen to his side. "Well, that is enough, we have an expert here with us. Before we listen to you, I must say you are so good-looking. You really are the Prince Charming of Insadone. You've heard that a lot, right?" "Oh, yes." Then Park Dong-hun, the young comedian, chimed in with a laugh. "Wow, he isn't denying it. He knows he is charming, too. You've tried to win over some girls at clubs, right?" Hagen decided to go along as he was on a comedy show. He smiled and answered, "A few times, huh?" "Oh. You sound like a real Casanova. But I never dated for long." "Oh. It makes you sound you even cooler. I envy you." They laughed and chatted like that and managed to get to the point after some time. "But we really want to know how valuable Mr. Jasu's porcelain is. Mr. Hagen, do you think it is worth a lot?" "Let me take a look first." Hagen couldn't be sure yet. He studied the porcelain surface and lifted it to look at its bottom. Hagen wondered if the situation was all real or there was some kind of script he hadn't been told about. The host could see that he was worried and asked, "Oh, but are you wondering if you really can say what you have to say?" Hagen replied, "Actually, I do wonder that. I've never been on a comedy show before." "We know that, too. Ha ha ha. But really, there's no script or something, so please take it easy." And this porcelain, the host, Kim Jong-min, grabbed the vase's neck and lifted it while shaking it in the air. "It's fine to say this is fake." He waved it as if it were a sword, but Hagen grabbed his arm in surprise. "You can't do this." "What? Really?" "Of course. It's really valuable," Hagen said while taking the porcelain from his hand and carefully putting it back on the table. Jong-min was surprised to see this. He asked the producer, "Jail, are you pulling a prank on us?" However, Jail looked equally surprised. He made a huge X with his hands. It made Hagen realize all of them were really thinking the porcelain was worth 30,001. Jong-min carefully asked Hagen, clearly in doubt, "Is this really expensive?" "Oh, yes. I don't know if this really has been bought at Dongmyo Market, but judging from its shape, the engraved decoration, and its heel, it appears to be from the Chinese Song period," Hagen explained. It was way too shocking, and silence filled the room. Then Park Dong-hun, who had been mocking the old comedian, spoke as if he couldn't believe it. "Oh, no way. It's a lie. It's a prank, right?" He looked at every member of the production crew and turned to Hagen for last. "No, I'm the one who's wondering if it's a prank. How could this be bought with 30,000, isn't that a lie?" Hagen replied. Dong-hun, who really couldn't believe it, shouted, "No way. It has to be a lie. I was with Jasu when he went to Dongmyo and bought this at 30,000 for this filming." Jongmin asked Jasu, who was just smiling blankly in shock, "Is that true? Have you really bought this at Dongmyo Market with Dong-hun?" "Yes, But, is this really not a prank? This is really from the Song period? Heijin nodded, yes, right.
Although its color has faded, and it looks like a macchiali cup, if you look closer, a lotus flower pattern is engraved on its surface.
That pattern was often used on white porcelains in the Song period.
It can be called white porcelain vase with lotus pattern engraving.
Jesu asked what mattered the most with a trembling voice, then how much it would be, Wow, see?
His voice is shaking.
Heijin smiled at Donghuan's protest. Chinese porcelains are generally expensive.
And as it hasn't been damaged and the glaze was applied with great skill, it is in very good condition. I think it is worth at least 50 million won.
Donghuan pulled his own hair and moaned, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I saw him buy it at 30,000, and now it's worth 50,000.
Zhongmin asked him,
oh, but you just asked him if he hadn't bought it at 3,000.
I was just making a joke. Even Jail knows I was with Jesu when he went to Dongmyo Market. Tell them. I was with you.
Donghuan was clearly in sorrow. On the other hand, Jesu rubbed the vase against his cheek in joy.
This is why you have to be kind all the time. That's how I got this fortune. Donghuan, be nice to me. Donghuan, instead, just gulped down cold water.
Although they were expressing themselves in an amusing way, Heijin could see they were genuinely surprised. Their shaking breath and eyes proved that they hadn't seen it coming.
Wow, it's surprising, really, how can this happen? It's like winning a lottery.
And it was Jesu who got this fortune, what should I say?
I'm learning that not all kind men get rewarded. However, as Zhongmin said that, he kept glancing at Heijin and Jail as if he was waiting for one of them to laugh and say, it's a prank. Jail realized this and explained, we have videos of them going to Dongmyo Market on Monday and buying it. Oh, really? Wow, then it's really real? I'm suddenly getting angry. Zhongmin, just let it go. You should have been nice to others like me. Only Jesu mocked the others and laughed. Then let's look at the next antique, shall we? It can't be real again, right? If it's expensive as well, I'll quit filming today.
Everybody laughed at this, but Jesu looked at Heijin with excitement and hope while saying, please examine them well.
Don't mind these stupid men here. Concentrate on these things, you know what I mean, right? Oh, of course. Anyway, congratulations.
People often buy antiques at markets, but less than 1 out of 1,000 is something decent.
There are so many fakes and most of them are only 1 or 2 decades old.
Really, your ancestors have helped you, Heijin replied.
Of course.
Although I don't talk about it often, my family is a prestigious old family, Jesu bragged.
But your family tree record was just bought, Donghuan said. Have you seen it? Have you seen my ancestors buying it?
Then we can have it appraised.
You can appraise a family tree record, right? Jesu quickly stopped Donghuan. I don't have it because my grandfather wasn't the eldest son.
It's at my relative's house, and it goes back on dozens of generations.
Stop lying. Zhongmin stopped their silly joke. Now. We all know that Jesu really comes from a great family. Was your grandfather's name Nakamoto? Hey! Ha ha ha. Okay. Well, what kind of antique is this? It was a silver dagger, as big as a hand.
Jesu started to tell its story with a sad face. The silver dagger has a sad story.
My grandmother's grandmother's grandmother used this to protect herself from vicious Japanese. Grandmother's grandmother's grandmother? But that can't be the right generation. Don't mind the useless details. JC yelled. Zhongmin laughed and asked Heijin, well, okay. Mr. Heijin, what do you think? Did it really belong to Mr. Jesu's grandmother's grandmother's grandmother, or is it also from Dongmyo Market? Please verify. It appeared to be quite old. It had delicate engravings on it, and the tassel made of red yarn had gotten dirty. Heijin carefully unsheathed it. Although the blade was rusty, he could see it had been made by a great craftsman. He examined it for some time. Then, he looked back and forth between Jesu and Donghun. Heijin cautiously asked, "Have you bought this at Dongmyo Market, too?" "My grandmother's grandmother's grandmother." Heijin had a feeling that it was nonsense and asked again, "I'm just asking because I'm curious." "If you have bought this at Dongmyo, you are very, very lucky." The moment he said that, Donghun lunged at him and snatched the dagger while saying, "I chose this. You know, right? It's all on camera." They had bought it at Dongmyo, after all. Jesu had gotten great luck that most people don't get to experience once in their lives twice. Hey! But I paid for it. But I chose it, Donghun replied. Do you really have to do this? Fine, 8:2 inch. Donghun then asked, do I get 8? None of them were serious. They were just accepting the fortune with a laugh. Still, they were shocked and soon looked back at Heijin, who explained the history behind it. It was made long ago. There were records about women carrying little daggers during the Japanese invasions in Korea, 1592 to 1598, to attack the enemies or kill themselves to protect their chastity, and the year when the war started is written on this dagger. I don't know if this was really made on that very year, but it is at least a century old. Scientific tests would be needed to find out when exactly it was made. Heijin could have used magic to find that out, but as he couldn't give objective proof of it, he didn't. Nevertheless, it was clearly very valuable. Then it's very precious, right? Heijin continued, it greatly depends on which period it was made. Unfortunately, there's no record about it, and it doesn't have a special mark or symbol, so it is not as valuable as the vase, but it's not something you can normally buy at Dongmyo Market. You got very lucky, Mr. Jesu. JC shouted in joy at this. Jail, make a reservation at the biggest barbecue restaurant nearby. I'm buying everyone dinner today. No way, it can't be, why would any god give this kind of fortune to that devil? While he despaired, Jasa took out yet another antique while saying, this is really my family's treasure. I didn't buy this at Dongmyo. My grandfather left this. It was a medal. It was rusty and had an unrecognizable symbol on it. On its back, the Chinese letters were written on it. Oh, this one really looks valuable, Donghun and Zhongmin looked at it with awe. However, the moment Heijin saw it, he glanced at Jail and Jesu again. Now, he was in trouble again. What is it? Zhongmin saw him troubled and asked. Heijin went to Jesu and whispered to him, is this really yours? Jesu nodded as if Heijin was asking something obvious. Heijin, even more worried, whispered, this medal is for the pro-Japanese. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184 Terms of Return of Artifacts, 1. Chapter 184 Terms of Return of Artifacts, 1. That medal had been given to people who came to the Japanese king's coronation. However, the coronation was not an event anyone could attend. Only Koreans who had betrayed their country and worked very hard for Imperial Japan could be there. So, having that medal meant one of Jesu's ancestors had been someone who greatly betrayed Korea. Jesu quickly realized what Heijin was saying and threw the medal into his bedroom while saying, oh, it's fake. Really? Jesu continued, oh, yes. He said he wouldn't buy it for 1,000 won. However, you are well-mannered, to whisper it to me when it's fake, you're a good young man. But it's strange, isn't there something more? Of course, there isn't. Aren't you coming to dinner with us? Don't you want beef? Today, I'm buying, Jasa could see that the others were feeling good since his last antique was fake, but he just smiled and moved on. Luckily, as it wasn't a live broadcast, it ended there. Jasa's face then turned red in humiliation,
but everyone just thought it was because he was embarrassed about taking out a fake relic. If they had known that metal was for the pro-Japanese, the mood would have gone strange, but luckily, they didn't. Jaisa changed the subject and the filming continued.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Jaisa seemed to be more thankful to Heijin for not answering the questions related to the metal than receiving the news of his porcelain being worth 50 million won.
If any one of them had heard it and told the media, Jaisa's career would have ended there.
After the filming, Heijin took selfies with each of the comedians. They were immediately uploaded on SNS and drew a lot of attention. Jaisu even wrote #best_appraiser_in_Korea, which really became a topic of discussions.
However, Heijin had to take a plane to America before he could even see the program on TV.
He had to rediscover the artifacts slumbering at Harvard University's museum as he had to get the Henderson collection back. Additionally, as he was going alone this time, he felt slightly bored. Sylvia had briefly shown some willingness to accompany him, but she gave up because her face was still swollen. Heijin was both worried and excited about how her face would look like after removing the bandages.
Someone was already waiting for him at Boston Logan International Airport. Nice to meet you. I'm Harold Chong. He appeared to be Chinese American.
The man was tall and had a nice smile. He also had big hands and solid muscles to the point where he looked more like a pro wrestler than a scholar.
Nice to meet you, I'm Park Heijin. You look like an athlete. Sports are part of my life. Well, shall we go?
Heijin never thought that a Camry was small, but compared to Harold, it truly was tiny. Harold then got on the small driver's seat and gestured at Heijin to get in with a bright smile.
Is it far from here? It will take about 40 minutes to an hour.
It will take an hour if there are many cars on the road, but if the traffic is good, we will arrive in half an hour. Anyway, we have been talking about you because of the matter about the Henderson collection, Harold explained.
What was the conversation about?
Harold continued, we mainly discussed why the Henderson collection had to be returned and would there be anything as valuable as those artifacts among the relics sleeping at the museum.
Actually, my grandfather was Chinese.
So, I argued for the Henderson collection to be returned. The Western people had exploited countless artifacts in China, just like they did in Korea. As Chinese porcelains like blue flower white porcelains had been a symbol of wealth in Europe after the 18th century, the demand for them was huge. The Europeans paid and bought them, but they also stole them.
The process of Europeans buying Chinese porcelains was quite interesting.
They bought porcelains that had been already made, but they also ordered for the porcelains they wanted. Sometimes, you would see porcelains that have too many strange shapes and patterns for them to be Chinese.
Most of them were actually ordered by Europeans.
Thank you for your supportive opinion, Heijin replied. Actually, although I'm an American, I've been racially discriminated often since I was a kid.
That is why I started working out. There are so many people who think they don't have to return the artifacts that were stolen and exploited. Because of that, I think you were very brave to ask for your country's artifacts back.
Of course, the artifacts you were trying to retrieve weren't exactly stolen or exploited. Harold spoke for long, and although it sounded as if he was complimenting Heijin, he was talking quite vaguely. In the end, the last sentence was what Harold really meant. He was implying that even if Harvard had reluctantly agreed on returning the Henderson collection, most of his colleagues were strongly objecting it.
Strictly saying, he was right.
The Henderson collection was a regrettable part of Korean history. If it hadn't been for that deal Heijin made with the mayor of New York, no Korean would have had any good reason to ask to get them back. Asking to get them back must have been a request hard to accept to people of the Harvard Museum, but it was their problem. To Heijin, the artifacts were just treasure he had to retrieve. They might think that way, Heijin replied with a simple answer and looked out of the window. It meant he didn't want to talk about it anymore, and it surprised Harold. He looked confused for a moment. Then, he smiled and focused on driving. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at Harvard University's museum and went into the administration office, where a white woman in her early 30s stretched out her hand at Hagen with a stern face.
I'm Angelica. Nice to meet you. You must be tired after the long flight. Are you going to rest for today and start tomorrow?
She seemed to find Hagen bothersome. However, Hagen had already been told about what was going on by Harold, so he could guess what she was thinking and replied, "No, I'm fine.
I'll start immediately. This way, then." She led Hagen, giving a short explanation about the buildings as they passed.
Her attitude made it clear she wasn't happy about Hagen's visit, but she still did her job.
It was impressive.
She took Hagen to the basement of the Museum of Natural History, where he had to go through a few steps of identification.
After that, they arrived at a room. What do you think?
Angelica showed some emotion for the first time. She looked like a child showing her toys. Impressive, Hagen looked at the numerous artifacts in front of him and let her see him get impressed. Angelica then explained, Harvard University is where the world's most talented people come. For them, the foundation has collected a number of artifacts over a long period of time, and Americans have willingly donated to this place because they know the more Harvard students learn, the stronger the country becomes.
This room is the result of that passion and dedication.
Hagen could see why she was so proud of that place. Anyone working there would have been proud of this.
However, sadly, some of those artifacts were Korean. And they had been given willingly for the individual's good. Hagen looked at Angelica and showed her 3 fingers, 3 artifacts. You know that, right?
The artifacts of the Henderson collection that had to be returned first were Gaia porcelain and the Celadon vase of Goryeo, which were the most valuable artifacts. Harvard had asked Hagen to find at least 3 artifacts they hadn't recognized the value yet in return. They had promised to return all the Korean artifacts in the Henderson collection if those 3 artifacts were more valuable than the 2 Korean artifacts.
Actually, these were vague terms.
If the mayor of New York hadn't pressed them, they would have never accepted such terms. Hagen wondered what kind of weakness of the university's president the mayor knew about that he could make him agree to such terms.
It also had to be the reason why the museum's workers were even less fond of Hagen. I know.
I wonder if you would be able to find artifacts more valuable than those 2 artifacts in the Henderson collection. She crossed her arms and expressed her doubt. Then, she gave Hagen a pile of documents while saying, there is some brief information about the artifacts here. Of course, it's not enough to let you know about every artifact, but they have been classified according to period and region, so it will help you get the basic idea of this place. You should also never lose the special temporal pass you just got. Go in and out with it when I'm not around, and never take out any of these artifacts without permission. She stressed the word never very hard.
Don't worry.
I have no desire to go to an American prison, Hagen replied. I hope so, but human greed can blind people sometimes. I hope you don't do it. She gave Hagen a strange gaze as if she was prophesying Hagen would do it. No, maybe she was hoping for him to do something disrespectful and break the deal itself. I'll keep that in mind, Hagen replied. And go to the students' dining hall for meals.
You will be able to eat there if you show your pass. Okay. Then. She turned and left.
Before she was out of sight, Hagen started to examine the huge warehouse.
As there were CCTVs all over the place, Hagen couldn't do something bad even if he wanted to. He put his hands behind him and walked slowly as if he were on a stroll. He touched some of the artifacts, while on others, he just glanced at them and moved away. Then, he spotted something. It was a huge jar made of bronze. It looked like any jar commonly seen at any Buddhist temple, but its shape and pattern were not ordinary. I've never seen this pattern before. He looked at its pattern and then used his phone's flash to look inside. Wow, he laughed and started moving again. He had just found one almost right after starting, but he couldn't decide what to do about it. It was magnificent, but he was angry about them being so cold to him. Was he making an excuse when he told himself that they would get even greedier if he found them such an artifact on the first day?
Smiling bitterly, he started to look for a treasure again.
Angelica was watching his every move on CCTVs.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 185, Terms of Return of Artifacts, 2. Chapter 185, Terms of Return of Artifacts, 2.
Angelica didn't move for 2 entire hours, with her legs crossed and her chin on her hand. On the other hand, the others in the room looked at her worriedly. Her expression was so stern and cold, like the severe wind in Alaska. She had been delighted when the screens were set to see the storage room, but they didn't expect her to sit like that and worry the others.
"Why don't we go to have dinner?" Harold asked. However, Angelica didn't even look at him and said, "I don't want to eat." "Have you finished the report on the artifacts that Park Hagen has appraised in America?" "I've tried to find, but there wasn't much."
He isn't a member of America's Appraisal Committee, and when I asked the Korea Appraisal Committee, they told me he wasn't one of them either. So, there isn't any record, Harold replied while shrugging his shoulders, but Angelica wasn't satisfied.
"Then you should have found Korean news articles that can be useful and have them translated."
"I'm sorry, but as you know, none of us can speak Korean," Harold then said.
"I can't understand you, Harold. I thought you were capable enough. Do you know how many Korean students are attending this university?"
"If you had brought one of them, there would be a report of dozens of pages in front of me right now."
"Am I wrong?" Angelica asked. "Angelica, please don't be so mad."
"It will change nothing. What matters is whether he would be able to find artifacts better than those from the Henderson collection."
"Shouldn't we focus on that?" "You are naive, Harold. What comes first in an appraisal is the appraiser's subjective judgment. However, the problem is that the appraiser is that Asian now, and we don't have anyone better than him. If we fail to find out his weak point, he might take those treasures we have collected."
"Please, come to your senses," Angelica said.
Harold thought, those treasures don't belong to you, but he couldn't say it out loud.
He just smiled bitterly while saying, "But the return of the Henderson collection has been decided already. It wouldn't be cancelled now even if we do find his weak point."
Angelica glared at Harold and said, "I really don't understand you. We can't make progress if we think like that.
We must do our best to make things right, even if our superiors have made the decision."
Okay, let's check the artifacts he has shown interest in so far again."
Harold shook his head, thinking he wouldn't be getting dinner today.
"Okay. And hasn't that other appraiser we invited said she would be here by this evening?"
Harold replied, "I called her earlier, and she said she was almost here."
"She should be here by now."
"She said the traffic was bad."
"Oh, nothing good is happening here."
Angelica shook her head and was about to go out, but then the door suddenly opened, and a woman came in. Her hair was in curls, but her clothes and her attitude were that of an elite's.
"I'm late, right? I'm Finai Williams."
She immediately realized who the boss was and stretched out her hand to Angelica.
"I'm Angelica Baker. Actually, you're a little too late.
That Asian has been here for more than 3 hours." Angelica pointed at one of the monitors, and Finai smiled.
"The traffic in Boston has delayed me. I'm sorry, but I will help you more than you think."
She looked at Hagen on the screen and was left confused.
"Is that man the appraiser from Asia?" "He's way too young," Finai commented. Harold Chong then answered the question. "Yes.
His name is Park Hagen, and he is the founder and owner of Park Hagen Art Museum in Korea. As he is after the return of the Henderson collection, we think he might have made some kind of deal with the mayor of New York."
"You said something dangerous."
"I never heard about that," Finai replied.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to mention anything sensitive."
Finai then said, "Please tell me which artifacts he has paid attention so far, I need to check first.
I must find out how good he is." Finai demanded the same thing Angelica had.
Okay. Harold got a bad feeling that he was not even going to get any sleep that day. The students' dining hall at Harvard University was also called the Harry Potter Dining Hall as it inspired Hogwarts' famous dining hall. The high ceiling, antique but simple chandeliers, and the classical interior all together created a beautiful harmony.
Heijin had to spend some time looking around.
He had traveled all around the world with his father and had been used to various food from many countries, so he also liked the dining hall's food. But then, someone put down her food tray in front of him and spoke to him in Korean.
"Hello, are you?" Heijin looked up.
She was a young girl, probably just 18. She was pretty, so she must have been famous among the boys.
"Yes? Are you Mr. Park Heijin?"
She asked shyly, and it made Heijin smile.
He wondered how she recognized him and asked, "How do you know me?" "Wow! It is indeed you. I'm very interested in art, but may I sit here?"
"Oh, yes, of course," Heijin replied. She quickly drew a chair, sat on it, and started to talk. "There have been rumors among Korean students here about you coming here, but I never thought I would run into you like this." She couldn't hide her excitement and continued, "You're here because of the Henderson collection, right? We were so disappointed because there was nothing we could do to help you even though we know how meaningful it is."
Heijin was very shocked and asked, "How did you find out about it?" "Huh? But you wrote about it on your museum's SNS account." "Oh. Yoonhee must have written about it after Heijin left for New York."
She should have told him if she had such a thing.
"How did the negotiation go?" she asked. Thankfully, Yoonhee hadn't mentioned the terms.
Of course, she was too smart to make that kind of mistake.
"It's going well," Heijin replied.
"I hope the artifacts get returned to our country."
"I hope so, too.
Please call me anytime if you need the help of a Korean student," the student replied. "Oh, okay," Heijin was just saying that, but the girl then shyly offered her phone.
Then,
Heijin could see only then why she had been talking to him. She wanted his phone number.
Honestly, Heijin didn't feel bad about it.
No men hate pretty girls. However, he knew too well that it wasn't the time to exchange phone numbers with a girl, so he politely said no.
"I'm sorry, but I'm dating someone."
Heijin said that to make the girl give up, but strictly speaking, he had almost married Sylvia. Additionally, he and Yoonhee were more than just colleagues, so he wasn't lying. Although he felt sorry for Yoonhee because of Sylvia.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is it director Lim Yoonhee?"
As Yoonhee was so beautiful, it was natural for the girl to think so. Plus, her beauty was getting more and more famous as she communicated with people on SNS. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it," Heijin replied.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I was just curious. It's just, you don't do SNS yourself, so you can't ask for our help even if you wanted to. I thank you for that. I am very proud of the Korean students studying hard in this faraway country. If I ever need your help, I will ask on the museum's SNS page." "Thank you." The girl must have been embarrassed, but she didn't leave. She then ended up staying until she finished her dinner. The girl kept eating as if nothing was wrong, but it made Heijin feel rather embarrassed. However, she wasn't the only Korean who came to him. After that, every time he had a coffee break or went on a stroll, many Korean students came to meet him. At first, he couldn't understand why they were doing it, but as he talked to them, he got to find out how much they had been discriminated as Asians and how proud they were to be Koreans. Heijin had impressed them deeply by opposing the elite group of the American prestigious university to get the Henderson collection back. "So, you have found nothing yet?" When Heijin and Angelica met again after a few days, she provoked him again like before. As Heijin was on his way to the storage, he shrugged and asked, "I found something." Would you like to see that now?
That was unexpected, and Angelica frowned slightly. Both her and Finai Williams had concluded Hagen had found nothing after watching him on CCTV. Since the first day until now, Hagen had walked around with his hands on his back, sometimes lifted up an artifact or two, and moved on, so of course, they were thinking he had found nothing.
Could you wait for a while?
I will bring the appraiser we have invited, Angelica then said.
Oh, so you don't know how to appraise it yourself?
Angelica didn't like that question and raised her eyebrows while saying, I manage the Museum of Natural History. I just happen to manage the artifacts here as well.
Oh. I see. Okay.
I'll wait.
Angelica clearly thought she had been insulted and stomped her feet on her way out.
Then, she soon appeared again with a woman in her 50s.
Nice to meet you. I'm Finai Williams.
You are much younger than I thought. Where have you studied?
Italy? France? United Kingdom? There's no record about you here in America. Finai asked so many questions the moment she saw Hagen.
I studied in Korea. Although I've never studied abroad, I traveled around the world and learned a lot.
Oh, really? Finai smiled, clearly looking down on Hagen, but he didn't mind.
He had experienced it so many times that in deals about antiques, the opponent didn't matter. The object itself did. Whether one knew a lot about antiques, it didn't matter. What mattered was what he or she had. And how much one would sell it, that problem came after that. So, when Hagen took the two women near the pot which had surprised him on the first day, he examined their expressions very carefully.
Have you chosen this painting? Out of mere coincidence, another masterpiece was right next to the pot.
Yes. It's Georges de Latour's painting, Hagen replied.
This is Latour's? Finai frowned hard and stared at the painting as if she couldn't believe it.
Just as Hagen had thought, the two women weren't seeing it at all that he had shown this painting only to test Finai Williams. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 186 Terms of Return of Artifacts, 3. Chapter 186 Terms of Return of Artifacts, 3. Georges de Latour trained under the mannerism artist Jacques Bellang.
He was fascinated by Caravaggio, one of the greatest Italian artists, and Hendrik Terbruggen, who sought a change in mannerism. He then carried out their style. When it comes to art history, mannerism is what succeeded the Renaissance art, but it also means developing your own unique style. It is slightly different from the mannerism that means being obsessed with what one already has and not being able to progress. Anyway, Latour mainly painted folk paintings and religious paintings.
He got even more famous in the 20th century after his death. However, the painting Finai was staring at was a little strange. It showed a lady with long and black hair. She was sitting silently in front of the candlelight as if she was meditating. However, what mattered was the scribble on the left bottom side of the painting. Un escroc notoire. Even though Hagen was a genius, he didn't know French. So, he used his smartphone, and that line had very surprising meaning, a notorious crook. With that kind of scribble, anyone who knew French would have thought the painting had little value, apart from its content. Finai Williams looked at it for some time.
Then, she stood up and spoke to Hagen, clearly impressed.
Yes, I think it is his painting.
I wondered why you were here because you were so young, but you have keen eyes.
Thank you. The test Hagen had said wasn't about Latour's painting. It was about the huge pot right next to Hagen. However, although she had seen it, she didn't give it another look. Is that candlelight the reason you thought it was Latour's? Latour was great at controlling candlelight and its shades.
He was even called the artist of candlelight. It was why Hagen had thought of Latour when he first saw the painting. Yes, and there was another reason, Hagen replied.
Finai raised her index and stopped him. She was going to find out the reason this time. Was it that scribble? Yes, it made me sure of it. Angelica couldn't understand and asked, that scribble is why you were convinced it was George de la Tour's? But that is why we thought the painting wasn't important. Finai stroked her shoulder as if she could understand her.
Oh, Angelica, I can see why you thought so.
But Latour's life was not like his paintings. What do you mean? Finai looked at the painting again and explained, his paintings are always calm.
They are quiet, reserved, but arouses a strange curiosity. And they make us focus on the harmony of the light and darkness, especially ones with religious meanings.
You are right.
That's how I felt when I saw his paintings at the Louvre. I almost fell to meditation myself, Angelica replied.
Finai continued, Latour's religious paintings make us reflect on ourselves and repent. He must have needed deep thoughts and understanding of humanity.
However, he was a very bad man who exploited the poor tenant farmers. He even practiced usury, used violence, and made his servants steal from others.
That is why he met a tragic death.
Angelica shook her head as if she couldn't believe it while saying, how could the man, who made this painting, be so evil? Is that true?
No, is that why the scribble was written? It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I almost felt betrayed when I studied about Latour. His entire family was massacred in 1652, during the French Civil War.
Of course, it didn't feel like something tragic to the people he had wronged. That is surprising. Then one of those tenant farmers could have written this scribble? Angelica asked.
Maybe, or one of them asked a friend who knew how to write it for him, Finai replied.
Oh.
Anyway, you just got Latour's painting, one with such history. It is a great fortune for Harvard.
Congratulations.
I'm not the one who should be congratulated, the students are.
But I do feel very happy about it. Angelica then looked at the painting with great affection.
She smiled so brightly that Hagen was surprised to find out that she did smile sometimes. Then, she turned to him and said, well done.
Just one sentence. Even though they had made a deal and were fulfilling it, Hagen didn't feel good about it.
So, he also reacted somewhat bluntly. He raised a hand at Angelica, then looked away again and crossed his arms.
Angelica smiled and went past Hagen to leave. Finai lightly bowed at Hagen and went after her.
Angelica saw Finai was right behind her and made a remark, at least that Hagen is good at his job.
He got lucky.
As I said, the candlelight is like George de la Tour's symbol.
Plus, anyone who can read resentment in the scribble would think of Latour. Honestly, I would say that painting hasn't been discovered by now only because it wasn't lucky.
It was sent to that storage without proper research done on it. It has been a great loss for Harvard.
Angelica frowned hard as she was sad about it as well.
But we have been managing this place only with the personnel of the Museum of Natural History, so we had no choice.
Good appraisers are way too expensive.
Even the money to manage the museum for a whole year isn't enough to have all those artifacts appraised, Angelica replied.
However, this deal isn't that bad.
Even though you are about to lose the Henderson collection, you've got a chance to take out the slumbering artifacts into the world. It all depends on that Asian appraiser's skills.
Hiring you wasn't cheap, either. Ha ha.
You must know that I'm charging you much less than usual, Finai replied.
I'm aware of it. If I had asked you to do what he is doing now, you would have demanded a huge sum of money.
Finai looked at Angelica and laughed. I wouldn't have accepted that kind of work. I cannot do such a thing all by myself, and I might be accused later if problems occur.
Oh.
I never thought about that, Angelica then said.
Anyway, this treasure hunt is going smoothly.
That young appraiser from Asia is quite good.
While Finai and Angelica were laughing like that, Hagen was struggling with his own problem. Should I tell them or not?
That Finai Williams wasn't different from the many appraisers he had seen when he traveled around the world with his father.
She was one of the not-so-good appraisers who didn't know that white supremacy was blocking them from improving. Of course, there couldn't have been many appraisers as good as her. However, Hagen didn't think he had to think highly of her, as she didn't respect him even after he found Latour's painting. Of course, he thought it was a shame for such an artifact to be slumbering in his storage, but neither Finai nor Angelica were going to thank him even if he told them, so he had decided to tell them about a few decent other artifacts. He had really planned so, but 4 days later, he called Finai and Angelica. He couldn't stay there more, as he thought it was time to leave and go back to Korea. Of course, he had decided on which artifacts to show them. Additionally, he was planning to make them an offer without anyone knowing about it. "You worked faster than I expected. I thought it would take at least a fortnight." Angelica was doubting Hagen's fast decision. She was worried about Hagen showing her some artifacts that were not as good as the Henderson collection. "I, instead, feel like I have been rather late. I have made my decisions carefully, so you will probably like them." It took Hagen longer than he expected. According to his original plan, he should have taken a plane to Korea 2 days ago. Of course, the women didn't seem to trust him, especially Finai. "You will probably have to change your mind about it. So, get rid of that idea of returning home soon and focus on your work here, Mr. Park. But as we are already here, we should take a look at what you have chosen, right?" Finai then walked past Hagen. Hagen smiled and followed her while saying, "Do you, at least, know what I'm about to show you?" Finai flinched and slowed down. "Oh, I'm sorry. Please, lead the way." Hagen smiled and moved past her. Finai bit her lips and then started following Hagen. Her clenched fists told how much she was offended. Actually, she already had anticipated which artifacts Hagen would show her. She had seen Hagen's every move on CCTV. She knew what he had done with each artifact and how much time he had spent on it, so she thought she already knew enough about the storage. She knew which artifact Hagen would show her, so she moved first in impatience, then Hagen pointed out. Anyway, Finai and Angelica had already made plans on what to say about Hagen's artifacts. However, Hagen stopped where they hadn't anticipated at all. "Here is one of the 2 remaining artifacts I found." Hagen had already found Latour's painting for them, so he only had to find 2 more to end the deal. "Here?" Hagen stopped at area B4. Finai and Angelica looked at each other, clearly confused. Hagen had never spent much time in area B4. He had spent less than 3 minutes on each of the artifacts there, so Finai and Angelica hadn't paid attention to B4. However, Hagen didn't know this, so he couldn't see why they looked so confused. He was just relieved to know that Finai Williams wasn't that good as an appraiser. "Yes, it's this painting." Hagen then pointed at a landscape painting. There was not even a single person. Instead, you could see a swamp and a quiet forest. The trees, grass, and the swamp had all been depicted quite realistically. "Whose painting is this?" Since the painting had no signature, Finai asked. However, Hagen just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It meant Finai had to find out by herself. She then stood in front of the painting while looking grim. Finai would greatly humiliate herself if she failed to find out the artist's name, so her heart was beating fast. However, Hagen really didn't care about it. "Oh, I'm just asking this out of curiosity, but what if the artifact I show you is worth more than $10 million? Of course, I'm just hypothetically speaking. What would you do?" Hagen abruptly asked as he looked at Finai doing her best to appraise. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 187 Terms of Return of Artifacts 4. Chapter 187 Terms of Return of Artifacts 4. Angelica laughed while asking, "You do know how big $10 million is, right?" "Of course. Do you think I asked without knowing that?" Hagen asked back. Angelica looked into his eyes as if searching for an answer. Is there really such an artifact in here? I was just asking. If there is,
then it would be great, both for Harvard and this great country.
Angelica then smiled and looked away. Hagen also smiled and talked about it no more.
He had cast the bait, so it was up to her to take it or not.
Finai kept examining the painting, so Hagen brought a chair and waited on it. After about an hour,
finally, Finai exclaimed, "Wow, this is Klimt's painting."
Finai looked at Klimt's signature on the lower part of the frame. Then, she looked at Hagen with excitement.
Actually, Hagen didn't think it was from Klimt when he saw it for the first time. He just wondered whose painting it was, but there was no signature on the painting itself or at the back of the frame, so he used magic. But then, he saw Klimt's face, which he had seen on a photo before. His face was easy to recognize. It had less hair, but it still looked strong and somewhat cute at the same time. He liked to leave his signature at the lower part of his work where people didn't usually look, so Hagen could use it as proof to claim the painting was Klimt's.
This is really Klimt's painting? But his paintings are. Angelica couldn't finish that sentence, but both Hagen and Finai knew what she wanted to say.
Finai carefully put the painting down and said, "It might surprise you, but paintings in his early and middle times mostly used the style of art from that period. The paintings created during his boyhood would make you think, oh, the word genius is for this kind of men. When you think of Gustav Klimt, you would recall the strong and unique world that was very different from the style of the other artists.
However, Klimt didn't paint like that at the beginning. He was a very talented artist.
He was admitted to the Vienna Kunstgewerbeschule, a school of applied arts and crafts, now the University of Applied Arts Vienna, at the age of 14. After that, he had great success as an elite artist. This painting proved Klimt had mastered the basic techniques.
Interesting, Angelica commented.
Klimt's paintings became different ever since he parted ways with the art world of that period and made the Secession Group. Of course, we should be grateful for his change.
Then is this painting worth $10 million? Angelica asked, and Finai looked at Hagen in surprise. Worth $10 million? Do you think this painting is worth that much? Finai asked before Hagen could say anything. Angelica then told her about what Hagen said previously.
Mr. Park said it earlier on. What would I do if there was an artifact worth more than $10 million?
Were you not talking about this painting?
If you were, Mr. Park, you are not good at setting prices as much as you are good at appraising paintings. Expensive ones among Klimt's paintings are worth more than $100 million, but this one is not that valuable.
You are wrong if all Klimt's paintings are that expensive, but Finai wasn't happy to find out she had been tested.
Therefore, she was angered and continued by saying, "Please don't rush forward to a conclusion. This isn't the artifact worth more than $10 million.
Angelica asked, "Then what is it?" "Well, let's see what I have next, shall we?" Hagen moved again and stopped in front of Area D2. "Here?"
Finai bit her lips at finding that she had been wrong again.
Hagen had spent a few hours at Area B and never went back, so both Finai and Angelica didn't bother to find out which artifacts were there.
However, Hagen had gone through Area D only because all the artifacts there were from Asia. It might have seemed fast to Finai as he was looked around for a few hours, but Hagen only had to give a glance at most of the artifacts to know how valuable they were. He had appraised a few of the good ones in slightly more than 10 minutes. Additionally, the porcelain he was showing right now was one of them. In front of him was a snow-white teapot. This white porcelain teapot was made in the Song period. Making Finai work and find out on her own wasn't funny anymore, so Hagen didn't hesitate to tell them what it was.
Finai was shocked and went closer to the kettle. They could produce such white porcelain in the Song period? Judging from the question and her expression, Finai didn't know much about porcelains.
Of course, she had to be much better than students who majored in archaeology, but studying both Western and Eastern art wasn't easy. Moreover, as Finai clearly had a strong white supremacy, there was no way she had studied Eastern art deeply. This was made in Jingdezhen, home of Chinese porcelains. Porcelains this white are called yangchong. As its glaze is thin and glossy, its texture is similar to jade. Finai stoked the teapot while saying, "Yes, it is extremely smooth." "And what is this head?" "That head is from Fenghuang." "Oh. Fenghuang, I know it. It's a mythical bird in China, right?" Finai made a guess. Heijin confirmed, "Yes." The four animals, qilin, turtle, fenghuang, and dragon are together the four benevolent animals. They are symbols of very noble people and auspicious signs. It is very precious. Finai was satisfied and stoked the teapot, but Angelica frowned even harder while asking, "That's it?" "Yes. You can't be thinking that the 3 artifacts I have shown you are not good enough, right?" Although the artifacts in the Henderson collection were extremely valuable, the artifacts Heijin had found were good enough as well. Even Finai admitted that, so she looked at Angelica confusedly. "I agree with Mr. Park. The paintings from Latour and Klimt are extremely valuable." She still had that European-centered mind. Finai was probably thinking that the 2 paintings were much more valuable than a teapot from Asia. However, Angelica's frown didn't go away. "But you mentioned that artifact worth more than 10 million. This teapot is a precious artifact and will draw attention when we exhibit it at the museum, but it is not worth 10 million. You were talking about something else, weren't you?" "What if I was?" Heijin asked back. "What?" "That is why I asked you what you would do if there is an artifact worth more than $10 million sleeping here," Heijin explained. She couldn't say anything. So, Heijin just sat down on a pile of boxes nearby and said, "I've fulfilled my part of the deal. No one would be able to deny that even if you bring another appraiser." "So?" Heijin continued, "So, if I find you an artifact worth more than $10 million only out of goodwill, it would be unfair." Angelica crossed her arms and nodded, "Go on. You and your colleagues must not have been happy with this deal as it was your president who decided on it. That is why I asked. What if there is such an artifact? What would you want to do with it?" Heijin asked again. "That is a meaningless question. Just get to your point. What do you want?" Angelica was smart, and it made it easier for Heijin to continue. "There is a painting of Josian here. Give it to me, and I'll tell you which artifact is worth $10 million. "I have no authority to decide on that matter," Angelica replied. "I know. You must get your boss permission. However, I also know your president knows very little about antiques. He made it clear there would be no more deals. The first thing he had done after seeing that painting was finding out if he could make another deal with Harvard's president. However, he said that there would be no more deals. He said he was returning the Henderson collection not because he wanted to but because he was forced to, so making an additional deal would be insulting for him. That is why Heijin had to make a detour and had to use Angelica's greed. I cannot make it happen unless the president gives his permission. Heijin then replied, then I have no choice but to leave it among these countless other artifacts, or you might be able to find it if a good appraiser examines every artifact in this storage. If Heijin had made this offer earlier, Angelica wouldn't have thought twice to say no. However, he had shown her 3 artifacts, and now she knew how good Heijin was. The paintings from Latour and Klimt were shocking enough, and there was an artifact worth more than $10 million. Managers of the museums tend to think that the artifacts in their museum belong to them. Maybe it is the right thing to do, but sometimes, it arouses their greed and forces them into making bad choices. That is the history of huge museums in America smuggling artifacts in the 1980s. Angelica couldn't let this opportunity go either. She kept hesitating. It was impossible to bring in a new appraiser and have him or her examine every artifact. It would cost a lot, but she would have to take the sole responsibility if such an artifact didn't show up. Please give me some time. Eventually, Angelica said what Heijin had been waiting for. My plane leaves tomorrow morning. You must give me the answer before this evening, Heijin then replied. But that's way too soon. Do you have any idea how busy this university's president is? Angelica was losing her temper, but Heijin didn't even blink an eye. I know he is busy, but it's not like this matter would require a long conversation. It's simple enough. If you want to exhibit a $10 million artifact, give me one painting from Korea. What kind of painting is it? Angelica then asked. Heijin stood up and took out a piece of paper rolled crudely that was only a few steps away. This one. It hadn't been preserved properly. If Heijin hadn't found it, someone might have discarded it as trash. Let me see, Finai said while taking it and carefully unrolling it. It was about 80 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters tall. It was the painting of a chrysanthemum. It was an ink and wash painting without any color, and there was a signature stamped on the empty part on the left. When stamping the signature, since Chinese letters must be written in a small square, they look slightly different from their original shape. Therefore, even people who know how to write their names in Chinese letters sometimes don't recognize it when it is stamped, so of course, no appraiser in Harvard could have been able to read it. What does this signature mean? Finai asked while pointing at the red letters. It is Man Chion Myon Will Ju Ong. In short, it means, everything of this world belongs to me, Heijin replied. Then, the person who drew this painting was a king of Joseon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188 Terms of Return of Artifacts 5. Chapter 188 Terms of Return of Artifacts 5. More accurately, Man Chion Myon Will Ju Wong means although there is only one moon and there are 10,000 flowing streams, when the moon is reflected on the water, it is both on the stream in front and the stream in the back. When there are 10,000 streams, there are 10,000 moons. However, there is only one moon up in the sky. The streams meant the people, and the only moon meant the writer. It might sound arrogant, but as the writer was King Jeongjo, Heijin could understand it. King of Joseon, then it must be quite important to you. Finai nodded, but she was just considering Heijin's situation, not admiring the painting itself. As she knew almost nothing about Eastern paintings, Heijin didn't feel offended. She must have had reasons to study Asian porcelains as they had great influence in Europe, but compared to porcelains, Eastern paintings are much lesser known. Even though Japanese paintings used to have an influence on European art, it alone didn't require appraisers to study Chinese and Korean paintings. Of course, there were some Western appraisers who had studied Eastern paintings, but at least Finai wasn't one of them. As I already know it's here, I cannot leave it here. I'd like to get it back along with the Henderson collection. Finai looked at Angelica as she couldn't give any answer herself. Give us time until tomorrow evening, Angelica replied. She was half bought now. Heijin then said, no, the plane leaves tomorrow morning. But there's no reason to rush like that. Heijin continued, I am very busy, I don't even know if I would be able to come back to America. And even if I come back, I might not be able to come to Boston. Time? Stop thinking your president's time is gold and my time is not. You may not know it yet, but my appraisal fee is the highest in the world. Additionally, I have examined all of these artifacts. It means you have traded the Henderson collection with money that is way beyond your imagination. Angelica and Finai couldn't believe it. Their jaw dropped, and they couldn't say anything. Heijin continued to press them, don't even think that you can make the decision after I go back to Korea. So, the moment I tell you what the $10 million artifact is, I will simply take the painting. Of course, your museum should take care of the legal procedures. That's. Why don't you stop arguing with me and run to your president? We won't see each other again after this evening, Heijin said.
Angelica hesitated, but she soon turned around and left. Finai looked at her as she walked away and glanced around the storage. Impressive. You charge more than any other appraisers. I had no idea. You will get to find out in time, Hagen replied. Yes, unless you are lying. Although Albert Harrington will be shocked if he finds out about this. Hagen knew that Albert Harrington. He had been given the royal brooch, which was given to only the best appraiser in the UK's appraisal committee, and he was a high appraisal member of France's antique appraisal institution. They had a first bad encounter, but in the end, they had parted as friends. Hagen hadn't known he would get to hear Albert's name in the storage of Harvard University. Albert Harrington, are you talking about Albert of Britain's Harrington family? High appraisal member of France's antique appraisal institution and private appraiser of the Medici family. Oh, but how do you know him? Finai asked while being genuinely shocked. Her face even started to get strangely distorted. I've met him at a charity auction event of the Medici. He was a little arrogant, probably because he was a nobleman, but he wasn't that bad, Hagen answered. Oh, yes, right? Judging from her reaction, she didn't even know Harrington personally. Hagen continued, I know he is quite famous in Europe. Well, I didn't know when I met him for the first time, anyway, what I can tell you is that he never protests about my appraisal. And about my fee, of course. Finai couldn't say anything. She pretended to look at the artifacts around her and left in a hurry after a short goodbye. Anyway, it has been nice to get to know you. I hope we get to meet again someday. After that, Hagen ate lunch at the students' dining hall and returned to the storage. He was thinking that he would get a reply on that day, so he wanted to kill time at the storage, but there was someone waiting for him there. You must be Mr. Park. Please, call me Lionel. The man stretched out his hand. As Angelica was standing behind him, he had to be the president of Harvard University. Nice to meet you. I guess you have heard from Ms. Angelica here about the offer I made? Yes, actually, I never really liked this deal. But after hearing her story, I started to think this forced deal may not be all that bad. His own employee's advice was much more persuasive than the opposing party's offer. Yunhee had said the president was against any more deals, but now, he was quite open to it. Okay then, let us go to see it. Hagen didn't waste time. He immediately took Lionel to the artifact. Is this that magnificent artifact? Lionel seemed to be confused at seeing a huge pot that looked like any pots in Buddhist temples of China and Southeast Asia. Yes, Hagen replied. Please, tell me what kind of artifact it is. Lionel sat down on a patio chair nearby and looked at Hagen. Even though he knew almost nothing about antiques, he was the president of Harvard University. He had enough experience and knowledge to verify frauds. Shang Dynasty period is one of the times when bronze was produced in great quantities in China, Hagen started explaining. Shang Dynasty? Isn't that about BC 1500? Hagen confirmed, yes, this pot was made in the late days of the Shang Dynasty. This is more than 3,000 years old. Lionel stood up and examined the pot's patterns carefully. However, if examining carefully could give answers, experts wouldn't be needed. He looked up at Hagen and asked, is this pattern on the surface what makes you think so? No, it's not about the pattern, but the letters engraved on the inside and at the bottom. These letters are called Mayan Mun. They are even older than the Oracle bone script. I have heard of it. I must look. Lionel quickly turned on the flash in his phone and used it to look inside the pot. Soon. Oh, this is that Mayan Mun. I'm seeing it with my own eyes, remarkable. Lionel was really admiring it. Actually, it wasn't the first time Hagen was seeing Shang Dynasty's Mayan Mun. He had seen it a few times before when his father still robbed graves. Funnily, he hadn't known what those letters meant back then.
His father also didn't know much about letters of the Shang dynasty, so he sold it without giving any thoughts to it. Later, Heijin was so surprised to learn about them at university. There had been a few artifacts he and his father could have sold at a much higher price if they had known they were from the Shang dynasty. Because of it, Heijin had been able to recognize the letters inside that old pot. He couldn't make the same mistake again. It has been preserved well and the letters have not faded. As China is eager to get artifacts like this, if you put it in Sotheby's or Christie's auction, it will get you at least $10 million. Oh, yes, I've seen an artifact similar to this get sold at an extremely high price on Sotheby's auction. However, I am not going to sell this. Lionel smiled and stood up. Heijin then said, "Really? But it wouldn't be bad to put it on auction, for your students' scholarships." $10 million was a huge sum of money. Lionel could use that money for Harvard. However, he just smiled and shook his head while saying, "There's no need to do that. Thing like this happened before once, and someone from a museum in China came to us in secret." "Oh. Anyway, we will preserve it well." "Oh, and you want to take a painting in exchange for this artifact, right?" "Yes," Heijin confirmed. "Good. You would have left without telling us about this if it hadn't been for it." Actually, Heijin could have just told them because he did thank them for returning the Henderson collection if they had been just a little nicer. Although it didn't matter at this point. "Then please, finish the legal procedures before the next morning," Heijin replied. "Don't worry about it. We will tell the customs, right?" Lionel was asking Angelica. She quickly nodded, "Yes. I will prepare the papers and the move in the morning." "Good, good. Then it's been my pleasure. I hope we meet again." Lionel left without taking a look at the painting Heijin wanted. He was probably sure it wasn't more expensive than the pot. So, he was thinking there was no reason to bother to take a look at it, and in fact, he was right. On auctions, Joseon paintings were shamefully cheap compared to Chinese antiques. But it didn't matter, it was a painting drawn by none other than King Jiangzhou himself. After the photographer Angelica brought finished taking the photos, Heijin took the painting and signed the contract. "Excuse me, you are Mr. Park Heijin, right?" "I'm reporter Lim Haesol of Weekly Stars." "I'm reporter Oh Sajin of ABC. When you appraised Maekdang Yu Hanwal's painting, were you sure it was fake the moment you saw it?" When Heijin arrived in Korea with the painting that had come through the customs, he was very puzzled. It was because of the two reporters who started asking questions as soon as he came out of the gate. It had to be about the program that had been broadcasted while he was in Korea, but he couldn't understand why a reporter of Weekly Stars was here. He just stared at them blankly until Yoonhee showed up from somewhere and took his arm. "I'm sorry, but he is a little busy now. Why don't you send a request to the museum if you need an interview? We'll look into it and set an appointment." Heijin and Yoonhee escaped from them quickly and got on a car to head to Seoul. Was the program that shocking? Heijin couldn't help asking on the way. That Maekdang Yu Hanwal is a powerful man. He has gotten himself a lawyer of huge law firm and is about to take legal actions, Yoonhee replied. And that law firm took his case? Heijin thought it would be a trial which Maekdang couldn't win. Yoonhee then said, "I can't understand that either. Maekdang can never win the case, but that law firm has agreed to work for him." Really? Yoonhee confirmed, "Yes, they have contacted me this morning. They wanted to meet you." Wow, that Maekdang must have some really powerful friends. "But I don't care, I'll just testify again if they call me." "You talk to that law firm's lawyer," Heijin replied. "I thought you would not want to get a headache because of it. So, I've convinced them to talk to me instead. It's all settled, then. Yoonhee then continued, "But that's not important, someone has come to the museum, asking us to buy his antique." He wants to sell an antique? To us? Heijin asked. Yes, he said it was from North Korea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 189 Artifact from North Korea 1. Chapter 189 Artifact from North Korea 1.
Normally, when someone decides to sell an antique, they usually think of two ways. The first is to entrust it to an auction agency, and the other is to find a middle merchant in Incidon to sell it directly to someone who knows how to appreciate antiques. These two ways each has its pros and cons. The advantage of the first way was that you can sell it at the highest price as multiple people compete for it. However, the auction agency takes most of that money as the fee. No matter how much it was sold at, the seller might find the fee expensive. Additionally, there is another disadvantage: the source of your money might be revealed. As money earned through auctions cannot be hidden, there can be family disputes and tax problems. So, not many people are fond of this option. Selling through Incidon might not have the disadvantages of an auction agency, but the price differs greatly depending on which buyer you get to meet. In short, you must exactly know what you are selling and at how much things like that are being sold, or you will get ripped off. But now, someone had chosen the third option, which was hard for ordinary people to think of: selling it directly to a museum.
Heijin wondered who and what it was. Even experts rarely came to museums to sell antiques. How did that person find out about us? It's not like you put an ad on a newspaper that says you will buy antiques at the highest price, Heijin said. Yunhee replied, I'm not a used car dealer. Of course, I never said anything like that. Do you remember the girl we helped a while ago? Huh? Who? Oh, are you talking about Sebam? Heijin asked. Yes. She posted on SNS about us. Even reporters read it and came here. That reporter from Weekly Stars must have gone to the airport because of that comedy show you filmed in Sebam's SNS, Yunhee answered. So, that person, who has come to sell an antique, came to us because of Sebam's antique? Does he know we bought her painting? I'm not sure about anything for now. I just told him to come back later as you were on a business trip. But he has been coming every day after that, 3 days in a row. It looks like he will keep coming until he gets to meet you, Yunhee replied. Really? Have you seen what his antique is? Heijin curiously asked. No, he said he would show it to us after you arrive, and not before. I wasn't that curious about it, so I said okay. Now I'm really curious. Heijin had planned to proudly brag about bringing King Jeongjo's painting, but it looked like he had to wait until they arrived at the museum. Oh, he's even better looking in real life, . He's single, right? Excuse me, could you take a selfie with me? However, when they arrived at the museum, Heijin was so shocked that he forgot all about the painting. How did that comedy show portray him? The visitors were acting as if they were seeing a real star. Yunhee poked him, this won't last long, just get along with it. Okay. Heijin took photos with them, wearing an artificial smile. Then, he escaped the crowd and went up to Yunhee's office. What on earth did that program say about me? Yunhee replied, well, there has been Sebam's SNS, and the comedy show portrayed you as a very handsome celebrity, and that interview you gave about Maekdang's scheme has made you look like a sharp and smart man. Don't worry about it too much. Even though they are so enthusiastic about you, they will soon find another interesting issue. I really hope you're right. It's not like you are going to be on TV often, so it will be fine, Yunhee comforted him. Then, a member of the staff knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Choi Yusik is here. He knows Mr. Park is here, and he said he will keep waiting. Yunhee looked at Heijin, so he replied, please take him to my appraisal room, I'll come down. Okay then, I will tell him to come back with the artifact, the staff replied. Okay. After he left, Yunhee spotted a painting container next to Heijin and asked, what is that? Oh, this? I found a painting of Jeongjo when I was looking for good artifacts at Harvard's museum, That is Jianzhou's painting? Was that why you asked me to ask the president to make another deal? Yunhee asked.
Heijin had told her he had found a painting from the Joseon period, but he hadn't told her what exactly it was.
So, he wanted her to ask Lionel if he was interested in exchanging a $10 million artifact with a painting. Yes. Anyway, it went well, so I brought it.
It's not like it is a stolen good, so you can exhibit it, Heijin replied.
Yunhee clapped like a child in delight. Yay!
Jianzhou is the second king I admire the most, right after King Sejong. I never thought I would get to see his paintings so closely. I must call the photographer immediately and let the PR team know. You know our museum has been having a special exhibition every week, right?
Heijin then said, of course, you're putting on a different banner at the entrance every week. You brought Jianzhou's painting, you are so great. Yunhee gave Heijin a thumbs up. He then smiled and went to his appraisal room, letting her take care of the painting. After about half an hour, the staff came with that strange client. Sir, this is Mr. Choi Yuzik. The man was clearly nervous.
He had gray hair, brown skin, and a wrinkled face.
He was at least 50 years old. Nice to meet you, I'm Choi Yuzik. You are Mr. Park Heijin.
You look much younger than on TV.
Heijin took his hand for a handshake. I arrived at Incheon this morning and the director told me about you. Nice to meet you.
Yuzik's hand was thick and rough as if he had been living a hard life.
Heijin felt like he was holding his father's hand again. Yuzik didn't feel like a stranger to him. You were a little puzzled, weren't you? When you heard I wanted to sell an antique. He smelled like dirt, just like Heijin's father and Byungduk. Heijin then replied, well, an individual coming to a museum to sell something is. Let's sit down and talk.
Yuzik brought a chair and sat on it, and Heijin, similarly, sat down on a chair near the table while listening to Yuzik.
Actually, I'm a grave robber. Heijin's guts had never been wrong ever since he got his magic. There were only a few Korean grave robbers Heijin didn't know.
As his father had been the best grave robber in the country, he had met so many others since he was a little boy. Now, he knew almost all the grave robbers in Korea.
Grave robber. Oh, you know what I mean.
I steal antiques from graves and sell them, Yuzik explained.
Your accent is rough. You are not from this country, are you? Heijin asked. Yuzik then confirmed, yes.
I was born in Hangyeongdo, North Korea, and I lived in South Korea and Kinghaesan, China for decades.
I did a lot of bad things. At the time, I was just trying to make a living, but it can't be an excuse. He reached to his pocket for a cigarette, but then he realized he couldn't smoke in a museum and put it back again. Oh, it's not like making excuses will make my sins disappear. That's how I am. I have sinned a lot, but my granddaughter just came along. She is so perfect and beautiful. When I looked at her, I suddenly started to fear. What if karma punishes her instead for my sins? Sometimes it happened. Some grave robbers worried too much about ghosts coming after them for revenge and ended up going mad. As their work was to dig graves, they often got to see corrupted corpses. Having nightmares was almost part of their job. Is that why you have come to sell that antique from North Korea? Heijin asked. Yes, but I am not a criminal like Lee Wanyong * who sold over hundreds of North Korean artifacts. Most artifacts in North Korea are fakes, just like the artifacts here are mostly fakes. I've heard of it, that there are many fake porcelains in North Korea, too. Yuzik confirmed, yes, there are many. At first, I started with only fakes without a single real artifact. I bribed government officials and barely didn't starve to death. Then, I moved to Sinuiju and became a grave robber. I stole a number of artifacts from the tombs in Kaesong and Hamgyong province and crossed the Amrok River *** and went to China, only trusting a dealer I knew in China.
At the time, I had to show him a few of the artifacts I had brought, and they allowed me to raise my children and get this far.
Heijin then started to ask, then what you brought today is?
Grave robbing is not easy these days, even in North Korea.
The time I used to work was when it was the easiest.
I've brought the artifact I cherished more than my life when I crossed Amrock River, Yuzik replied.
You have made a big decision. Heijin really meant that.
If Yuzik had wanted to sell his artifact at a high price, he could have gone somewhere else.
Oh, of course. Do you know why I came to you?
Actually, most people who handle antiques are frauds, all in China, South Korea, and North Korea. But when I saw you on TV, I did some research on you.
On me? Yuzik nodded hard. Even though this museum has been established recently, you are trying to bring back numerous Korean artifacts from abroad.
You don't hesitate to help those in need, and you are the best appraiser in this country.
I thought I could trust you more than any merchant in Insadong. Why did you, Yuzik continued, why did I bother to be that careful on selling one antique?
I'm almost as good as an expert on antiques as I have been trading them for decades in Sinuiju and Kinghaesan, but even people like me can get fooled.
That's how our world is. If I reveal the porcelain I have, all kinds of people would lunge in to get it. Of course, I would be able to sell it at the price I want. But what would happen next? Would this porcelain be able to remain in this country?
I do not want to sin anymore, so I want you to buy it at a reasonable price.
He was very straightforward.
He must have known he wouldn't be able to sell the porcelain at a high price after telling everything like that, but he told Heijin all of that because he truly meant it.
Okay then, let me take a look at that porcelain, Heijin replied. Yuzik's porcelain was in a heavy wooden box. He opened the lid, and inside, you could see the artifact covered in bubble wraps. Once the cover was removed, you could finally see the porcelain. It was a Goryeo celadon. Yuzik then explained, let me be honest.
I didn't tell the government when I brought this into the country.
So, if they get to find out I've sold this to you, I will be in trouble. You know what I mean, right?
Of course, he couldn't have told the government. If he had it on his way to Korea from China, the celadon would have not been able to come to Korea even though it was a Korean artifact. He would have been captured by the Chinese police, get charged for things he had done and hadn't done, then spent the rest of his life in prison.
I know, the police will never call you, Heijin reassured him. Well, you are bold for a good-looking fellow. Yuzik smiled for the first time.
However, his smile vanished at Heijin's question.
But, do you still have friends in Sinuiju? Lee Wanyong was the greatest Korean trader.
He sold his own country to the Japanese for his own good. He gave over a number of artifacts and tried to convince his fellow countrymen that being ruled by the Japanese and not having freedom was good for them. So now, his name is used as a symbol for traders.
Amrock River is the borderline between North Korea and China, just like Rio Grande. Emigrating without permission is a huge crime in North Korea, so there are armed guards at Amrock River.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 190 Artifact from North Korea, 2. Chapter 190 Artifact from North Korea, 2. Yes, a few. But why do you ask? Are you thinking about smuggling in artifacts from North Korea? I haven't decided on anything. I'm just curious. That was a vague answer.
Yuzik then glanced at Heijin and pointed at his porcelain while saying, first, pay for that.
How much do you think it is?
The Goryeo celadon was about 50 centimeters tall. Its shape was that of most porcelain vases, with its top wider than its bottom.
However, there was a small difference. There were two rings that looked like ears attached to its shoulder. Heijin didn't even have to use his magic. It clearly was a genuine Goryeo celadon. It was invaluable. How much do you want for it? Heijin asked. Are you trying to bargain with me?
No, I just want to know how much you want to get for it, Heijin replied.
What are you going to do if I say I want 10 billion won? Honestly, this museum doesn't have such a huge sum of money yet. Heijin's answer sounded somewhat like a joke.
Yuzik was about to accuse him, but then he decided not to. He then glared at Heijin for some time.
You know how to touch people's conscience. Fine. Give me just 1 billion, Yuzik said. Heijin smiled.
He had asked Yuzik to name his price because he wanted how much of the story he had told was true. If he really wanted that artifact to be kept well in Korea, he wouldn't have set a higher price. That was why Yuzik said he knew how to touch the people's conscience. In the end, Yuzik asked for 1 billion. It was a huge amount of money, but as for the price of the Celadon, it was way too small.
Would 1 billion be enough for you? Heijin asked.
Yuzik then answered, Stop making me feel so troubled. Just promise me you will never sell this abroad, and I will give it to you at 1 billion.
Okay, I promise.
Heijin immediately called a member of the staff to write the contract. He transferred the money and told the staff to take the porcelain to the preservation room.
Then, he turned to Yuzik again. Why don't we start where we left it? Do you still have some friends in Sinuiju? Heijin asked again.
Of course. I used to work there for more than a decade. Every grave robber and artifact dealer in there knows me, Yuzik replied.
Are North Korean artifacts still being sold to China?
Yuzik frowned and sighed, yes, a lot of them, but not in huge amounts. As I said before, most fake porcelains going around in North Korea are brought in through Sinuiju, and most of them were made in South Korea. So, South Korean porcelains in North Korea are relabeled as North Korean porcelains. Then, they are sent to Sinuiju again and then to China.
Oh, they must not have enough technique to make fakes themselves, Heijin commented. Yes. It's not like traditional porcelain manufacturing skills are still alive in North Korea, and even if they were, where can porcelains be made? They must be brought in from South Korea and China. Anyway, North Korean artifacts are still leaving the country through Sinuiju, right? Heijin asked. Yuzik then confirmed, yes. Do you happen to know any government official? Then, I could understand your thinking. Heijin just smiled and stood up while saying, I cannot tell you anything as I haven't decided yet. I will call you later. Well, okay. Then, here is my phone number.
Yuzik could guess what Heijin had in mind.
So, he smiled and left.
The business card he left had his phone number and the name of his company, Tail Trade.
It's remarkable.
After a few days, Jang Sang-hun of the National Intelligence Service came to Heijin's appraisal room. He was looking at the Celadon Yuzik had sold.
He kept exclaiming, then looked up and said, But you are showing me this because...
Heijin explained, the man who sold this to me a few days ago used to rob graves in North Korea and China, then sell artifacts. He has decided to settle here recently.
In short, you are openly admitting this is a stolen good. So? Heijin continued, of course.
It is illegal, but let's think about the greater good here. A number of North Korean artifacts are still being smuggled out through Sinuiju. They are mostly fake, but some of them are real artifacts.
I know the government cannot openly intervene in this. It can become a diplomatic problem, but are you going to let those artifacts be sold abroad?
Go on, Sang-hun was waiting for Heijin to finish.
I'm not asking you to do anything about it. I'm just asking you to open a hole at Incheon Customs. Sang-hun's jaw dropped in shock and said, Are you asking a NIS agent to help with illegal artifact smuggling?
Or you can let those artifacts be sent to foreign countries, Heijin replied.
You do know I cannot decide on this, right? Sang-hun asked. Oh, of course. Heijin wasn't doing this because he was sure it would work. He was just asking because he felt bad about North Korean artifacts being sold abroad. He thought it was worth a try, and if it didn't work, he was going to give up. He thought the NIS would probably not accept it, so he didn't have much expectation. However, a few days later, Sang-hun came back and said something unexpected. Was the man who sold you the Celadon Choi Yuzik of tail trade? Huh, you investigated me? Well, that sounds too serious. I just did some research, Sang-hun replied. Don't take it too badly. We had to know something to decide whether or not to help you. Plus, we cannot open the customs in your name. A company's name would be better. Then, I think we can do it if we use Tail Trade's name, Sang-hun said. Wow, honestly, I wasn't expecting much, but you are really helping me, Sang-hun seemed to be rather surprised at this. Oh, but we even asked you to rob a tomb in Japan before. Why were you not expecting this much? You even looked like you were asking this because you thought we would say yes. You are very good at acting. Well, they had asked Heijin to rob graves in Japan. It was only possible because they were the NIS. Are you saying it is really possible? Heijin asked. You must know you cannot do this alone anyway, right? Yes. I would need someone who knows about Chinese antique markets and Sinuiju, Heijin replied. That was also why he had asked Yuzik if he still had friends in Sinuiju. If we are to work with Mr. Choi Yuzik, we must do more background checks on him first. It might take some time. It may take a month or 6 months, Sang-hun then explained. And if he proves to be fine? Then the rest would be easy. You and the company will do everything. Me and my colleagues will just have to open the customs for you and check the artifacts that come in, so it wouldn't be hard, Sang-hun answered. It was easier than Heijin had thought. In the end, he called Yuzik and told him about what had happened. He offered him to work with him to buy North Korean artifacts in China with the help of the NIS. Yuzik agreed, probably because he still felt bad about robbing graves in the past. He said that he would stay in Qinghazan, China, to prepare until the NIS gives him permission to work with Heijin. So, Heijin got an unexpected business like this. Meanwhile, people kept coming to him. Most of them had seen him on TV and wanted his appraisal. A few of them made a fuss and insisted on meeting Heijin immediately because they didn't want to wait in line. There were these kinds of people who had to be treated differently everywhere. They sometimes raised their voice at the museum, but the staff had been instructed to not give in to that kind of attitude. They just erased their names from the waiting list. Although Heijin's appraisal fee was high, people still kept coming. His fee alone was now enough to run the museum. After a few days, Sylvia finally called him. Do you remember the place we met before? Surprisingly, she spoke in Korean. Wow, your pronunciation is really good. Heijin commented. I've been studying a little. She was now speaking fluent Korean. Heijin finished working and arrived at that small coffee shop in Gangnam. A beautiful woman smiled when she saw him and waved her hand. Her blue eyes like a lake were just like before, but her chin had gotten sharper and she was now even more beautiful than before. Heijin couldn't take his eyes off from her for some time. Have I become pretty? Sylvia asked. Yes, you used to be beautiful before, but now. That is why they say this country is the heaven of beauty. Sit down, others are watching. Oh, of course. Heijin was embarrassed for being stunned like that and quickly sat down. Sylvia then got coffee for them. Has anything strange happened? Sylvia smiled and shook her head. No, not at all. They haven't shown any movement since you took care of their members here. I think they are gathering power. She couldn't explain well in Korean yet, so she spoke in English. They are gathering power? What do you mean? Heijin asked. You can't be thinking those few men you have taken care of are all of the Trinitatis, right? Of course not, Heijin replied.
Sylvia then explained, they must be summoning their members spread all around the world. I don't know what they are planning to do, but you must get more power, just in case.
I am quite strong now. Heijin was not bluffing. He really meant it. Honestly, I don't know anymore. Have you gotten strong enough? Or do you need more power?
You are living in a world I do not know, so I can only help you, Sylvia replied while looking into his eyes. He thought he wouldn't feel nervous because of a pretty woman as he had gotten used to Yoonhee's beauty, but Sylvia's face felt somewhat different. Let's go on a trip, Sylvia suddenly said.
A trip? Yes. To where? Heijin asked. Sichuan, China.
It was where Liu Bei used to hold power.
But why? I'm not saying we should go immediately. I must find out more, but you must make time. If I'm right, you have to go there, Sylvia was insisting, and there had to be a reason for it.
Okay. I don't know when it will be, but when you decide, tell me, Heijin replied.
Ha ha.
Okay. Oh, and Matt Velen is coming here in a few days.
Matt Velen was an appraiser of the Abu Dhabi family and managed the Louvre Abu Dhabi.
Why was he coming to Korea so suddenly?
Matt Velen?
Why is he coming?
Heijin asked. Because of me, and you.
For these two businesses. Heijin didn't have to ask what the business about Sylvia was, but as for the one about himself.
Does he have something to be appraised? He didn't tell me the details.
I didn't ask, as I wouldn't be of much help.
He will arrive on the weekend, Sylvia replied.
Oh, okay.
Then we should leave now.
Sylvia stood up without finishing her coffee, then Heijin also quickly stood up while asking, are you going somewhere again?
No, let's go to have lunch. We haven't had a proper date yet, do you know that?
Heijin couldn't help being confused by the unexpected comment and started saying, oh, then where should we go?
Is there? Let's go to eat ganjang gajang star.
What? Sylvia had lived in Abu Dhabi for more than 20 years, and she wanted to eat ganjang gajang.
Ganjang gajang is a Korean food. It is raw crabs marinated in ganjang, soy sauce.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 191 Artifact Match 1. Chapter 191 Artifact Match 1.
The date with Sylvia was awkward and great at the same time. She said she had liked listening to K-pop and watching Korean dramas, and she always wanted to eat ganjang gajang and jjajangmyeon. She was now satisfied to finally try it. Of course, she left some of her ganjang gajang. As she had said, Matt Velen called Heijin and then came to Korea a day after. Heijin thought about sending someone to the airport to greet him, but he didn't want to disturb him while he met Sylvia, so he dismissed the idea.
Next, Matt showed up at Heijin's museum 2 days after his arrival. It's been a long time. Yes, and you look even better now, Heijin replied. Matt Velen now looked somewhat different. Before, he seemed a strong and tough man, but now, he was smiling warmly. It almost felt strange to Heijin. Yes, it's because I've been eating and sleeping well.
I hope your flight was comfortable. Of course, it was, Matt replied.
Would it be okay to talk here? Heijin asked because he didn't know why he was here yet, but Matt smiled. Yes, I am here as the vice director of Louvre Abu Dhabi.
At this, Yoonhee looked at Heijin with questions. She was asking if there was something else, but Heijin just shrugged his shoulders and took Matt to the sofa.
Okay then, please let us sit and talk.
Matt then sat down on the sofa, took out a file, and put it on the table.
Actually, I came here because I needed to ask you a favor. Of course, there was another reason, but I will not talk about that now.
Oh, okay, Heijin replied while opening the file and read the document inside. Surprisingly, It was a plan for investment in the UAE of Korean companies.
What is this?
Haejin then asked. Matt explained, there has been an active discussion about investment between the two countries after the president of Korea visited the UAE a while ago. So, companies in Korea have been contacting us in all ways to get their business rights. One of those ways is through artifacts.
Artifacts? Do you mean bribe?
Haejin asked. Matt couldn't be asking Haejin to appraise the bribes the UAE had received.
No, he couldn't be.
Matt, however, confirmed, yes.
Accurately speaking, it is bribery.
However, if you want to do business in the UAE, you must show some respect.
That is how things work.
Well, okay. Matt then continued, 2 Korean consortiums have bid for the construction of a new city in the UAE. Of course, their bidding prices are secret, and the outcome of the competition will not be announced.
And
the authorities of the UAE do not really care about which consortium gets to win. They believe in the Korean technology that has built a number of cities already, so as long as the price is reasonable, it is fine. Plus, we have examined all the documents of both consortiums sent us, and we concluded they would both do fine. And as their bidding prices were similar, we were going to select Yuzeong SG Consortium as its bidding price was a little lower, but then, it got a little complicated. He drank some water and continued.
The person who is in charge of the development of the new city of Tarif is Prince Abdullah Al Muhammad Abu Dhabi. He is also the actual owner of the Louvre Abu Dhabi, and Wajin Nomura Consortium presented him Van Gogh's painting.
Oh, so? Matt continued to explain, His Highness thought over it and is still thinking now. If they had tried to bribe him with money, he would have snorted and said no, but it is not easy for His Highness to refuse a painting that is one of a kind.
That is why they gave him the painting.
So, there was a reason why you came all this way, Haejin commented.
Matt just smiled instead of saying anything. Yunhee, who had been sitting next to Haejin, asked, but His Highness hasn't seen the painting yet. Does it qualify as a bribe?
We only got photos of the painting. Once it gets to Abu Dhabi on the ship, it can never return, Matt replied.
Yunhee then said, then isn't it insulting to His Highness?
They sent him some photos and said we would send the painting after you choose us.
It's not like they're negotiating over a hostage. That question was extremely reasonable. Matt nodded and answered. You are right, but there is a missing link in it.
They said they were sending the photos first because His Highness might not want it. They would send it immediately if His Highness wants it, and it is only to show respect to him.
It also has nothing to do with the bidding.
That strategy was truly flawless.
Wow, they are good talkers.
Yunhee had to admit it and shook her head.
Yeah.
Matt continued, so, this is how the situation is.
His Highness cannot give up on the painting, but if he does not choose Wajin Nomura Consortium, after taking it, it would be diminishing his own honor.
So, if he takes the painting, he must select Wajin Nomura Consortium, but if the painting turns out to be fake, it would be an even bigger problem.
It might become a diplomatic problem. I can understand that. But they must know it, too. Would they try to send a painting with problems?
Matt grimly shook his head, but things are going strange these days.
Forgeries good enough to fool most appraisers are going around. This is not just because we are doubting them, but because we must get rid of any seed of the problem.
Prince Samadi said so, and Prince Muhammad has accepted his advice.
I see. Then I should go with you to appraise, right?
Haejin asked. It's 11 a.m. tomorrow, at Beach Hotel.
I will send you the room number through a text, Matt replied. Oh, and as for the fee.
Matt was about to stand up, but then he smiled playfully and asked, Prince Samadi said you will appraise for him for free forever.
Should I ask again? No. You are right.
Of course, I should help with this.
It's about a good relationship between the two countries. Prince Samadi wasn't trying to not pay Heijin because he was stingy.
Heijin thought about how he must have been feeling about not being able to see his daughter's face ever again, and he wanted to punch his own mouth for mentioning the fee.
Well, then.
After Matt left, Heijin was making excuses to Yoonhee about why he wasn't receiving his fee when someone suddenly knocked on the door.
Knock knock.
Sir, a woman named Song Yeren has come.
What should I do? Yeren? Yoonhee immediately frowned and she raised her voice. Now, Heijin knew well how things were between them, so he asked instead, why is she here? She wants to see you, sir. Yoonhee frowned even harder. Heijin thought about not meeting Yeren because of it, but then, they heard Yeren yelling from far away. Mr. Park Heijin. Are you going to keep having me standing here? Her voice rang through the entire building. Yoonhee was now mad as well. She stood up while saying, how dare she yell in someone else's museum? Doesn't she know it's rude?
Heijin realized he was about to see the two of them fight and quickly told the staff, tell her to come in, quickly. If we are going to fight her, we should do it in private.
We cannot fight out there.
But she should have come in quietly.
She is yelling like that. Yoonhee pouted.
Well, even though Yoonhee was always not happy to see Yeren, she had never made her leave. Once the door opened, Yeren came in and sat down next to Heijin while saying, oh, you are both here.
Nice to meet you, it's been a long time.
Additionally, even though she was wearing a short skirt, she still crossed her legs.
Heijin then looked away while Yoonhee frowned even harder. Hey, don't frown like that. I thought we have made up. We haven't. You do know it doesn't cost you any money to let us know before you come, right? Yoonhee asked.
But you would have told me to not come if I had.
You should also thank me.
I came here right away instead of calling Mr. Heijin to meet in private because I cared about you. Yeren snapped, then turned to Heijin. I could have asked you to meet in private, but I came here because I needed to meet the appraiser of this museum, but...
So, you want to officially give me a case? Yoonhee asked. Yeren confirmed, yes. So, stop frowning, okay? Yoonhee felt a little sorry. She relaxed and stood up. Would you like something to drink? Iced green tea.
After they calmed down like that, Yeren drank her iced green tea and started to talk. This matter is so complicated that I don't know where to start. I'll just start at the beginning, so please, hear till the end of it.
Actually.
Yoonhee tried to say something, but Yeren glared at her and continued.
Yuzeong has been trying hard to win that new city development business in the Arab Emirates since last year.
But 2 days ago, Matt Velen, the vice director of Louvre Abu Dhabi, came to Korea. However, what she said was exactly what Matt had just told them.
Huh? Yoonhee looked at Heijin. What is it? Yeren asked. Heijin then explained, we know how it's going. Is it Yuzeong SG Consortium? You're talking about that, right? Yeren was surprised, huh? How do you know? We know enough about it, so get to your point.
No, how you know about this also matters.
Did Wajin tell you? Yeren asked. Not Wajin. Matt Velen was just here.
Yeren was so shocked that she jumped to her feet.
What? Matt Velen was here?
Some cold green tea fell on her legs, but she just brushed it off and asked again, how do you know him?
I cannot tell you that. So, what do you want from me? Yeren bit her lips. She didn't answer Heijin's question and thought hard for some time. After a few minutes, she finally made up her mind and started speaking. Wajin Nomura Consortium has promised to bribe the prince, and Matt Velen is here to appraise it. There isn't much we can do about it. We can only give them something much better than what Wajin Nomura Consortium has prepared. You can't be asking me to find that for you, right? Heijin asked. Of course not.
I know you rummaged through Harvard University's storage.
You worked hard to get the Henderson collection back. I saw it on the news. So? But then, Yunhee frowned and raised her voice. What, are you asking him to rummage through the Havasai Gallery's storage? Yeren looked at Heijin. That was a silent confirmation.
I'm sorry, but no matter how much you pay me, I cannot choose an artifact from you, Heijin replied.
Why? Wajin Nomura isn't even a consortium of Korean companies.
Heijin then explained, apart from that, you are not thinking about why Matt came here.
He has asked me to appraise their artifacts for him.
So, if I choose an artifact for you, it wouldn't be a fair game.
Yeren was surprised again. She thought about it and asked, okay. Then answer me one question, and I'll leave. What artifact does Wajin Nomura have?
I don't know for sure. Heijin wasn't going to tell her, but after finding out that the consortium wasn't a joint venture of Korean companies, he blurted out the artist's name.
It's Van Gogh's painting. Ha, Van Gogh's painting? Okay, Yeren gave a hollow smile and stood up. Heijin suddenly wondered something. It is Van Gogh's painting, do you think you can win? I thought I would definitely win with your help, but I have no choice. I must at least try.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 192 Artifact Match 2. Chapter 192 Artifact Match 2. Wow, so this is getting huge, Heijin commented.
Yunhee then said, Wajin has never had its head office and the chairman's house searched and seized.
They must have panicked.
Of course, they must have taken care of most files and documents, but people cannot be always perfect. Plus, they wouldn't have imagined the court would issue that warrant.
I think the prosecutors will find something. You look very excited. Really?
But they really deserve it. Those chaebol who think of artifacts as a means to get money should be punished, Yunhee replied.
You are merciless on your relatives, Heijin commented. So what? They are more like my enemies. If it hadn't been my grandfather, I would have stopped seeing them long ago.
She shook her head.
Then, would it be a shock to them if they failed to get that city development business? Heijin asked.
Yunhee explained, but it would be just one of the corporation's company losing a business. They wouldn't lose much, it's not like they have invested hundreds of billions on that dessert. They will just have to give up a little bit of their future profit.
Don't underestimate Wajin. So, you're saying there's no need to go easy on them, right? Heijin questioned. Did it sound like that? Anyway, good luck.
I must go to take care of the things you have started.
Bye.
Heijin thought Yunhee had been in a good mood lately, and it turned out there was a good reason.
Are you going to keep questioning my decision? Hyoyeon yelled sharply.
The three middle-aged men in front of her looked at each other worriedly. They were the board members of Wajin who were in charge of Wajin Nomura Consortium, and they didn't know what to do about the young girl in front of them. Then, the man in the middle managed to speak. I am sorry, but you just said we should change the gift, and it is not easy for us to accept it. Hyoyeon cited Executive Director Oh Jiang-gu of Wajin Trading Company. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you?
We cannot give them that Van Gogh painting.
The man replied, then you must tell us the reason why.
But you are just insisting we cannot give it. Are you saying we should give up on this project? Of course not. Hyoyeon replied, then said, enough. Anyway, we can give them something else. Miss. The end of Hyoyeon's eyebrows soared at this. Do you think I am just arguing without any reason?
However, Oh Jiang-gu didn't back off and continued, so, we have to know the reason.
Do you know who we are dealing with? He is the Prince Abdullah Al Muhammad. He is the UAE's Minister of Industry and one of the main members of the Abu Dhabi family. We have already sent him the photos. Don't you know how ridiculous it is to change the gift? Do you think I'm a fool? I know that, but I have to know. If you won't tell me, I will ask the vice chairman. Hyoyeon glared at him, but then she gave up. Actually, we are not sure about Van Gogh's painting. Jeonggu frowned. What do you mean? You are not sure? I got it about half a year ago. I bought it at a private auction.
At the time, I thought it was real, but now, a few experts are saying it isn't, Hyoyeon replied.
Are you saying it is fake? Hyoyeon answered, we don't know.
It would be easy if it is concluded as fake, but no one knows if it's real or not, that is why we are replacing it.
Then what is the other artifact you have in mind? Hyoyeon took out a photo from her bag. It's Amedeo Modigliani's. You all know him, right? I've heard of him. Hyoyeon didn't like Jeonggu's answer.
She frowned while explaining, he was an Italian, but he worked in France. He was a painter and a sculptor. He is also one of the artists who made the most expensive paintings. Although Van Gogh is famous, Modigliani is just as famous as him.
Jeonggu was now confused. I do not know about art as much as you.
What matters is the painting's value. Is this painting as valuable as Van Gogh's painting? No. Is it valuable enough to appeal to the prince? Hyoyeon lifted her chin arrogantly and slightly nodded. Yes, you can trust me with that.
Okay.
Then we will take care of tomorrow's meeting. No, as I am involved in this now, I should finish it. I will give a presentation at Beach Hotel tomorrow.
Hyoyeon stood up, but then Jeonggu asked, did you really not know when you bought the painting? It seemed like he didn't believe what Hyoyeon had said. Are you doubting me?
I cannot work with a person without trust. I hope that person is not you. She snapped like that and left the room.
Do you think she did that on purpose? Director Lee Hyenu asked. Jeonggu snorted, Who knows? Do you believe that lying troublemaker? KHMM. Director Hyenu couldn't openly agree with that and just cleared his throat. Anyway, have you found out why Matt Velen came to Korea so quickly? Jeonggu asked. Hyenu looked troubled and couldn't look at Jeonggu. Then he answered, I'm sorry.
I did my best to find out, and although I checked that he came to Seoul after arriving at Incheon Airport, I can't find out where he has been after checking into the hotel.
How can that happen? Doesn't he get around in a taxi? If he has rented a car, there must be a record about it? Hyenu replied, there's nothing.
I think Matt is not here only because of our business.
And what are Yuzeong and SG doing? What if tomorrow's appraisal isn't the end?
Hyenu was startled at this sharp question and answered, well, I will try to find out, but I've never heard anything like that until now.
Jeonggu then questioned, are you going to continue to be so careless?
We just ruined our own chance.
You think Yuzeong will let that opportunity go?
If they know we have not won the prince over with the artifact, they would not stay still during Matt Velen's visit.
I will do my best. No, it's tomorrow anyway. Finding out will not make any difference. It was my fault too.
I didn't think much about the matter, I just trusted that Van Gogh painting, Jeonggu replied. At least it is better than finding out that is fake later, Hyena commented.
Of course, let's go now. Haejin arrived at Beach Hotel at around 10:30 and waited at the lobby. Then, someone lightly hit his shoulder. You're already here. You could have gone up first. It was Matt Velen.
He probably had been to the hairdresser as his hair had been styled with pomade.
I thought it would be embarrassing to go up alone. But are you going on a date or something after this? Haejin asked. Yes, I do have a date, Matt replied. What? Haejin was surprised.
Matt then playfully explained, I have a date with the person you are thinking of. However, I am meeting her as her priest, not as a guy. Oh, then I must ask Sylvia later. About what she talked with you, Heijin replied. You might get jealous if you find out. You keep forcing me to be on guard, Heijin commented. Ha ha ha. Let's go up first, Matt replied. After some foolish jokes, they went up. In front of a suite room, there were a few men in suits already waiting for them. Are you Mr. Matt Velen? But this gentleman is. Matt replied, this is appraiser Mr. Park Heijin. He is also the chief appraiser of the Abu Dhabi royal family. I have brought him for today's appraisal. The man looked puzzled at this. He bowed and apologized, could you wait here? As I haven't received any instruction about Mr. Park, I will check as fast I can. Your bosses will not know either, as I didn't tell them in advance. Please just tell them, Matt then told him. Oh, okay. Could you wait for a moment? He talked to someone on the phone. Then, he opened the door. I'm sorry. Please go in. When Heijin went in with Matt, 5 people and 1 painting were waiting for them. However, he knew one of the people very well. Oh. Mr. Park Heijin? Heijin then replied, it's been some time. I thought I might get to see you today. Why? Did you miss me? Hyoyeon's asked with her eyes sparkling. Heijin quickly waved his hand in denial and said, no. I heard it was Wajin Nomura Consortium, so I thought Seiun Gallery's director must be involved in this. However, I didn't know you would really be here. But, is this the painting? Heijin was confused at seeing it. And when he turned to Matt Velen, he was also demanding an explanation with a puzzled gaze. Nice to meet you, I am Executive Director Oh Jiangu of Wajin Trading Company. I am in charge of Wajin Nomura Consortium. Jiangu stretched out his hand, but Matt ignored it and asked, as far as I know, this isn't the painting me and my friend here should examine today, am I wrong? Jiangu bowed down deeply while looking genuinely sorry. I'm sorry, but we had to change the painting. He made excuses for a long time, but Matt's face stayed grim. Even though they had found out the painting had problems, as it had been what convinced Prince Muhammad, there couldn't be any mistake. I'm sorry, we were also shocked. That is why, we have brought another painting. Hyoyeon took it from there, this is Modigliani's painting. Even though he is not as good as Van Gogh, his painting Reclining Nude was sold at over $170 million. I'm sure His Highness will like it. Hyoyeon confidently showed the painting. So, Matt turned to Heijin, but since Matt started talking he didn't pay attention to their conversation. Heijin had just been staring hard at the painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Artifact Match, 3. Chapter 193, Artifact Match, 3. The painting showed a slightly tilted face of a woman against a deep green background. At a glance, the painting would look simple like a third grader's painting, but somehow it drew your attention. The woman's neck tilted at a weird angle, the simple but intense construction and the colors, they were characteristics of Modigliani's paintings. Modigliani was born in a Jewish family. His father was a businessman, but his business failed around the time Modigliani was born, so he couldn't grow up in a good environment. He was born weak. After he was diagnosed with tuberculosis, he went to Rome and Florence for his health. Then, he learned about classic art and decided to become an artist. Hyoyeon came close to Heijin while saying, I didn't know I would get to see you here. Please don't talk in private while I'm working. Hey, you do know that men hard to win over are not popular these days, right? They're boring. That kind of stubborn misunderstanding is also boring, especially in front of a painting like this, Heijin replied. Would you like a glass of wine? You should have wine when appraising Modigliani's painting. She offered wine to Hagen and Matt, but Hagen shook his head.
Unlike Modigliani, I have discipline.
Oh, he would be so sad to hear that, Hyoyen replied.
Modigliani spent his life drunk on absinthe and drugs. He then would start painting.
That was why he was able to go to France to study art. At first, his mother was strongly against it, but when he started to do drugs and absinthe and paint in cafes and bars, she reluctantly gave her permission.
Absinthe was made first in Switzerland in 1750. It was quite popular in the 19th century around Europe.
Many Romanticist artists like Manet, Picasso, and Gough loved it, and it was because of its ingredient. Absinthe was mainly made of Artemisia absinthium, wormwood, which contained thujone that caused severe disorder to the central nerves. Consumption of it brought nerve distraction and perceptual disturbance. As Hyoyen said, if Modigliani were to hear what Hagen just said, he would have been very disappointed and commented on how Hagen didn't know art, but he was already a dead man.
Hagen took his eyes off the painting and looked at Hyoyen, who was smiling as brightly as she could. Where have you bought this painting? Why are you asking?
Hagen felt sorry for her, but he had to continue speaking.
Because, you might have to fire the person who bought it?
At that moment, every person in the room stopped and looked at him in shock.
Hyoyen froze as well. What do you mean?
Instead of answering her question, Hagen turned to Matt, who asked, "How is it?"
Although Matt couldn't understand Korean, he could guess Hagen had said something shocking as everyone was dumbfounded. I think it is Elmer's. Hagen didn't even have to use magic to know the painting was fake.
However, it wasn't because he had great skills, but because the person who had appraised it had either made a huge mistake or didn't know much. Maybe it would be asking too much to hope for Korean Western painting appraisers to know as much as foreign appraisers. Even the authenticity of Cheon Gyeongja's Beautiful Woman had been controversial. Since even appraisal of Korean works of art was full of different opinions and corruption, it would be a lot harder to study how to appraise Western paintings.
Elmer de Hori?
Yes. Matt slowly approached the painting and started to examine the canvas again. At this, Hyoyen and the other people of Wagen Nomura Consortium stood up and watched him while looked worried. After some time, Matt slowly stood up and nodded at Hagen.
Yes, it appears to be Elmer's. Excuse me, but what do you mean? Hyoyen interrupted. Matt explained, Elmer de Hori.
He was a Hungarian of the early 20th century. He started with making his own paintings, but when they didn't sell well, he started making fakes. He forged paintings of masters like Picasso and Modigliani. He made huge money with it. However, he wasn't a master forger like Eric Hepburn and Tom Keating, so you can find flaws in his paintings if you look closer.
This painting is Elmer's. How? What makes you so sure? Hyoyen started to yell. Matt pointed at the bottom of the painting.
Elmer de Hori painted in the style of the original artist but put in his own signature. I guess your appraiser bought it because he couldn't see that was the signature because of the dark background and wrinkles of the clothing. His paintings have once brought chaos in Europe, so many appraisers are now used to his patterns, but as Korean appraiser couldn't have had any experience like that, they can make this kind of mistake.
Oh.
Hyoyen turned pale, and her face distorted in anger.
Gyeonggu, who couldn't take it longer, came to Hagen. So, this painting is fake?
Sadly, yes. I don't think Prince Mohammed can take this painting, so you should just keep it,
Gyeonggu bowed to Matt while saying, I am sorry. We didn't know art was so difficult and there were so many fakes.
We just wanted to give a gift to His Highness to show our respect, but
I don't know what to say.
No, I know the art market has been full of problems recently.
His Highness knows it, too.
That is why he sent me here.
I don't think you were trying to send a fake.
It's a shame, Matt replied.
At this, everyone including Gyeonggu relaxed. They were grateful. Thank you so much for your understanding. It is embarrassing to ask you this, but as you already have come here, could you give us one more chance? Matt hesitated while looking troubled. I'm sorry. Actually, my business here isn't done yet. I have another meeting to attend. Jiangu's face quickly hardened and asked, What? Is it Yuxiang SG Consortium? Well, you will find out soon anyway, yes. I am about to meet people from Yuxiang SG Consortium, Matt confirmed. And is Mr. Park Haejin here going with you? Yes. If Haejin was going with Matt, it could be for only one reason. Of course, Jiangu and his colleagues frowned as if they were trying to swallow something inedible. Okay. I hope you have a good time. But, could you give us one more chance? Just one more. Jiangu didn't give up. Haejin was a little impressed and wondered if that kind of persistence was what had taken him to his current position. Even Matt was surprised. He hesitated, but soon he accepted, Okay. I will think about it. It was enough. Jiangu bowed again while saying, Thank you. We will be waiting. Then we should go now. After Matt and Haejin left, a heavy mood filled the room. Hyoyeon plopped down on a chair and muttered something to herself. Jiangu thought she was probably cursing the appraiser who had recommended the painting and those who had bought it. Are we going to despair like this? Yuxiang and SG are about to win. Are we going to let them win? Jiangu yelled. Director Lee Hyanu then quickly took a step forward and said, I will work with Ms. Hyoyeon and find if there is something better. Bring the best appraiser in this country. And work with him to bring another work of art in 2 days. You understand? 2 days? But that man who just left is the best appraiser in this country, Jiangu then replied, Then try to win him over. Why not? It would be best if we could recruit him to be on our side. If he refuses, find the second best appraiser. Go to Seian Gallery, Insadong, or raid a smuggling scene in Incheon or Busan. I don't care. Just get us the best work of art. Okay, sir. Miss, we should go now. Hyoyeon didn't say anything. She just quietly stood up and left the room with Hyanu. After they left, Jiangu cursed at them while lighting a cigarette. They say a tiger father cannot have a dog son, but that girl isn't even a cat. After Matt and Haejin left the hotel, they headed to Havasai Gallery in Bucheon right away. The entire staff had come out to greet them, and Haejin even recognized a few of them. Welcome to Havasai Gallery. The woman who greeted them in front was, of course, Yerin. She was wearing a neat white two-piece suit. Her usual sharpness was gone, and she now greeted Matt with a brilliant smile. This gallery is very beautiful. Matt really meant it. The Havasai Gallery was a contemporary building with neat and smooth curved lines. It had been selected as the most beautiful building in 2001 when it was first built. At the time, Yuxiang had hired a famous architect from Europe. It is nothing compared to Louvre Abu Dhabi. Haha, no. Although it is smaller, such building with Korea's unique beauty is quite impressive, Matt replied. Thank you. Shall we go in, first? Yerin lightly winked at Haejin as she showed Matt the way. She had really prepared a lot. She took them to the deepest part of the gallery through a route where there weren't any ordinary visitors. As she walked, she whispered to Haejin, Have you had a good time with Hyoyeon? That good time didn't mean a date, of course. Well, I don't have much to tell you. It wouldn't be fair for me to tell you what happened. Haejin wasn't going to tell her, but her eyes sparkled. Oh, I see. She failed, didn't she? It seemed like women had this ability to discern truth in men's words. I didn't tell you anything. You should just imagine what happened, Haejin replied. Fine, you told me nothing. However, she was clearly in a better mood now.
In the deepest part of the gallery, a wide space had been prepared. Additionally, in the middle of the space, surrounded by black walls, a wooden statue was waiting for them.
It was a statue of Guanyin Avalokitesvara. One of its legs was on the black stand.
Its clothing, necklace, and various decorations had been depicted with great care and details. It was about 175 centimeters tall, almost as tall as a grown man. Its huge size made it even more valuable.
Yaren stood in front of it and started to explain. It is a wooden Guanyin statue.
It shows the huge change that occurred to the Chinese statues in the ancient market. It is assumed to be made in northern China. At the time, wood was commonly made for Buddhist statues, but as it is a material hard to preserve, there are only a few wooden statues left now.
This one is one of them.
Matt examined it carefully and exclaimed, "Remarkable.
Such artifact.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 194 Artifact Match 4. Chapter 194 Artifact Match 4. Actually, considering the danger of it being fake, that kind of artifact was much safer than a Western painting.
There are many people who know a lot about Eastern paintings and sculptures in Korea, and as there has been a number of fakes coming out lately, there are a lot of good experts. Yaren must have been confident about the statue as well. She must have hired all the appraisers the gallery could trust. It may not have been the most valuable artifact Yuuzhan could get, but it was valuable enough.
She continued to explain, Guanyin is Bodhisattva of Sukhabati's Western Pure Land.
She appears in 33 different forms to save all people who are in despair because of various agonies.
People have been praying to Guanyin statues for their prosperity and safety.
This statue was made in China's Yuan dynasty period. It is extremely valuable, as much as the Guanyin statue in Oxford's Ashmolean Museum.
Matt nodded and turned to Heijin.
He was asking him to appraise. He didn't need to fully rely on Heijin with Modigliani's painting, but this one was an Eastern antique. He had to get Heijin's help.
Bringing him along had been the right choice.
Heijin went to the statue and started to appraise while slowly stroking its clothing. Scientific analysis on the period in which it was made was basically necessary to appraise such wooden statue.
So, he couldn't conclude on the period right away.
There are traces of colors and gold, and some plaster mixture for the smoothing process has remained.
It is extremely old. Scientific tests would be needed to be sure, but I think it is at least 1,000 years old.
Everyone including Matt smiled with satisfaction at this. Yaren, who had prepared it, smiled even brighter. She looked back and exchanged glances with those standing behind.
They had to be the prime members of Yuuzhan SG Consortium.
But then, Matt said something that shattered the good mood. "Thank you for showing me such a great artifact, but unfortunately, we cannot accept it." Yaren thought he was refusing as part of the manners since the artifact was so expensive, and she smiled.
"Please, we have prepared this as a gift, so..."
"We cannot accept it," Matt firmly replied.
"Excuse me?"
Yaren realized that he really meant to refuse and frowned.
Matt then explained, "The prince is a servant of Allah.
If His Highness accepts it and people find out about it, it can be a problem. It is not about the value of the artifact but its religious meaning. We cannot accept it, so please understand."
Oh.
The mood, that was like a warm breeze, turned into a cold winter gust.
"It's a shame. Really, it's a precious artifact. Heijin felt sorry for Yaren and lightly patted her shoulder.
She must have paid too much attention into finding a better and more expensive artifact and forgot how closed their religion was. If she had known Wajin Nomura would show a fake, she would have taken her time, but she was feeling impatient and tried to find the best artifact. In the end, she made a mistake. So, both sides had been denied, there had to be a rematch.
"I'm sorry. We didn't consider it." could you give us another chance?
Yaren quickly took a step forward, apologized, and asked for another chance.
Actually, her apologizing was a little funny.
In a way, both consortiums were eager to bribe the prince.
Matt thought about it and started speaking. Then, what about this?
Wajin Nomura Consortium has asked for another chance as well, so I will give both of you a chance. I think both would be able to accept the consequences if we meet at the same time and at the same place.
How is it? Yaren dropped her head. She didn't have a choice. Thank you for giving us another chance. You don't have to thank me, I've done nothing.
Then I will see you at the hotel I'm staying at, 2 days later.
Matt turned around after that, and Heijin followed him. Goodbye. Leaving the depressed people behind, they left the gallery and parted ways. Matt left after saying he had a dinner date with a playful smile. Heijin guessed he had to be working on some kind of plan with Sylvia. Heijin returned to his museums and told Yoonhee, who was eager to listen, what happened. Wow. So, one is a fake and the other is real but can't be received? They both failed.
You look very excited, Heijin commented. I would be lying if I say I'm not, especially about Hyoyeon.
She really deserves it. Yoonhee hummed in joy. Then, Heijin asked, then would one of the artifacts hidden in Seian Gallery come out? Probably not. Wajin's main office and Hyoyeon's home have been searched.
If they take out an artifact now, the gallery might get searched too, Yoonhee replied.
Oh, you're right. Then, where will they get another artifact from? Heijin asked. Oh, there are many ways.
Go to Insadong with 5 billion won in cash, and hundreds of artifacts will be brought to you in a few hours, Yoonhee explained.
Wow, have you ever done that?
Heijin had only followed his father when he robbed graves, so he didn't know much about how rich people bought in Insadong. Yoonhee continued, of course. When I had to spend the funds immediately, or when I had to prepare for a special exhibition but had few artifacts to display. I went to the merchants I know and told them how much money I had, and they came rushing as if they had been waiting.
Ooh, it must be funny, Heijin commented. Ha, it is. I'm the queen of the world that day. I just make my appraiser stand next to me and point with my finger. That's what Hyoyeon will have to do.
No, if there are still some paintings the prosecutors have failed to find, she might bring out one of them.
Like Liechtenstein's painting? Heijin asked.
Yes, there must be at least dozens of paintings, and it's unlikely all of them have been taken away. Decent one of them must be worth 10 billion won, so she will probably take it out. It made sense, and it made Heijin wonder even more about Wajin's next move. 2 days later, when Heijin went to the hotel Matt was staying at, a number of people were already going around in his room. He wondered why there were so many people when it was just about showing a couple of artifacts, but there were some people from Abu Dhabi as well.
Matt was the only one who was sitting and drinking wine. Heijin went to him and asked, "You haven't finished analyzing the two consortiums?"
He, however, just smiled and gestured at Heijin to sit down.
Please, sit down. We have finished examining about the project.
These people are busy on something else, Matt explained.
What is it about? Heijin asked.
They have been sent here for a group tour to Dubai. Yuziang SG Consortium is going to send their employees to Dubai on a tour, Matt replied.
Oh, they're really doing a lot to win a project, Heijin commented.
It is because getting this business will make it easier for them to get other businesses later, Matt replied.
Then are you going to give additional points to this group tour? Matt calmly shook his head. I'm only here to appraise the antiques.
The royal family might give them some credit for them.
But my guess is. Your guess is? Heijin curiously asked. It wouldn't be in vain. It is also a gift to the Abu Dhabi family. Oh, it's complicated. Matt confirmed, yes, so this room is crowded.
But it is not my concern, so why don't we just spend time like this? Drinking wine might be bad for my appraisal. Heijin waved his hand to refuse, and Matt seemed a little surprised at this. I heard Koreans like to drink, but I guess not all of you are like that. I do like to drink, but I like to stay sharp while I work.
Well, I can understand that. Then, people from Wajan Nomura Consortium with Hyoyan at the front and the people of Yuzeong SG Consortium with Yeren at the front came in. Anyone could see they were quite hostile toward each other, especially Hyoyan and Yeren. They were obviously glancing at each other's artifact. Hyoyan was carrying a canvas covered with a black cloth, so Heijin couldn't see which painting it was, but Yeren was holding a small bowl, so he could see she had brought porcelain. In a way, it looked like an ordinary glass bowl commonly seen at markets, but Heijin quietly exclaimed as soon as he saw it. If it wasn't an ordinary glass bowl, it must have been made at Jingdezhen during the reign of Qing dynasty's Qianlong emperor. Welcome. Thank you for coming with precious treasures. Matt and Heijin sat down.
On their opposite, Hyoyan, Executive Director Jiangu, Yeren, and another board member Saturday. As Jiangu sat down, he saw the Arabians working busily behind Matt and asked, I thought you were alone, but I guess you have more businesses to attend to.
Haha, no.
I came here alone, but then we got additional work. They are planning to send their employees on a regular group tour to Dubai, so we brought our personnel.
Matt pointed at Yeren, and Jiangu frowned.
Oh. I see, he nodded and turned silent.
The man sitting next to Yeren, instead, quietly smiled.
It probably meant they had given their competitor a proper blow, but Heijin really didn't care about their war. He just cared about the bowl Yeren was carefully holding and the mysterious painting. Matt first spoke to Hyoyan, let's see the gift you prepared first, shall we, Nut?
However, Hyoyan talked about the small bowl Yeren was carrying instead of showing her canvas.
Why don't you appraise the bowl first?
It has been shown already, wouldn't it be more fun to reveal mine later?
Then let us start with mine. Yeren was going to protest, but soon she agreed and carefully put down her artifact on the table. Normally, they would have started to fight, but they both knew it wasn't the right place to start arguing. This enamel bowl was made in the period of the Qing's Qianlong Emperor at Jingdezhen, the center of China's porcelain industry. The second layer of enamel of famille rose color has been applied to it. In the Qing period, enamel porcelains with soft and lovely hue were made.
Oh, it was made in the Qianlong Emperor's time? Then it is about 3 centuries old. They could produce such porcelain 300 years ago. I think this animal, drawn here, is a bird.
What bird is it?
Matt asked. It's a swallow.
As it is a bringer of spring and fortune, this bowl will bring spring and fortune to the royal family.
Oh, it is good. It is very good. Matt was glad enough, and it worried Hyoyan.
She then slowly uncovered her painting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 195 Artifact Match 5. Chapter 195 Artifact Match 5. All the people from Wajan Nomura Consortium, including Hyoyan, looked very nervous. Even though Heijin hadn't appraised yet, Matt was also an appraiser. Additionally, as he was speaking positively about the porcelain, they couldn't help but get worried. Jiangu stopped Hyoyan from showing the painting. He was letting her know that Heijin hadn't appraised yet. What do you think of it? Matt looked at the glass bowl for some time and then asked Heijin.
It meant it was his time to appraise.
Heijin slowly started to examine it. He studied its bottom, its layer of glaze, and the craftsmanship of enamel paint.
Then, he started to explain, this kind of enameled porcelain was first made in the time of Qing's Kangxi Emperor.
It was made in Jingdezhen, brought to Beijing, and then given to a professional painter for decoration.
Porcelains like these were special because the colors of the Western world's oil painting were used for them.
It is a harmony between Eastern art and Western art. Oh, interesting.
Heijin continued, so, at first, Western artists painted on the porcelains instead of Chinese artists.
Chinese artists took their place in time. Enameled porcelains like these were extremely precious, only the emperor could use them.
If only the emperor could use it, it must be very valuable.
Yes, it is invaluable. It is not easy to get, even with money.
I wonder where you got it. It is remarkable, Heijin, genuinely impressed, replied while looking at Yaren. It wasn't an artifact that could be gained using a huge amount of cash like Yunhee had said.
It must have either been in Havasai Gallery or at Yaren's home. Heijin didn't think she had found it in just a few days.
She looked glad and straightened her back while lifting her chin.
Even though Yaren hadn't seen Hyoyen's painting yet, she seemed to be sure of her victory. Matt interestedly studied Hyoyen and the expression of her people.
They all looked troubled enough, but they were still clinging on to hope.
Hyoyen then uncovered the painting. Ha!
Heijin looked at her. She looked calm, but her eyes were full of confidence.
Even Matt was surprised and asked, "You brought another Modigliani's painting?"
"Yes, but this one is different," Hyoyen replied. However, even though she seemed confident, Jianga looked extremely worried. It allowed Heijin to guess that Hyoyen had insisted on that painting.
She had brought Modigliani's fake painting before, so trying his painting again seemed to make Jiangu even more nervous.
Hyoyen then put the painting next to the table, where it could be seen well.
It showed Modigliani's typical pattern.
It was the portrait of a black-haired woman with a dark background. Her neck was long and thin, her face was long, and her eyes were blank. Matt examined it first for some time, but he looked confused. He couldn't tell whether it was real or not only with the painting's content itself. Hyoyen told him as he looked at the painting, "I bought this at $8.9 million in Christie's auction in Hong Kong in 2006.
Oh. The painting had been analyzed by Christie's appraisers and considered authentic. The fact itself raised its credibility. However, that comment was a little risky.
Wajin was under investigation for tax evasion, and saying it was a painting she had bought in 2006 meant prosecutors didn't know about its existence.
Of course, the board members of Wajin, including Jiangu, glanced at Heijin and their opponents.
They pretended to be fine, but they were busy glancing around.
Yaren then asked, "You openly brought a bomb? What makes you so confident? Right now, we have been bitten by a dog that doesn't even recognize its own master, but we know a lot about each other, don't we? So, I thought you would turn a blind eye on this. We should help each other during hard times, right?" Hyoyen boldly replied, but Jianga looked away as it was too humiliating to endure.
Yaren wasn't offended. Instead, she looked at Hyoyen slightly confused and replied, "Oh, you must have heard a lot of rumors, but you should be careful."
"I won't say anything, but don't think everyone in this room will be so generous. And let me give you an advice, you should never show something that can be your weakness to others. That is probably what your father wants. Thank you for your advice.
I hope your corporation also acts as wisely as you." When Yaren and Yunhee were fighting, it had always been fierce, but Hyoyen never lost her smile. She was also impressive.
Even Yaren frowned at her last provocation.
Apart from capability, her rude attitude was really remarkable.
As Matt couldn't understand Korean, he just watched, thinking the two girls were having a nice conversation.
Then, he looked at Heijin and asked, "Honestly, I cannot find any evidence that says this painting is fake."
"It is your turn now." Heijin moved closer to the painting and casually asked Hyoyen, "There are many fake Modigliani paintings, and you brought another one of his paintings?" There were really a lot of fake paintings from Modigliani, and there were two reasons for that. He didn't sign his paintings and didn't leave any record of his paintings, either. So, appraising his paintings accurately is not easy. Additionally, as most of his paintings have simple colors and composition, they were easy to imitate. Hyoyen answered firmly, "We have made one mistake, but it doesn't mean all of our paintings are fake. Moreover, we bought this in Christie's auction in Hong Kong. I guess you like Modigliani, Heijin commented. Not me, my father does. Because his paintings are expensive. Modigliani's paintings started to be appreciated after his death. When he was alive, he could get only 10 francs for a portrait. So, he was living a poor life, and then he met his wife who was 14 years younger than him and got married. However, he died of tuberculosis when his wife was pregnant with their second child. The next day, his wife killed herself and the baby with her in grief. Most artists were not appreciated in their lifetimes. People only started to like their paintings a long time after their death, and their value soared up. The price went up even higher if the artist had some dramatic story. The painting of an artist who lived a sad life and met a tragic death is much more valuable than a painting of someone who lived well and died naturally. It was how it worked. In short, the story of the artist, which is not directly connected to the painting itself, can have a huge influence on its value. Some rich people prefer to buy paintings of living artists to make money. They are expecting the painting's price to soar up after the artist's death. It was a little mean. Actually, Modigliani isn't my style, Hyoyan then said. Then whose paintings do you like? Heijin asked. I like Dali. Salvador Dali, Hyoyan replied. It somewhat fitted her. You thought I would like an artist just as mad as myself, didn't you? No. Heijin had known her to be foolish, but at least she was good at reading people's mind. Heijin thought talking more would be bad for his appraisal, so he pressed his finger on his lips, and Hyoyan became silent. After that, he examined the painting for more than 20 minutes, but he couldn't find anything strange. Nevertheless, he was feeling that sense of incompatibility he only felt with fakes after he got his magic. He didn't know what the problem was exactly, but looking at that painting made him somewhat uncomfortable. In the end, he used magic. Then, he sighed silently and turned to Matt. I'm finished. And how is it, Dot? It wasn't easy. The painting was fake, as he had guessed, but he couldn't prove it. The forger had made colors that had been made in the late 19th century, and he had used canvas from that period, so scientific tests would prove nothing. It was a fake, but he couldn't say so. It was a perfect fake. It was why the appraisers of Christie's had failed to find any evidence of it being fake. Sadly, Heijin couldn't just say, I dunno, and walk away. If he had been alone with Matt, it would have been different, but the leaders of both consortiums were watching his every move now. The moment he let out a vague answer, they would not be able to accept it. In the end, there was only one thing he could say. It does not appear to be fake. Oh, Dot. In a way, it was the best answer he could give. He couldn't bear to say it was real, so he just said it didn't look fake. However, everyone took it as a confirmation of the painting's authenticity. One side sighed in relief, and the other side sighed in disappointment. I see. Thank you. His Highness is the person who will receive the gift. I will announce His Highness' decision tomorrow morning. We will also quietly return the artifact His Highness will not accept. Please understand we cannot accept both of them as it is about His Highness' honor. Thank you. Thank you. Matt was telling them to leave as it was all over now. However, they all came to shake hands with him and flatter him until the end. After they all left, Matt smiled at Heijin and asked, What would you choose if you were His Highness? Heijin knew the painting was fake. However, even though Matt knew about the existence of magic, it couldn't be good to talk about unexplainable things. Plus, Matt couldn't tell the prince about magic. I don't know. They are both very valuable, Heijin replied. What if we just consider the money? That enameled porcelain is expensive, but Modigliani's painting will also get you huge money if you put it on auction. I guess you are right, Matt commented while sounding serious, but he looked relaxed. It seemed as if he knew who the winner would be. Do you know which artifact the prince will choose? Heijin asked. Matt's eyes widened in surprise and asked back, what makes you think so? I just have this feeling. You look like you know what will happen.
Matt shrugged and crossed his legs.
Prince Muhammad used to be a playful boy in his youth. He loved his little sister, Sylvia, and liked playing with her. But then one day, they were playing at the palace and broke a very precious porcelain. It was an ancient Greek hydria. His Highness broke a porcelain at least 2 millennia old? He must have been scolded very hard. Matt continued, ha ha. Yes, he was. But since then, he started to be interested in works of art for a different reason from Sylvia. Having an interest wouldn't be the right expression. Should I say obsessed? Then. Yes. He obsessively collects porcelains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, What Happened in Austria, 1. Chapter 196, What Happened in Austria, 1. Matt spent another day in Seoul and left. The next day, Heijin got a visitor. Tell me honestly. You knew, didn't you? Heijin had anticipated Wagen Nomura Consortium would lose, but he didn't know Hyoyen would storm into his museum like that. I only appraised. The decision was up to Prince Muhammad. You must know that. However, Hyoyen didn't buy it and plopped down on a chair in Heijin's appraisal room. She must have known that her underpants could be seen as her skirt was short, but she didn't care and crossed her legs. Do you think I am a fool? I wasn't talking about that. You knew the prince was obsessed with porcelains, but you pretended to be ignorant, Hyoyen replied. I had no idea about that. Heijin was a little confused, but he was also thinking hard. Even though the woman in front of him was somewhat stupid and far from being capable, there had to be a reason for her to insist hard like that. He didn't know how she had found out about the prince's obsession with porcelains, but it wasn't a good reason for Hyoyen to come and act rudely. Then, she was doing it because she wanted something. You really didn't know? Hyoyen asked. I swear. Okay. I thought you knew and told the opposite side. Isn't it strange? That they brought porcelain. It was a mere coincidence, but Heijin didn't bother to point that out and said, I guess Yuzian SG Consortium got lucky. Ha! Fine, let's say that is the case. Oh, and as I am already here. What she was about to say had to be the real reason she had come. What? You are close to Prince Samadhi, aren't you? Hyoyen asked. She had a purpose, after all. But what was up with Prince Samadhi? And? Hyoyen continued, we are working on a deal about oil development, and Prince Samadhi is in charge of energy development. So? No, Heijin refused even before Hyoyen finished speaking. She looked puzzled and asked, what? But you haven't heard what I'm about to offer. There's no reason to hear it. Who says I am close to Prince Samadhi? And even if I was, I know almost nothing about him. I wouldn't be able to help you even if I wanted to. Are you going to keep being hard on me? You think I do not know you are close to him? I already know everything. Just listen to me, you will get to realize my offer isn't that bad. Hyoyen tried to tempt him. No, I do not want to get involved in anything that has to do with the prince. And I really know nothing. I don't know about his hobbies and I don't know about his interests. Really nothing? Hyoyen looked at him with doubt, but Heijin really didn't know much about the prince. Of course, he could have asked Sylvia and get to know her father better than anyone, but there was no reason to do that. Plus, Heijin was still feeling sorry for Prince Samadhi because of Sylvia. He didn't want to get involved in his matter at all. Yes, I swear. I know nothing about him. I've never even had a meal with him. How am I supposed to know about his interests and hobbies? Fine. If you recall anything, call me. This is about the life of many people. Heijin mocked her on the inside, but he didn't show it and nodded, I will. Since when she cared about her employees like that, it was funny, but it looked like she really thought so. She even looked very serious as she left. However, right after she left, Yoonhee came in smiling. I heard Hyoyeon was beaten hard. You already know? How did you find out? Yaren called me. So, you two now call each other? Heijin asked. She called because the news was good for both of us. It's not like we're still kids. We can't keep fighting. Ha ha. However, her awkward smile made Heijin think their fight would resume any time with the right cause. It doesn't look like you came to tell me that. What is it? Heijin asked. Yoonhee usually came down to talk about issues unrelated to work during lunchtime or after working hours. She had never come down herself in the middle of the office hour to talk about a private matter. Actually, you were just offered a case. I thought about saying no, but I had to hear your opinion first. If she had thought about refusing the offer, it must have been a foreigner who proposed it. Why were you going to refuse it? Is it a foreigner's offer? Yes, it is, but that isn't the only reason, Yoonhee replied. Then? It sounded like it would take a lot of time. At least 2 weeks. What is it that it would take so long? Heijin asked. I don't know. It is the Medici's offer, and they won't tell me what it is about. They just said they wanted you to appraise a number of artifacts, and you had to keep secret on the case, Yoonhee explained. I must keep the secret? It is tempting. As it was the Medici that was requesting secrecy, Heijin couldn't help but get interested. So, I came down immediately to ask you, Yoonhee continued. Did you get a call? Or? They called me and sent fax after that, but your destination is a little strange. It isn't Florence, Italy. Where is it? Heijin asked. Vienna, Austria. Heijin felt his body getting goosebumps. Maybe. I'll go. I will work till tomorrow, so please announce I won't appraise for about 3 weeks starting the day after tomorrow. Heijin had this feeling that he would get to see amazing artifacts in Vienna. Heijin arrived at the international airport of Vienna with a beautiful woman. She was Sylvia. As Heijin couldn't leave her alone in Korea for safety issues, and she had changed her identity and appearance, she had joined him. If Yoonhee had come with Heijin, Sylvia would have had no choice but to stay in Korea. However, as Yoonhee had gone on a long business trip, she couldn't accompany Heijin on this one. Ha ha! Isn't the weather so beautiful? She took Heijin's arm and smiled brightly. But it looks like it's about to rain. The weather was gloomy and humid, but Sylvia liked even that type of weather. But I like it. It's not hot. And wouldn't it be so romantic if it rains? I would be so happy if I could listen to music and have coffee with you in a cafe of the raining Vienna, Sylvia replied. She spoke so sweetly that Heijin couldn't help but laugh like a fool and reply, I would be so happy as well. Really? Really? Heijin didn't know what to say. But then, someone talked to him. Are you Mr. Park? When he looked, there was a tall and handsome man in a suit. Yes, I am, Heijin confirmed. Welcome to Vienna. I am Marcello Padilai from the House of Medici. I have prepared a car. Would you like to come? Okay. He took Heijin's huge traveling bag and started to walk forward. When Heijin and Sylvia arrived at their hotel, they had to get back on the car again right after unpacking their stuff. They were a little confused at all the rushing, of course. Marcello then took them to a desolate mansion in the outskirts of Vienna. The mansion had a wide vineyard.
It was so peaceful and beautiful that Hagen wished he had enough money to buy it.
It's been a long time. Surprisingly, when he went inside, Cavani di Piero Medici, himself, greeted him. Hagen didn't expect he would be waiting for them, so he was surprised when he took his hand. Did you call me yourself? Cavani confirmed, yes, there are only a few people who know we are here. Even the members of my family don't know.
It meant he had come in secret, and it aroused Hagen's interest even more.
But why did you bring me here?
Cavani replied, you were so impatient, like most of the other Koreans.
Please sit first. This mansion's vineyard produces good grapes. So, I always drink wine made with them and enjoy the scenery when I come here. Would you like to try it? Thank you. Hagen drank some white wine and introduced Sylvia to Cavani.
After that, Cavani lowered his voice and said, what I am about to say is extremely sensitive.
It meant Sylvia couldn't hear it. Sylvia and I shared deep secrets.
She knows a lot about antiques and is very capable.
Cavani looked at her for some time and nodded, if you say so. He made everyone else leave the room. Then, he slowly started to talk. Do you know that the Nazis stole a huge number of artifacts during the Second World War? Of course, I know that well.
Cavani continued, at the time, the troops of the Allies had found artifacts hidden in salt mines and warehouses in Austria.
They then kept them in Mauerbach Monastery near Vienna. There were 8,500 artifacts in total. They tried to return them after the war, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy? Hagen asked.
As most of the record about the original owners had been destroyed, only a few artifacts could be returned, Cavani explained.
The Allies made a unit that specialized in retrieving artifacts stolen by the Nazi.
Its story was very famous and was even made into a movie. At the time, the unit succeeded in retrieving the artifacts, but a problem occurred after that. The people who had some sort of records that showed their ownership of the artifacts, before they were stolen from the Nazi, could get back what belonged to them. However, most of the previous owners didn't have such records or had lost them during the war. At the time, the monastery showed the artifacts until 1972 and found the original owners, but only a few artifacts could be returned.
Oh, I've heard of that.
As far as I know, those artifacts were sold on auction, Hagen commented.
The government of Austria couldn't find the owners until 1995.
In the end, it handed them over to the Jewish community in Austria. After that, the artifacts were sold on auction, and the revenue was used to help the victims of the Holocaust and their families.
That is the story you know, Cavani replied. And it isn't true? Hagen had been listening comfortably, but now he was interested.
At the time, some criminals were in the Austrian Museum of Applied Arts that held the auction. So, most of the artifacts were switched with fakes or smuggled away.
It was really shocking.
That's remarkable. If someone else had said it, I would have never believed them, Hagen replied.
I couldn't believe it either when I first heard about it, Cavani commented. But you are telling me this today because I have found a few of the artifacts they had stolen, and you are the only appraiser I can fully trust, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, What Happened in Austria, 2. Chapter 197, What Happened in Austria, 2. Sylvia was also shocked to hear this. She widened her eyes and looked at Hagen to let him know that even she hadn't seen this coming. Hagen thought Sylvia was even more capable than the Medici at getting information. However, she had never heard about this. But I think Albert Harrington can be useful. Cavani took a sip of wine and said, "This happened a long time ago, and I cannot find many details about it. It is so vague as if it was shrouded by a thick mist, so I cannot tell who is on my side and who isn't. I most certainly cannot trust Europeans, especially aristocrats who have money and men. I trust you for the reason I invited you earlier. You are from far away.
Heijin could understand that, but he still had a few questions.
Then I am supposed to appraise a few artifacts here and I'm done?
Heijin had thought it would take at least 2 weeks, but judging from what Cavani just said, it looked like it would only take a few days.
No.
You should go to a few places with me and join me in my detective game, Cavani replied.
Detective game? Heijin asked.
Cavani then explained, with this matter, I cannot afford the luxury of waiting until my men get me the answers.
I must check with my own eyes. I want you to help me with that. Heijin had no reason to refuse.
Apart from everything, going after the artifacts the Nazi had stolen was exciting enough.
Then, shall we go?
Cavani took his unfinished glass of wine in his hand and started to walk.
Heijin followed him, but then he sensed Sylvia's hand grabbing his. He looked at her, and Sylvia mouthed a question, what kind of artifact are we about to see? I don't know. Cavani took them to the mansion's basement storage.
Usually, a storage is humid and smells bad, and it would also have various bugs. However, this storage looked like a neatly cleaned room. The room's temperature and humidity were being perfectly controlled. In the middle of it, there were 2 paintings covered with brown cloth.
We didn't meet anyone on our way down here, Heijin commented.
Cavani sat down on a chair and replied, I have sent everyone outside this mansion except for the necessary personnel.
Oh. Actually, I wondered if I should call you or not for some time. Oh, it wasn't because I doubted your skills. After our last meeting, I got to admire your ability. Heijin didn't say anything, but Sylvia asked, but then, why did you hesitate to call him?
Cavani looked into her eyes and said, you are quite unusual.
You are an Arabian with an American accent, and yet you are not bound by your ancestors' rules, and your blue eyes seem to have strange powers. Was your name Sylvia? This surprised Sylvia. She nodded, however, she couldn't help but flinch while saying, yes, it is. Mr. Park is very lucky to be with you.
Cavani smiled at Heijin and continued, I hesitated because I thought what was about to happen could become our weakness.
Maybe. Heijin realized instinctively what he was trying to say and asked, are you thinking your own family might be involved in this? Yes. World War II devastated Europe, including Italy. However, I still cannot dismiss this doubt. There cannot be many who can plan such a bold artifact heist, merely stealing doesn't make sense. Hundreds of forgeries were made in the process, and it would require more than 5-6 people to do such a thing. Heijin's jaw dropped to hear that hundreds of fakes had been made. That many? Cavani explained, huge amount of fakes have been quickly released all around the world. I am thinking the forgeries that were made back then can still be seen now. Maybe most of the paintings, in museums and galleries, are fakes. In fact, most of the paintings in museums and galleries were indeed controversial. However, they had to be left where they were because there was no clear proof of them being fake, and there were more than 1 or 2 such artifacts. Ha ha. It was so ridiculous that Heijin laughed. But then, Sylvia asked, does this matter have something to do with the amber room that William I presented to Finai? Cavani was surprised for the first time at this. Why do you think so? I thought about the most valuable ones among the artifacts lost during the WW2, and I recalled the room and its treasures first, Sylvia replied. The amber room was first made for the king, but then it was moved to Catherine Palace in 1716 as a gift to Russia. But during the WW2, after Germany took St. Petersburg, they dismantled the room that weighed 6 tons and took it to Germany. However, although there is a record that says the ambers were put in 27 boxes and carried away, that huge amount of treasure vanished after that. It would be worth $500,000 now, but it has never shown itself after that. However, the amber room has then been recreated with other ambers to celebrate the 300th year after the birth of St. Petersburg City. Actually, I have my doubts. I haven't found any lead yet, but I think these criminals might know where the treasure is. Of course, I have no proof. It's just my guess, Sylvia replied. She said she was making a guess, but was it Hagen's imagination, or did she really sound like she was sure of it? Cavani amusedly smiled and said, "You are smart and quick-witted. You would be a great help to Mr. Park." "Thank you." Sylvia shyly smiled, but strictly speaking, she was way more capable than Hagen. Even though she had been a princess, she had never given up studying. She spoke 5 different languages and had gotten a master's degree in economics at the United Arab Emirates University. Hagen was rather embarrassed at this. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. So anyway, these paintings are what you recovered from them?" "Yes. This mansion is my family's, so I come here from time to rest, but a strange rumor started to spread among antique shops here in Vienna, that the paintings the Nazi had stolen had resurfaced. At the time, I spent huge money to buy the 2 paintings. I've also never shown it to anyone till now. However, it was strange. But you must have thought the paintings might be fake. What made you think these 2 paintings were those paintings lost during the war?" Hagen asked. Cavani explained, "When I became the head of the Medici family, I gained access to the family record. It is like a journal that the former heads wrote. It allowed me to know about not just this family but also the history of Europe with Italy as its center." "Then shouldn't you be able to know if your family was involved in this matter?" Cavani shook his head and said, strangely, "There isn't much record about the time of World War II and afterward, as if that part has been omitted. The charity auction of Mauerbach must have been an opportunity that cannot be missed by the family, but there is no record of any Medici participating in that auction." "It is not right." It was really strange. The Medici always tried to collect valuable artifacts, so they would never let go of such an opportunity. Hagen could now see why Cavani was doubting his own family. I see. Then I should start appraising now." Hagen stood up. Then, Cavani finished his glass of wine and asked, "Should I wish for them to be real? Or should I wish for them to be fake? If they are real, we should be happy as we would get some traces of that criminal organization, and if they are fake?" "I guess it would depend on whose fakes they are," Hagen replied. "Then I should hope for them to be real," Cavani said. "It would make things easier." Hagen slowly approached one of the paintings and uncovered it. The painting was so weird that it wasn't easy to tell what it depicted. It was an oil painting, but it had something else, pulp mixed with glue and lime. "It's papier-mâché," Hagen said. "Do you know who the artist is?" Hagen didn't answer and examined the painting for some time. There was no signature, and there was no record nor scribbles at the back of the canvas. Hagen examined it for about half an hour and said, "It is a painting, but it's a painting of a sculpture. It reminds me of someone." "Who is it?" Cavani asked. "Alexander Archipenko." Archipenko was born in Russia, but he fled to America in 1923 and became an American. Cavani nodded. "I have been thinking so, too. It turns out I was right." Hagen explained, "Only a few paintings of Archipenko are left, although many of his sculptures have survived. And as his paintings are in a unique style, they are not easy to imitate. Judging from its condition, it is definitely at least a few decades old. It would require scientific analysis to be sure, but I think it is Archipenko's. Congratulations." Hagen thought he must congratulate first, since if it were Archipenko's, it was worth at least 5 billion won. "Thank you. I had my guesses, but it was really Archipenko's." As one of the missing paintings had been found, they now had one piece of the puzzle. "Are you going to retrace this painting's history?" Hagen asked. "I should, but first, I must speak to the man who sold this to me." Cavani immediately sent his servant to bring the merchant to him, then said, "You should now look at the other one." At this, Hagen carefully uncovered the other painting. It showed sunflowers burning under the hot sun. The background was damp gray-green, and the sunflowers were in gloomy colors.
The moment Heijin saw it, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is art." I was shocked as well when I saw this for the first time.
I never imagined I would meet Egon Schiele's sunflowers here. This sunflowers was one of the masterpieces that disappeared during the war. It was quite famous. However, the merchant who sold this must have known it, Heijin commented. Of course, he knew. If he hadn't known about this painting, he would have been an antique merchant with crude knowledge about the history of art. He thought it was fake. That is why he sold it to me at 5,000 euros. Earlier, Cavani had said he had paid a lot because he had assumed that the paintings were fake. 5,000 euros, you have paid a lot for a fake, Heijin said. But isn't a fake this good worth at least that much money, not?
Cavani was right, the painting was great to the point that it would make you think it was a genuine artifact.
Comment, 0. Comment first. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 198, What Happened in Austria, 3. Along with Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele was one of the master artists of Austria. But there were people who don't like his paintings as most of them are about eroticism. He painted nude, sexual organs, and even scenes of sex and homosexuality. However, this sunflowers painting wasn't about that kind of eroticism, anyone could enjoy it. Even if this is fake, with this quality, it is definitely worth 5,000 euros. Congratulations, Heijin said. Cavani burst into laughter, haha. It almost feels like I forced you to say that.
It is such a pleasant experience to get celebrated for buying it at 5,000 euros.
But then, Sylvia, who had been watching quietly, asked, have you done research on Karl Grunwald?
Karl Grunwald became friends with Egon Schiele during World War I.
He was very close to Schiele and even did a portrait model for him. Cavani was impressed. Ah! You are truly wise. I haven't thought of it. If this painting is real, I must look for Grunwald's descendants. Maybe they know something.
As Grunwald was a merchant who collected antiques, he owned a number of valuable works of art.
However, after Austria merged with Germany, he decided to flee. He ran away from the Nazi with a few of Egon Schiele's paintings that he had in Vienna, but unfortunately, he couldn't take sunflowers as it was in Strasbourg. Eventually, after the Nazi took Strasbourg, they stole the painting. Then, it resurfaced on an auction between the stolen artifacts in 1942. After that, Grunwald and his son tried many times to get it back. Although Cavani was impressed, Heijin wasn't that surprised. It was because of that feeling that he would get from a fake painting. However, he wasn't disappointed. He thought that since it was of great quality, the forger must have had the real painting next to him when he had made it. Then, I should start appraising. He slowly examined it, and he couldn't help but be impressed. Egon Schiele was deeply influenced by Gustav Klimt, who was like his artistic father. But afterward, he got away from Klimt's style and created his own unique and powerful outline. This painting had his own style and even his unique gloomy mood. It was hard to think of it as fake. If Heijin hadn't learned magic, he would have never thought it was fake. However, it was strange as the merchant who had sold it had been so sure that it was fake. I must congratulate you once again for buying this at 5,000 euros. It is remarkable, but why did that merchant think this was fake? Heijin asked.
Cavani collected his thoughts and then explained. He said he had bought it at an extremely old antique shop in Berlin. The seller even told him that it was a great fake that would fool most appraisers, and the forger was a master like Tom Keating, Eric Hepburn, and Mark Landis. So, I asked if he wasn't tempted at all. I would have given 5 million euros without thinking twice if he had said it was real, but then he smiled.
Why did he smile? Heijin asked. I wondered that as well and asked.
He said credibility was everything to him, and he would be left with nothing without it. He then added he would be in jail in no time if he had made the wrong decision, and I couldn't argue anymore, Cavani answered.
Hagen thought it was odd. That merchant had sold a real painting and a fake painting of great quality as fakes.
If he had said they were both real, he would have gotten millions of euros in cash.
That merchant is really impressive, Hagen commented. That is why I have so many questions for him. At the time, I couldn't ask as I didn't know about the painting's authenticity, but I can ask now. Cavani remained calm.
He never showed the changes in his emotion like a true leader of a prestigious family.
I see. Hagen sighed and shook his head. He couldn't find any evidence of the painting being fake. It had Egon Schiele's unique gloomy colors, his powerful outlines, and the feeling of life and death.
Hagen had planned to use magic to find out about the forger and the seller, but he was a little disappointed to not find anything. Seeing a fake that he couldn't discern with his own skills felt as if he was being defeated by the forger. At first, he tried to find some proof without using magic because he was worried about not being able to tell others even if he knew that it was fake.
In fact, there might not be any evidence just like before.
So, he then used magic to look into the past, but he was startled and took a step back.
Sylvia saw this and came to take his hand. She asked, "Are you okay? Is there something wrong?" She meant about using magic.
When they were alone, she always warned him that the Chosen's power enabled one to do anything, but it sometimes destroyed its master.
No, it's not it.
I was just a little surprised.
May I turn off the lights? At this, Sylvia went back to her sit. Cavani gulped hard and nodded, yes.
He turned off the lights, and immediately the room became dark.
They could not even see their own hands. Hagen took out a small lamp and looked at the painting with it. 10 minutes went by in the darkness.
Then, Hagen stood up while saying, "We can turn on the lights now."
The room became bright again. Cavani couldn't wait anymore. He stood up and asked, "Why were you surprised? And why did you turn out the lights? I am very eager to know."
"Oh, first of all, this painting is fake. However, the forger is a great artist.
I almost gave up on it." Hagen was telling the truth.
If he hadn't looked into the past to find out that the forger hadn't made a rough sketch before painting it, he would have had to give up and go home. I also acknowledge the forger's skills. I would like to see him work myself.
But why is this painting fake? Cavani asked.
Hagen explained, Egon Schiele used strong and lively outlines.
So, he must have drawn rough sketches many times before painting on it.
However, this painting has no sketches.
It means it is an imitation. Remarkable. How did you find out that there was no rough sketch? Actually, Hagen had prepared some scientific tools before he got there.
He had set an appraisal room in his museum, and he also wanted to use science to make his work easier as much as he could. He had brought a few things when he came to Austria because he didn't want to be forced to not tell the truth just because there was no evidence, and one of them was the special UV lamp. Sylvia had gotten it for him, and it enabled Hagen to find out if there were rough sketches or not. It was very fortunate that he got to appraise a fake without a rough sketch right after he got it.
This is a special UV lamp.
I can check if there is a rough sketch or not with this, Hagen replied.
Oh, I see. Hagen explained, this was certainly not made recently.
Most museums do this kind of scientific analysis these days, and even auctions agencies like Christie's and Sotheby's do it, so there is no reason for such a skilled forger to leave out the rough sketch.
Then,
Hagen concluded, it was made in the 1960s or before that. There must have been no reason to bother to draw a sketch before scientific means of appraisal became popular. Of course, now he would draw the sketch and paint on it to fool science.
Cavani looked excited as he nodded.
It was probably because he was sure he had found a lead to the organization that had stolen the Nazis' paintings.
Then what are you going to do now? Hagen asked. Cavani answered, "Now I feel relieved to know it is fake. I have called the merchant, so why don't we have dinner while we wait?" "It would be my honor," Hagen replied. "Oh, and you will get your fee in time after 3 days." "Thank you." They had agreed on Hagen's fee before he arrived in Vienna. The Medici family accepted his terms of 1% of the appraised price and even offered an additional bonus. After that, they had a pleasant dinner and went out to the wide garden to have dessert while looking at the starry night sky. My father liked Egon Schiele's paintings a lot. However, by the time he became interested in them, they had already gotten quite expensive, and my mother didn't like them as they were indecent. But it feels so strange to get one of his painting now. It is a little hard to believe a Medici didn't like a painting because it was indecent, Hagen commented. Cavani smiled bitterly at this and said, "Actually, it is a little embarrassing to say this to an outsider, but my father had affairs with many women, like Egon Schiele's father." "Oh, that explains why your mother didn't like Egon Schiele's paintings." Egon Schiele's father had syphilis and even transferred it to his pregnant wife, making her miscarry the child. As Egon Schiele's sister also died of congenital syphilis, his interest and fear for sexuality eventually showed itself in his paintings. "We made such great progress on your day of arrival, so I feel we will get good results afterward. If we get lucky, we might be able to find a lot of the lost Nazi artifacts," Cavani commented. "I hope so, too." But then, a servant came to them and said, "Mr. Matthias is here." The conversation stopped there, and the silhouette of an old man came very slowly. He was small and couldn't walk with ease, so he was clearly very old. "Welcome. I apologize for calling you so suddenly," Cavani said. How can I say no to your request when I make my living with paintings?" Cavani and the man appeared to be very close, but Hagen couldn't say anything as he was too shocked. Although the man was old, he could recognize his face. He was the forger he had seen through magic. Comment 0. Comment first. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 199, What Happened in Austria, 4. In his youth, he had chosen one of the paintings, piled up at one side, to imitate it. He was wearing a one-eye magnifying glass to see the painting better, and his cotton shirt was covered in so many colors that it was hard to know what color it had been at first. The handsome and lively man, who had been painting with passion, now showed up here as an old man. "This is your favorite 2011 Bordeaux Grand Cru." Cavani had his servant bring some wine, and the old man brightened up while saying, "Oh, my mouth is going to have a good time since forever." "Well, why have you called this old man? And who is this lady with blue eyes and that Asian?" Cavani smiled brightly and introduced Hagen and Sylvia in English. "This man here is Mr. Park. He is a special appraiser my family has invited. He has extraordinary talents and inspiration. If he had known how to paint, my family would have gotten an artist to sponsor." The old forger looked at Hagen, clearly interested. "A special appraiser of the Medici, and an Asian, I am surprised." His English was good, probably because he was an art dealer. Although he said so, his eyes showed contempt. Actually, discrimination on Asians happens frequently in Europe. In a way, it was unusual for Cavani di Piero Medici to be fond of Hagen regardless of his race. "You won't think so once you see what he can do." Cavani sensed the hidden meaning in the old forger's remark and smiled bitterly. Then he continued, "And this beautiful lady here is Sylvia, Mr. Park's partner." "Oh, nice to meet you. Are you from America? Or Spain? Or Morocco?" Spanish women are passionate and splendid. Although I've never met you before, I can feel that passion in your eyes. It could be natural for him to be curious as Sylvia's skin was a healthy brown unlike white people, but Hagen didn't like that attitude. He looked like he would collapse and die at any moment, and he was trying to flirt. "Thank you, but I am here for work." "That kind of compliment is not appropriate, so please stop," Sylvia firmly replied. The old man then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew you would be so charming. I'm Matthias Leno. Getting to talk with you alone is worth coming all this way. Have you heard about me?
Hagen frowned, and Cavani hastily stopped Matthias. That would be enough with the introductions. Matthias, you were not so talkative when you were with me, but now you are chattering like a little girl.
It feels like I am seeing someone else.
Ha, I shouldn't have humiliated myself in front of the head of the Medici family.
I apologize. Cavani continued, I called you here because I have a few questions.
Of course, there will be matters you cannot easily talk about, but I hope you would answer wisely, considering the relation between us.
In a way, it sounded like a threat.
Matthias realized how serious the situation was and said, that is scary enough.
Okay.
One of the two paintings you sold me before is real, Cavani then said.
What? It is real? Hagen carefully studied his reaction.
Judging from his skills capable of making a fake Egon Schiele's sunflowers, he thought he must have known Alexander Archipenko's painting had been real. However, Matthias seemed to know nothing about that painting. Cavani grimly nodded, I am delighted to be so fortunate, but as you well know, this is a very sensitive matter.
If that painting has resurfaced, a lot of the other paintings can be slumbering somewhere. So, you want me to tell you from where I got it? Matthias asked.
Yes. Matthias stroked his few streaks of beard and soon shook his head. As I told you before, credibility is everything to me. I cannot tell, even if it is you who are asking. His refusal made Cavani frown. I must have expressed myself in the wrong way if it sounded like I was asking.
I am sorry, but I am not asking.
You must tell me the truth here.
Even you cannot push me like this. This is about my credibility.
Matthias resisted harder than expected, so Cavani's expression turned cold.
Then, Hagen asked him, are you connected to the people who made the fake painting? Cavani looked at him with surprise. It was as if he was asking Hagen what nonsense he was making up.
However, Hagen didn't simply look at him, instead, he kept staring at Matthias.
What are you talking about? Matthias asked back. Hagen wasn't just asking. As he had casted a confession spell, Matthias couldn't lie. However, he couldn't ask directly if he was the forger. Even if he would answer truthfully. In fact, both Cavani and Matthias would suspect Hagen had added some kind of drug to the wine. Hagen, therefore, had to be careful not to be doubted, so he couldn't push the man further. Do you know how to paint?
Matthias stammered at another unexpected question, but soon he started speaking.
Yes, but why are you asking? I'm just curious. Did you learn it from school? I guess you wanted to be an artist, Hagen commented.
I attended the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, but why do you keep asking me these things?
Matthias asked again.
Although he was answering, he couldn't understand why he was replying to Hagen's questions. I am just curious because you said you were an art dealer. Hagen really wished he could ask, it was you who imitated Egon Schiele's painting, wasn't it? But Cavani seemed to think Hagen had to have a reason to keep asking those sort of questions, so he took it from there and said, if I'm not wrong, I've never heard that you attended the University of Applied Arts in Vienna. As far as I knew, you studied economics in America. Were you lying to me before? It turned out Matthias had lied to him before about majoring in economics.
Matthias couldn't say anything. He was capable of not answering as it was Cavani's question, not Hagen's.
The spell itself wasn't enough to make him confess the truth. The question had to be asked with magic, so Cavani's question had no great power. However, because of that, both Cavani and Matthias didn't get suspicious.
You must know I can find out about your works and grades if I want to. You'd better tell me yourself.
Matthias had to talk as Cavani kept pressing him and said, actually, I did study art at the university, but I wasn't trying to fool you.
I was just ashamed as I never made a good painting. Hagen interrupted him again, it is strange.
The University of Applied Arts in Vienna is a prestigious university of art. If you had said you had graduated from there, your words would have had much more trustworthiness. I really can't understand why you said you learned economics that has nothing to do with art.
This made Matthias frown even harder. Hagen was trying hard to reveal his weak points. Matthias then raised his voice. Don't you know that most art dealers haven't majored in art?
Of course. However, although there aren't many art dealers who have graduated from the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, there can be no reason to bother to hide that fact.
Well, you must have had your own reasons, but I really cannot understand it, Hagen replied. Who do you think you are to keep lecturing me like that? Matthias now yelled in German.
However, seeing this, Cavani grimly said, "It is really strange. You have never lost your temper like this in front of me, but you are now yelling at Mr. Park.
Is there really something? Have you really made a forgery of Egon Schiele's painting?" The second he finished speaking, Hagen immediately added, "Did you do it?"
He hadn't planned to ask directly like that, but thanks to Cavani, who suddenly asked a sharp question, he was able to add his own question.
I didn't. Huh? Hagen was rather surprised to hear the answer.
There was no way Matthias was capable of countering his magic. Then, Matthias wasn't the one who Hagen had seen the past.
He didn't mean to ask further, but he couldn't help asking, then, who is that forger? Hagen immediately regretted making a stupid mistake, but Matthias' answer was something he really didn't expect. It's my brother.
Matthias wasn't shocked by his own answer and continued to explain, "I lost my life because of him.
I had to give up painting because of him.
That idiot, he abandoned the pride of an artist and his family for money." He then knelt to Cavani while looking down and muttered, "I cannot lose my credibility because of him.
I swear, I have nothing to do with him. I even gave up my dream because of him." Matthias gave up and tried to find a way to survive.
"Okay. If you are telling the truth, who is your brother?" Matthias explained, "He is Benedict Leno, and he attended the University of Applied Arts with me. He had great talent in art, so everyone around him had huge expectations about him. However, he then left home because he thought our family wasn't supporting him enough and became a forger. At first, I even worked with him as it was to help our poor family, but I stopped after we got enough to live by. After that, me and my mother tried to stop Benedict, but he wouldn't listen. His talents bloomed in his forgeries, and it became impossible to tell them apart from rails."
But, Matthias continued, because one of his fakes, a Jewish family with considerable power, went bankrupt, and he became a runaway. That was more than 3 decades ago. I've never seen him after that and only heard rumors about him sometimes. Hagen interrupted to be sure, "Is that really true?" Matthias looked down, heartbroken, and said, "Yes." Hagen was asking with magic, so it had to be true. "Then, do you know where he is?" Matthias quickly shook his head at this. "I haven't heard about him for more than a decade. Maybe he is dead. I started to think he was dead at some point and didn't even try to find him."
Hagen had been thinking he was about to catch the guy, but it was another dead end. He felt sorry for the man as he knew he was telling the truth, but then Matthias said something unexpected. "I cannot tell you from where I got the fake Egon Schiele's painting, but I can tell you how I got Archipenko's painting."
Cavani frowned and leaned forward while asking, "How did you get it?" "From the Vatican." Comment 0. Comment first. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Chapter 200, Bait to Catch the Big Fish, 1. The person who reacted most passionately to the word Vatican wasn't Cavani or Hagen. It was Sylvia. She grabbed Hagen's arm and whispered, "I've been keeping an eye on the Vatican, too. A number of artifacts with great mana have come out from there. However, I couldn't get closer." Hagen thought it was serious.
Maybe the Trinitatis was the organization that had stolen the artifacts the Nazi had stolen.
Then the Trinitatis was hiding in the Vatican.
Your story really surprises me.
Cavani didn't say anything more.
Messing up with the Vatican was something hard to imagine, even to the Medici family that had a huge influence on the art world. Additionally, the power it had in Italy wasn't something the Medici could dare to compare with its own.
However, it was different for Hagen. Now that he had a chance to go after them, he couldn't miss it. So, Archipenko's painting really came out from the Vatican? Hagen asked. Yes. Matthias looked irritated, but Hagen didn't even frown. He asked again, then what about this? What? Hagen continued, you said your brother painted Egon Schiele's sunflowers. Why don't you make a fake yourself and offer it to the Vatican? Silence fell. Then Cavani looked at Hain, clearly shocked, and asked, Mr. Matthias here is an art dealer. Are you saying he should make a fake? One of great quality like the sunflowers? Hagen looked at Matthias, who was still in a daze, and answered as if it was nothing. Once you start painting, that technique never goes away. It's like riding a bike, you never forget it. And, if you were once a forger, I think you have been painting from time to time to keep your skills. Am I wrong? I've never stopped painting entirely, but I am not as good as my brother, Matthias confirmed. Cavani smiled at this. Well, I am getting surprised many times today. I thought you had never touched paint till a few minutes ago, and you are thinking of making a fake. Let me tell you again. Benedict was a genius. I will never be as good as him, Matthias replied. Cavani turned to Hagen and asked, are you planning to send his fake to the Vatican? Hagen answered, yes. If we make a fake of one of the paintings that went missing at the time and spread rumors about it in the Vatican, they will surely react. They must be the ones who stole the paintings the Nazi had stolen. Do you think Mr. Matthias can make such a fake of great quality? Cavani asked. Hagen thought he could and said, we can give up if it's not good enough. We should see what he can do first. Cavani nodded and spoke to Matthias. I don't want you to lose your business and become homeless on the streets. Just help me with this, and my family will become the closest friend of yours. I will try if you promise not to scold me afterward for not being good enough, Matthias replied. Good. Please rest here today and start tomorrow. If you need anything, tell my servants. Matthias was about to say something about being asked to stay there for the night, but then he gave up and left, following a servant. As Sylvia looked him leaving, she asked, but you must have the real painting to make a fake of it. Which painting are you going to use? You are not thinking of Archipenko's painting, right? Instead of answering that question, Hagen said to Cavani, I thought the Medici family would have at least one painting the Nazi had stolen. If there isn't, then we won't be able to make that fake for a long time. Cavani smiled, called a servant, and gave him some orders. Then, he spoke with that aristocratic confidence, I have a painting of Titian. Oh, Hagen was genuinely impressed. Titian was the greatest artist in the history of Venetia who led the Italian Renaissance. His painting would be enough to draw their attention. However, he had a question. Has Titian's painting been stolen by the Nazi? Cavani confirmed, yes. At the time, they took a lot of gold from the Jews and took it to Portugal. The documents of America's Department of State also says that the amount of gold in Portugal soared up during World War II. Oh. It was another interesting story which Hagen had never heard before. Cavani explained, the gold they took to Portugal would be worth $1 billion now, but what is interesting is that the artifacts Hermann Göring collected were also moved to Portugal. Oh, then they... Cavani continued, yes, they could not openly sell it and said they had bought it from a Nazi spy. What is even more interesting is that Titian's painting was among the paintings that were put on Mauerbach charity auction but then vanished afterward. Shouldn't it be enough to make them interested? Hagen brightened up. It couldn't be better than this, and he replied, of course, of course.
Even though the painting that was sold during the war and the paintings they smuggled away are different, it clearly had belonged to the Nazi. So, if we spread rumors about how it is one of the missing paintings, they will have to lunge in for it. The next day, Hagen, Sylvia, Cavani and Matthias had lunch in a pleasant mood as if nothing had happened yesterday. Then they went up to a small room on the first floor of the mansion. There were paper, colors, and painting tools already waiting for Matthias.
He rather calmly got ready and sat down.
Although I did ask for it, I didn't know you would get me everything in less than a day. The power of the Medici family is truly remarkable. The paper in front of him looked very old, even to the ignorant eyes.
Cavani smiled. My family has a number of old books.
Of course, most of them have meaningful records and considerable value, but some are just old without any significant meaning.
I just prepared the kind you wanted.
Of course, my employees had to work all night to put the paper together.
The first step of making a forgery is getting the paper that was used at the time.
As Titian worked from the late 15th century to the early 16th century, they had to get the paper of the time to at least start. Although Cavani said the paper wasn't that important, surviving for such a long time alone made it precious enough.
Is that your faith in me? Matthias looked like he couldn't understand.
If a less good forger worked with such precious paper, it would just be turned into some trash less valuable than toilet paper. It wouldn't have been easy to give it to Matthias, without believing in his skills. Yes, and it is also faith on Mr. Park who trusts you. Cavani's servant explained, I have prepared all the colors you asked for, flake white, pure ultramarine, madder lake, burnt sienna, malachite, yellow ochre, red ochre, orpiment, and ivory black.
Matthias nodded with satisfaction, good.
More than everything, getting to see Titian's painting with my own eyes makes me think helping you isn't all that bad, Mr. Cavani. As he said, what drew attention the most in that room was Titian's painting in the middle.
Hagen also couldn't help exclaiming, so, that is the painting from Titian that you have.
In the painting, there was a man wearing a strange coat with a tall dog. As the man was wearing a luxurious coat that even most aristocrats couldn't afford, he had to be Karl V. The records say my family paid quite a lot for it. Of course, as it is Titian's, I would have paid at least that much myself, Cavani replied.
Hagen nervously asked Matthias, who was sitting in front of the paper, do you think you can do this? You made me do this because you thought I could, didn't you? Then wait patiently.
His reply was cold, but it satisfied Hagen. He could feel that Matthias was confident enough. Maybe he had felt jealous of his brother Benedict. If he had, this was the opportunity to show his skills. His gaze alone said he wasn't about to hold a brush again simply because he couldn't refuse.
I'm sorry. Then please start. Matthias started to imitate the painting. To draw the Vatican's attention, he didn't make any rough sketch.
The painting had to turn out to be fake easily so that they would believe it was one of their own fakes which had been leaked. Like his brother, he wore a one-eye magnifying glass and put a support bar in front of the paper to stop his hand from shaking and paint in details.
As such a painting couldn't be done in a day or two, Cavani went back to Florence to take care of his family's business. Hagen and Sylvia, instead, stayed with Matthias and watched him work. They were not standing to guard him.
Instead, watching his painting being created was a pleasant experience on its own.
Cavani came back to Austria 4 days after.
Remarkable, truly remarkable.
I didn't know you were capable of this. When he returned, he kept exclaiming when seeing the painting.
Although I used to paint from time to time, it's been more than 5 years since I held a brush for the last time.
I am surprised as well. Even Matthias couldn't believe it and dreamily stared at his own painting. It was perfect, even to Hagen.
Of course, the last procedure still remained, but it was as good as Benedict's sunflowers.
Actually, Hagen hadn't expected Matthias to be this good.
He had thought a little lack of skills would not be a problem in dragging them to the Vatican, but to his surprise, he got a forgery of remarkable quality.
Was it luck? Sylvia asked.
However, Hagen shook his head. No, mere luck cannot do this. In art, technique has its limits. The difference between a master and a skilled painter is as thin as paper. That slight difference is made by philosophy in mind, and Mr. Matthias got it as he got older.
Sometimes, you improve by not doing anything. I see. Sylvia was really impressed.
Matthias was proud of himself and was about to say something with a smile, but Cavani spoke first. When I was in Florence, I tried to find some records about the Vatican, and I found something very strange going on.
What is it?
Cavani hesitated before speaking. When I followed the artifacts coming out of the Vatican, I traced them to Marco Veriano's shipping company.
What? Who is Marco Veriano? Cavani didn't answer that question. Instead, the shocked Matthias did. Mafia, he is the most powerful mafia boss in Italy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 198, What Happened in Austria, 3. Chapter 198, What Happened in Austria, 3. Along with Gustav Klimt, Egon Schiele was one of the master artists of Austria. But there were people who don't like his paintings, as most of them are about eroticism. He painted nude, sexual organs, and even scenes of sex and homosexuality. However, this sunflowers painting wasn't about that kind of eroticism. Anyone could enjoy it. Even if this is fake, with this quality, it is definitely worth 5,000 euros. Congratulations, Hagen said. Cavani burst into laughter. Huh? It almost feels like I forced you to say that. It is such a pleasant experience to get celebrated for buying it at 5,000 euros. But then, Sylvia, who had been watching quietly, asked, Have you done research on Karl Grunwald? Karl Grunwald became friends with Egon Schiele during World War I. He was very close to Schiele and even did a portrait model for him. Cavani was impressed. Ah! You are truly wise. I haven't thought of it. If this painting is real, I must look for Grunwald's descendants. Maybe they know something. As Grunwald was a merchant who collected antiques, he owned a number of valuable works of art. However, after Austria merged with Germany, he decided to flee. He ran away from the Nazi with a few of Egon Schiele's paintings that he had in Vienna, but unfortunately, he couldn't take sunflowers as it was in Strasbourg. Eventually, after the Nazi took Strasbourg, they stole the painting. Then, it resurfaced on an auction between the stolen artifacts in 1942. After that, Grunwald and his son tried many times to get it back. Although Cavani was impressed, Hagen wasn't that surprised. It was because of that feeling that he would get from a fake painting. However, he wasn't disappointed. He thought that since it was of great quality, the forger must have had the real painting next to him when he had made it. Then, I should start appraising. He slowly examined it, and he couldn't help but be impressed. Egon Schiele was deeply influenced by Gustav Klimt, who was like his artistic father. But afterward, he got away from Klimt's style and created his own unique and powerful outline. This painting had his own style and even his unique gloomy mood. It was hard to think of it as fake. If Hagen hadn't learned magic, he would have never thought it was fake. However, it was strange as the merchant who had sold it had been so sure that it was fake. I must congratulate you once again for buying this at 5,000 euros. It is remarkable, but why did that merchant think this was fake? Hagen asked. Cavani collected his thoughts and then explained. He said he had bought it at an extremely old antique shop in Berlin. The seller even told him that it was a great fake that would fool most appraisers, and the forger was a master like Tom Keating, Eric Hepburn, and Mark Landis. So, I asked if he wasn't tempted at all. I would have given 5 million euros without thinking twice if he had said it was real, but then he smiled. Why did he smile? Hagen asked. I wondered that as well and asked. He said credibility was everything to him,
and he would be left with nothing without it. He then added he would be in jail in no time if he had made the wrong decision, and I couldn't argue anymore, Cavani answered.
Hagen thought it was odd. That merchant had sold a real painting and a fake painting of great quality as fakes.
If he had said they were both real, he would have gotten millions of euros in cash.
That merchant is really impressive, Hagen commented. That is why I have so many questions for him. At the time, I couldn't ask as I didn't know about the painting's authenticity, but I can ask now. Cavani remained calm.
He never showed the changes in his emotion like a true leader of a prestigious family.
I see. Hagen sighed and shook his head. He couldn't find any evidence of the painting being fake. It had Egon Schiele's unique gloomy colors, his powerful outlines, and the feeling of life and death.
Hagen had planned to use magic to find out about the forger in the cellar, but he was a little disappointed to not find anything. Seeing a fake that he couldn't discern with his own skills felt as if he was being defeated by the forger. At first, he tried to find some proof without using magic because he was worried about not being able to tell others even if he knew that it was fake.
In fact, there might not be any evidence just like before.
So, he then used magic to look into the past, but he was startled and took a step back.
Sylvia saw this and came to take his hand. She asked, "Are you okay? Is there something wrong?" She meant about using magic.
When they were alone, she always warned him that the Chosen's power enabled one to do anything, but it sometimes destroyed its master.
No, it's not it.
I was just a little surprised.
May I turn off the lights? At this, Sylvia went back to her sit. Cavani gulped hard and nodded, yes.
He turned off the lights, and immediately the room became dark.
They could not even see their own hands. Hagen took out a small lamp and looked at the painting with it. 10 minutes went by in the darkness.
Then, Hagen stood up while saying, "We can turn on the lights now."
The room became bright again. Cavani couldn't wait anymore. He stood up and asked, "Why were you surprised? And why did you turn out the lights? I am very eager to know."
"Oh, first of all, this painting is fake. However, the forger is a great artist.
I almost gave up on it." Hagen was telling the truth.
If he hadn't looked into the past to find out that the forger hadn't made a rough sketch before painting it, he would have had to give up and go home. I also acknowledge the forger's skills. I would like to see him work myself.
But why is this painting fake? Cavani asked.
Hagen explained, Egon Schiele used strong and lively outlines.
So, he must have drawn rough sketches many times before painting on it.
However, this painting has no sketches.
It means it is an imitation. Remarkable. How did you find out that there was no rough sketch? Actually, Hagen had prepared some scientific tools before he got there.
He had set an appraisal room in his museum, and he also wanted to use science to make his work easier as much as he could. He had brought a few things when he came to Austria because he didn't want to be forced to not tell the truth just because there was no evidence, and one of them was the special UV lamp. Sylvia had gotten it for him, and it enabled Hagen to find out if there were rough sketches or not. It was very fortunate that he got to appraise a fake without a rough sketch right after he got it.
This is a special UV lamp.
I can check if there is a rough sketch or not with this, Hagen replied.
Oh, I see. Hagen explained, this was certainly not made recently.
Most museums do this kind of scientific analysis these days, and even auctions agencies like Christie's and Sotheby's do it, so there is no reason for such a skilled forger to leave out the rough sketch.
Then,
Hagen concluded, it was made in the 1960s or before that. There must have been no reason to bother to draw a sketch before scientific means of appraisal became popular. Of course, now he would draw the sketch and paint on it to fool science.
Cavani looked excited as he nodded.
It was probably because he was sure he had found a lead to the organization that had stolen the Nazis' paintings.
Then what are you going to do now? Heijin asked. Cavani answered, now I feel relieved to know it is fake. I have called the merchant, so why don't we have dinner while we wait? It would be my honor, Heijin replied. Oh, and you will get your fee in time after 3 days. Thank you. They had agreed on Heijin's fee before he arrived in Vienna. The Medici family accepted his terms of 1% of the appraised price and even offered an additional bonus. After that, they had a pleasant dinner and went out to the wide garden to have dessert while looking at the starry night sky. My father liked Egon Schiele's paintings a lot. However, by the time he became interested in them, they had already gotten quite expensive, and my mother didn't like them as they were indecent. But it feels so strange to get one of his painting now. It is a little hard to believe a Medici didn't like a painting because it was indecent, Heijin commented. Cavani smiled bitterly at this and said, actually, it is a little embarrassing to say this to an outsider, but my father had affairs with many women, like Egon Schiele's father. Oh, that explains why your mother didn't like Egon Schiele's paintings. Egon Schiele's father had syphilis and even transferred it to his pregnant wife, making her miscarry the child. As Egon Schiele's sister also died of congenital syphilis, his interest and fear for sexuality eventually showed itself in his paintings. We made such great progress on your day of arrival, so I feel we will get good results afterward. If we get lucky, we might be able to find a lot of the lost Nazi artifacts, Cavani commented. I hope so, too. But then, a servant came to them and said, Mr. Matthias is here. The conversation stopped there, and the silhouette of an old man came very slowly. He was small and couldn't walk with ease, so he was clearly very old. Welcome. I apologize for calling you so suddenly, Cavani said. How can I say no to your request when I make my living with paintings? Cavani and the man appeared to be very close, but Heijin couldn't say anything as he was too shocked. Although the man was old, he could recognize his face. He was the forger he had seen through magic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, What Happened in Austria, 4. Chapter 199, What Happened in Austria, 4. In his youth, he had chosen one of the paintings, piled up at one side, to imitate it. He was wearing a one-eye magnifying glass to see the painting better, and his cotton shirt was covered in so many colors that it was hard to know what color it had been at first. The handsome and lively man, who had been painting with passion, now showed up here as an old man. This is your favorite 2011 Bordeaux Grand Cru. Cavani had his servant bring some wine, and the old man brightened up while saying, Oh, my mouth is going to have a good time since forever. Well, why have you called this old man? And who is this lady with blue eyes and that Asian? Cavani smiled brightly and introduced Heijin and Sylvia in English. This man here is Mr. Park, he is a special appraiser my family has invited. He has extraordinary talents and inspiration. If he had known how to paint, my family would have gotten an artist to sponsor. The old forger looked at Heijin, clearly interested. A special appraiser of the Medici, and an Asian, I am surprised at. His English was good, probably because he was an art dealer. Although he said so, his eyes showed contempt. Actually, discrimination on Asians happens frequently in Europe. In a way, it was unusual for Cavani di Piero Medici to be fond of Heijin regardless of his race. You won't think so once you see what he can do. Cavani sensed the hidden meaning in the old forger's remark and smiled bitterly. Then he continued, and this beautiful lady here is Sylvia, Mr. Park's partner. Oh, nice to meet you. Are you from America? Or Spain? Or Morocco? Spanish women are passionate and splendid. Although I've never met you before, I can feel that passion in your eyes, but it could be natural for him to be curious as Sylvia's skin was a healthy brown unlike white people, but Heijin didn't like that attitude. He looked like he would collapse and die at any moment, and he was trying to flirt. Thank you, but I am here for work.
That kind of compliment is not appropriate, so please stop, Sylvia firmly replied. The old man then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew you would be so charming. I'm Matthias Leno. Getting to talk with you alone is worth coming all this way. Have you heard about me?
Hagen frowned, and Cavani hastily stopped Matthias. That would be enough with the introductions. Matthias, you were not so talkative when you were with me, but now you are chattering like a little girl. It feels like I am seeing someone else. Ha, I shouldn't have humiliated myself in front of the head of the Medici family. I apologize. Cavani continued, I called you here because I have a few questions. Of course, there will be matters you cannot easily talk about, but I hope you would answer wisely, considering the relation between us. In a way, it sounded like a threat. Matthias realized how serious the situation was and said, that is scary enough. Okay. One of the two paintings you sold me before is real, Cavani then said. What? It is real? Hagen carefully studied his reaction. Judging from his skills capable of making a fake Egon Schiele's sunflowers, he thought he must have known Alexander Archipenko's painting had been real. However, Matthias seemed to know nothing about that painting. Cavani grimly nodded, I am delighted to be so fortunate, but as you well know, this is a very sensitive matter. If that painting has resurfaced, a lot of the other paintings can be slumbering somewhere. So, you want me to tell you from where I got it? Matthias asked. Yes. Matthias stroked his few streaks of beard and soon shook his head. As I told you before, credibility is everything to me. I cannot tell, even if it is you who are asking. His refusal made Cavani frown. I must have expressed myself in the wrong way if it sounded like I was asking. I am sorry, but I am not asking. You must tell me the truth here. Even you cannot push me like this. This is about my credibility. Matthias resisted harder than expected, so Cavani's expression turned cold. Then, Hagen asked him, are you connected to the people who made the fake painting? Cavani looked at him with surprise. It was as if he was asking Hagen what nonsense he was making up. However, Hagen didn't simply look at him, instead, he kept staring at Matthias. What are you talking about? Matthias asked back. Hagen wasn't just asking. As he had casted a confession spell, Matthias couldn't lie. However, he couldn't ask directly if he was the forger. Even if he would answer truthfully. In fact, both Cavani and Matthias would suspect Hagen had added some kind of drug to the wine. Hagen, therefore, had to be careful not to be doubted, so he couldn't push the man further. Do you know how to paint? Matthias stammered at another unexpected question, but soon he started speaking. Yes, but why are you asking? I'm just curious. Did you learn it from school? I guess you wanted to be an artist, Hagen commented. I attended the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, but why do you keep asking me these things? Matthias asked again. Although he was answering, he couldn't understand why he was replying to Hagen's questions. I am just curious because you said you were an art dealer. Hagen really wished he could ask, it was you who imitated Egon Schiele's painting, wasn't it? But Cavani seemed to think Hagen had to have a reason to keep asking those sort of questions, so he took it from there and said, if I'm not wrong, I've never heard that you attended the University of Applied Arts in Vienna. As far as I knew, you studied economics in America. Were you lying to me before? It turned out Matthias had lied to him before about majoring in economics. Matthias couldn't say anything. He was capable of not answering as it was Cavani's question, not Hagen's. The spell itself wasn't enough to make him confess the truth. The question had to be asked with magic, so Cavani's question had no great power. However, because of that, both Cavani and Matthias didn't get suspicious. You must know I can find out about your works and grades if I want to. You'd better tell me yourself. Matthias had to talk as Cavani kept pressing him and said, actually, I did study art at the university, but I wasn't trying to fool you. I was just ashamed as I never made a good painting, but. Hagen interrupted him again, it is strange. The University of Applied Arts in Vienna is a prestigious university of art. If you had said you had graduated from there, your words would have had much more trustworthiness. I really can't understand why you said you learned economics that has nothing to do with art. This made Matthias frown even harder. Hagen was trying hard to reveal his weak points. Matthias then raised his voice, don't you know that most art dealers haven't majored in art? Of course. However, although there aren't many art dealers who have graduated from the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, there can be no reason to bother to hide that fact. Well, you must have had your own reasons, but I really cannot understand it, Hagen replied. Who do you think you are to keep lecturing me like that? Matthias now yelled in German. However, seeing this, Cavani grimly said, it is really strange. You have never lost your temper like this in front of me, but you are now yelling at Mr. Park. Is there really something? Have you really made a forgery of Egon Schiele's painting? The second he finished speaking, Hagen immediately added, did you do it? He hadn't planned to ask directly like that, but thanks to Cavani, who suddenly asked a sharp question, he was able to add his own question. I didn't. Huh? Hagen was rather surprised to hear the answer. There was no way Matthias was capable of countering his magic. Then, Matthias wasn't the one who Hagen had seen the past. He didn't mean to ask further, but he couldn't help asking, then, who is that forger? Hagen immediately regretted making a stupid mistake, but Matthias' answer was something he really didn't expect. It's my brother. Matthias wasn't shocked by his own answer and continued to explain, I lost my life because of him. I had to give up painting because of him. That idiot, he abandoned the pride of an artist and his family for money. He then knelt to Cavani while looking down and muttered, I cannot lose my credibility because of him. I swear, I have nothing to do with him. I even gave up my dream because of him. Matthias gave up and tried to find a way to survive. Okay. If you are telling the truth, who is your brother? Matthias explained, he is Benedict Leno, and he attended the University of Applied Arts with me. He had great talent in art, so everyone around him had huge expectations about him. However, he then left home because he thought our family wasn't supporting him enough and became a forger. At first, I even worked with him as it was to help our poor family, but I stopped after we got enough to live by. After that, me and my mother tried to stop Benedict, but he wouldn't listen. His talents bloomed in his forgeries, and it became impossible to tell them apart from rails. But, Matthias continued, because one of his fakes, a Jewish family with considerable power, went bankrupt, and he became a runaway. That was more than 3 decades ago. I've never seen him after that and only heard rumors about him sometimes. Hagen interrupted to be sure, is that really true? Matthias looked down, heartbroken, and said, yes. Hagen was asking with magic, so it had to be true. Then, do you know where he is? Matthias quickly shook his head at this, I haven't heard about him for more than a decade. Maybe he is dead. I started to think he was dead at some point and didn't even try to find him. Hagen had been thinking he was about to catch the guy, but it was another dead end. He felt sorry for the man as he knew he was telling the truth, but then Matthias said something unexpected. I cannot tell you from where I got the fake Egon Schiele's painting, but I can tell you how I got Archipenko's painting. Cavani frowned and leaned forward while asking, how did you get it? From the Vatican. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Bait to Catch the Big Fish, 1. Chapter 200, Bait to Catch the Big Fish, 1. The person who reacted most passionately to the word Vatican wasn't Cavani or Hagen. It was Sylvia. She grabbed Hagen's arm and whispered, I've been keeping an eye on the Vatican, too. A number of artifacts with great mana have come out from there. However, I couldn't get closer. Hagen thought it was serious.
Maybe the Trinitatis was the organization that had stolen the artifacts the Nazi had stolen.
Then the Trinitatis was hiding in the Vatican.
Your story really surprises me.
Cavani didn't say anything more.
Messing up with the Vatican was something hard to imagine, even to the Medici family that had a huge influence on the art world. Additionally, the power it had in Italy wasn't something the Medici could dare to compare with its own.
However, it was different for Hagen. Now that he had a chance to go after them, he couldn't miss it. So, Archipenko's painting really came out from the Vatican? Hagen asked. Yes. Matthias looked irritated, but Hagen didn't even frown. He asked again, then what about this? What? Hagen continued, you said your brother painted Egon Schiele's sunflowers. Why don't you make a fake yourself and offer it to the Vatican? Silence fell. Then Cavani looked at Hain, clearly shocked, and asked, Mr. Matthias here is an art dealer. Are you saying he should make a fake? One of great quality like the sunflowers? Hagen looked at Matthias, who was still in a daze, and answered as if it was nothing. Once you start painting, that technique never goes away. It's like riding a bike, you never forget it. And, if you were once a forger, I think you have been painting from time to time to keep your skills. Am I wrong?
I've never stopped painting entirely, but I am not as good as my brother, Matthias confirmed.
Cavani smiled at this. Well, I am getting surprised many times today. I thought you had never touched paint till a few minutes ago, and you are thinking of making a fake. Let me tell you again. Benedict was a genius. I will never be as good as him, Matthias replied. Cavani turned to Hagen and asked, are you planning to send his fake to the Vatican? Hagen answered, yes. If we make a fake of one of the paintings that went missing at the time and spread rumors about it in the Vatican, they will surely react. They must be the ones who stole the paintings the Nazi had stolen. Do you think Mr. Matthias can make such a fake of great quality? Cavani asked. Hagen thought he could and said, we can give up if it's not good enough. We should see what he can do first. Cavani nodded and spoke to Matthias. I don't want you to lose your business and become homeless on the streets. Just help me with this, and my family will become the closest friend of yours. I will try if you promise not to scold me afterward for not being good enough, Matthias replied. Good. Please rest here today and start tomorrow. If you need anything, tell my servants. Matthias was about to say something about being asked to stay there for the night, but then he gave up and left, following a servant. As Sylvia looked him leaving, she asked, but you must have the real painting to make a fake of it. Which painting are you going to use? You are not thinking of Archipenko's painting, right? Instead of answering that question, Hagen said to Cavani, I thought the Medici family would have at least one painting the Nazi had stolen. If there isn't, then we won't be able to make that fake for a long time. Cavani smiled, called a servant, and gave him some orders. Then, he spoke with that aristocratic confidence, I have a painting of Titian. Oh, Hagen was genuinely impressed. Titian was the greatest artist in the history of Venetia who led the Italian Renaissance. His painting would be enough to draw their attention. However, he had a question. Has Titian's painting been stolen by the Nazi? Cavani confirmed, yes. At the time, they took a lot of gold from the Jews and took it to Portugal. The documents of America's Department of State also says that the amount of gold in Portugal soared up during World War II. Oh. It was another interesting story which Hagen had never heard before. Cavani explained, the gold they took to Portugal would be worth $1 billion now, but what is interesting is that the artifacts Hermann Göring collected were also moved to Portugal. Oh, then they... Cavani continued, yes, they could not openly sell it and said they had bought it from a Nazi spy.
What is even more interesting is that Titian's painting was among the paintings that were put on Mauerbach charity auction but then vanished afterward.
Shouldn't it be enough to make them interested? Heijen brightened up.
It couldn't be better than this, and he replied, of course, of course. Even though the painting that was sold during the war and the paintings they smuggled away are different, it clearly had belonged to the Nazi. So, if we spread rumors about how it is one of the missing paintings, they will have to lunge in for it. The next day, Heijen, Sylvia, Cavani and Matthias had lunch in a pleasant mood as if nothing had happened yesterday. Then they went up to a small room on the first floor of the mansion. There were paper, colors, and painting tools already waiting for Matthias.
He rather calmly got ready and sat down.
Although I did ask for it, I didn't know you would get me everything in less than a day. The power of the Medici family is truly remarkable. The paper in front of him looked very old, even to the ignorant eyes.
Cavani smiled. My family has a number of old books.
Of course, most of them have meaningful records and considerable value, but some are just old without any significant meaning.
I just prepared the kind you wanted.
Of course, my employees had to work all night to put the paper together.
The first step of making a forgery is getting the paper that was used at the time.
As Titian worked from the late 15th century to the early 16th century, they had to get the paper of the time to at least start. Although Cavani said the paper wasn't that important, surviving for such a long time alone made it precious enough.
Is that your faith in me? Matthias looked like he couldn't understand.
If a less good forger worked with such precious paper, it would just be turned into some trash less valuable than toilet paper. It wouldn't have been easy to give it to Matthias, without believing in his skills. Yes, and it is also faith on Mr. Park who trusts you. Cavani's servant explained, I have prepared all the colors you asked for, flake white, pure ultramarine, madder lake, burnt sienna, malachite, yellow ochre, red ochre, orpiment, and ivory black.
Matthias nodded with satisfaction, good.
More than everything, getting to see Titian's painting with my own eyes makes me think helping you isn't all that bad, Mr. Cavani. As he said, what drew attention the most in that room was Titian's painting in the middle.
Heijen also couldn't help exclaiming, so, that is the painting from Titian that you have.
In the painting, there was a man wearing a strange coat with a tall dog. As the man was wearing a luxurious coat that even most aristocrats couldn't afford, he had to be Karl V. The records say my family paid quite a lot for it. Of course, as it is Titian's, I would have paid at least that much myself, Cavani replied.
Heijen nervously asked Matthias, who was sitting in front of the paper, do you think you can do this? You made me do this because you thought I could, didn't you? Then wait patiently.
His reply was cold, but it satisfied Heijen. He could feel that Matthias was confident enough. Maybe he had felt jealous of his brother Benedict. If he had, this was the opportunity to show his skills. His gaze alone said he wasn't about to hold a brush again simply because he couldn't refuse.
I'm sorry. Then please start. Matthias started to imitate the painting. To draw the Vatican's attention, he didn't make any rough sketch.
The painting had to turn out to be fake easily so that they would believe it was one of their own fakes which had been leaked. Like his brother, he wore a one-eye magnifying glass and put a support bar in front of the paper to stop his hand from shaking and paint in details.
As such a painting couldn't be done in a day or two, Cavani went back to Florence to take care of his family's business. Heijen and Sylvia, instead, stayed with Matthias and watched him work. They were not standing to guard him.
Instead, watching his painting being created was a pleasant experience on its own.
Cavani came back to Austria 4 days after.
Remarkable, truly remarkable.
I didn't know you were capable of this. When he returned, he kept exclaiming when seeing the painting.
Although I used to paint from time to time, it's been more than 5 years since I held a brush for the last time.
I am surprised as well. Even Matthias couldn't believe it and dreamily stared at his own painting. It was perfect, even to Heijen.
Of course, the last procedure still remained, but it was as good as Benedict's sunflowers. Actually, Hadrian hadn't expected Matthias to be this good. He had thought a little lack of skills would not be a problem in dragging them to the Vatican, but to his surprise, he got a forgery of remarkable quality.
Was it luck? Sylvia asked.
However, Hadrian shook his head. No, mere luck cannot do this. In art, technique has its limits. The difference between a master and a skilled painter is as thin as paper. That slight difference is made by philosophy in mind, and Mr. Matthias got it as he got older.
Sometimes, you improve by not doing anything. I see. Sylvia was really impressed.
Matthias was proud of himself and was about to say something with a smile, but Cavani spoke first. When I was in Florence, I tried to find some records about the Vatican, and I found something very strange going on.
What is it?
Cavani hesitated before speaking. When I followed the artifacts coming out of the Vatican, I traced them to Marco Veriano's shipping company.
What? Who is Marco Veriano? Cavani didn't answer that question. Instead, the shocked Matthias did. Mafia, he is the most powerful mafia boss in Italy, but
if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 3. Chapter 201, Bait to Catch the Big Fish, 2. Chapter 201, Bait to Catch the Big Fish, 2. The rumor about secret deal between Vatican and Italian mafias had existed since very long ago. Of course, there is no way to find out if that rumor is real, but as Hadrian really hadn't cared about both Vatican and Italian mafias, he was quite surprised at Matthias's answer. Do you think Vatican and mafias really have that kind of relationship?
Hadrian had assumed the Trinitatis was hiding in Vatican, but it had to be little part of Roman Curia. However, it was hard to think that few of them had made secret deal with mafias.
That's not it. Cavani sat down and grimly explained.
The black connection that existed between Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, former president of the Vatican Bank in early 80s, and the mafias is very famous. People used to march on streets because of it till a few years ago. So the deal between Vatican and mafias itself doesn't surprise me, but I haven't expected it to be about artifacts. I didn't know Vatican was in situation urgent enough to stretch out to such black money. In everywhere in the world, the easiest way to form secret fund is to buy artifacts. As they are easy to trade for cash, their value goes up in time and the price is up to the seller. It is hard to collect tax on it.
In fact, artifact is the best thing to make secret fund, but it wasn't like Vatican didn't have artifacts.
It rather had the most precious artifacts, much more than any other city and organization, and once they decided to sell them, they could get almost unlimited amount of money. But the problem was that they could never mess up with precious artifacts, but what can replace them are forgeries. With good forgeries, you can get money as if you own your own money factory, so once you start making money with forgeries, it is not easy to stop.
Do you remember the government official who came to see me in Korea? Are you talking about Giorgio Sayer of Cultural Heritage Bureau? Yes, that middle-aged fat man.
At the time, I thought he was trying to be a guardian of Italian artifacts, but as I observed his word and actions, I got suspicious of him.
Cavani got serious more than ever. Please explain. I don't have any objective proof, it's just my feeling. I'm not sure.
But it felt like he was connected to those mafias who tried to hire me. At the time, Hadrian had found out Giorgio Sayer was working with mafias with his magic, but as he himself wasn't directly involved in that matter, so he had just moved on. However, as things proceeded in this way, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant anymore. He felt bad about doubting a person without any evidence, but that was the truth.
It's only your feeling? That's why I haven't told you about it. But now I cannot keep pretending to know nothing. As I have no proof, you can ignore what I just said. No, thank you for telling me. As it is your feeling, I cannot ignore it. Artists' feeling is different from that of ordinary people. But isn't it better this way?
It might become a chance to get rid of those mafias who are after artifacts.
Hagen sounded positive, but Cavani gave hollow laughter at this. Ha, you are very optimistic.
I wish you were right, but in this country, all cops and politicians are connected to the mafias.
No matter how huge are the crimes they commit and no matter how solid are the proofs they leave, they cannot be eliminated. Messing up with them would be suicide. Oh. It is really serious. Anyway, if Mr. Matthias's painting draws their attention, we might be able to go after both Vatican and mafias. But we should make it go to Vatican, not mafias. Then, Matthias snorted and interrupted. It is all up to the seller anyway. Even if some odd people try to disturb, they won't be able to do a thing if I refuse to sell. I would be able to relax if you sell it yourself. Matthias worked in whole Europe, not just in Austria.
If he sold himself, there would be nothing to worry about.
I'm the one who bought a painting from them, so selling one to them can't be hard. But more than that, do you have what I asked for? Matthias spoke. It wouldn't be any problem. Cavani nodded and called his servant.
He came with a small paint can as tall as thumb. Cavani saw him hand it over to Matthias and asked,
"What is it for?" "You asked for specific brand, is that for special use?"
"As you know, although the painting itself had finished, I must do one more thing.
I should leave the trace of time on it." "You're talking about craquelures." "This is varnish. There are two types of varnish, oil-based and volatile. This is volatile." "I know that. My servant told me so." Matthias looked at the painting can as if it were some kind of funny toy. "This is a little different from ordinary varnish. You must know it, but this is vernis craquelure made by a French company called Lefranchite Bourgeois. When applied on painting, it will make the paints crack in about 20 minutes.
Oh. And if I apply a little dirt after the varnish is dried, it will make quite decent craquelures."
Hagen was impressed, too.
He had known a few methods of creating craquelure, but he hadn't known this one. Just as he had thought, Matthias must have been jealous of his genius brother and had kept researching.
Matthias quickly finished the painting.
After a day, he carefully framed it and left to Vatican, Italy.
Hagen and Sylvia were with him.
Matthias had changed into an ordinary man seen in any rural area from the greedy and spooky man he had been, probably because of the painting he had finished. It appeared he wasn't jealous of his brother anymore after making a good painting. They unpacked at a hotel in Rome, rented a special non-vibration vehicle, and went to Sistine Chapel. Vatican is a small city-state near Rome and has its own administration system. As it is surrounded by walls built in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, you must go inside. They sat down at a small coffee shop near the chapel. A gentleman in his 40s came and spoke to Matthias.
"I didn't know we would get to meet again so early. But these people are."
The man was wearing black suit and black shirt, so Italian man's unique chicness was even greater with him.
"These are my clients. This is Marcisio, he handles loan with artifact collateral at IOR Vatican Bank."
The man who handled loan with artifact collateral was here to buy a painting, and even a fake. It was a little funny.
"Nice to meet you, I'm Mr. Park from Korea." Marcisio nodded but didn't care about him more. He asked Matthias, "So why are they here?" "I told you, they are my clients. If you don't buy the painting, they will." Marcisio was offended. He frowned. "So you want me to compete with them? It's absurd."
Matthias smiled and took a sip of espresso that was so bitter that Hagen was sure he would never be able to get used to.
"But everything in this world is competition. Of course, I have no intent to force you.
I just luckily got to know these clients from Asia, but I came all the way here instead of handing the painting over to them because I wanted to show it to you first. If it hadn't been because of you, I would have sold it to this beautiful couple I met in Venice."
Marcisio snorted. "Ha! Do you think they would be able to bring it home, even if they bought it?
You must know the Cultural Heritage Bureau is being even strict on each customs, but
have you forget that I said the painting was fake? But they won't let it out just because it is fake. He was right, even fakes couldn't go through customs easily.
It would be different for souvenir imitations, but with such delicately made forgery, they would ask questions about who made it and at how much Hagen had bought it.
And it would be lucky if they let it pass after asking.
But as the customs would confiscate the painting until investigation is done, having the painting taken at the airport would just mean blowing off the money. Plus, when the customs workers conclude the forgery might be used for crimes, they look into the intention of the buyer and the seller. And as Italy work hard to protect its artifacts, at least officially, once the customs found out about the forgery's existence, Hagen might not be able to come back to Italy again.
Matthias spoke as if he couldn't understand why Marcisio was still angry.
As I said before, I came all the way here to Vatican just to give you a chance.
I cannot understand why you are so sharp. You really brought them without any bad will? Why would I lie to you? It's not like it is really Titian's painting. Do you think I will sell Titian's painting to these Asians? People like you would sell your own parents for money, so what would stop you from selling to Asians? Ha, you speak like you have no interest in money.
They argued for some time, but none of them left the spot first. Marcisio stared at Matthias, glanced at Hagen and Sylvia, and nodded.
Matthias gestured at him to follow.
He stood up and went to the non-vibration truck parked nearby. Because of the 10 light bulbs lighting the inner side, it was even brighter than broad daylight. Because of it, the painting in the middle of it shined like a solo singer standing alone on the stage.
Impressive. Marcisio exclaimed when he saw it. It was not just because it was Titian's painting. He was impressed by the forger's skills of making a fake look like the real painting. Are you going to buy this? Marcisio didn't even think twice to nod. How much is it? This is extremely precious forgery. Anne? Enough, just tell me the price. €1,000,000. Do you even know it is not real? Of course. If it is too much for you, then there's nothing I can do about it.
Matthias shrugged and looked at Hagen and Sylvia, who were making a fuss in front of the painting.
They excited chatted in English as if they had never seen the painting before and kept saying, "How much is it?" Like they were ready to pay immediately. I cannot decide on this myself. Then how long am I supposed to wait? As you can see, I have some very impatient clients waiting here. Ha! Merchants. He still didn't seem to believe Matthias had met the Asians by chance. But as Matthias had said, he didn't have a choice. He called someone and talked on the phone for a long time. Then he hung up and spoke. He will be here soon. Who will? Cardinal Pirosa. It was then. Sylvia's eyes started to shake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, What the Depressed Man Left, 1. Chapter 202, What the Depressed Man Left, 1. Marcisio went out of the car to bring someone. Sylvia still seemed to be in a daze, so Hagen took her hand and asked, "Do you know him?" Sylvia was about to speak, but then she hesitated. She couldn't talk in front of Matthias. She made Hagen get out of the car with her. Then, she took him to the coffee shop they had been at a while ago. She gathered her thoughts with the bitter espresso in front of her and started to explain. The rules of the desert are strict, so people cannot trust any god other than Allah. Of course, I do not have any connection with the Vatican, but there is one man whose name I know of. Is that Cardinal Pirosa? Hagen asked. She bit her lips and nodded, yes. I got to know about him through Matt Velen about 3 years ago. At the time, I was spending a lot of money on finding vestigiums spread all around the world, but the Vatican was the place where I tried the most. I couldn't give up on the numerous records and artifacts of the Curia Romana. It was kind of ironic that a Muslim got interested in the Vatican. So, you approached the cardinal? Hadrian asked. Sylvia replied, funnily, he approached me first. He gave me lots of information about artifacts through the finance company I used to manage at the time, and we gave him more than 2 million euros. Of course, we paid in cash, so he probably got all of that money. It was enough to make Hadrian think that Cardinal was crazy but smart. However, Sylvia's story didn't end there. After that, he kept contacting us, offering to find us a number of Catholic artifacts. We had no reason to refuse. Actually, I got most of the vestigiums I have from him, including the one I gave you, but I met him a few days before that incident. That incident. Are you talking about what Celia did to you? Hadrian asked. Sylvia answered, yes, at the time, after I had dinner with you, I met him. Actually, almost no one knows about this. Few knew that Cardinal Pirosa was in America at the time. Well, the meeting between a Catholic cardinal and a Muslim princess could have been quite an issue, Hadrian commented. Sylvia explained, he showed up looking like someone else, so anyone who didn't know him well wouldn't have thought he was a cardinal. Anyway, he kept warning me that I was in great danger, and if I kept trying to cross the line, I would surely meet death. Wait, but that's not right. Didn't you just say he approached you first? Hadrian asked. Sylvia continued, that was why I was so puzzled at the time. I couldn't understand why he was suddenly acting like that. However, as we talked, I got to find out that he was either a member of the Trinitatis or someone who knew well about it. At first, he hadn't known what I was up to but approached me for money, and it appeared he got to find out only later. The situation was complicated enough, but Hadrian thought this could also be an opportunity. Wouldn't things go wrong if I stay here? Sylvia looked nervous, but Hadrian took her hand and comforted her. It's fine. Your face has changed anyway, so he won't recognize you. He would never think you are Princess Hasena, no matter how clever he is. Then, he went back to the truck with her. He did that because there was no way the cardinal would recognize her, but also because he thought she would play an important role in this deal. After a while, Marcisio showed up with a priest who looked like the kindest man in the world. Sylvia started to sweat again, so he had to be Cardinal Pirosa. He was wearing a black priest's cloak. With his white hair and fat belly, he looked like a nice guy in your neighborhood. Oh, it's been a long time, Mr. Matthias. You have become younger during the last few years. He seemed to know Matthias well. He then took his hand and greeted him. Then, the cardinal said hello to Hadrian and Sylvia for formality's sake, but he didn't seem to recognize her. Hadrian had thought he would not be able to know as Sylvia had gone through cosmetic surgery, but he had been slightly nervous. It was fortunate that he had been right. Seeing a young couple makes me feel young again and delights me. Welcome to the Vatican. Cardinal Pirosa spoke loudly in Italian, then repeated it in English. Whenever he smiled, the end of his eyes bent in a crescent shape. His laughter seemed to have the power to make people lower their guard. I didn't know we would get to meet, either. I came here without letting you know first. I'm sorry for taking your time, Matthias then said. Oh, please don't be. Talking to you is one of my few pleasures. I am rather excited about the unexpected gift. Is this the forgery of Titian's painting? Oh. When he spotted the painting, he was startled and went closer to it. He couldn't manage to touch it, but he traced his hand on it as if he wanted to. His hand shaking a few inches above the painting showed how much he was eager to touch it. Remarkable, so remarkable. But, do you know where it originally came from? Coldness started to radiate from the old man's eyes. However, Matthias wasn't bothered by it and kept on with the plan. This painting? Well, it would take some time to talk about this painting. Please, go ahead. I have a lot of time today.
Listening to your story is always pleasant, so it can't be better, Cardinal Pirosa said while crossing his arms and stared at Matthias with his deep gaze.
Actually, I've been keeping this at my home all along.
I got it in Austria, 1997, Matthias explained. The charity auction of Mauerbach had taken place in 1996. So, saying he had gotten it in 1997 was like saying the painting had flown out when those who had stolen the Nazis' paintings made the fakes.
Pirosa's eyebrows moved because of it, and Hagen didn't miss it. Interesting. How did you get it at the time? Matthias answered, I'm afraid I cannot tell you that. You know how it is.
This painting is only a fake, and demanding me to confess how I got it is like stripping me of everything.
You are asking too much. KHMM.
The cardinal's wrinkles got even deeper.
Time passed. Hagen and Sylvia tried making another fuss about the painting, but he didn't even flinch.
He spoke after a long time.
All right, I will buy it.
Matthias apologized to Hagen and Sylvia, of course in English. Well,
I am sorry. I must sell the painting to them.
Cardinal Pirosa here wants to buy it, to show it to the young students for educational purposes. Matthias knew they could understand Italian, but they were on an act together.
Oh, but I really wanted to buy it. I'm sorry.
The cardinal wants to buy it for the younger generation, and there's nothing I can do. Hagen tried to look disappointed, then he shrugged inside.
I guess I have to give up.
It should be used for students. The cardinal patted his shoulders while looking sorry and said, I am sorry. As you have made a good decision for the students, you will be blessed. Actually, they hadn't known the deal would go on so easily. As the price was high, both Hagen and Matthias had expected there would be a tug-of-war, but as the cardinal accepted so quickly, they were both surprised, although they didn't show it. Well, anyway, when Hagen shook hands with him, he secretly casted a tracking spell and a hearing spell on his cloak. Selling the painting was important on its own, but what Hagen wanted the most was to track the cardinal, who was probably a member of the Trinitatis, and to take care of him and his associates. The moment he took Sylvia's hand and got off the truck, the cardinal started to talk about something else to Matthias.
Thank you for bringing such a good painting.
Matthias replied, that is what I do for a living, so there's no need to thank me.
Then how are you going to pay? More than that, are you interested in buying another painting? The cardinal asked. Another painting.
It's Van Gogh's.
Do you want it? Cardinal Pirosa asked again. It cannot be his real painting, right? Matthias asked back.
The cardinal confirmed, but it is real, it is not a fake.
It is really Vincent van Gogh's. Now, Matthias became the one who had to pay a huge sum of money.
If Cardinal Pirosa really had Van Gogh's painting, Matthias had to buy it, no matter how much he asked for it. A real painting from Van Gogh was worth it.
Matthias couldn't answer quickly.
He had achieved what he had come for, so he just had to leave the Vatican now, but he was now being tempted by an irresistible chance. Eventually, he couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, May I see the painting first?
Of course. You cannot buy it without seeing it. But, could you tell me more on how you got this painting? Pirosa didn't give up and asked again, but thankfully, Matthias knew well why he was there. I'm sorry.
If that is what I must pay to buy Van Gogh's painting, I'm afraid I must give up, Matthias replied.
Okay. It's a shame, but I guess I should give up. Then, could you follow me? Matthias drove the truck and went near St. Peter's Basilica.
Then, he disappeared to somewhere with the cardinal.
Hagen couldn't miss them, so he tried to follow them with Sylvia, but he couldn't get into the basilica.
So, they just roamed around in front of it for a long time. As he could hear Matthias exclaiming at seeing the painting through the hearing spell, he wasn't that worried.
Matthias came out about an hour after.
Then, they returned to the hotel. He asked for 50 million euros. But if what I saw is really Van Gogh's painting, I cannot give up on it. So, I want you to appraise it. However, Hagen frowned hard and said, appraising it wouldn't be a problem. It's not like I have to work for free. 1% fee would give me 500,000 euros, so I have no reason to refuse. But you introduced me as a tourist earlier. Wouldn't it be a problem if you bring me back as an appraiser? Matthias nodded. That is the problem. I know Mr. Cavani well. He never makes mistakes and doesn't trust others easily. I cannot trust any appraiser except for you who has gained his trust. Is there really no way? It wasn't like Hagen had a plan. But then, Sylvia carefully asked, what if something bad happens to the cardinal? Then, wouldn't he send someone else to make the deal? How? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, What the Depressed Man Left, 2. Chapter 203, What the Depressed Man Left, 2. Sylvia bit her lips and started to explain. Cardinal Pirosa was born in Greece, but he came to Italy when he was a boy. Because of that, he has always been interested in art, even after he became a cardinal. Matthias, while looking puzzled, interrupted her, you seem to know the cardinal very well. I had my reasons to know. I hope that won't be a problem? Of course not. Please, go on. As Matthias previously looked like an old man who wanted to win a young and pretty girl, he used to be rude with Sylvia. But now, he was certainly a different man. However, Hagen didn't know if it was because he had gotten rid of his jealousy or had realized Sylvia wasn't someone he wanted to mess up with. Anyway, Hagen liked that change of attitude. Sylvia continued, he has used his discerning eye to get wealth and has been sponsoring young and talented artists with that money. Impressive. I've never heard about that. Matthias was truly shocked, and his jaw dropped. Sylvia didn't care and kept looking at Hagen while explaining, it might look like he is a good man, but unlike his warm smile, he is very evil. Most of the artists he sponsors have been sexually abused by him. Is that true? Of course, but I have no solid proof, Sylvia replied. Although she said she had no proof, her seriousness proved she hadn't said that lightly. Then how do you know about it? Hagen asked. Although there is no evidence, there are many victims, Sylvia answered. So? Sylvia explained, if you agree, I am going to make one of them expose everything. It was a good idea, but it bothered Hagen. Is it something like Me Too? Catholic priests have wronged so many young people to call it Me Too. It is just one of those unspoken crimes, Sylvia replied. However, the victims will be forced to recall the bad times. Would it be really good for them? Hagen worriedly asked. Sylvia crossed her arms and sighed, as I grew up learning the rules of Islam, I am probably more conservative than both of you. However, this is not only about them. Cardinal Pirosa is still sponsoring a number of young artists, and one of them is going to be given a private lecture at his home this evening. But how on earth do you know all this? Even the Medici family cannot know this much, Matthias commented. Sylvia just shrugged her shoulder while saying, I just got lucky. You do not reveal the source of the paintings you sell, right? It is the same for me, so please don't ask about my sources. Sylvia could gather information much better than the NIS did. The sources she had set when she used to be Princess Hasena were paid by the Abu Dhabi family, and as they only had a few missions to do, they could dig up even deeper info. Matthias' face reddened at Sylvia's firm refusal and said, Of course. We all have our own story and ways, so I understand. But you know that what you just said is too big, right? It might bring about huge consequences. I know, I am also not the one who told the victims to expose everything. They told me more than once they wanted to expose it at the right moment. What do you want to do? Sylvia asked. Hagen had felt bad about forcing the victims to talk, but if they wanted to do it, he had no reason to feel guilty.
What if they expose it? Hagen next asked.
Then Italy and the Vatican will be in shock, and the Cardinal wouldn't be able to show up to meet us.
He will send someone else instead. Someone he can trust, Sylvia answered. Then let's do it.
After a few hours, the scandal big enough to shake the entire Italy came out. They had made no preparation for it, but as the matter was too important, news reports about it came out in no time.
Of course, the Roman Curia was on a state of emergency.
When Hagen put on a suit and went into a shabby house near St. Peter's Basilica with Matthias, someone they had never met before was waiting for them. He was a young priest, probably not even 30 yet, and his face and smile were both very charming.
I've been waiting for you.
You must have seen news about it, but I'm afraid the Cardinal wouldn't be able to come here.
So, I came on his behalf. I hope it isn't a problem? Matthias smiled and waved his hand. Of course not. I am always pleased to meet you, Father Grinoa. Father Grinoa worked for Cardinal Pirosa. Sylvia and Matthias had told Hagen he would be there.
Although he was young, he was ambitious and thorough, so the Cardinal trusted him.
This man is... He is an appraiser.
He is working for the Medici family, but I brought him for this special occasion, Matthias replied.
Appraiser of the Medici family? Then you must be very good at your job. Nice to meet you. You can call me Grinoa. Nice to meet you, too. Isn't it cheating for a priest to be so handsome? I envy you, Hagen then said. Grinoa burst into laughter. Ha! You are a funny man. I've never thought of myself as handsome. I wish we could talk more, but as the situation is urgent, let's proceed fast. Would you like to see the painting first? The painting was leaning against a wall, so Grinoa took off the cloth on it. Oh, dot. Even to the ignorant eyes, it was clearly in Gauguin's style. Its unique swirling colors seemed to draw people in. Grinoa was clearly proud of it and said, "This is the portrait of Dr. Gachet." As you must know, he was a homeopathic doctor and artist who lived with Vincent van Gogh for 2 months before his death. It was categorized as decadent art by the Nazi and was excluded from their collection. Then, Hermann Göring bought it for his own collection. He was supposed to explain how it ended up there after that, but he finished there as if it was only natural. Matthias nodded to Hagen. It meant he had to start appraising now. As Van Gogh left about 900 paintings, even most of his fans do not know all of them. However, this one was quite famous as it is the portrait of Gauguin's friend. Paintings with stories were always more expensive, so Father Grinoa had his reasons to be proud of the painting. Hagen examined it for half an hour and was sure there was nothing wrong with it. Nevertheless, he used magic to look into the past. He thought it could have been a fake made by Benedict, but more than that, he wanted to find out who had brought it there. Ha! Hagen exclaimed in surprise. Matthias then came close and asked, "Why? Is there a problem?" "Oh, no. There's nothing wrong with the painting. This is really Van Gogh's painting." "The painting itself is fine, at least," Hagen replied. However, his eyes said there was something more. Matthias wanted to ask, but he restrained himself and turned to Grinoa. "I hope the price hasn't been changed?" Matthias asked. It looked like he and Pirosa had discussed the price before. "Of course. As you've been told, you should pay half in cash and half in gold bars," Grinoa replied. Okay, Matthias nodded and called someone. After about 10 minutes, he got a text and spoke to Grinoa. He said he transferred it. "Would you like to check?" "I just did." "You have prepared well, I didn't know you would pay so quickly." Matthias replied, "With something without an owner, the finder's keeper's rule applies. I always prepare as best as I can to take the things that don't have an owner. Also, I think this deal has strengthened our friendship even more." Please call me first when you get another good artifact.
Of course, we would call you first. The cardinal sent his thanks.
Then, I hope God blesses you.
The priest turned around and left.
Matthias quickly covered the painting and put it on the truck he had prepared. How much have you paid for it? Hagen asked. Why? You're curious? Of course, I'm curious. Matthias replied, it's a secret. Asking a merchant to tell the cost price of his goods is like telling him to starve to death. Oh, Hagen was disappointed.
Matthias then smiled, but I can tell you this much, it feels like I spent as much as Saito did.
Of course, I'm just saying. I spent less than him, so don't get too surprised. He had to be talking about Ryoi Saito, chairman of Daishowa Paper Manufacturing.
The most famous one among the paintings he bought was Renoir's Bal du Moulin de la Galette. At the time, he paid $78.1 million for it.
Wow, Hagen exclaimed, but thinking about it, it wasn't a high price at all.
Matthias said he had spent like Saito, so must have spent at least $60 million. If he put it on auction, he would be able to get that money back with an additional $40-50 million. Of course, he would get much less of that because of the fee and taxes, but still, it was big money that most people never got to have during their lifetimes.
Matthias knew it well, so he smiled with joy as he loaded the painting. Anyway, I got to make this important deal so quickly and easily thanks to you. Your fee was worth it. Give me your account number, and I'll pay you immediately.
Oh, I can pay you in cash or gold bars if you want.
It's fine. How am I supposed to take that kind of huge cash or gold bars into Korea?
Just transfer the money to my account, Hagen replied.
Okay, then goodbye. Please give Mr. Cavani my best regards. Now that Matthias was done there, he left with the painting.
According to the plan, Hagen was supposed to meet Cavani now, but he wasn't going to. Technically speaking, Matthias buying the painting had nothing to do with the plan, either. It had been kind of a side project. As he had casted the hearing spell and tracking spell on the cardinal, he now had to approach him in secret and make him talk about the Trinitatis.
How did it go? Sylvia had been waiting for Hagen at their hotel's coffee shop.
She smiled brightly when she saw him, but Hagen spoke gravely.
I found out something important. What? What is it? Sylvia asked. Do you know about a private auction in America? It sells expensive paintings that are not on Christie's or Sotheby's. Of course, I know that auction. She was a wealthy woman. Of course, she knew.
I think the Trinitatis hiding inside the Roman Curia is hosting that auction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, Where the Faith Leads Him to, 1. Chapter 204, Where the Faith Leads Him to, 1.
Hagen had been surprised when he saw the past of Van Gogh's painting because he recognized the man who was behind all of it. It was the man who had hosted the private auction he had participated in with Yunhee in America. It turned out the Vatican controlled the international art market itself. Now thinking about it, there were more than a few strange facts. Even though the Vatican had been trying hard to find artifacts unknown to the world, it was hard to believe they had gotten all of them through ordinary and legal ways. They had been able to do it only because the Trinitatis had siphoned off the artifacts the Nazi had stolen. Sylvia then said, I see, the royal family of Abu Dhabi hasn't been participating in that auction for long. As you know, going to America itself is not easy for us. So, most auctions for Arabian royals take place on ships at empty seas. That is how I used to buy artifacts.
However, what are you going to do now? Hagen replied, First, I must let my friend know of this. You know him, too. Eric Holton. Oh. You're talking about that American hotel billionaire, right? Sylvia made a guess. He is after the host of that auction.
I'm sure he will be eager to hear this information, Hagen answered. Hagen then called Eric, although it was definitely too late to call. He was just trying as Eric was a playboy, and he indeed picked up after a few rings.
Oh. Isn't it my lucky guy? You called me first? What a surprise. Have I been neglecting you that much? Hagen asked. At least more than the coldest women I know.
But what is this about? There's no way you called me just because you wanted to hear my voice, there must be a reason, Eric replied. His tongue was a little twisted, but it sounded like he wasn't that drunk.
I'm at the Vatican now. Vatican? Were you a Catholic? Eric asked. Hagen explained, I have no religion.
I didn't come here because of a religious event.
I went to Florence because of the Medici family's business, then I ended up here. Ooh. The Medici?
Even I don't know them in private.
Why don't you introduce me to them someday? Why? You want to open a hotel in Florence? Hagen asked. Huh, since when you became so quick-witted? Has Ms. Lim been teaching you? Eric asked back. Hagen had asked the question as a joke, but it turned out he was right. Okay. I will talk to Mr. Cavani someday. Good. Then tell me what this is about. How can I help? Eric asked. I didn't call for your help this time.
I called because I found out something about those guys you were after, Hagen explained.
The next second, the only thing Hagen could hear was silence. Then, Eric lightly coughed and said, just a second. He wasn't alone, after all. Hagen was sure he was with a woman. A while later, Eric asked, but how did you find out? Even I haven't found out anything about them yet. Hagen replied, I told you I was in the Vatican now. You found something in the Vatican? Eric asked. Yes. Tell me everything. Hagen then started to explain, you must know that the artifacts the Nazi had stolen were put on auction in Vienna after World War II. I think some priests of the Vatican siphoned away most of those artifacts. Then, they made high-quality fakes with them or sold them through that private auction. Huh, unbelievable. They also maintained their organization and made secret funds with that money? Eric then asked. Obviously.
Hagen said it was obvious, but there was one more thing he couldn't tell Eric, the Trinitatis.
Can I get the list of those priests? Eric asked.
I will send it to you in a few hours, Hagen replied.
Thank you, I will never forget this. Hagen hung up, but Sylvia looked worried and asked, haven't you told him too much? It's okay. Now that you cannot use the wealth of the Abu Dhabi family, we should get the help of such a billionaire. I know you still have a lot of money, but it cannot be compared to the Abu Dhabi family's wealth, right? Plus, you cannot use up all of your money on this, Hagen explained. Yes, but we still have an important matter today, so let's take care of it first. What he had done until now was only part of the preparation for what was about to come. Hagen enjoyed a date with Sylvia and rested. After the sun fell, he changed into black clothes and left the hotel. He headed to a small shop near St. Peter's Basilica. After the scandal that shook the Vatican came out, Pyrosa had gone back and forth between the Basilica and that shop many times. Hagen had already found out in how much trouble the cardinal was with the hearing spell. The Pope had already demanded him to confess the truth, and his fellow cardinals were doubting him. He was waiting for things to calm down and was hiding in that house where he thought no one knew about. Hagen showed up there at around 1 a.m. and Pyrosa was still wide awake because of his anxiety. Hagen went inside without being seen with the invisibility magic. Then, he smashed the door lock and stormed into the room. Bam! Pyrosa got up on the bed in surprise. Hagen, who was wearing a mask and had changed his voice with magic, cast a spell on him. But Hop!
A bright light came out from the bracelet on the terrified cardinal and filled the room.
Heijin instinctively realized that the bracelet was blocking his magic.
He stopped the spell, approached the man fast, and punched his face.
Cup! That one blow broke his cheekbone. He was thrown away, hit the wardrobe, and immediately passed out. The bracelet still shone even though its owner was now unconscious. Heijin looked at it and carefully moved. He slowly approached it and took it off from Pyrosa's wrist. The light faded. After he met Sylvia, he had seen a few artifacts with magic with her help. Most of them were artifacts made by craftsmen with mana injected in them, but this one was a little different. It must have been made by a less good craftsman. It was crude and had the same symbol of the book Heijin had gotten from his father. He took the bracelet, put Pyrosa on his bed again, and splashed water on him. Puff! Mercy, mercy. Do you want money? Or do you want me to step down? I'll do everything. Please, don't kill me.
The moment he woke up, he fell to his knees and begged.
Who is the leader of Trinitatis? Pyrosa froze.
He looked at Heijin as if he was a ghost and then slowly stood up.
You know who I am.
The cardinal grabbed his wrist and slowly sat down on the bed and said, I thought I would get to meet you one day, but I didn't know we would meet like this.
Well, was it you who made me suffer? What are you talking about? Heijin asked. The scandal. Was it your doing? Heijin was going to deny it, but Pyrosa's transparent gaze made him nod. Yes, it was me. I see. It was too odd, after all. Even though they wanted to push me away, it was as if they were trying to die together.
Yes, he muttered to himself, then stared at Heijin and said, You possess the Chosen's power.
What are you going to do with it? You can't be planning to use it to make money, right? Haven't you been stealing artifacts and making fakes for money till now? Why should I be different? Heijin asked back. However, Pyrosa burst into laughter. Ha! You misunderstood me. You are not fully wrong, but there was a reason for me to make money. I did it only for you.
No, I did it to help the Chosen One to regain the lost power.
Well, as you would do anything for power, I can understand that, Heijin then said. Pyrosa's face distorted.
His scandal was his personal weakness that had nothing to do with the organization.
Enough with these useless talks. Well, if you have come this far, you must have had help. Who was it? I ask the questions, not you. I'll ask again. Who is the leader of the Trinitatis?
Pyrosa's expression hardened at this, but he couldn't handle the continuing silence.
He started speaking. I am. Heijin had used the truth spell, so it had to be true. He was excited to finally meet the leader of the Trinitatis. What exactly do you guys want? Heijin asked. You don't know? I thought you already knew. Regaining the lost land? Heijin guessed. The cardinal explained, that's not all. More accurately, it is about finding a legacy of the past hidden there. We can help you. We can help you to find that legacy. With it, we can remake the world. We will raise this world corrupted with machines and electricity and restore order. His eyes glared with madness. It was hard to look at him as his cheekbone was broken and half of his face was covered with blood. With that and combined with his madness made Heijin almost shiver. You're insane. I'm insane? You know about your powers. You can start World War III if you want. Just think about it. This world is yours. If you and I just work together. Heijin was done hearing him out. As he was the leader himself and Heijin already had his bracelet, he was now useless. Sleep. Pyrosa immediately fell. Heijin looked around the house, found some gasoline, and poured it out through the house.
Heijin stared at the house as it caught fire and turned around. Sylvia, who had been waiting for him anxiously, was surprised to see him looking so grim.
What happened? Did something bad happen?
No, the cardinal was the leader of the Trinitatis, just as I had expected, Heijin replied.
Did you kill him? Sylvia asked.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Sylvia realized Heijin was feeling bad for killing a man, and she hugged him. After a while, he showed her the bracelet.
He was wearing this.
It has magic, and it blocked my magic.
I'm sure it has some secret, Heijin explained. However, Sylvia was shocked at seeing it and said, I've seen it before.
Where?
In the records.
It is not a bracelet, it's a compass.
The compass for guiding the chosen one. This is a compass.
Heijin lifted it up, stared at it for some time, and put in mana just because he thought maybe something would happen. Then, a blue light came out of it and formed a map.
This is Antarctica. We must go there. Heijin could feel his fate guiding him.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 205 Add Painting to Painting, 1. Chapter 205 Add Painting to Painting, 1.
After Heijin returned to Korea with Sylvia, he bragged as much as he wanted about his achievements to Yoonhee, who was surprised to see he had earned a huge sum of money.
Heijin then said, I think I must go on a long business trip. Are there any urgent matters?
If there is, I should take care of it as soon as possible.
But it hasn't been 24 hours since you came back from Italy. A long business trip? What is it about? Yoonhee asked. Although the museum belonged to Heijin, he couldn't just do anything he wanted with it.
Additionally, as he had hired Yoonhee as its director, he had to respect her.
It is about a personal matter. You know what I mean, right? Then is it about that magic thing? And that requires a long trip? Yoonhee made a guess.
It is a very important matter to me, and it might not be just about me, Heijin replied.
Yoonhee thought about it and nodded, okay. Are you going to leave immediately? No, I need some time. About a week.
That week was preparation time to go to Antarctica. Even though he could preserve his body temperature with magic, he couldn't just go empty-handed. He had to make some preparations.
Choosing the route was one of them. He had to ask for Eric's help with it.
He had to ask for help as the forgotten relic was at the North Pole. He had to choose between a boat or plane to get there.
The boat was usually used for exploring or sightseeing around Antarctica. As Antarctica is as huge as Australia, it wasn't good for reaching the center of it. So, Heijin had to take a plane.
Getting a plane itself wasn't hard, but he needed help with shelter.
There was no hotel nor accommodation in Antarctica.
So, most people just sleep and eat on their boat, but there is only one place near the North Pole where you can stay at.
It was Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, United States Scientific Research Station.
So, Heijin was going to ask through Eric if he could rest there if he couldn't find the relic immediately after his arrival at the North Pole. Now that he had a week's time, he just had to ask Eric, but he didn't know how he would answer.
Are you going to go alone? Of course, Heijin replied. Actually, he was going with Sylvia.
He planned to go alone at first, but Sylvia insisted that she couldn't let him go on his own. Of course, Heijin allowed her to tag along only because she had some powers as well, although not as much as himself.
Okay.
Then, you should meet someone tomorrow before you leave, Yoonhee then said.
Who? Do you remember how we helped the Prime Minister's wife? Yoonhee asked. Oh, yes, and?
Yoonhee explained, she told about us to one of her senator friends. She is trying to retrieve an artifact in Japan through someone she knows, and she wants your help with it.
She is trying to retrieve an artifact in Japan? Heijin asked.
Heijin was curious about that senator who was actually trying to do something good. Actually, although he was trying to retrieve Korean artifacts, doing it on his own was hard. It would be much easier with a senator at his side, so he was glad to hear that. Yunhee continued, she said she would share the details when you come back, so I haven't received any information about the artifact.
But judging from how they spoke of it, it probably is a painting, not. A painting, is it from the Joseon period? Heijin asked.
There were not many paintings left from before the Joseon period, even counting those which Japan had stolen. So, it was only natural for Heijin to think about the Joseon painting.
I don't know. Anyway, is it okay to meet her tomorrow at lunchtime? Yunhee asked.
Sure.
Heijin was exhausted.
He then had a light meal with Yunhee and went home to sleep.
The next day, Heijin went to work just before lunchtime.
He had slept for about 16 hours, probably because he had been so tired, but when he woke up, his body was full of energy. It appeared that Pyrosa's bracelet had somehow affected him.
Here.
Yunhee came out of a restaurant room she had reserved for the meeting.
I'm not late, am I? Heijin asked. No one else was inside yet.
Yes, but they will be here soon.
You look great, you looked so pale yesterday, was the trip that exhausting? Yunhee asked.
Yes, but I got okay after a long sleep. I guess I had been very tired, even if I slept and ate at good places.
But who are we about to meet? Heijin asked. Senator Go Eun-jin of Daehan Party.
She works at the Education, Culture, and Sports Committee, Yunhee replied.
Heijin remembered seeing news about the committee. Education, Culture, and Sports Committee? Do they care about the retrieval of artifacts, too?
Yes, it looks like it, Yunhee answered, although she didn't seem to know much either. Anyway, they waited like that, but the senator didn't show up. Yunhee called a few times, but she just kept saying she was almost there.
After about an hour, a group of people came in.
Oh, you must have been waiting.
But the traffic was so bad.
The senator was followed by her aides.
For a second, Heijin wondered if they were here for a business meeting instead of having lunch.
There must have been many cars. Yunhee forced herself a smile and welcomed the senator, but Heijin was irritated at her attitude of not feeling bad about having them wait an hour. So, he didn't say hi and just stared at her with his arms crossed. Eun-jin started to look embarrassed only then.
Nice to meet you, I'm Senator Go Eun-jin. You are Mr. Park Heijin, right?
Yes,
but aren't you supposed to at least apologize for being late for an hour? You don't seem to have manners. The senator frowned, and one of her aides quickly spoke for her. Hey! Do you think we came late because we wanted to? We can be late as we work for the country. Who do you think you are to speak like that? What? Do you think I am here to be lectured like that? And who do you think you are to speak like that? Very funny. I'm here only because you have a favor to ask me. Ha, whatever, you should have your lunch without me, Heijin replied.
Heijin had come with good intentions as the senator was trying to retrieve an artifact, but he was immediately disappointed by their attitude.
He stood up.
Yunhee couldn't stop him, but she didn't know what to do. The senator straightened her face and grabbed Heijin's sleeve.
I'm sorry. The traffic was bad and there was nothing we could do about it. My aide was rude, wasn't he?
Although us senators get blamed a lot, we actually do a lot of things.
So please, try to understand. I am really sorry.
Heijin didn't know if she really meant it, but at least she was apologizing and decided to sit down again. Then, Eun-jin quickly introduced her aides.
This is Mr. Yu Gwangil. He is smart and very capable. This is Mr. Jo Hyunkyul. He has many friends and can do anything. And this is...
She smiled as if nothing had happened and started eating. When the dessert came out, she carefully started to talk. You must have heard some parts of this, but I am trying to bring back an artifact from Japan. But I must know if that is proper cultural heritage to decide whether to give up on it or try even harder.
Then, I heard so much about you.
You are very popular these days, right? No, I'm not that popular, Heijin replied.
Actually, Yunhee had told him that even more people came to the museum after he was on TV.
If he hadn't gone to Europe, he would have been asked to be on a number of other programs.
The museum staff were a little disappointed to find out that Heijin was going on another trip after a week.
They said Heijin was missing a chance to be on TV again and promote the museum even more.
Anyway, I was hoping you could help us.
As she was asking for help with such a meaningful matter, Heijin had no reason to refuse.
Okay, but what exactly is the artifact I should appraise? Heijin asked. It is a painting of Gang Huiyan. You know him, right? If you didn't know about Gang Huiyan, that meant you don't know the art of the late Joseon period.
Yes, but his paintings are very precious.
How did you find out about it? Heijin asked. Compared to other Joseon artists, Gang Huiyan left only a few paintings.
There were only 13 paintings left, but as most of them are owned by individuals, you cannot see them in museums or galleries. Additionally, unlike Western paintings that are made with oil, Eastern paintings are painted with ink on paper, so they were not at all easy to preserve. Unlike Western paintings where discoloration with time wasn't a problem, Eastern paintings easily get discolored, so you can only enjoy them for some time.
Unjin explained, a friend in Japan told me.
An old man, who has extremely valuable artifacts, is arranging his things to prepare for his death, and he is willing to sell the painting.
That sounded probable enough. That's good. If the painting is real, we should bring it back.
Unjin smiled and clapped. Thank you so much for your help.
Actually, I really don't know much about,
She was about to say she didn't know much about art, but she just smiled embarrassingly. It made Heijin recall that she worked at the Education, Culture, and Sports Committee. I heard you work at the Education, Culture, and Sports Committee.
And you are interested in this kind of business, too? Heijin asked.
Yu Guangel, one of the senator's aide, replied instead, Senator Go is interested in many things. She takes care of various opinions of her district's residents herself and cares about such stolen artifacts. As she is a member of the Education, Culture, and Sports Committee, she is supposed to pay attention to artifacts. It made sense, but for some reason, Heijin had this bad feeling. He wondered if the senator was trying to get political advantage by retrieving the painting, but as he knew nothing yet, he decided to accept the case.
Heijin then replied, I see, okay. But I have things to do, so I must finish this within the week. Yes, I've heard about it from Ms. Yunhee here. Then could you go to Tokyo tomorrow? The senator asked. As he had to go to Japan to appraise, going there wasn't a problem. Heijin was about to stand up after hearing about the schedule from one of the aides, but then he saw the senator sending a text to someone. In a way, there was nothing wrong about it, but Heijin found it bothering because of the odd feeling he had been having. In the end, he secretly casted a hearing spell on the senator, hoping that nothing was wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206 Add Painting to Painting, 2. Chapter 206 Add Painting to Painting, 2.
Heijin was expecting to learn something with the hearing spell, but to his surprise, he couldn't find out anything. Of course, he got to know how the senator thought the citizens were idiots, but it didn't matter to him right now. He asked Sylvia to prepare for their trip to Antarctica and, in the meantime, arrived at Narita International Airport. There was a small man waiting for him.
Welcome. I am Hatsune Mori.
He was so short that he didn't even come up to Heijin's neck and was so thin as if he had never had meat, but his gaze was quite intense. He spoke fluent Korean. He then took Heijin to a small car and drove while talking about things like the weather in Tokyo, political situation, and its economy. He was probably trying to be helpful, but as it was practically meaningless to Heijin, he just nodded and agreed with him from time to time.
After about an hour of driving, they arrived at a mansion that was very huge for a Japanese house.
As houses were expensive in Tokyo, Heijin could tell that the seller was at least as wealthy as Korean chaebols.
"Please, come in." Hatsune led him inside. The splendid interior was overwhelming. Each stand and each chair were luxurious.
Numerous paintings hung on the walls and all of them seemed real. It was like a small museum, and Heijin couldn't help but feel surprised.
Then, he saw a man waiting for him in the living room. "It's been a long time. How have you been?"
Heijin was so shocked that he froze for a moment. The man in the wheelchair was none other than Ando Hideki.
"You're hurt."
He looked at Hideki's wheelchair, and the man's gaze got even colder.
"I gave mercy to your father. He was able to raise you with wealth because of it."
"But you are so ungrateful," Hideki then said. Now that Heijin knew it was Ando Hideki, he brought a chair and sat in front of him.
Although he was in a trap, he wasn't scared at all. Now, he had the power to kill everyone in that mansion if he wanted.
A man who appeared to be Hideki's bodyguard flinched at this, but he did nothing as Hideki raised his hand to stop him.
"This is funny. I know very well what you did to me and my father. Have we had a different experience? Or are you just so full of yourself?" Heijin asked. "You're still arrogant. Do you think you can walk out of here alive?" Hideki asked back. "Why? You're going to use violence on me? Be my guest."
Ando Hideki, the devil merchant of Tokyo, finally shows his Yakuza nature when he's about to die.
"Well, that's how inferiors do, they use their fists when they have nothing better," Heijin commented. That was sharp enough, but Hideki didn't say anything. "You can't be afraid now. What, you are so angry for being defeated by me?" Heijin continued to taunt him. "You messed up with what you shouldn't have messed up with. You shouldn't have touched Ogura Takenosuke's tomb," Hideki replied.
Heijin disagreed. No, before that, you shouldn't have invaded Joseon, and you shouldn't have stolen our artifacts. He even gave them the name of Ogura Collection to mock us, so him hoping for a peaceful rest is rather ridiculous.
Hideki clenched his teeth and snapped his finger.
Then, one of his men disappeared to somewhere and came back with a large scroll. Hideki had his man unroll it on a huge table and spoke to Heijin.
"One of us will not get to see tomorrow. Your very existence will be an obstacle to Japan's future forever." In his point of view, he was probably right. Heijin smiled coldly and said, "Then you would have no reason to live."
Hideki nodded at this. "I've drawn my sword, so either I stab you with it or get stabbed myself."
He was really determined. "Good. Then, is this what you have prepared?" Heijin stood up and looked at the painting on the huge table.
It was a typical Eastern Incan wash painting. However, it was drawn in perspective, which was unusual for an Eastern painting.
Gwanghwamun Gate was far away, and there were a broad road and trees in front of it.
Next to it, a comment was written. "How can those who wait for the gate of the palace to be opened at dawn and get frost on their shoes understand the subtlety of this painting?"
The comment shows great pride about knowing how to appreciate paintings. It must be Pyom's.
That comment wasn't just about what Pyom had felt from the painting.
Pyom was saying only Gang Huion,
the artist who made the painting, and he himself could understand such perspective. Pyom Gang Sewang was a great artist who left many paintings, but he also wrote comments on other artists' paintings.
"We think so too." "Well, what do you think? Do you think it is real?" Hideki asked.
As the ink had faded and the paper was about to crumble, it was hard to think it was fake.
Heijin didn't have to use magic to be sure of its authenticity. "It appears to be." "So? What have you prepared next?"
Ando Hadake looked into Heijin's eyes and said, I've seen many good artifacts, and I did anything to get those artifacts. Things sometimes go wrong in the process, but why would it matter? That's how human nature is. It is violent and extremely selfish. And then I encountered one thing I couldn't control as I wanted, you and your father. But didn't my father behave as you wanted? Heijin asked. Ha! You think I'm a fool? Hadake moved in his wheelchair to take out one of the liquor bottles displayed on one side. He poured it out, took a sip, and turned to Heijin again. Your father didn't follow my orders. He went to Korea, hid, and ran away abroad when I was about to reach him. That's good. If he hadn't done that, he would have died at least a decade earlier, Heijin replied. Hadake then said, It's funny. You blame me for your father's untimely death? Grave robbers don't get to live long. They get cursed by the dead. It was you who dug up Ogura's tomb, wasn't it? You would not have let someone else do it. But as you have disturbed the dead sleep, you shouldn't hope for a long life. I don't want to live a thin and long life. I plan to live a thick and short life. So, get rid of those useless talks and tell me the rules. You've set the mood enough, so let's start the game, Heijin replied. Hadake finished his glass of liquor and snapped his finger again. His attendant disappeared again and came back with a table with wheels. The table was covered with transparent glass, and the painting was inside it. Perfect humidity and temperature. Of course, it cannot stay here for long. It must be kept well, even under that layer of glass. Well, what do you think of it? The painting was huge, 1 m wide and 1.7 m long. It showed Xian with a little boy in the beautiful mountainside. I'm supposed to find out whose painting it is. Heijin asked. Hadake smiled slyly, it would be too easy and boring. You must tell me whose painting it is. If it is real or fake, and the reason behind it. And if I fail? Heijin asked. You won't get out of here alive. Hadake took out a gun. It had a silencer, so Heijin could see he had prepared to drag him into this trap. Heijin stared at it and asked casually, and what happens if I win? You can leave with Gang Huyen's painting. I will also go to my grave quietly. You can trust me on this. My organization will not let me live on if I fail to kill you anyway, Hadake explained. But you can just kill me now. Why are you doing this? Heijin asked. Hadake hit his wheelchair and yelled, I'm a samurai. I'm not a samurai who wields a sword but a samurai who has the spirit of Great Japan. I bet everything on this duel. One of us dies here. You really mean it? Heijin asked with the truth spell. Hadake nodded, it is a samurai's promise. If I lose, you will get to see my dead body leave this house in a few days. Okay then, I'll play along. Heijin thought he couldn't lose. As he had magic, he could play that kind of game hundreds of times. However, Hadake wasn't done yet and said, but you cannot use your hands to appraise. The moment he finished speaking, his attendant came and tied Heijin's hands behind. It happened before Heijin could say anything. The attendant tied hard, from Heijin's wrists to the fingers. Heijin protested, What are you doing? Do you think you will get an advantage by tying an appraiser's hands? We've been watching you all along. We could find out that you use your fingers when you do difficult appraisals, Hadake replied. Heijin was shocked. He had to apply blood or water on his finger and draw the pattern to use magic, and until now, he had fooled others by using saliva. But Hadake had noticed that. I don't know what that action means, but we mean to beat you with everything we have. If this is really about your true skills, not being able to use your fingers wouldn't be a problem, Hadake said. It is just my habit, it doesn't mean anything. So, untie me, Heijin continued to protest. You're giving up? Then fine, do as you wish. Hadake seemed to believe Heijin, but then he showed a photo on his phone.
Surprisingly, it was Yunhee's photo.
The moment you give up on this game, this photo will be sent to a gang in Heilongjiang, China.
With 1 billion yen, of course. Are you still giving up? He meant he was going to put on a bounty of 1 billion yen on Yunhee's neck. Heijin had no choice and realized he couldn't give up. Fine, I'll play by your rules. So, delete that photo, you bastard. There's no need to get angry like that.
I always keep my promises, Hideki replied.
Heijin turned to the painting under the LED lights. He looked at it for some time and then spoke to Hideki. Now, thinking about it, the terms are not fair. All I will get by winning is just one painting of Gang Huiyan. You think my life is that trivial? Hideki asked. Funny. Don't think my life and your life are of the same value. I'm not interested in an old criminal's life.
Offer me something else, and I will fulfill this deal, Heijin replied.
Well, I'm all ears. What do you want? Throw an in Giant's Mangi Udawundo star.
Hideki's eyebrows flinched. Then, he moaned.
You found out whose painting this is. Asterisk Mangi Udawundo means paradise scene in dream.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 207 Add Painting to Painting, 3. Chapter 207 Add Painting to Painting, 3.
Jian was a great artist. Even those who were not as knowledgeable about the old Korean art, they would be aware of his name. Unfortunately, only a few things about him were known. Even the years of his birth and death were not clear.
Did you really expected me to not know who Ju Jian is? Heijin asked. On the top side of the painting, there was Jian's art name and the words Cheongsana Bekan Yu. It just meant the mountains were high and the clouds were far away, but as the writer's art name was Ju Jian, anyone who knew about Korean art would have guessed it was Jian's painting. So, what is this painting about? Hideki asked back. It is Jian's Cheongsang Sanbakundo star. Records left by the people of Joseon says Jian left around 50 paintings. People of his time picked Cheongsang Sanbakundo instead of Mangi Udawundo as his greatest painting, probably to avoid mentioning his connection with Prince Anpyeong star.
Ando Hideki's gaze became deeper.
Aren't you curious about whether I know the answer? Or are you just worried about me getting the right answer? Heijin scolded him.
Hideki then sighed and shook his head. That's how gambling always is. Before you show your card, all kinds of schemes and plots happen, and your opponents are eager to devour you. If you show weakness, you get eaten even before showing your card. I'm a samurai who's been testing my fate in gambling all my life. You are mistaken if you think you can make me worried with such bluffing.
You talk too much. So, you cannot bet with Jian's painting? Heijin asked. I cannot do anything about Mangi Udawundo.
The president of Tenri University has old connections with the Liberal Democratic Party, so if I try to make a move on such a man who is at the center of power, the entire gang will be shaken.
Hideki seemed to mean it. Heijin smiled and spoke as if it was nothing. Well, okay then.
He turned back to the painting and examined it carefully. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I've seen this painting before.
Do you know Keijo Art Agency? Hideki pretended to be calm, but his shaking eyes showed he was stirring on the inside. I've heard of it. You've only heard of it? You've never seen the catalogs of its auctions? Heijin asked. Keijo Art Agency was the biggest artifact agency in Korea under the Japanese rule. It was founded for auctions and to enhance relationships between antique dealers. It hosted auctions and made catalogs to lead artifact deals during the colonial era. It was founded by the Japanese. By 1942, it had become the sixth largest auction agency after Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya, and Kanazawa.
As it had been such a huge auction agency owned by the Japanese, Ando Hideki had to know more about it.
There are more than 1 or 2 catalogs for me to see. It's not like I'm a scholar. Why should I memorize catalogs of an agency that existed decades ago? Hideki replied. Ha! How funny. Well, okay, I'll believe you. Anyway, I've seen this painting on one of Keijo Art Agency's catalog, Heijin continued. That is why this painting is fake? That's not an answer. Heijin replied, you should hear it to the end. When I saw that catalog, this signature and words were not on the painting. It was just a drawing. And then, these words suddenly appeared? It is impossible to explain unless it is fake. However, Hideki easily countered, that isn't enough. The evidence must be objective. Your claim means nothing unless you can bring that catalog. He wasn't wrong, but if Heijin had been at some other place, his argument would have been accepted. Other people, of course, would have looked into that catalog. Maybe Ando Hideki thought Heijin would easily find out that much. However, he had shown that painting because Heijin couldn't come up with objective proof right on the spot even though he knew it was fake. As like with Western paintings, it is not easy to discern a fake Eastern painting, even if you are an expert. Additionally, it is extremely difficult to come up with objective evidence so quickly without any scientific tool. That was the reason why Ando Hideki bet his own life on the game. Heijin frowned. He needed an answer, but he couldn't spot anything. So, he started to examine the painting carefully again. If only he could use his magic. How strange, with your hands tied, you cannot say anything just like Samson without his hair, Hideki commented. Shut up and just wait. HHHH. I should have had someone cut your fingers long ago. How funny, Hideki continued to talk. Heijin got impatient. It was probably because of the gun in Hideki's hand. Actually, he could free his hands any time since he had casted a strength spell on himself. However, he would lose the game the moment he moved his fingers to appraise. I'll give you 10 minutes. It would mean nothing to wait for more, Hideki then said. Heijin wanted to say he needed more time, but he didn't. It wasn't because it wouldn't help, but because he didn't want to spend precious time on quarreling as he knew Hideki wouldn't grant his request. 1 minute, 2 minutes, after about 5 minutes, he realized the coloring wasn't right. There was a part painted with alurone and deep color pigment which was not often used at the time but frequently seen in Buddhist paintings of the Goryeo period. He could see there was a tiny gap between the paint and the paper. He forced his excited heart to calm down and stared at that part. 1 minute left. If you haven't found anything, tell me your last words. Maybe I will deliver it to your lover. Heijin shook his head and looked up. Then, he smiled while saying, I'm afraid you're the one who should say the last words. What? Heijin continued, the coloring has been tampered with. It used great skill, but not good enough to fool every expert. It was hard to find only because the painting is so old that the lack of skill was covered. It was strange. Heijin thought if it had been before he got his magic, he couldn't have found that out. He could now judge if the artifact was real or not instinctively after he learned magic, and unlike before, his concentration and observation had improved greatly. He felt like he had become a genius. If it had been before, he would have failed to notice anything was wrong. Even though you have great knowledge, you cannot use it properly without enough experience. What's wrong with the coloring? Hideki asked. Heijin explained, the forger put in the writing to make it in Giant's painting, but he didn't have enough space to write words. Additionally, as the painting had been damaged a lot, he overpainted some parts to restore it, but he wasn't good enough. Restoration can be done afterward. That isn't enough to conclude this painting is fake, Hideki objected. No. You are not understanding. He made a mistake as he overpainted and wrote over it. That is why I noticed it, Heijin replied. What on earth are you talking about? Hadake asked.
If you cannot believe me, I will show you.
Heijin walked to Hadake and smiled. Ha!
The moment Hadake looked at him with confusion, he ripped off the bind and snatched the gun. It happened so quickly that Hadake lost his gun without even resisting.
You!
Heijin smiled, grabbed the gun's body, and smashed the glass that contained the painting with it.
Crash!
The glass was shattered to pieces. Hadake and his men wanted to go to the painting, but they hesitated because of the gun in Heijin's hand.
What have you done? Hadake couldn't get up from his wheelchair.
He waved his hands in anger, but then, Heijin got rid of the glass pieces and lifted the painting.
I'm supposed to show you objective proof, right? Please understand, as it was to show that evidence.
Oh, and I'll keep this for a while. Please understand that too, Heijin scolded him while shaking the gun. Hadake crossed his arms and said, Fine, then explain.
Heijin smiled and brought some water. He took a sip and spewed the water on the painting.
Hadake's men wanted to lunge at him again, but Hadake stopped him.
Stop, it's fine.
You must pay for the painting if this painting is real.
You know that, right?
Of course. I will pay you 5 billion won if the painting is real, but...
Heijin easily bet 5 billion won and brought a small knife from the kitchen.
Then, he started to carefully scratch the painting when it was completely soaked with water. Now, Hadake came to watch what he was doing.
It wasn't easy to scratch the painting's surface.
The paper could get ripped at any time, so scratching only its surface was extremely difficult, but Heijin did it calmly without even the slightest tremor in his hands. It was only possible because he had perfect control over his body, and it was also the power of magic.
Time passed. Hadake couldn't press Heijin anymore, probably because the gun was now next to Heijin.
A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead when Heijin finally straightened his back.
What do you think? Funny, isn't it?
Surprisingly, when Heijin scraped off the aileron and deep color pigment, part of the writing was damaged. It meant the writing had been added after the overpaint was done, and it meant Jian hadn't written it himself. Hadake wasn't sweating because it was hot.
He wasn't doing any exercise either.
He realized that he had trapped himself in the game he made while he watched Heijin working. It was smart, though.
I was actually a little nervous. Is it time to finish this? Heijin picked up the gun again.
Hadake closed his eyes. He was accepting his death, so Heijin was quite surprised. Such a greedy person giving up life so easily was certainly surprising.
Why aren't you shooting? Are you afraid of killing? Hadake asked. Heijin had burnt men to end their life.
Shooting with a gun didn't scare him. However, he thought for a moment and lowered the gun.
Enough.
I know what you're up to, so get rid of that disgusting expression.
But I have one question. Hadake was surprised at Heijin's decision. What is it? Tell me a secret of Tenri University's president. Then I'll leave.
I don't care if you kill yourself or not.
Hadake's face turned red.
He clenched his fists as if he had just been insulted, but he still wanted to live. He then made his men leave.
Is it to get Jian's Mongi Udawando back?
Chonseng Sambakundo means painting of green mountains and white clouds.
Prince Anpion, Prince Suyang, and King Munjong were all sons of King Sejong.
After King Munjong passed away and his young son Danjong became the king, Prince Suyang forced him to give up the throne.
Later, he killed both Danjong and Prince Anpion. Mongi Udawando depicts the scenery that Prince Anpion saw in his dream.
He then summoned Jian to have him draw the dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 208, finally, to there. 1. Chapter 208, finally, to there. 1. That is a legacy that must be returned. It shouldn't be concealed in a room without a ray of light. Hideki frowned hard and asked, I really cannot understand you Koreans. Why are you so obsessed with Injian's Mangi Yudo Wando?
Tenri University has allowed Korea to exhibit it for 3 times.
Isn't that enough? Do you really have to take it back?
It is being cared well, just leave it where it is. Heijin thought Hideki was so shameless for him to say such things as he led the artifact smuggling process.
Ha! Aren't you ashamed of babbling such nonsense? You have stolen countless artifacts from Korea. Heijin replied.
They wouldn't have been taken care of properly if they had stayed there.
Wasn't it a better choice for their preservation to bring them to Japan? Hideki asked back. Get rid of that bullshit. You think I don't know Japanese art historians are hiding Mangi Yudo Wando so hard because they want to keep it more than anything? When asked to choose just one painting of Korean art, most art historians would pick Mangi Yudo Wando. Even Hideki couldn't deny it. He put his hands together and asked, if you know that, you must know it would be hard to take it back. Let's say you know the president's secret. How are you going to take it? Are you going to swim to Korea with it? That is my problem.
So, shut up and die, or give me that secret.
Make a choice. There isn't much time, Heijin replied.
Hideki looked at Heijin's firm face and sighed, it looks like I still fear death, even at this age.
Okay, fine. Sasaki Takeshi, Tenri University's president, has a girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Heijin wondered how it could be Sasaki's weak point, but what Hideki said next made him immediately understand.
Was she a sophomore of Tenri University?
He is having an affair with one of his students.
That is the only thing I know.
It was a weak point, indeed, but it wasn't enough to make him give up the painting.
Is that all? Heijin asked.
Yes.
I will give you Sasaki's address, so leave now. Take that painting and get out of here. Hideki wrote the address for Heijin and turned his wheelchair to go into his room. Heijin had asked the last question with magic. So, he knew Hideki meant it.
He realized he had no more questions and left, leaving the gun behind.
He didn't worry about being pursued. He thought he would be able to win the fight anyway. No one followed him. Heijin couldn't give it up there, so he went to Tenri. He thought he might be able to think of a way once he met Sasaki Takeshi.
On the way, he kept questioning himself if this was necessary, but he couldn't stop.
Maybe his instincts knew. He would not be able to come back from the trip to Antarctica. That was why he was doing this. It was easy to find Sasaki as Hideki had given his address. Actually, it wouldn't have been a problem even without the address as he had to be at Tenri University. The problem was how to make him give up the painting. Heijin went to the university first. He wondered how he could meet Sasaki, but then he decided to just go and went to the president's office. I would like to donate money for a scholarship. I wish to meet the president to discuss the procedure. Surprisingly, it allowed him to go into the president's office in less than 5 minutes.
Sasaki Takeshi was a stubborn old scholar. Such a young gentleman with great ideals.
We are happy to. Sasaki smiled, but Heijin cut his talking. I came to see Injian's Mangi Yudo Wando. Sasaki's expression turned cold and said, You're a Korean. Never. You said you wanted to donate, and that's what you are really after. Never. I will never show you the painting.
It looked like blackmailing him for his personal faults wasn't going to work. No, he wasn't going to back off no matter how much he got humiliated.
Then there was only one way left. Please return Mangi Yudo Wando to Korea.
It would be even better if you returned the Korean artifacts you illegally got.
Sasaki was now in a daze. His mouth opened and nodded, okay.
This was only possible as Heijin had met Sasaki in private by saying he wanted to donate, but he would have still made a chance to meet him in private. Sasaki was going to suffer some serious side effects because of the spell, but Heijin left him in his office and headed to Niigata port. He couldn't go back on a plane. As he was carrying a painting, he had to leave Japan in secret on a ship, and it wasn't a problem as he knew a man in the National Intelligence Service.
When he went back to Korea, he went to his museum and showed the painting to Yunhee.
However, she was already shocked by something else.
Have you seen the news? President of Tenri University has. What? Has he announced to return Mangyudo Wando? Heijin asked. Oh. How did you know? Yunhee looked around and lowered her voice. Was it your doing?
He has promised to return most Korean artifacts owned by the university and shocked all of Japan.
Heijin smiled and nodded. Yes, it was me. Wow, how did you manage it?
That's secret.
Don't ask further, Heijin replied.
Huh? Yunhee looked very disappointed, but Heijin thought it was better for her to not know. Although she already knew about magic, if she got to know how he had forced Sasaki's mind to decide to return the painting, she was probably going to fear him.
Then, when are you going to leave? Yunhee asked. I booked a flight to New Zealand that leaves on Monday.
I will take a plane to Antarctica from there. Heijin had gotten permission from the governments of Korea, America, and New Zealand to get that plane from New Zealand to Antarctica.
Of course, Eric Holton had made it possible. Hua, so, you are really going. Isn't it dangerous there? How cold is the North Pole? What if you freeze to death?
Yunhee was worried, but she knew she couldn't make Heijin change his mind.
Don't worry. I'll come back safe. Oh, and which museum is going to keep the artifacts that Tenri University will return? Heijin asked. As they haven't said anything, I guess they will go to the National Museum, Yunhee replied.
Heijin wanted to keep them in his museum, of course, but he told himself it was right to give them up.
I guess you are right. Ha ha.
Of course, when the returning process starts, I will try to get some of them. We have that much power, Yunhee mentioned. Considering the friends Yunhee had and how Heijin had brought back many Korean artifacts from abroad, it sounded likely, but both of them knew it was impossible.
Okay, I'll look forward to it, Heijin then said. Now go home and get some rest.
Heijin turned to leave, but Yunhee grabbed his arm.
He looked back. Hey, just be safe, okay?
Don't worry, Heijin spoke as if nothing was wrong, but he couldn't concentrate on work because of his fear and excitement. Eventually, he decided not to work until he went to Antarctica, saying he had to take some rest after the long trip.
He didn't want to waste energy on appraising.
When Heijin went home, he was surprised. He saw Sylvia smiling at him.
How did you get in? I asked the janitor.
I can do some simple charming magic, Sylvia replied.
That's simple?
I should stay on bed for a few days after using it.
Actually, I just got up.
Sylvia was wearing Heijin's shirt and shorts. She used to meet Heijin only when she was looked perfect, so she looked very different now. In the end, it meant she had had a reason why she had to do it.
What's wrong?
There must have been a reason why you used magic suffering such a side effect. Heijin sat down on his bed and asked.
Sylvia stroked down her face and said, It looks like what we took care of in Italy isn't over yet. Heijin's heart dropped. He grabbed Sylvia's shoulders and yelled, What? What happened while I was gone? Sylvia looked down and spoke with fear. They came looking for me.
They were not priests, but I could tell.
So, I escaped.
If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have been able to wait here any longer.
Heijin couldn't believe it.
Cardinal Pyrosa, who he had killed, was the leader of Trinitatis. He had figured that out with magic, so it had to be right.
Let's go, now. Heijin told Sylvia to get changed and put Arctic clothes in a huge carrier.
He hadn't booked a flight, but as he didn't know what kind of abilities his pursuers had, he thought it would be rather safer to wait at the airport. He finished packing and left his home in less than 30 minutes. He called Eric to ask him to change the flight's time and went into the parking lot. At that moment, he could feel his hair erecting high. Bam! If he hadn't instinctively rolled to the side with Sylvia, they would have lost their heads. Bam! Bam! He moved between cars to dodge the bullets. Then, he threw Sylvia in his car and climbed into the driver's seat. Hold tight. There were 3 masked men, and they all had shotguns. Hagen had been bracing himself for such a thing. However, now that there were 3 men firing a gun at him, he didn't dare to make them sleep with magic. At least they didn't have a body-strengthening spell. If they had it, they would have grabbed Hagen and Sylvia before they could even get into the car. What? Isn't this the sound of guns? Are you filming a movie or something? Eric was still on the line. Hagen could hear his voice from the car's speaker that was linked with his phone on Bluetooth. I'm leaving earlier than planned. You must advance the flight from New Zealand to the North Pole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, finally, in there. 2. Chapter 209, finally, in there. 2. Hagen was in such a hurry that he kept stepping on the accelerator. He must have gotten himself at least 10 speeding tickets on his way to Incheon Airport. He booked the fastest flight to New Zealand and waited. He didn't let his guard down and got ready for another ambush. The men had fired loud shotguns in the middle of the day, even though it had been a desolate parking lot. Hagen thought they could do anything at the airport as well. Only after getting on the plane, he and Sylvia could get some sleep. They had waited for more than 16 hours without resting, so they fell asleep immediately. The land was covered in snow. It was so bright that it pierced the eyes, but he didn't stop and moved forward. He didn't know how much he had walked. He kept moving, and a moment later, he saw a small altar about a meter long. When he got close to it, a strange light appeared and engulfed him. The next moment, he saw a scene that he couldn't believe. And then... bam! Wake up now. Hagen? Hagen! Sylvia was shaking him. He was startled and opened his eyes. Ha! Ha! How long did I sleep? He was breathing heavily. Sylvia then looked at him worriedly while saying, You fell asleep when we got on the plane and slept till it landed. I even checked if you were still breathing. Are you sick? You are sweating too much. Hagen couldn't believe it. He hadn't slept for that long after receiving magic, except for when he used a huge amount of mana. After he woke up, he could feel his body was full of energy. It let him know that there was nothing wrong with him, but he must have slept like that for a reason. The moment he wiped off the sweat on his forehead, he recalled the vision he had seen in his dream. In the end. What? Sylvia asked. No, it's nothing. He couldn't believe it. However, the pressure in his heart and the strange headache made him think about what he had seen in the future. He didn't say anything more, he just took Sylvia and hurried. When they arrived at Christchurch, they met Eric Holton, who had been waiting for him. He gave Hagen a huge hug the moment he saw him. I was so relieved to see your name on the passengers list. What happened? Guns are restricted in your country, but some people were shooting at you. I'm fine now, thanks. Hagen didn't tell him more as he was feeling disappointed. Eric pouted, which didn't look good on him, and said, You know it isn't easy to use an American military plane, right? Of course. I'm always grateful to you, Hagen replied. There's no need for that. I've told them you're going for some scientific purposes, but why are you going to the middle of Antarctica? Is that a secret too?
Eric asked. I cannot tell you everything, but I need you to find something. Have you found a treasure map or something? But you are going only with her? Without any equipment? Eric asked again. He meant equipment for excavating. He had prepared for the journey to the cold Antarctica, including Arctic clothes. Fortunately, it's not important enough to make all that fuss, Heijin replied. Really? It's good, then. Heijin took Eric to where there was no one and asked him a favor. I need something. I know this is too much to ask, but... Thankfully, although Eric was surprised by the favor, he promised to help. Heijin and Sylvia waited for more than 10 hours and boarded Hercules, which was an American military plane. It then landed near the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station after 7 hours. Eric was going to wait at the station with the people he had brought. Heijin, instead, loaded some food and clothes on a huge sleigh and left with Sylvia. You know where you're going, right? Eric shouted in worry, but Heijin just waved his hand in hurry to move. Actually, he had not been sane since the moment he arrived at Antarctica. He was in a daze, and the only thing he knew was that he had to keep moving. Sylvia had no idea where they were going. She just quietly followed Heijin. 1 hour, 2 hours, they had been walking for more than 5 hours, but the scenery of the snowy land was just the same. The only difference was that Heijin was walking faster and faster. Heijin? Heijin? Sylvia called him, but Heijin just kept moving as if he couldn't hear anything. Sylvia followed him for a few more hours, but then she couldn't take another step. She grabbed Heijin's arm. He stopped for the first time. He was breathing hard while Sylvia exclaimed, "Oh!" They saw a small altar that came up to the waist. Surprisingly, there was no snow on it and it didn't look old. It was almost as if it had been built only a few days ago. There was a strange magic circle on it. Judging from it, only the power of magic could take out the artifact hidden inside it. I know, how many hours have passed? Heijin spoke for the first time. You can't remember? 7 hours? More accurately, it's been 7 hours and 20 minutes. Heijin calmly nodded and took another step to the altar. Then, he flinched and didn't move more. I slept for a long time on the plane. It was hard to understand, but I realized after I woke up. The dream was about wandering in the white land of snow and coming here eventually. It's strange. It's like I'm about to get hypnotized, Heijin commented. Then let's find the artifact and head back to the station. Sylvia shivered because of the tiredness and extreme cold. Heijin lightly squeezed her hand and used magic on her. I'm sorry. If I had been in the right mind, I would have casted a temperature-controlling spell on you, but I couldn't. Sylvia was fine now, and her voice was lively again. Ha, thank you. Now, let's get that artifact. Heijin stared down at the altar and took out a huge pickaxe from the sleigh. I don't need it. I'm going to destroy this altar. Sylvia grabbed his arm in surprise and asked, What are you talking about? It is so important. Let's just take it out first and... No, I've made up my mind. This artifact will only bring chaos to the world, so it shouldn't see the light ever again. I'm going to destroy it so that no one will be able to get it again, Heijin replied. Heijin was about to take a step, but... Click. Then, he felt a cold metal behind his head. Ha! I really didn't want to do this. I'm sorry. Take out the artifact, now. Her voice was icy cold. Heijin bit his lips and asked, Why? Don't even think about resisting. Your magic doesn't work on me. There is more than one artifact that can block magic. So, put it down slowly and take the artifact down. Heijin put down the pickaxe. Then, he was enraged at seeing the pistol aimed at his head. Everything was part of your plan? A corner of her lips curled up to scold him.
She had been so kind, but now she looked like a witch.
I realized it the moment I first saw you at the palace. Men are all the same.
You didn't even know me, but you were so nice to me, just because I said I had to marry you.
Now thinking back to it, it wasn't right.
If she only meant to help him, she didn't have any need to get married.
Maybe Hagen hadn't given much thought to it because she was an Arabian princess. So, you gave me your artifact just to have me find this place? Hagen asked.
Of course.
I wasn't chosen by God. Only the chosen one can find this place.
Even if hundreds and thousands of people had come here, they would have passed by this altar without seeing it, Sylvia replied.
Hagen had not even imagined she was behind everything. Had he been that naive? Or had he just been stupid? However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Then, why did you make all that fuss in Seoul?
We were coming here anyway. You wasted time in Japan, enough of this, get out the artifact or I will pull the trigger, Sylvia threatened.
And then? You think you can go back on your own?
You don't even know where we are, Hagen replied.
Ha! Do you think I'm a fool?
I've left marks on our way here.
And what makes you think I will go back alone? I promise, get me the artifact and I will grant you everything you desire. Money? Honor? Women? Anything. So, take it out. Hagen couldn't help but laugh.
He thought he was progressing with his plan without anyone knowing about it, but it turned out she had been toying with him all along.
Ha ha ha. Stop laughing, take out the artifact. Sylvia shouted.
If he had used magic to take out the artifact as soon as he arrived at the altar, he would have met immediate death.
Just like he had seen in his dream. He could still see Sylvia smiling coldly and pulling the trigger without hesitation in his dream.
So, he knew too well that her promise of giving him everything was a lie.
Fine, I'll give it to you, Hagen nodded and put his hand on the altar. He realized what to do the moment he saw it.
A light came out of his hands that spread to the altar.
And... click. Hagen turned to the surprised Sylvia. You have underestimated the chosen one. I knew you would betray me.
Now, there was a sculpture with a strange shape on the altar.
How? I knew you had a gun. It wasn't hard to find it once I knew.
I then had someone look into your bag on Hercules and remove the firing pin, Hagen replied.
Sylvia probably didn't even know what a firing pin was, but at least, she knew there was something wrong with her gun. She turned pale. I. Watch. Hagen picked up the pickaxe again. Stop. No.
Your greed will disappear after seeing this, Hagen said. That is the source of this world's magic.
If you smash it, your power will be destroyed with it.
She wailed, but Hagen didn't care.
Magic had never belonged to him, anyway.
She clung onto his arm, but he threw her away and smashed the artifact.
Bam! The next moment, he was thrown backward as if a bomb had exploded. No! Sylvia cried and wailed.
The artifact slowly lost its red light like a dying fire.
Hagen could feel the mana leaving his body like air leaking out of a balloon. He started to lose strength, and his eyes were slowly closing. Mr. Park. He could see a group of people running toward him. However, his eyesight was now blurry, so he didn't know if it was real or just his hallucination. He blinked and tried to stay conscious, but that was all he could do. Then, the world turned black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, End, Epilogue. Chapter 210, Epilogue.
3 years later. In Samcheondong, where young couples often come because of its good restaurants and good atmosphere, a 2-story Hanak asterisk had been built. The building was quite huge. It had the elegant beauty of Korean tradition and naturally drew attention. At its entrance was a signboard that said Park Haejin Art Museum. After the entrance, in the garden with old trees and grass, there were various flower garlands.
People kept coming in. Haejin was standing with a beautiful woman.
He used to look like a young man in his mid-20s, but now he looked like someone in his mid-30s. His hair was gray like that of a middle-aged man.
I told you, you should have dyed your hair.
Eunhar stroked his hair, but Haejin took her hand and shook his head.
What's wrong with it? I like looking old. Being young doesn't help me in looking like an expert. I should look a little old like this to make the clients trust me, but... After the incident in Antarctica, he had lost a portion of his remaining life when losing his magic.
However, he didn't regret his decision. He was just grateful to still be alive.
Then, a group of genuine old men came in.
The man in front was Byung-guk, who had almost literally become Haejin's uncle.
Ha ha ha.
This is the famous Park Haejin.
He might as well be my nephew. Congratulations. Ha ha ha.
Oh, it hurts.
You are strong, and it really hurts. Byung-guk patted Haejin's shoulder hard.
When Haejin protested about it, he turned to Eunhee and congratulated her.
I was going to make him date my daughter, so I was so jealous when you took him. But now that he has built such a grand museum, it makes me even more jealous. Ha ha ha.
But Sejong is about to get married soon, not?
Byung-guk shrugged and started to brag about his future son-in-law. Actually, you are right. Gwangcheol is diligent and capable. Not everyone can pass the higher civil service examination. It is one of the 3 hardest examinations. I wouldn't have given my daughter to a lesser man, of course. Anyway, congratulations.
The opening of this museum should be congratulated more than my daughter's wedding, so I brought some friends.
Will that be fine?
Of course. I will get some extra souvenirs for your friends, so tell me later, Eunhee replied.
That is why I like you. Ha ha. Eunhee watched Byung-guk go into the building with his friends and smiled. He seems to get younger every day.
He worked the hardest when we moved the museum, Eunhee commented.
I told him to take some rest, but it looks like he enjoys working more than resting.
Although he never spoke about it, he must have felt very guilty for being a grave robber.
But now that he is working for a good purpose, he likes it. Your father would have loved this, too. Haejin stroked her head and smiled.
I'm sure he is looking down with pride.
He would say that his son is doing a lot of good things instead of him.
Oh, and one of our researchers has found a site in Haenim this morning.
It was a clear autumn afternoon. Haejin smiled happily while enjoying the cool breeze and picturesque museum.
He took Eunhee's hand and announced the opening of the museum with people congratulating him. Park Haejin Art Museum became known as the Asian Uffizi and one of the greatest museums in Korea.
*Hanek, traditional Korean style building.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.